Chapter 1995. Visit Wang Qi swayed gently with the bumps of the sedan chair, calculating the third quarter's revenue forecast in his mind. After more than a year in Guangzhou, the tax collection framework had essentially stabilized, and the fiscal system's construction was advancing step by step. Yet this striking local tyrant's business, which he'd heard about from Lingao to Guangzhou, had seen not a single action from him personally. It was becoming somewhat untenable. The confiscation revenue line on the third quarter report is going to look very good, Wang Qi thought with relief. He glanced sidelong at Inspection Division Director Li Fulai, who sat opposite, flipping through his files yet again. "What is it, Director Li? Forget to bring something." Li Fulai was 7 or 8 years younger than Wang Qi, the most senior among the Hainan gang of naturalized cadres at the Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau. Yet Wang Qi addressed him by title in both public and private matters, rather than calling him Little Li as he did others. The reason was simple. Li Fulai belonged to the basic team that AI Jixin had brought from Qiangshan. Originally an unremarkable small accountant in Qiangzhou Prefecture City, he had submitted with hair bound shortly after the Senate took Qiangshan. It wasn't that his consciousness ran particularly high, or that his vision was broad enough to recognize the Senate as the great trend. The truth was simpler. Without submitting to the bandits, there was no rice to eat. Put plainly, circumstances had forced his hand. As the saying went, pour until your balls are showing. Li Fulai was a Guangdong native who'd studied for a few years, served an apprenticeship, and worked as an accountant. He was literate, knew his ledgers, and was undeniably clever. Before long, he distinguished himself among the Grain Collection Bureau's naturalized cadres, becoming head of Qiangshan County's Grain Collection Bureau within a few years. Even Liu Xiang, the county office director at the time, had praised him. Whenever county office meetings touched on tax matters, Li Fulai was summoned to attend. His children all studied at Qiangshan Primary School. His wife had found work at the county clothing factory that Liu Xiang organized. The whole family qualified as textbook red roots, upright seedlings. When the Guangzhou City Finance and Tax Bureau first opened, AI Jixin had made a point of mentioning, sometimes overtly, sometimes subtly, the workabilities and loyalty of several naturalized cadres. Li Fulai's name came up most frequently. Wang Qi possessed the political sensitivity one expected from a cadre who'd held positions in the old timeline. Moreover, his own observations confirmed that Li Fulai genuinely had skills. Thus, basic team matched to basic chassis, and Li Fulai's appointment as Inspection Division Director proceeded quite naturally. "No, I have everything." Li Fulai immediately stowed his files and corrected his posture. "Director Wang, I just feel more assured checking again. We don't know what situation we'll encounter. Didn't you say sharpening the spear before battle, if not sharp, at least shiny?" "Haha, correct. But gentry families like the Liangs, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with them, Director Li." "That's right, Director Wang. I know a thing or two about such households." With Li Fulai's shrewdness, it was easy to recognize this as an allusion to his past employment as an accountant in the Hai Shuzu Hai family. But he didn't mind. He hadn't been the only one who abandoned the master and turned his back that year. "I worked in Master Hai's household in Qiangshan once. Later, word spread that Master Hai's ocean-going vessel had been robbed. Not only was his capital lost, but he'd also incurred heavy debts. Creditors blocked his door. The advisors and chief accountants all departed. As a mere second accountant, I naturally scattered with the rest." What Li Fulai didn't mention was what happened after he'd hastily resigned from the Hai household. He'd failed to find another position, and his circumstances grew increasingly desperate. Later, when he heard the Hai family had recovered its prosperity, he'd asked acquaintances on multiple occasions to speak on his behalf, hoping to return. But Master Hai had declined without accepting. Every one of those former staff and servants who had failed to share adversity with him during the crisis. Li Fulai had watched the Hai family climb ever higher on their Australian connections, oil adding to fire, flowers embroidered upon brocade, while he himself sank nearly to the point of selling wife and children. And still people pointed at him behind his back, cursing him as a betrayer of masters who deserved it. Thus, after Li Fulai arrived at the finance and tax front, his combat effectiveness ran especially high, and his stance stood especially firm. Toward figures like gentry and major households, he showed neither mercy nor restraint. His unpalatable past had much to do with this. That's true, human nature. A man must find a mouthful of rice for his wife and children. Since you're familiar with how these gentry operate, tell me, how will they try to cope with us? This, I feel, Director Huang, is something you need not worry about. Why not? The methods of these gentry and major households, brilliant, truly brilliant if one counts them individually. I fear I couldn't finish listing them by the time we arrive. But this brilliance is only brilliance under the old system. Li Fulai paused briefly. As the saying goes, great skill appears artless. Under our Senate's rule, the chiefs conquer their 10,000 methods with a single sentence. All must abide by law. Our great Song Senate emphasizes law above all else and understands law better than anyone. Wang Qi thought. That's quite enough flattery. The draft you helped compile listed nearly 20 households. Now only 7 or 8 remain. Whether that was truly according to law, Li Fulai, opening his eyes and spouting lies about the Senate abiding by law, does he really have no sense of the irony? Yet even knowing it was flattery, Wang Qi found himself accepting it comfortably. Director Wang, we've arrived at the Liang residence. The guard riding outside opened the sedan door. Wang Qi descended the vehicle ladder without haste, casually stamping his feet before making a show of brushing dust from his uniform sleeves. Today he wore stock he'd brought from the old timeline, not only custom-made, but complete with shoulder badges and chest tags. However, because they conflicted with existing CI design, the original badges and emblems had been removed and replaced with products customized from Lingao's Shop 82. Though crafted from genuine gold and silver with fine workmanship, they looked somewhat incongruous against the old timeline uniform. Police had already deployed a perimeter around the Liang residence gate. The gate stood wide open. Several servants waited with hands at their sides, ready to serve. Wang Qi had barely stepped from the sedan. He hadn't yet mounted the entrance stairs, when an elderly man rushed forward from within the gate and performed a deep bow. The gesture startled Wang Qi considerably. This old man, Liang Wendao, greets Director Wang. Please, Master Liang, why such formality? Seeing such an elderly man, a full generation his senior, bowing before him, Wang Qi still couldn't overcome the psychological barrier ingrained from the old timeline. He steadied Liang Wendao at once. After the elder straightened, Wang Qi studied this Jinshi, reputedly a 2-term prefect, with care. He observed a thin figure in a plain green robe, 3 strands of white beard beneath his chin. His eyes held a smile without servility, projecting an air of one who had withdrawn from worldly affairs to cultivate the way. The contrast with Fatty Kui was immeasurable. Since this old man returned to retirement, illness has made movement difficult. My son lacks initiative and failed to pay you a personal visit. I hope Director Wang can forgive this oversight. Master Liang, please, there's no need for such apologies. Suiqiu Hall has aided the poor and those in distress throughout. When the usurper Ming recklessly started his war, the Liang family helped preserve many Senate properties in Guangzhou City. By that logic, it's I who should have visited Master Liang first. I dare not accept such praise. Truly, Director Wang, you're embarrassing this old man. Please come in. After you. Major households with Jinshi degrees in 2 generations, like the Liang family, ranked among Guangzhou's first-class gentry. Beyond the ceremonial flagpole at the gate, the estate revealed itself, eaves layered upon eaves, magnificent and imposing. Liang Wendao invited the group into the main hall for tea. Once Wang Qi took his seat, he surveyed the room. The decor was sparse yet elegant. From the calligraphy and paintings on the walls to the antique ornaments on the tables, Everything bespoke the scholarly elegance of this family. Guests and hosts settled into their seats. Another round of tea service and pleasantries proved unavoidable. Nearly half an hour dawdled by before Wang Qi cut to the main topic. Master Liang, today's visit is routine business. First, we wish to hear what opinions our taxpayers have regarding the Finance and Tax Bureau. Second, we need to verify whether the account books are in order. It's merely coincidence that I'm in this inspection group. Please don't read any other meaning into it. Of course, of course. Liang Wendao clasped his hands toward Wang Qi, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. Director Wang speaks too heavily. Whatever requirements you have, this old man's family will certainly comply. It's just, Wang Qi's eyelid twitched. Is he about to make a move? Master Liang, please speak frankly if you're facing difficulties. Sigh. Liang Wendao patted the armrest with a deep sigh. Director Wang doesn't know. This old man's health has deteriorated badly these past years. Large and small matters in the household have all been handed to my legitimate son to manage. I won't hide it from you, Chief. I obtained this son only after 30. I spoiled him too much from childhood. Now he often acts willfully and arbitrarily. I deeply fear his handling of matters may prove inconsiderate, perhaps touching upon the Great Song's regulations. You're referring to young Master Liang Kunhu. That unworthy son, exactly. Haha, Master Liang, you worry too much. Young Master Liang's public spirit and righteousness are well known. I heard of them even back in Lingao. Since he manages most household affairs, would you trouble yourself to summon him? I'd welcome the chance to speak with him and understand matters better. Wang Qi's speech fell awkwardly between literary and vernacular, prompting a pause. Liang Wendao found it awkward to hear as well. But the meaning was clear enough. He immediately indicated that Liang Kunhu was in his study and sent a servant to fetch him at once. The teacup on his desk had not been touched. Servants had attempted several times to add water or change the tea, only to be dismissed by Liang Kunhu each time. He had just seen off Lin Zongxiu when news arrived that the bandits themselves intended to come and inspect the account books. The report made his heart pound. So the bandits are coming in person this time. My Liang family still carries some weight, it seems. Liang Kunhu permitted himself a bitter smile. The folding fan in his hand opened and closed in rhythm with his racing thoughts. Just a month ago, after those people had vanished from the temple of Guangzhou, his father had spoken with him by candlelight on several occasions. Those words still echoed in his ears. Son, I have asked not of worldly affairs these years. Large and small matters in the household I've handed entirely to you. I watched you co-found the charity hall with the Australians, cultivating their friendship. Then, when the Australians burned 5 Ram Station and the city's major households flocked to curry favor, you began distancing yourself from them day by day. In this drawing near and pushing away your mind, your father knows it all. Father knows. Our Liang family has received imperial grace for generations. By reason and by sentiment we should not live so ignobly. That you carry resentment in your heart is only natural. Son, have you read of the old matters at Jidu? Liang Wendao's hand stroked his knee, as if weighted by 10,000 thoughts. His voice grew heavy. Father knows you fear these Australians walk not merely the path of changing dynasties, but of digging up the very roots of the teaching of names. But the world's great trend flows vast and mighty. Those who follow prosper, those who resist perish. The Australians have made their intentions clear enough. Father fears he hasn't many days remaining. When that day comes, you will be family head. One stroke of your brush, the lives of our entire clan numbering in the hundreds, which weighs more, which weighs less. You must weigh this clearly. The folding fan in his hand snapped shut. Liang Kunhu's gaze hardened to steel, as if he had resolved upon 10,000 determinations. He adjusted his clothing and cap, then walked toward the main hall with hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 1996. Softening. Wang Qi was in fine spirits. At the task force's working dinner and briefing in room 114 of the Finance and Tax Bureau, he even managed to slip in a bawdy joke. Whether it was too subtle he couldn't say, but aside from Chu Zioran, the other four seemed completely uncomprehending. This did nothing to dampen his mood. The Lin and Shi families had been prepared for the task force's arrival, but the demand to seal the accounts for extended audit caught them entirely off guard. Wang Qi had thought this through well in advance. When it came to navigating verbal twists and turns, these people possessed skills far beyond his inexperienced subordinates. What he could rely on were only two things: cross-referencing related business records and strict enforcement of case-handling discipline. Build hard stockades, fight dull battles. That was the approach. You should have seen Old Man Lin's face when we pulled out the noble gathering cash flow statements. It turned absolutely green. Ha 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 ha. Chu Zioran had found her stride today. Major households like the Lin family, people she'd never dared approach in the past, now answered yes, yes to her every question, and the feeling was exhilarating. Then we slowly brought out the other families' ledgers. Each one we produced, Master Lin's face darkened another shade. By the time all 9 books were stacked on the table, he looked like a corpse. Team leader Yao, Comrade Su, isn't that right? Exactly. Especially that young Master Lin. He came rushing in so anxiously at first, but before we'd even finished laying out the ledgers, he fled again without a word. Where's the composure of a great household in that? He was scared witless. In the old days, when did government officials ever do anything like this? Yao Yulan's mood had improved considerably as well. Her group included Suiqiu and Chu Zioran, both with prior experience as accountant and household manager respectively. They'd confirmed the Lin family's under-the-table dealings without expending much effort. The next step was using this as a breakthrough point to expand their findings. Similar to your experience, but the Shi family has something relatively unusual. Besides his operations in the city, he also has business in Guangzhou. Zheng Huan set down her chopsticks and flipped through her notebook. Specifically in Sanya, our preliminary investigation only indicated a branch office, but after reviewing the accounts today, Comrade Huang and I ran the rough numbers. This isn't just any branch. The capital the Shi family has invested there is substantial. Hasn't Guangzhou been under Senate rule for ages? Then he'd have had no opportunity to evade or underreport taxes. That piece of meat isn't very fat for you. This Sanya branch, it's quite large. Wang Qi shoveled a mouthful of rice while picking up Zheng Huan's group report, reading as he chewed. Not simple at all. He nodded slowly, though a smile crept to the corner of his mouth. Little Zheng, is this Sanya branch managed by that second young master Shi, the one nicknamed Chair Shi? Yes. Shi Misi, the Shi family's second son. He, now that's very interesting. Wang Qi suddenly resembled a child spotting a new toy, his eyes gleaming with delight. I'm making an adjustment now. Zheng Huan, Huang Ping, you two depart for Sanya tomorrow. Investigate the Shi family and follow that thread. As for their city operations, I'll assign others. Complete the handover properly. Yao Yulan, take Chu Zioran and Suiqiu, continue digging deep into the Lin family. Make it an ironclad case, understand? Yes, sir. The progress of both groups had far exceeded Wang Qi's expectations. He'd observed the accounting standards of this era during previous tax surveys and routine patrols, but for some reason, he'd always harbored a certain apprehension toward these major households. He'd assumed the accountants of merchant princes in South China's foremost commercial port couldn't be too far behind the average standards of the Big Four in the old timeline. He'd worried about becoming the first professional in the Senate to get his face slapped by natives supposedly centuries behind. Today's results had given him solid reassurance. These merchant princes were indeed hardworking, and their skill levels were certainly respectable, but all their kung fu had been spent outside the account books. As Zheng Huan had put it, we even helped them recover several deficits. Does this count as inspection or charity work? Considering how the gradual implementation of the tax system would, conversely, force these major households to start falsifying their books in earnest, Wang Qi felt a sense of absurd amusement. Of course, this was also understandable. Fraudsters of this era generally never allowed matters to develop to the account inspection stage. If things truly reached the point of requiring such inspections, the matter was essentially already settled. No wonder the servants at Liang residence today had worn faces like dead ash, as if mourning deceased parents. Even the Liang father and son hadn't looked particularly well. One could see it was only composure maintained through visible effort. Today's visit filled him with confidence for future inspection work. Guangzhou City harbored quite a number of gentry and major households. By now, they'd accumulated substantial compromising materials on them. Inspect accounts family by family. Having law to abide, violating law must be investigated. Enforcing law must be strict. A few rounds would be sufficient to destroy their foundations from the economic base up. Everything in this world, stripped to its essence, required material support. Destroy their material basis, and these aristocratic households would naturally decline. No need for knives or guns. The common people could witness with their own eyes their helpless deterioration and the undignified spectacle of their desperate struggles. This would completely deprive them of any possibility of martyring themselves tragically and leaving behind noble reputations. Compared to the Lin and Shi families, the Liang family's approach had shown Wang Qi the genuine distinction of this era's political-commercial aristocracy. He'd seen the legendary young master Liang for the first time today. Nearly 40 years of age, with a bearing of effortless grace. His manner of advancing and retreating, speaking and listening, carried genuine refinement, neither humble nor arrogant. His responses came with an air of serene detachment, as if discussing some other family's affairs entirely. When Li Fulai produced the noble gathering cash flow records and asked him to explain the financial dealings between the two families, he'd merely fanned himself lightly and spoken with unhurried calm. "Director Wang, Director Li, please observe clearly. My Liang family's documents are written in black ink on white paper. Shares withdrawn, accounts settled. The Luo family and my Liang family signed and sealed the agreements. Share debts and monetary matters were written off completely. As for these account books, this student was not born an accountant. I cannot read them. Hehe, cut off so cleanly. When Noble Gathering first submitted to the Liang family back then, the Liang family's share couldn't have been so small." Li Fulai pressed relentlessly. "Director Li, please don't raise matters of submitting again. That practice prevailed under the former dynasty. Whenever someone held even a jurin degree, others naturally came forward to register their property under his name. It was nothing more than evading a few court taxes, avoiding harassment from yamen clerks. My Liang family has produced jinchi for 2 generations, countless people sheltered under our door. We received a modest monthly filial profit payment. How could we possibly manage the accounts of so many families? Besides, that was still their property. We merely lent our title, taking a small fee to maintain our household. We neither could nor would intervene in others' business. Since the Senate came to Guangzhou, the newspapers preached the new tax law daily. Your bureau's cadres have visited our humble home often to explain matters. This student understands that such submitting and sheltering practices are illegal under the new society. Since my Liang family lives under the Great Song's rule, we naturally wish to abide by the Great Song's law. The submitting arrangements were cleaned up long ago. Noble Gathering and the Luo family have both registered with Guangzhou Prefecture Yamen and your Finance and Tax Bureau respectively. The two parties have no further involvement. Everything is now discussed purely in terms of shares and debts." Young Master Liang's speech was pleasant to hear, seamlessly constructed, every seam tightly closed. His attitude could certainly be called cooperative. Li Fulai momentarily found no purchase in his words. He cursed inwardly. This slippery glass egg, nothing sticks to him. He tried again. Advisor Liao of Noble Gathering is said to be a former Liang family man. Why did he go to work as their accountant? Advisor Liao never actually entered our household registry. He had originally resigned when he returned home for mourning. He had no formal connection to the Liang family. He is also a man with elders and dependents to support. He must find a livelihood somewhere. Noble Gathering hired him as an advisor. It's simply ordinary employment. East is east, west is west, guest is guest, host is host. What impropriety could there be? The coincidence is just too convenient. There are thousands of accountants in Guangzhou City, if not 500. Why hire him specifically? Noble Gathering's business, though my family holds some shares, is ultimately not family property. We simply sit and receive annual dividends. What people they hire, and why, this student neither knows nor finds it appropriate to inquire further. Even if he has committed some fault, the Senate possesses its own laws for disposition. The great song operates on evidence and stresses the principle of not engaging in guilt by association, does it not? I'm afraid Director Li's words are somewhat inappropriate. This rejoinder left Li Fulai momentarily speechless. All right, Director Li. If there are things we don't understand, we can understand them slowly. This isn't work for just a day or two. Wang Qi reached out to stop Li Fulai. The man's level wasn't high enough. He couldn't match verbal blows with an old fox like young Master Liang. Of course, Li Fulai could also have shouted, "Liang too, stand up. This isn't a place for you to put on airs. Confess your problems honestly now." But the Senate didn't employ that approach, and Wang Qi himself despised it. He approved wholeheartedly of ruling the country by law. He held deep contempt for certain people in the Senate who forgot they were rulers, who treated law as nothing more than their personal will, drafting new regulations whenever none existed. He turned to Liang Wendao. "Master Liang, the Liang family's accounts are numerous and complex. We'll have Director Li take them back so his people can review them at leisure for a few more days. We must avoid errors that might damage the Liang family's spotless reputation." Liang Wendao smiled faintly. Director Wang's words are too generous. Planning policy suited to one's position, this is entirely proper. Please take the accounts. He glanced at Liang Kunhu. "Tell Director Wang those worldly matters you mentioned to your father the other day." "Yes, father." Liang Kunhu suppressed the nausea rising within him and bowed toward Wang Qi. He held a Jurin degree in the old days. Where was there logic in behaving like this? But helplessly, this bandit horde of crude blanks showed no regard for the teaching of names or for scholars. For the sake of the greater situation, he could only imitate hands-in and endure the moment. "Director Wang, my Liang family established itself through farming and scholarship. Commercial matters were all cleared and settled by April of the new calendar. We have no further involvement. The fields outside the city have been reported with full documentation. There is absolutely nothing concealed. I pray the Senate observes clearly." As for specific details, this student has already ordered everything compiled into volumes. Please take them back to your bureau for reference along with the rest. Wang Qi's face bore a smile. He repeated, "Good, good, good. Your cooperation with our work is much appreciated. Once we finish reviewing these account books, we'll return everything together." He waved to the group. "Everyone, pack up the account books carefully. Fill out the temporary detention receipt clearly, and present it to the Liang family for their records." Chapter 1997. Huang Ping's Sanya diary observing this true bandit smiling broadly, uttering several perfunctory, good remarks as if nothing consequential had transpired, Liang Kunhu felt increasingly uneasy. By his reckoning, with a dozen police deployed outside and the accountants the bandit had brought inside, such an imposing formation could only mean one thing: forcing the Liang family to bow their heads and carve off flesh, or perhaps even fabricating crimes to plow the clan and break the family. Yet now, a few laughs and everything was finished. Just as the household servants secretly breathed sighs of relief, Liang Kunhu's apprehension only deepened. August 23, 1636, Saturday, overcast finally returned to Lingao again. Pity I can't go home for a visit this time. Schedule's too tight. Mood not good. Ran into Wang mucking in the corridor while reporting to the Finance and Tax Bureau this afternoon. The corridor was too narrow to avoid her, so I had to offer a greeting. She seemed much thinner. That little dimple on her left cheek, the one that shows when she smiles, I couldn't see it anymore. A young man stood beside her, talking and laughing. Probably one of the young chiefs, right? Sigh. People just thought you were decent at ball games, nothing more. I was truly indulging in wishful thinking back then. What's the use of ruminating over it now, besides adding to my troubles? The pity is that I distanced myself from several girls who'd shown interest in me because of her. Now none of them contact me much anymore. Didn't see Director Zhang. People in the office said she'd gone to Chiang Mai. Discussed the situation with Zhang Huan. Since we've already received the letter of assistance for investigation, there's no need to wait for leadership. Better to depart for Sanya first thing tomorrow morning. The bureau's staff has grown again, many new sisters added. I hear they're all graduates of the accounting crash course. The sisters all look quite presentable. Thinking back to my female classmates at Fangqiati, they really can't compare. Office space is insufficient. We could only borrow a meeting room to handle our business. The files in the bureau match the note Director Wang gave us. All businesses in Sanya enjoy tax exemption for 1 year, followed by half tax for 3 years. Truly bold policy. Is the Shi family taking advantage of this? We'll see the specific situation once we arrive in Sanya. Took Zhang Huan to Eastgate Market in the evening. It's not far from the Organ Guest House, so we could stroll for a while. This Guangzhou native has become a country bumpkin now that he's in Lingao, ha ha ha. That kid Zhang Huan has hands like a sieve when it comes to money. When we set out, she kept saying she wanted to save her entire travel subsidy. But her pocket was empty before we'd browsed half of Eastgate Market. I'd originally wanted to treat her to a meal at the cooperative restaurant. Then I looked at the menu prices, too expensive. Forget it. Miss Dad and Mom at the guest house tonight. Haven't seen them since going to Guangzhou. Don't know how they're holding up. I'd written them a letter, but the reply was just a few sentences. All zhaihu zhiyi, classical literary phrases. Couldn't make clear sense of it. They probably asked accountant's son to write on their behalf again. Family matters are troublesome too. Ever since Old Master and Big Master divided the household, they've dispersed many servants to avoid the servant tax. Old Master and Big Master still show some sympathy for the old household staff, keeping Dad and Mom on temporarily. But from the look of things, that won't last much longer. Last time I met Huang, he said Old Master's intention is to keep only 3 or 4 people for cooking and washing, no one for personal attendance. Thinking about it makes me anxious. Dad and Mom served the Old Master's household their entire lives. If they lose their positions, what will they do? It truly gives me a headache. August 28, 1636, Thursday, sunny amazing luck today. The great wave ship was running late, so we didn't arrive in Sanya until well past working hours. I thought we'd accomplish nothing. Unexpectedly, I ran into a fellow native at the bureau. This guy had clearly been assigned to Wencheng upon graduation. How did he end up in Sanya after just 1 year? And he's already risen to person in charge of the district bureau office. Truly TM capable. With a fellow native looking after us, I didn't need to worry about food or lodging for the night. He turned out to be quite particular. The restaurant he treated us to was impressive. The meal, wine, and refreshments were all excellent. I'd guess it's no worse than the Lingao Cooperative Restaurant. According to him, since Chairman Wang returned to Lingao, Sanya has been reclassified from a grand region to a special zone, essentially demoted by 1 level, now subordinate to Hainan Grand Region. Honestly, what a waste of worry. What difference does it make where you work? Can a grand region or special zone pay you less wages? Speaking of which, this is actually my first time in Sanya. When I was young, I never heard the elders mention such a place. Probably another new city built by the chiefs from scratch. Everyone says the chiefs like everything big. Big schools, big machines, big factories. Even women's backsides and breasts big. Truly words of ultimate truth. Take that massive lighthouse at the port entrance. The body is pure white, almost half again taller than the one at Bapu. And the trestle piers, 5 of them lined up, each comparable to the widest at Bapu. The wharves are packed with merchant ships heading to the East Ocean and West Ocean. The port commercial district teems with various foreigners crowding and jostling. Many yellow-ticket merchants doing business. Actually quite a few foreign women too, black and white alike. They all look like ghosts and monsters to me. I hear the chiefs have a taste for such things, even specifically purchasing foreign servant girls. Truly beyond my comprehension. My fellow native mentioned that Sanya has a special port in a remote area where ships trafficking people dock, but there's a wall around it with barbed wire and trenches outside. Watchtowers too. Usually, forget about entering. Even approaching will get you questioned by guards. Sometimes you can hear gunshots. At first I found it strange. Does trafficking a few foreign girls really require such an elaborate setup? Later a colleague explained. They transport not just foreign women but hundreds upon thousands of southern natives, all destined for the Tiandu mine as laborers. My fellow native says miners there can't survive more than 3 years, so every year they need several shiploads of native slaves incoming. Entering the city proved even more extraordinary. These roads, what roads? 7 or 8 horse carriages running side by side would still have room to spare. Crossing a street with Zhenghuan required breaking into a small trot. Buildings in the city are numerous too. Forget comparing to Guangzhou, even against Lingao, Sanya looks considerably more impressive. At least Lingao doesn't have so many beautiful, neatly constructed buildings. Especially in the commercial district, arcade buildings line every street. Walking beneath them, you stay shaded from the sun, truly comfortable. Good things in abundance, more than Lingao, I'd say. Local products from every region, plus goods from the East and West Oceans, all gathered here. After strolling one circuit through the streets, I was dazzled. My only regret was earning too little money. The only disappointment, Sanya's finance and tax bureau is far too shabby. It's still crammed into the earliest public office building alongside various other departments. 8 or 9 nameplates hang beside the entrance. Without police pointing the way, who could find it? I asked about the local situation over dinner. It turns out that tax reduction and exemption policy was proposed by Chairman Huang himself during his time in Sanya. No wonder it carries such force. And no wonder new businesses are throwing up towers everywhere in this city. Even overseas foreigners come to join the action. Meanwhile, Grand Magistrate Liu has governed Guangzhou City for nearly 2 years without implementing reductions, exemptions, or even specific preferences. How can it possibly compete with Sanya? I wonder how long Guangzhou can keep wearing that #1 commercial port crown. Looks like even among the chiefs, having a backer at headquarters makes things considerably easier. August 29, 1636, Friday, Overcast went to check accounts at the Shi family's Tianrui garden today. The interfacing tax officer this morning was a female comrade, young, with her hair in a neat braid, quite presentable overall. We established rapport quickly. Turns out she's a junior from the academy, 1 year below me. Being acquaintances made conversation easy. We first did some desk-level preliminary work at the bureau. Tianrui Garden is classified as a characteristic enterprise, a joint venture with the Senate Wood Processing Factory. Their main products are specialty red and white rattan goods. Impressive, truly impressive. Junior sister is sharp and detail-oriented. Despite working less than a year, she already has the information on every household in her jurisdiction rolling off her tongue like reciting melons. According to her, shortly after Guangzhou's liberation, the Shi family applied for a joint venture permit from Lingao and was designated as a Sanya-introduced merchant. The land was practically given away for free. They used the chief's large machinery. Quality goods at low prices. Business is booming now. Every month, a large vessel is dispatched specifically to ship out their products. They say that among all newly produced rattan goods under Senate rule, the Shi family accounts for a full quarter, but junior sister's tongue is a bit loose. Later she went on about how the Shi family's second young master has a dignified appearance, treats people gently, possesses refined Confucian temperament, and so forth. I have no idea which eye she saw that with. I clearly observed she's second young master in Guangzhou, a mass of fat all over. I strongly suspect she has some misunderstanding about what dignified appearance means. During the afternoon field inspection, the Bureau sent a deputy director of the assessment division to accompany us. Counting the director, the entire Sanya Bureau has only 20-odd people. They clearly valued our visit. My mood is excellent, tallied up with Zheng Huan. We started by examining the general ledger. The accountant is also a senior brother from our vocational class, another acquaintance. This saved considerable trouble. At first glance, the accounts look quite orderly. Some minor inventory loss at the end of last year, but nothing concerning. Still, looking at such substantial cash flows that don't generate tax payments truly makes the heart ache. Accrual and payment records for the past 4 months are all normal, but that kid Zheng Huan rashly asked why several large remittances of hundreds of thousands from Guangzhou last mid-year hadn't moved at all after being converted into paid-in capital. Nearly let senior brother see us as a joke, truly embarrassing the Finance and Tax Bureau. The streets suddenly went under martial law at noon. Police stood guard at every intersection. The National Army mobilized as well, treating it like facing a great enemy. On returning to the office, we found the alert level had been raised there too. No one knew what had happened. Later we learned, a team of mine slaves at the mine had rioted, killing 2 guards. Though the uprising was suppressed on the spot, 7 or 8 people escaped. Rumor has it they killed several civilians as they fled. Those people truly died tragically, killed for no reason at all. At night, I could faintly hear dogs barking and gunfire. News came later. All escapees had been caught. 3 were beaten to death on the spot. The remaining 5 will probably face public execution back at the mine compound. Zheng Huan and I were somewhat shaken by the incident. My fellow native remained perfectly calm, however. He said this sort of thing happens regularly. August 31, 1636, Sunday, sunny weekend. Working overtime, quite embarrassed. We're busy, but senior brother and junior sister have to suffer alongside us. If not for the Finance and Tax Bureau's rules forbidding it, I really ought to treat them. At today's pace, we'll probably finish by next Wednesday. There's really nothing to dispute. Besides the workshop accountant and cashier, both people managing the accounts are senior brothers from our vocational school. Their accounting is leagues beyond those half-baked old advisors in Guangzhou City. Today, I mainly reviewed the current accounts of the warehouse that Tianrui Garden leases in Hong Kong. Hong Kong operates under the half-levy system, so several tax tickets used for payment offsetting are still in transit. Perfectly normal. I'll need to find time to return to the Bureau and have the hall verify the Collection Organ Association of Payment certificate another day. That Zheng Huan has such a stubborn head. She insisted on cross-checking every single entry on the spot. Doesn't she get tired? Let her do what she wants. That civil examination background of hers, it really shows. Stared at account books all day. Eyes hurt. Sleep. Chapter 1998. The young master keeping pace with times lying in bed, Huang Ping stared up at the ceiling with bright, wakeful eyes. Sleep eluded him. His mind churned with investigation details. Though he hadn't studied tax law for long, he understood the concept of tax avoidance well enough. Legal tax avoidance wasn't a modern invention. It had existed since ancient times. Land tax, for instance, invited all manner of tricks. The Huang family had once been powerful gentry in Lingao, and as a body servant to young Master Huang, Huang Ping knew something of the methods involved. The Shi family's routines were nothing new to him. When the Australians changed the tax collection rules, the Shi family simply kept pace with the times, drilling through every loophole in the regulations. No wonder old money keeps getting richer and richer, Huang Ping thought. An ordinary commoner would faint just looking at these articles, let alone researching a path through them. But then again, ordinary commoners could barely recognize a few characters. Forget about deciphering these tongue-twisting clauses. In truth, the question Zheng Huan had asked earlier today, though somewhat embarrassing, struck at the heart of the Shi family's tax avoidance strategy. This second young master she had thoroughly digested the finance and tax provisions. Sanya was tax-exempt. Property tax operated under territorial management. By transferring funds from Guangzhou to Sanya, the property tax obligation vanished entirely. This maneuver was not merely clever, it was remarkably difficult to execute. Among Guangzhou's local major households, few understood the tax clauses thoroughly. Fewer still knew the preferential tax provisions of Sanya, hundreds of miles distant. The Shi family was extraordinarily well informed. The Shi family is more formidable than the Liang family, Huang Ping concluded. No wonder Chief Wang had dispatched him here for the inspection. At first, he'd suspected they were making too much of a minor matter. But the chief's vision proved keener than his own. The next day, Huang Ping requested assistance from the local tax collection department, mobilizing copyists to duplicate the Tianrui Garden account books. All account books copy the complete set, and all current vouchers must be registered and inventoried one by one. Night had grown deep. The lamp on the desk still burned. Wang Qi rubbed his face and gulped another mouthful of strong tea like an ox, trying to sharpen his thoughts. Staying up late for work was something he loathed with every fiber of his being. But by the time Zheng Huan and Huang Ping's group report arrived, 2 municipal government meetings still awaited him. There was no choice but to drag the report to nighttime reading. The situation was now clear. The Shi family had first transferred substantial liquid assets to the Sanya branch, Tianrui Garden, through DuSong. Then, exploiting the joint venture and merchant introduction conveniences, they relocated their primary production to Sanya, accomplishing entirely legal tax avoidance. This was an unavoidable consequence. Sanya's tax reduction and exemption policies for investment attraction had been Senate policy since Wang Liubin's tenure. Similarly, while mainland merchants like the Shi family remained relatively few, those from Hainan's various counties who had established Sanya branches, or relocated their entire operations there, were countless. The snow-white sugar, the gorgeous silk and porcelain, the Australians' novel gadgets, and the enormous import demand they generated had made European nations increasingly attentive to this new commercial port with its superior location and lower tax rates. Sanya's free port positioning had also brought foreign merchant halls to line up along both sides of Cape Avenue, their buildings constantly rising ever higher and grander. A cool breeze stirred. Wang Qi continued gently fanning himself with his palm fan. During this year's property tax reassessment, the Shi family had produced DuSong remittance documents, requesting a reduction in the liquid capital amount calculated against their real estate holdings. No one had paid attention at the time. Had Ming Xian not mentioned this case as an example over drinks, commenting that their business model was not merely acceptable but actually quite advantageous, Wang Qi would probably never have known about this tactic. Joint venture, factory construction, remittance, transfer. The Shi family had walked this path step by careful step, steady and deliberate. Everything appeared legal and reasonable. Was he truly harboring groundless suspicions? Senate tax rates weren't particularly high. Would anyone really create such an elaborate structure, even relocating their old shop's foundation, just to save a bit on taxes? The approach didn't fit this era's natives and their widespread preference for stability. So where exactly was the problem? His gaze returned to the account books on his left, which he'd only skimmed earlier. Zheng Huan and Huang Ping had copied the current period's general ledger in its entirety, along with the classification ledgers they deemed crucial. This earnest, methodical approach pleased Wang Qi greatly. The books weren't numerous, just 2 or 3 volumes. Wang Qi felt that, if nothing else, he shouldn't disappoint his subordinates' hard work. He ought to read them through carefully. Is this cash flow figure excessive? Just as Wang Qi had been preparing to grant the Shi family a law-abiding citizen conclusion, the cash flow entries for Tianrui Garden's Hong Kong warehouse in the final ledger made his eyes gleam. He shot upright in his chair. Hong Kong warehouse, Sanya warehouse, workshop, raw materials. Wang Qi spread all 3 account books open and picked up his pen, comparing entries one by one. So that's how it works. Before he'd even reached the final figures, Wang Qi had essentially grasped this second young master she's sleight of hand. The warehouse Tianrui Garden leased on Hong Kong Island was nominally a transit facility for the Sanya factory's mainland operations. In reality, the Shi family used it to run a middleman operation, earning substantial price differentials. Silk products, ceramics, and other goods the Shi family purchased from the mainland were recorded directly into Tianrui Garden's accounts via telegraph, but the actual goods were transported only to the Hong Kong warehouse, then sold under Tianrui Garden's name. Payments were remitted to Sanya through DuSong. After enjoying local tax reductions or exemptions in Sanya, they used the tax payment certificate to offset duties at Hong Kong Customs via the Great Wave scheduled shipping service. Finally, buyers only needed to collect goods in Hong Kong, or the Shi family would undertake border transport on their behalf. Leveraging their tax-exempt advantages, the Shi family could undercut Hong Kong warehouse shipping prices considerably, hence their booming business. Looking at the cash flow, sales volume had grown by more than 1/10 in just half a year. Tusk, young Master Shi, oh young Master Shi, you're still too timid. Wang Qi twirled his pen, smacking his lips with something like regret. Why insist on selling under Tianrui Garden's name? If they purchased under the old shop's name and sold under the old shop's name, then the sales income could be recorded as accounts receivable at the old shop, with actual payments directed to the Sanya Tianrui Garden account. The Sanya branch and the Guangzhou shop remained one family. Internal goods transfers not involving cash payments wouldn't count as sales. Why not exploit that? Structured this way, they'd pay not a penny of business tax, an extra layer of profit beyond the half-levy preference they currently enjoyed in Sanya. Alas, pity. Wang Qi shook his head, his musings trailing off with a sense of unfulfilled potential. Wait, my perspective seems to have gotten crooked. He tossed aside his pencil, reining in his thoughts. Wang Qi stretched luxuriously, then sank back into his chair. The Shi family's calculations were clear enough, but punishment was impossible. If one had to identify a problem, it was merely that their tax registration main business hadn't been fully declared, categorizing this as out-of-scope operation. The maximum fine would be 1 tael of silver. This is what you get for building fiefdoms. This is what you get for staking out territory, Wang Qi muttered with mounting amusement. Developing the local economy, they said, being a regional official and not knowing where your loyalties should lie. How's it looking now? Fight over it, scramble for it, tax exemption not enough. Why not add subsidies too? The more he thought about it, the more a malicious glee bubbled up. He laughed aloud. Chief, what's so amusing? Don't tell me Chief Zhang is coming. Guard me Suiqiu entered to pour water and, seeing Wang Qi laughing and fanning himself alone, cracked a casual joke. What does a little brat like you know? Go play somewhere else. Wang Qi's temper was quite good, especially with these young lads not much older than his own daughter. I'm writing a note. Deliver it to Comrade Huang Ping's dormitory first thing tomorrow morning. After dismissing the guard, Wang Qi sipped his tea and considered whether to arrange a meeting with this second young Master Shi. This dandy wasn't bad at all. While tax collection was ultimately just human affairs, with no insurmountable gaps in understanding, the fact that he could so quickly exploit the Senate's era-spanning technological capabilities for tax avoidance, accurately identifying blind spots in interjurisdictional tax management, marked him as a genuine talent, far superior to that Liang family, slicing off their own tail in desperate self-preservation. Such abilities were wasted in the private sector earning money for his own clan. He should be called out to serve the Senate. There had always been voices within the Senate advocating for sending people to Europe to engage in speculative commerce, harvesting a few waves of leaks, as it were. But having senators personally undertake such matters was inadvisable. perhaps dispatching people like she would work better. Let them bring their own capital. The Senate would provide necessary intelligence. Profits split 50-50 with the Senate, and if they lost, he reined in his thoughts before they galloped too far. This matter warranted prominent treatment in his internal report. It would serve as a pointed reminder to those senator county mayors and senator city mayors who howled as if their lives were at stake whenever they heard the words comprehensive arrangement. Let them understand what whole nation, one chessboard truly meant. Did they think they could bypass the Finance and Tax Bureau and go it alone? They could wait to have their faces slapped by 17th century natives. Bureau Chief AI sent someone asking whether you've reviewed that special expense application. A messenger appeared at the door. What special expense? Wang Qi had been drafting carefully in his mind. The interruption instantly soured his mood. The Naturalized Cadre Family Life Promotion Memorandum from Senator Du. Oh, that one. Wang Qi's spirit revived. Since they'd hung the Finance and Tax Bureau sign, their job encompassed not just collecting money, but also spending it. As the system gradually matured, Guangzhou City's extra budgetary expenditures now all required clear budget documentation and approval before payment. This so-called Naturalized Cadre Family Life Promotion Memorandum had been issued by a senator named Du Yibin, currently serving as county director in Enping County. By all accounts, Enping County's situation wasn't exactly peaceful, yet this senator had inexplicably submitted such a memorandum to Liu Xiang. The content wasn't particularly complicated. In essence, finding wives for naturalized citizens. Gender imbalance under Senate rule had persisted for some time. Even after Engine Action's large-scale population influx, the problems of marriageable females being scarce and bride prices remaining absurdly high remained unsolved. Forget ordinary commoners, many male naturalized citizens lacked wives, reduced to the status of leftover men. Too many leftover men constituted a social instability factor. This was especially true for Fubo Army soldiers. Though the military had instituted an officer and senior NCO marriage program modeled on something like the 258 regiment requirements, the reality was too many monks and too little porridge. Many still couldn't solve their spouse problems. As for ordinary soldiers, they had essentially no hope. Officers and soldiers who'd served for years, who'd repeatedly risked their lives, couldn't even marry a wife. They could only rely on the monthly issued joy coupons to address their sexual needs. No family life. No heirs. The impact on morale was substantial. Now that the Senate occupied Guangdong and had added millions to its population resources, failing to address this problem any longer would be indefensible. Liu Xiang had no sooner entered Guangzhou than the Civil Affairs Bureau and the General Staff Political Department jointly issued guiding opinions regarding soldier and cadre marriage. Guiding opinions were one thing, implementation remained problematic. Liu Xiang had just entered the city. 100 urgent matters demanded attention. Major cases piled upon important cases. Where did he have time to find wives for his subordinates? The matter had gotten shelved. Unexpectedly, this Enping County director had proactively submitted documentation addressing an issue that wasn't even his direct responsibility. Since ancient times, securing a wife required money. No matter how eras changed, this core element of marriage remained constant. In 17th century China, the transactional nature of marriage was expressed even more nakedly than in later eras. It was essentially a buying and selling relationship. Though Senate rule had added millions to the population, when examined overall, females didn't appear to outnumber males. Society-wide, marriageable women remained far fewer than marriageable men. The body price for marrying a woman naturally couldn't be low. Moreover, marrying and establishing a household was equivalent to a new enterprise opening. A house was needed, basic household goods had to be prepared. None of these could be accomplished without money. How Senators Liu and Du would locate suitable females was beyond his purview and his interest. but the expenses were real. This funding obviously couldn't come from city finance. Liu Xiang couldn't produce such sums either. So ultimately, this ball got kicked to the Finance and Tax Bureau. Finally, Wu Jiaku made the decision, seeking Senate approval to expense it from the General Office Special Fund. The General Office Special Fund, as its name implied, was controlled by the General Office, a budget line item used for senators' various private activities and lifestyle service expenses. The funding source was income from the Senator Foundation. Using this money to handle the major matter of naturalized cadre marriages would not only preserve normal fiscal expenditure, but also function as winning hearts and minds. It additionally served to appease a faction of senators advocating army private ownership. Though the funding wouldn't come under personal names, it would at least come under Senate auspices. Wang Qi naturally had no objection. But the specifics of disbursement still fell to the Finance and Tax Bureau to manage. Tell Bureau Chief AI, I've read the specific budget sheet. It's far too rough. It needs to be rejected and redone, Wang Qi said. Most senators had no idea how to prepare a budget. Submitted budget items were uniformly sloppy and negligent. In Director Wang's view, this was entirely unacceptable. Rules may be troublesome, but they still need to be built step by step. Chapter 1999, Solution to Naturalized Citizens' Marriage Problem. The budget had been rejected. But the matter of finding wives for naturalized citizens proceeded as usual. Senator Du Yibin, the most enthusiastic proponent of this initiative, happened to have returned to Guangzhou from Emping at just this moment to handle various affairs. He planned to use this window to organize a vigorous blind date assembly, followed by a grand collective wedding. The budget rejection hadn't extinguished his career aspirations. He continued running in and out of Guangzhou City with limited time, single-mindedly finding women. Senator Du's involvement with naturalized citizen marriage work had begun even before the conquest of Guangzhou. He'd always been something of an oddity within the Senate. His official post was in the Agriculture Division, specifically engaged in animal husbandry. But the creature he bred most was something few understood: pangolins. Though pangolins had been eaten nearly to extinction by wild game enthusiasts in the 21st century, in 17th century Great Ming, their numbers remained substantial. The animal itself held little edible value. The reason Senator Du Yibin bred pangolins, reportedly, was that pangolin scales constituted an important traditional Chinese medicine ingredient. This venture had therefore obtained Liu San's approval. Nevertheless, his husbandry work was essentially classified as not attending to proper business. Because he'd studied computer science, he'd also been secondarily assigned to the IT department, running between two roles. Neither breeding pangolins nor fixing computers had any connection to civil affairs work. Yet he'd thought of this initiative all the same. The reason: the Human Resources Department was unwilling to assign able-bodied laborers to him. The only full-time worker at his pangolin farm was a disabled employee. Through regular daily contact and frequent conversations, Du Yibin had naturally come to understand the distress such people faced. One thing led to another. Senator Du began feeling he should do something for them. After all, he was a person from the 21st century. According to Senator Du's design, those most urgently needing their marriage problems solved were disabled soldiers and workers. The former weren't numerous. The latter could be quite substantial. The industrial division's casualty rate exceeded the Army's by dozens of percentage points, and workers disabled by injury were legion. Though most such individuals were assigned work within their capabilities, and their basic livelihoods were secured with their conditions, marrying a wife was essentially impossible. From a pure interest perspective, the Senate had no need to concern itself with these people's marriage problems. By 17th century moral standards, the Senate's arrangement of simple work for them and guarantee of basic survival already qualified as great philanthropist behavior. Helping them marry wives on top of that was simply gilding the lily. We cannot view this matter from an interest perspective. Fundamentally, it carries the same meaning as when we originally established Green Hill Cemetery and erected monuments for fallen soldiers. Whether a dead person's corpse is thrown into the wilderness or grandly buried in a coffin makes no actual difference. Funerals and cemeteries, the dead can't see them, don't know about them. Ultimately, they're for living people to witness. So Du Yibin had spoken at a Civil Affairs Division meeting. The settlement of disabled personnel followed the same logic. Though disabled soldiers and workers had effectively lost their productive value, their circumstances would profoundly influence ordinary people currently serving and working. But the number of people whose problems need solving is too large. Solving for disabled personnel first, isn't that? I believe they'll understand. If we've even considered the matter of finding wives for useless disabled personnel, how could we ignore their concerns? The proposal achieved provisional passage within the Civil Affairs Division, but passage was merely passage. Where to find wives remained the problem. For ordinary cadres, soldiers, and workers, this was simply a matter of time. The Civil Affairs Division could organize more blind dates, arrange more pairing activities. The problem would gradually resolve itself. After all, many people had already married wives through free love. But for the disabled personnel Du Yibin advocated prioritizing, no woman would willingly marry them. Even in the 21st century, marriages involving disabled people were essentially pairings between disabled individuals. Du Yibin pondered this problem for a very long time. Finally, he conceived a method, though it carried certain risks. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out Ran Yao for a conversation. Securing a meeting with Ran Yao wasn't easy. The man was perpetually busy. But this matter required his approval. Ran Yao was surprised when an unknown Agriculture Division senator requested an audience. But the petitioner was still a senator. In reason and courtesy, he had to grant the meeting. Minister Ran, I won't waste your time. My purpose in coming is to request a policy from you. I have an idea, Du Yibin began. Specifically, would it be possible to grant special pardons or release from prison to female prisoners currently serving sentences for minor crimes? They could be allocated to our disabled soldiers or workers as wives. Under normal circumstances, these men essentially cannot obtain wives. He handed over his proposal as he spoke. This is my preliminary design. Please take a look. His opening statement left Ran Yao stunned. What was this man trying to do? Prison management fell under the judicial category, entirely outside the scope of what he, as Minister of People's Security, could control. Besides, even if he could manage such matters, there was no way to open this door. How could it possibly be justified in legal terms? He opened the proposal and read. Then he regarded Du Yibin with an expression of sheer incredulity. This truly bordered on the fantastical. There's no other way. You know the situation in Hainan, far more men than women. Without such measures, I genuinely cannot conceive how to solve their personal problems. I believe there must be quite a few minor offense female prisoners in the labor camps. They hold no hostility toward the Senate itself. They should also be anxious to leave and start new lives. For those female prisoners, these conditions wouldn't be considered terrible. Du Yibin offered an early Sunny Edition cigar to Ran Yao as he spoke. Though we do have sentence reduction regulations, what you're proposing won't work. Ma Jia's side won't agree either. After all, our legal code contains no such provision. Ran Yao shook his head. Actually, your line of thinking isn't entirely unworkable. The British employed female exiled convicts in colonies to solve immigrant marriage problems. But we lack legal support for this now. At minimum, we'd need the Senate to pass a temporary resolution. I can do that. I can do that. As long as you support it, Du Yibin said urgently. This is an era of competing for the realm. We can absolutely leverage this to win more hearts. Those minor details needn't concern us. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. Besides, the police system also has injured and disabled personnel. As their superiors, shouldn't we solve some problems for our naturalized citizens? Of the three unfilial acts, lack of heirs is the greatest. Even in the 21st century, personal matters get nagged about by parents. How much more so now? I have no objection in principle, but your plan is somewhat naive. Ran Yao tapped the proposal's cover. In truth, Du Yibin's words had moved him somewhat. Several police officers had been disabled in the line of duty over these years. Nearly all were single. Though they'd been assigned auxiliary roles within the police system, solving their marriage problems remained a genuine challenge. First, female prisoners in our labor camps are few, Ran Yao said. Female crime in this era, truthfully speaking, is quite rare. For minor offenses, we mostly administer whipping or other summary punishments. Formal imprisonment is uncommon. So the female prisoners currently incarcerated are essentially heavy crime offenders or state affairs prisoners. The former cannot casually receive sentence reductions or pardons. The latter, how to dispose of them isn't for you or me to decide. Moreover, many female prisoners were already married before entering prison. Those who might meet your criteria, you couldn't find 5 or 6 out of hundreds. Chapter 2000, two elders concerned with naturalized marriage. But surely, among all the prisoners under Fu Yaoti's jurisdiction, there must be some suitable candidates. Du Yibin pressed, unwilling to concede. If we search, we'll certainly find some who match your criteria. But the number would fall far short of what you need, especially given your plan, too. Even 3 wives per person. Ran Yao was frankly astonished upon reading this clause. Given the current gender ratio of the population under Senate control, never mind 2 wives, even 1 wife per person remained unachievable. This elder Du was being remarkably generous, handing out 2 at once. Not only did the prisons lack sufficient eligible female inmates, but even if they did, there was simply no way to arrange matters like this. There's another approach. Have the Portuguese go to Goa and purchase Indian women. Even in the 21st century, Indian women's status was extremely low, let alone in the 17th century. Worst case, we simply spend more money. The notion of going overseas to purchase wives for naturalized citizens had been proposed by various senators on multiple occasions. These human complementation plans had all failed to pass due to their enormous costs. The most critical obstacle was that slave trading required local agents who demanded generous profit margins. Beyond economic considerations, some argued this would artificially create mixed blood, causing the second generation of naturalized citizens to become impure descendants of Huaxia. In short, the controversy was considerable. Also, the widows from Guangzhou's Qingji Hall, remaining widowed wastes resources. We should mobilize all of them to remarry. Ran Yao frowned. Many naturalized citizens don't even have a single wife. Assigning 2 or 3 at once to these disabled personnel, the optics would be terrible. That's precisely why I'm hoping for small-scale, non-public weddings. Du Yibin's rambling discourse drew a laugh from Ran Yao. He found this young man's courage commendable but his thinking far too idealistic. Being this generous, the planning committee will devour you alive. Ran Yao shook his head. Finding wives for disabled soldiers was done in the 50s for disabled Korean War veterans. Even they didn't receive 2 wives apiece. Well, times are different now. A few extra wives hardly matters. Remove the clause about 2 wives per person. It's completely divorced from reality. Doing things your way turns this into something clandestine. We're promoting 1 husband, 1 wife after all. What about the costs? Ran Yao continued. They would be staggering. Right now, disabled naturalized citizens' wages barely cover personal subsistence. Raising a family would be extremely difficult. This economic situation simply cannot keep a wife household. But this would win hearts and minds. Winning hearts and minds also has costs. Ran Yao laughed. I can co-sign a proposal for overseas purchasing, but forget about female prisoners. As for the Qingji Hall women, discuss that with Liu Xiang. Ran Yao watched Du Yibin depart and lit the early Sunny Edition cigar. This IT fellow has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Setting his sights on female prisoners, that's just to save money. Du Yibin spent days running around Guangzhou. Clear responses proved scarce. In the end, only a senator named Wang Jun answered his call. This Senator Wang was one of several marginal senators dispatched to Guangzhou during the Two Guangs offensive. His most important title was Chief Engineer, Ministry of Machinery, an honorific given to engineering senators who held no administrative positions. Senator Wang's profile in Lingao was quite low. His specialty was automotive electronics construction and maintenance, far too disconnected from current productive capabilities. During the steam engine era, there was no business for him. He knew nothing about high-voltage systems. He'd become a jack-of-all-trades in the machinery sphere, currently maintaining the vehicles and equipment brought through the crossing while simultaneously learning to repair steam engines. After the Two Guangs offensive began, he was dispatched to Guangzhou for mechanical maintenance duties at the temporary shipyard on Hainan Island. The work was demanding and important, yet Senator Wang felt consigned to a forgotten corner. He'd begun pondering whether to initiate some project that might demonstrate his presence. Du Yibin's memorandum arrived, distributed to all senators in Guangdong regardless of relevance. Senator Wang, like his colleagues, always attached great importance to solving naturalized citizens' marriage problems. However, he remained unimpressed with Elder Du's specific proposals. Female prisoners, where would you find so many? Wang Jun mused. Purchasing foreign women is far more realistic. He'd always found it peculiar. Why did Quark Qiang's slave trading operations in Southeast Asia focus exclusively on males? Women made equally capable laborers. Using them to address naturalized citizens' marriage problems would kill two birds with one stone. Suddenly, he recalled something shipyard workers had mentioned. Local natives were quite interested in the naturalized workers, frequently inquiring about their income and marital status. That's it. We should solve this locally after all. Chapter 2001. Two senators caring about naturalized citizens' marriage problem. Guangzhou was home to hundreds of thousands of souls, the largest city in southern 17th century China. Surely, Wang Jun reasoned, there could be no shortage of women of marriageable age. He ran the numbers in his head. There was no need to fixate on the narrow pools of female prisoners or chaste widows. Those constituted only a fraction of the available population. Yet almost immediately, a new anxiety crept in. While unmarried women of appropriate age were indeed plentiful in Guangzhou, he could hardly go door to door playing matchmaker himself. Opening a formal matchmaking agency was without precedent in this era. The closest analog was the system of official matchmakers, who primarily brokered the release and marriage of minor female offenders, and even that was a rare occurrence. Among Guangzhou's common people, marriage still followed the iron formula, by the order of parents and the word of the matchmaker. Weddings varied from lavish to austere, but the essential process remained the same across all social strata. Even the boat-dwelling Dan households adhered to this custom. Wang Jun considered the feasibility of establishing a matchmaking agency in 17th century Guangzhou. The difficulties were considerable. Worse, it lay entirely outside his area of expertise. He had never been a union activist, and his relationship with the anti-red matchmakers back at his old enterprise had been poor at best. Try as he might to dredge up relevant knowledge, his mind came up empty. The mental strain was giving him a headache. "Damn it," he muttered to himself. "This is more exhausting than when my parents dragged me to blind dates every week." But that casual complaint sparked an idea. He recalled those blind date agencies his parents had patronized, places that didn't just arrange one-on-one introductions, but organized group, blind date parties. They would gather men and women of similar backgrounds for activities like barbecues or self-drive tour. Quite a few couples had successfully matched through those events. That could work. Wang Jun felt as though he discovered a new continent. Of course, self-drive tour and outdoor barbecues were impossible in the 17th century, but other forms of group matchmaking events were entirely feasible. He racked his brain. A ball came to mind, Western-style social dancing, but only the girls at the Women's College of Arts and Sciences had learned such dances, and even among the senators, few knew how. Besides, the image of men and women embracing each other for the cha-cha would raise no eyebrows in Lingao, but in Guangzhou, with its stubborn feudal remnants, it would be far too scandalous. The mere announcement would likely frighten off every prospective bride in the city. After further deliberation, he abandoned novelty for simplicity, a basic mutual selection, blind date assembly. He'd attended such events himself, and they'd even been organized for naturalized citizens back in Lingao, though those had been limited to officers, cadres, and skilled technical workers among the naturalized population. With that decision made, he immediately penned a warmly enthusiastic letter to this previously overlooked Senator Du, expressing his support for Du's initiative and his willingness to collaborate on solving the marriage crisis among naturalized citizens. Meanwhile, Senator Du's female prisoner plan had been rejected. Undeterred, he went directly to Liu Xiang, who, upon hearing that Du had come to discuss the naturalized citizen marriage problem, immediately claimed to be too busy and delegated the matter to Zhang Yunmi. Du Yibin hadn't expected to meet Zhang Yunmi. In truth, he didn't know her personally, but after the notorious, fierce concubine case, the reputation of the Zhang family father-daughter duo had spread throughout the Senate. Zhang Yunmi's appointment to Guangzhou had been published in the government gazette. 6 years into the transmigration, Du Yibin was nearing 30, but in essence he was still the university student he'd once been. Thanks to the general office's provision of a life secretary and the meticulous care of his parents, who had traveled through the wormhole with him, he retained a university student's awkwardness when dealing with female senators. Now confronted by a vivacious, youthful and lovely young woman, his carefully prepared presentation turned halting and stumbling. Zhang Yunmi listened to his pitch and flipped through the files, her brow furrowing. "Promoting monogamy is one of the core tenets of the Senate's New Life movement," she said flatly. "How can we lead by example if we violate it ourselves? Even if these are disabled soldiers, we can't engage in special treatment. Besides, while female prisoners may have committed crimes, they're still women. They still have marriage autonomy. Your proposal treats them like commodities to be assigned to whomever. That violates the spirit of gender equality advocated by the Senate." "Well, it's not about taking 2 wives," Du Yibin stammered. "The female prisoner idea, forget that. The main thing is finding women to marry disabled naturalized citizens to take care of them, establish families, carry on their bloodlines. So I was thinking, perhaps among the chaste women at the Jiliang Institute. Taking care of them is one thing, but why must they marry?" Zhang Yunmi couldn't comprehend the logic. "Disabled naturalized citizens are certainly deserving of pity. They've served the Senate with merit. But that's separate from matters of the heart. We preach marriage freedom and marriage autonomy every single day. Now you want organizational arrangements. That's deeply disrespectful to women. Just because we liberated Guangzhou and rescued those pitiable chaste widows doesn't mean we can posture as benefactors and meddle in their private lives." Zhang Yunmi was young and had been influenced by 21st-century romance novels. She harbored a certain love is supreme mentality and was inherently resistant to the Senate's tendency toward arranged marriages. But her objections were all couched in lofty principles, and they left Du Yibin speechless. Yet he desperately needed the support of the Guangzhou city government. The Compassion Hall currently housed hundreds of homeless chaste widows from charitable institutions across Guangdong province. Unfortunately, Zhang Yunmi served as both the city government secretary and vice director of comprehensive governance. Since Liu Xiang refused to touch the issue, it had to go through her. "Marriage autonomy is correct," Du Yibin ventured, "but the conditions we're offering aren't bad. Wu Jiaku has already promised. If a woman agrees to marry a disabled naturalized citizen, those disabled personnel will receive 1.5 times their regular wage as a family subsidy allowance. That's a mercenary marriage. Absolutely not. Zhang Yunmi shook her head even more vigorously. But Du Yibin found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he could only say softly, "These men were crippled in service to the Senate. Some through workplace accidents, others on the battlefield. If we don't help them resolve this major life issue, they'll never have families. They were all healthy men once." This faintly mournful appeal touched something in Zhang Yunmi. She hesitated. "I can't make this decision alone," she said. "After all, it's a woman's lifelong matter. It has to be voluntary and conscious. If they're willing to marry, I won't object, and Mayor Liu won't either." Senator Du returned to his guest house, his mood gray and deflated. He didn't even go to the canteen for dinner. He felt like a complete failure. Lying on his bed, he pondered how to finally persuade Song Yingsheng, his greatest prize from the Enping campaign, a man he regarded with the glee of someone hoarding a rare commodity. Song Yingsheng's name appeared in no great historical texts, only in local chronicles. But he was the elder brother of Song Yingxing, a contemporary figure, highly regarded within Senate intelligence circles. Song Yingxing was in the prime of his life, currently working as an instructor at the Peony County School in Jiangxi while concentrating on his writing. More than one senator had expressed interest in recruiting this Ming Dynasty scientist, and the Yangtze River Special Task Group dispatched by the Intelligence Bureau had conducted related operations. Though they hadn't yet recruited Song Yingxing himself, capturing his elder brother was still a worthwhile achievement. Du Yibin had specifically instructed the National Army captain in charge of Enping's pacification, capture the magistrate alive. Song Yingsheng, though not a celebrity, possessed a fierce temperament. In the original timeline, he had committed suicide by poison when the southern Ming fell, martyring himself for the dynasty. His loyalty to the great Ming was beyond question. Capturing him alive had taken considerable effort. Through an inside contact in Enping provided by the Intelligence Bureau, Du Yibin had managed to seize him just before the city fell, moments before Song could take his own life. After his capture, Song Yingsheng had been placed under soft house arrest at the county yamen, receiving preferential treatment that left him bewildered. Normally, captured local officials were sent to Guangzhou for screening, but at Du Yibin's special request, Song had been kept in the county. Unfortunately, Du Yibin's persuasive skills were limited. Despite deploying every argument at his disposal, Song Yingsheng, though he no longer seemed intent on martyring himself for the country and remained courteous, had thus far refused to submit to the Song, as the transmigrators jokingly called defection. This time, Du had brought him to Guangzhou specifically to show him the new atmosphere. That old man is as stubborn as they come, Du thought bitterly. Reflecting on how nothing had gone smoothly since his arrival on the mainland, he felt a pang of homesickness for his parents and life secretary, all left behind in Lingao. As he lay there brooding, his gaze fell on the desk, where a pile of correspondence had accumulated. Idly flipping through the letters one by one, he suddenly noticed a private memorandum. The sender was a senator he didn't recognize. "Who's Wang Jun?" Du Yibin opened the envelope curiously. 2 days later, at the Great World branch of the Nanhai Coffee House, Du Yibin met Wang Jun in person. After brief pleasantries, the two men plunged into an animated discussion of the naturalized citizen marriage problem. Du Yibin recounted his meeting with Zhang Yunmi. "That woman speaks nothing but lofty principles," Du Yibin said, deflated. "I couldn't argue with her." Wang Jun thought silently. "Your proposal would have been fine in the old days, but the political correctness inherited from the 21st century still holds considerable sway in the Senate. Many of your clauses are outright incorrect. The proposal needs a complete rewrite," Wang Jun said aloud. "Gender equality is one of the Senate's cornerstone policies. You wrote about distributing wives and distributing concubines. You're directly contradicting Senate policy. And how do you think the female senators will react?" I know. So tell me, how do we fix it?" Here's what I suggest, Wang Jun said. Reframe the proposal as solving the marriage problem for naturalized cadres and staff. Don't specifically mention disabled naturalized staff. That broadens the target audience and avoids singling out the disabled, though of course, everyone will understand perfectly well. Under normal circumstances, what healthy woman would willingly marry a disabled man? It all comes down to a combination of spiritual and material incentives, plus a touch of administrative pressure. That's why you initially targeted female prisoners. The logic is sound, but all of that must remain implicit. It can't be written down openly. End of chapter. Chapter 2002. Two elders concerned with naturalized marriage. And then, where will the women come from? That phrasing is deeply problematic, Wang Jun said. At the first reading in the Council of Elders, the female senators would tear it to shreds. Don't be so blunt and avoid gendered language. Wives for naturalized workers should be reframed as spouses for naturalized workers. Spouse is gender neutral. That'll be less grating to female senators, and the proposal won't appear to serve only male workers. Du Yibin thought to himself that he couldn't juggle all these verbal gymnastics. Perhaps in the future he really should just go home and stick to raising chickens and pangolins. As for the source of these spouses, Wang Jun continued, forget about female prisoners. Once it reaches discussion in the Council of Elders, it'll be mired in arguments for months. The Jiliang Institute is a reliable source, but the numbers are limited. Importing women from overseas, India, Vietnam, wherever, requires 5 Oaks approval, and it'll cost money. So it seems everything is difficult to manage. Du Yibin's spirits immediately deflated. Recent issues of Kaiming Star had been full of articles about fiscal problems. The recurring theme was always difficulties. That's precisely why we should rely on local resources. Wang Jun seized the opportunity to pitch his own proposal. Guangzhou has hundreds of thousands of people. The absolute number of eligible single women can't be small. If we organize several group matchmaking events, won't that work? Little Zhang won't be able to object, neither will Liu Xiang or the big shots in the council. Look at the angles. We're promoting marital autonomy, reforming social customs, solving workers' livelihood difficulties. But what about the disabled naturalized citizens? Du Yibin quickly interrupted. Would women at matchmaking events actually be attracted to them? Brother. Wang Jun leaned forward. The marriage concept in this era is simple. Marrying a man means food and clothes. For most lower and middle-class women, choosing a mate primarily concerns the man's economic ability, not his looks. Mutual love and matching beauty with talent. That's a luxury only well-fed young ladies can afford. He paused. As long as disabled naturalized citizens have suitable incomes, women will naturally be willing to marry them. Didn't the finance department approve special marriage subsidies for disabled naturalized citizens? All right, Du Yibin conceded, but who would be willing to attend? We can't just drag women off the street for matchmaking. So that's why you've been fixated on those female prisoners. Exactly. The female prisoner idea had merit, it was just unrealistic. I think you overlooked a more practical, larger resource pool. What? Prostitutes. Prostitutes. Du Yibin had never dreamed Wang Jun would propose such a thing. He immediately shook his head dismissively. That's what's truly unrealistic. Prostitutes are lazy and greedy. Their living standards, dressed in gold and silver, eating delicacies, attended by maids and servants. They all dabble in arts and music. Never mind disabled naturalized citizens. Even senators like us might not meet their standards. You can't take high-class courtesans like Dong Xiaoan as representative of all prostitutes, Wang Jun said with a laugh. Most prostitutes are actually living in dire straits. Did you read the recent issue of Kaiming Star? No, why? There's a report titled Guangzhou Public Morality Rectification. It contains very detailed research, particularly noteworthy. Although we now permit prostitutes to self-operate after cracking down on criminal brothel operations and cleaning up the business environment, over 70% of local prostitutes have expressed the desire to leave the profession. Moreover, Among those who plan to continue, many come from hereditary entertainer or boat-dwelling families with no other means of livelihood. If given suitable alternatives, they'd be willing to seek other paths. Those who genuinely want to remain in this line of work probably constitute less than 10%. Such a high percentage. That's right, Wang Jun nodded. According to the statistics, there are currently over 1,500 prostitutes holding yellow tickets in Guangzhou. Even if only 70% want to leave the profession, that's still at least 1,000 people. But I feel like maybe, Du Yibin hesitated. Prostitutes, would the naturalized citizens even be willing to marry them? This is the 17th century. I don't know about this era specifically, but in the old timeline, when brothels were banned in the 50s and prostitutes were liberated, most of them went on to form families. In any time period, concepts of chastity only have currency among the upper and middle classes. Ordinary laborers are just grateful to find a wife at all. They're not that particular. Having reached consensus, the two divided the labor. Wang Jun would handle persuading Guangzhou's relevant leaders to greenlight the matchmaking activities. Whether matchmaking or weddings, both required venues and materials, necessitating support from local power holders. Wang Jun wasn't particularly eloquent, but he worked in the industrial department and was responsible for steam engine maintenance, a solid technical cadre. Local senators were generally courteous to him on the principle that he might prove useful at a critical moment. Du Yibin, meanwhile, would be responsible for persuading the women at the shelter to voluntarily choose disabled naturalized citizens as spouses. Truth be told, solving the marriage problems of disabled naturalized citizens wasn't more challenging than when the old Civil Affairs Department found wives for disabled Korean War veterans. The Senate's mass medical standards were quite primitive, with severe material shortages. Even now, severely wounded casualties rarely survived. Among the disabled naturalized citizens, very few were incapacitated to the point of being unable to care for themselves. Most had simply lost limbs. Relatively speaking, the difficulty wasn't insurmountable. The harder cases were those with chemical burns. Among disabled naturalized citizens in the industrial sector, this was a substantial group. Many with chemical burns bore facial scarring and deformities. Some were on par with Quasimodo. In fact, for Du Yibin, who had interacted with many disabled naturalized citizens, the legendary Quasimodo could be considered handsome by comparison. Though the Senate's medical standards were sufficient for cosmetic surgery, limited antibiotics and other technical constraints meant few facial reconstructive surgeries had been performed. Du Yibin felt they were the most difficult group to help. No matter how much people talked about valuing inner beauty or good character or drive to succeed, humans were ultimately visual creatures. Du Yibin sighed. Without organizational arrangements, this won't work. Du Yibin arrived at Huanghua Temple, formerly Guangzhou Prefecture's Puji Hall, now converted into the Guangdong Province Temporary Shelter. Its function remained the same, specifically sheltering various homeless people. The place had already been repaired and cleaned. The formerly dilapidated scene had been swept away. Though the repairs were hasty and crude compared to the pitiful state when Liu San had come to inspect, it was worlds apart. The director, deputy director, and their staff were already waiting at the gate to respectfully await Du Yibin's arrival. Behind them stood several dozen elderly people, children and women, all wearing identical dark blue short jackets. Their faces and hands had been scrubbed clean to welcome the senator's inspection. The moment he stepped down from his sedan chair, the director came forward with a beaming smile. "Greetings, Senator Du. I'm the director here. My name is Lu Waijia. You can call me Little Lu." Du Yibin noticed this little Lu had a face full of stubble and deep wrinkles. Nothing little about him. He teased. "I think old Lu is more accurate." Yes, old Lu works too," Lu Waijia nodded repeatedly. Du Yibin noticed he wore a faded old military uniform with the collar insignia and cap badge removed. He likely knew this was a military veteran. The few veterans under Senate rule all like to dress this way to demonstrate their distinguished origins. He deliberately asked, "What year did you enlist?" Reporting, Senator. "I enlisted in 1632 in Zhejiang with the National Army. Later, during security operations in Guangzhou, I was wounded. My legs became stiff, so I was discharged." "So you're combat wounded. What disability grade were you rated?" "Grade 8. Walking isn't too smooth now." "Do you have a wife?" Lu Waijia started, then quickly answered, "Yes, I married before I enlisted. She and the children are still in Lingao." Du Yibin wasn't particularly interested in this. Hearing that Lu had a wife, he dropped the subject. Spotting a hunched cadre standing nearby, smiling ingratiatingly and finding it somewhat irritating, he asked, "Who's that?" "This is Deputy Director Mao, a retained local employee." Deputy Director Mao Ziyu, who had been waiting to the side, quickly approached. "Your humble servant is Mao Ziyu, Deputy Director here. Today the Senator has graced us with an inspection." All right, enough with the formalities." Du Yibin waved impatiently. "Let's go inside to talk." Yes, please." News of Du Yibin's inspection had reached the shelter a day in advance. Director Lu had mobilized staff the previous night to thoroughly clean the entire facility. Not a single fallen leaf was visible on any of the paths. However, Du Yibin hadn't come to inspect, so he paid no attention to these careful preparations. Instead, he asked about the current population situation at the shelter. Lu Waijia explained that Huang Temple's conditions were rather poor, far inferior to the Senate's own Compassion Hall, with its complete facilities. The residents here mostly fell under special care categories. Currently, they mainly house the disabled, elderly, orphans, and certain special groups. Prostitutes rescued during the public morality rectification campaign were also uniformly housed here, though they were managed separately under their own department, the Jiliang Institute. What about the widows? They're here too. They're placed in the former Chastity Hall area. Since many came, an additional courtyard was added. After the various chastity halls were consolidated, the chaste widows inside followed the principle of freedom to come and go. Those who could return to their parents' homes or seek refuge with relatives were given travel expenses or escorted home. They were also permitted to choose their own mates and remarry. Some who'd had sweethearts before marriage had people come to claim them and resume their past relationships. Some of these first loves, when summoned, arrived overjoyed and full of gratitude toward the Senate. Others had already married and were unwilling to come, leaving the women with empty hopes. Still others came claiming they'd like to take them home as concubines. In the chaos, there were also criminals who used the opportunity to abduct women. Eventually, this practice was halted. End of chapter. Chapter 2003. Jiliang Institute, however. Most of the women had no homes to return to. Women sent to the chastity halls, whether voluntarily or by force, came from families either too poor to feed another mouth or embroiled in property disputes where orphans and widows were feared to occupy too much inheritance. Of those genuinely and sincerely determined to preserve their chastity, perhaps 1 or 2 in 100. Now that the chastity halls had been dissolved, these women had lost their livelihood. When the disbanding was initially announced and everyone was told they could go home, not only did most resist unto death, they nearly caused fatalities. The virtuous governance initiative almost ended up with egg on its face. Later, Liu San came specially to conduct several symposiums. He came to understand that the chaste women's unwillingness to leave wasn't about preserving chastity, but about livelihood. Thus it was finally decided to implement productive self-help programs at the shelter, leaving gradual arrangements for later. "I want to see the former Chastity Hall," Du Yibin said bluntly, "and the Jiliang Institute." The director and deputy director exchanged glances. This chief has come asking about nothing, seeing nothing, and now opens his mouth asking to see the women. What's his game? However, since the chief was inspecting wherever he wanted to see, they would naturally comply. Lu Waijia hurried to say, "That's easy. I'll arrange it now." The the chaste women still lived in the former Chastity Hall buildings. Because they'd taken in women sheltered from similar institutions throughout the province, the original buildings had become inadequate. Repairs and new construction had provided dormitories equipped with double-decker beds and necessary washing facilities. Women carrying infants were specially provided separate rooms. The originally filthy, chaotic environment had been swept clean. A public toilet had been specially built. Both the surrounding environment and living conditions had undergone dramatic improvements. The chaste women were no longer locked in small courtyards as in the past. They could move freely within the shelter's boundaries. Spinning and weaving in dark rooms had been their only work before. Now they served as nannies or attendants within the shelter. Some undertook outbound processing, mainly sewing various uniforms and making shoe uppers. The work was by no means light, but the work environment compared to the past was bright and hygienic. With sufficient food and rest, these women, originally pale and thin from long-term malnutrition and confinement, had recovered healthy complexions. Their previously skeletal frames had filled out. Although the shelter's rules were quite strict, they couldn't resist the power of hormones. When Du Yibin spoke with the person in charge, he realized he'd come one step too late. Naturalized personnel working at the shelter had already used their positions for private gain, partnering up with quite a few chaste women. Several pairs had even gone to register. This happened. Du Yibin's head instantly throbbed. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Yes, about 7 or 8 pairs. Seeing his face darken, Lu Weijia hurried to say, this was approved by the Civil Affairs Department. They said it was to solve the naturalized citizen marriage problem. You solve it, he solves it. How am I supposed to solve it? Du Yibin was quite displeased, feeling his work had been stolen. Mao Ziyu misunderstood, thinking this chief had come to the Chastity Hall to select beauties. He leaned in and said, these widows aren't much to look at. Most are 30 or 40 years old, middle-aged matrons. Du Yibin, already annoyed, found himself pulled even further off course by this nonsense. You don't know shit, he snapped. Mao Ziyu jumped, startled, and hurried to shut his mouth. How many chaste women do you have here now? Chief, the last directive came down saying we shouldn't call them chaste women anymore, Lu Weijia said carefully. Oh, right. Du Yibin patted his head. Then how many widows? Lu Weijia didn't dare correct the chief's terminology. The formal designation was single women and said, currently we have 309 persons. Among them, 23 have infants. Besides locals, we also have those sent from outside prefectures. Ages. The age composition was relatively favorable. Fewer than 40 were over 50. Life in the chastity halls had been bitter and exhausting, and chaste women typically didn't live long. Among all age groups, the 30 to 40 bracket had the highest proportion. This situation differed significantly from what he'd imagined. But 300+ people wasn't a small number. Even if half genuinely wished to preserve their chastity, that could still solve the marriage problem for over 100 naturalized citizens. The two directors watched his expression shift between cloudy and clear, occasionally muttering to himself. They had no idea what ailment possessed this chief. After a long moment, he suddenly said, let's go to the Jiliang Institute. I want to see the prostitutes. Chief, about the chastity hall, aren't you going to inspect it? Later. The two didn't dare disobey. They had no choice but to lead him to the Jiliang Institute. The Jiliang Institute was located in what had once been a desolate, eerie back garden. The corpses that had littered the area had been cleaned away. Several groups of temporary sheds had been built. The broken walls had been repaired with bamboo fencing. Guard posts had been set up at the perimeter. Although public security outside the city had improved, there were still scattered bandits and robbers active. Robbery, murder, and theft still occurred occasionally at night. Lower-class prostitutes had complex social relationships, contacts across all walks of life. To facilitate education and prevent incidents, the institute was completely closed management. Students could only move within the Jiliang Institute grounds. Chief, seeing them arrive, a young naturalized female cadre hurried forward. You are. I'm Lu Cheng from the Guangzhou City Women's Federation. I'm currently in charge of the work at Jiliang Institute. Are you married? Du Yibin asked suddenly. Ah, Lu Cheng jumped, startled. No, not. Why not? Lu Cheng had dealt with quite a few senators, but she'd never met one with this style. What does this chief want? Don't tell me he's taken a fancy to me. Work has been busy, I haven't met anyone suitable. Work being busy is no excuse. Du Yibin thought, obviously there are single female cadres here and single men there. You need to quickly find a cadre or soldier to marry. Lu Cheng was baffled. What business is this of yours? But her mouth remained crisply efficient. Yes, I'll do so as soon as possible, Lu Weijia wondered. What exactly is this chief's routine? He came to inspect but didn't look at what he should, didn't ask what he should. He just stared at chaste women and prostitutes. Mao Ziuyu had another theory. Don't tell me this chief came here seeking a maid to make into a concubine. But since chiefs possessed the wealth of the 4 seas, why would they need to look here? He truly couldn't figure it out. Lu Cheng gave a rough introduction to the Jiliang Institute's situation. Currently, they sheltered nearly 500 prostitutes who declared unwillingness to continue in the industry during the public morality rectification campaign. The sources included various prefectures and counties subordinate to Guangzhou Prefecture. These prostitutes were mostly middle and lower class, those from poor families who'd been sold, most of whom had lost contact with their families. Locally, they had no relatives. As cheap prostitutes heavily exploited by madams and pimps, they had no savings. Some also suffered various diseases. After they arrived here, we helped them undergo purification. We also treated their diseases. Now we're developing productive self-help activities. What's the situation with these prostitutes? The female students' morale is still stable. Lu Cheng didn't directly correct the chief's terminology. Most of them have very bitter backgrounds. They suffered exploitation and abuse in the brothels. Everyone who's come here is grateful to the Senate. Are there any problems? The previous words had been diplomatic. Lu Cheng had attended political security training classes. She knew chiefs valued existing problems most. Emotionally, there are some. Mainly they're quite pessimistic about future life, and they have a tendency to love leisure and hate labor. Long-term prostitution had caused most of them to lose work consciousness, forming habits of self-indulgence and muddling through. So although productive self-help programs had been developed for them, their production efficiency couldn't reach half that of the single women. Some are quite resistant to labor. Lu Cheng spoke with a belly full of grievances. Under the madams and pimps' control, they were scared like quails, didn't dare speak a word. Arriving at the Jiliang Institute, every one of them is like a monkey freed from its lock, sharp-tongued, can choke you breathless. Seeing that we're kind-hearted, they don't hesitate to break the rules. It appeared Lu Cheng had suffered considerable frustration at the Jiliang Institute. Mao Ziuyu hurried to chime in. This gang of bit students, they're terrible. Everyone is thick-skinned and shameless. Corporal punishment is completely useless on them. After a beating, they pull up their pants and still want to crack jokes, saying things like old mother endured iron chains and fire brands. These few hits are just scratching an itch. Truly shameless. They suffered torture in the brothels in the past. Our minor corporal punishment holds no deterrence for them, Lu Weijia said. That's why I say we still need to rely mainly on education. We can't depend on corporal punishment. Du Yibin listened, his brow furrowing deeper. How could such women serve as naturalized citizens' wives? Disabled naturalized citizens needn't even think about it. They might end up like Wu Daoling. That Wang Jun fellow was truly unreliable. He already had the urge to beat a retreat. However, he was already at the door. Just now he'd already skipped the chastity hall inspection. To skip this one too would appear far too perfunctory. The guard opened the door. The leveled mud ground was covered with white lime sand. 7 long houses were built in sequence, bamboo poles and timber for frames, bamboo strips and reed mats for walls, covered with a layer of yellow mud and whitewashed with lime. They looked reasonably neat and clean. In the gaps between the long houses were rows of drying poles hung full of women's clothing. When the wind blew, they fluttered like banners. Though this era lacked brassieres and stockings, with Du Yibin's knowledge he could tell these were mostly women's undergarments. He felt involuntarily somewhat awkward. Mao Ziyu thought the chief found it inauspicious and said in a low voice to Lu Cheng, "Director Lu, see if you can have them collect those, they're obstructing the view. No need to collect them." Du Yibin heard this and grew even angrier. What difference does drying a few clothes make, making a fuss over nothing? Yes, yes, yes. Mao Ziyu immediately bent his waist and hunched his back, making a "this lowly one deserves death" expression, and shrank to the back. Only a sparse few female students were on the open ground. Some squatted by the well-washing clothes. Some sat in chairs by the long house doors napping. Lu Cheng said most people were working in the workshop. These were the sick ones. End of chapter. Chapter 2004. Making a fool in public. Du Yibin glanced at several sick patients and felt a stab of disappointment. He'd originally thought that since they'd worked as prostitutes, their appearances would be at least passable. However, looking at these few, he could only describe them as plain-featured. Some were even coarse and homely. Hair shaved during purification had grown back somewhat. They wore indigo New Life uniforms, mostly old work clothes eliminated from troops, factories, and mines, then repaired, dyed, and distributed. This was also the standard wear of the purification camp. Du Yibin knew, of course, that women in this era, due to nutritional deficiencies and different aesthetic standards, rarely met modern standards of beauty. But even so, the gap was larger than he'd expected. Seeing the chief arrive, several patients retreated one after another. They still weren't quite accustomed to Senate etiquette rules. Lu Cheng asked if he wanted to inspect the dormitories. Du Yibin shook his head. His intention was to see the people, not to concern himself with prostitute reform. Let's go to the workshop. The workshop was located in the rear two long houses. These two had higher stories. Though the roofs were also covered with reed mats, they were luxuriously equipped with multiple skylights, making the interior bright. The walls had more windows than the dormitories. Ventilation and lighting conditions were excellent. These windows were all inlaid with glass, the most extravagant building material in the entire compound. Du Yibin recalled when he'd settled down at the farm. The dormitory for agricultural workers had been at this level. One year, a typhoon blew through and destroyed everything. The floor was compacted earth. Many bamboo worktables were arranged throughout, piled with various fabrics and cut clothing pieces. Some female students sewed clothes, others folded and packed items. They appeared busy and industrious. The moment Lu Cheng entered, a brawny naturalized female cadre immediately rushed over, her face full of obsequious smiles. "Director Lu, Director Lu, Director Mao, oh, and a chief, gracing us with their presence. This." She held her breath, wanting to recite an eloquent eulogy. However, with limited ink in her belly, after holding it in for a long moment, she could only manage, lit up the whole place. All right. Du Yibin was particularly unaccustomed to this kind of naturalized citizen flattery. "I've only come to see the female students' learning situation. Don't make a fuss." Seeing her about to blow her whistle, he stopped her. "Don't tell them to stop working. I'll just take a look. I have nothing to say." However, this commotion had already caused a small-scale disturbance in the workshop. The female students sized up the newly arrived young man with varying degrees of curiosity. From the respectful manner of the cadres, they roughly knew this must be a big official, 8 or 9 out of 10, a chief. Prostitutes' ability to read situations was higher than ordinary people. An officer came, probably an Australian senator. "Look at the clothes he's wearing, really sharp. He's a pretty boy." Seeing the students whispering and pointing, Du Yibin knew they were discussing him. He could roughly understand a few sentences of Cantonese now. He was young, and his ordinary days at the farm and calculation center were a monotonous 2-point routine. His face was far less weathered than other senators. In the beginning, even going to the lottery to select a life secretary had been done sneakily. Now, stared at by hundreds of women's eyes, He felt uncomfortable all over. Forcing himself to remain calm, he coughed once and said, "Explain the situation." "Yes." Lu Cheng said the Jiliang Institute currently had a total of 480 students, all prostitutes rescued during the public morality rectification campaign. Part were dispatched by the Guangzhou Comprehensive Governance Office. Some were dispatched in teams to various places in the city to engage in menial labor, returning at night. Another part engaged in washing and sewing clothes at the Jiliang Institute, processing semi-finished products from outbound processing sent by the garment factory. This workshop is the sewing workshop, mainly for attaching buttons and shoulder loops for various uniforms and work clothes, and sewing shoe uppers. Do they receive remuneration? Yes, they use a piece rate system. Settlements are made monthly in circulation coupons, but we deduct their basic living expenses first. This helps establish their labor consciousness. Du Yibin thought this seemed rather stingy. He sized up the students in the room. At first glance, he could barely distinguish their looks and ages. They all seemed about the same as the patients he'd seen outside. He couldn't say they were good-looking or ugly, but their complexions seemed quite healthy. Age distribution. When they were sheltered, they ranged from 12 to 60 years old. We've already done diversion. Those under 18 were diverted to the purification camp in Hong Kong. Currently, those remaining here are mainly in the 18 to 50 age range, with the 25 to 40 bracket being most common. There aren't many over 50. You still have women in their 50s and 60s, Du Yibin said, shocked. He found it somewhat incredible. He hesitated. They also received clients. How could they not? Lu Cheng looked at his particularly surprised expression, feeling this young chief was truly somewhat sheltered. Quite a few were sent here. Some had venereal diseases too. Christ, he cursed. What's the venereal disease situation? Very common. Lu Cheng explained that because the prostitutes sheltered here were mostly middle and lower class, receiving clients at least 4 or 5 times daily, some even over 10 times, they were universally infected with venereal and gynecological diseases. Now, after treatment, most have already recovered. A portion are still continuing treatment. That portion must be eliminated. They can't be put on the list. Lu Cheng didn't know what this cryptic instruction meant exactly. She could only answer messily, yes. But regarding age, he felt quite satisfied. The appropriate age population was larger than the single women and relatively younger. Although looks couldn't be called beautiful, at least they didn't have faces full of sorrow like the single women. It was just that this behavior needed reform. All this whispering, not a shred of discipline. What had originally been low-voiced whispered discussions now grew louder and louder with occasional bursts of snickering. Some students near him ignored the glares of Lu Cheng and others, even deliberately posturing toward him. Du Yibin felt quite awkward. Look at him, he's a chick. Don't tell me he's a virgin. Then doing his business, wouldn't that require paying back lucky money? Paying lucky money, old mother would be willing. With your decrepit looks you want to serve the chief. Heh, you don't know, do you? Australians like big tits most of all. Old mother has the biggest tits, want to touch and see. The words grew not only louder but increasingly vulgar. Lu Cheng's brow had been tightly furrowed. Now anger surged up. She'd squatted at this post for months and had endured quite some frustration from these women. She picked up her whistle and blew fiercely, then roared at the group. Silence, the crowd quieted slightly. Lu Cheng singled out the student who'd claimed to have the biggest tits and scolded, Bayan Kuibao, what nonsense are you spouting again? Not a shred of discipline. Bayan Kuibao was unwilling to shut up. She said, I said my tits are big. Which rule does that violate? This was nearly sophistry, yet it left Lu Cheng temporarily unable to pinpoint her error. The chief is speaking. What idle talk are you spewing below? Director Lu, you're clearly aware. Just now this chief only spoke to you. He didn't tell us to stop working and listen to a lecture. We sisters are working. When we're tired, aren't we allowed to joke a few sentences? Besides, whether he's a chief or not, how would I know? You didn't tell us. Lu Cheng was instantly speechless, because indeed she hadn't ordered everyone to stop working and listen, nor had she introduced Du Yibin's identity. Bayan Qiubao was sharp-tongued and sharp-witted, with a spicy temperament. She was quite famous among the students. She frequently had verbal conflicts with the Jiliang Institute cadres and was a notorious thorn. Lu Cheng, angered to the point of dizziness, shouted, "Bayan Qiubao, come out here." At this shout, the entire workshop fell silent. Several of Bayan Qiubao's close friends broke into a nervous sweat. These past days, they'd taken the measure of the Jiliang Institute cadres' mentality. They knew the Australians valued the Jiliang Institute heavily and didn't dare easily dismiss people. Talking back would at most result in a meal of rattan stripes or, at worst, a few days' confinement in the dark room. Beatings. They basically weren't afraid. They'd all been beaten 3 times a day. Compared to the torture methods under the madam's hands, the Australians' thin rattan whippings truly felt like scratching an itch. Confinement in the dark room with reduced rations, though uncomfortable, at least they didn't have to work daily until their hands ached and their eyes blurred. But today, there was an Australian here. An official much bigger than Lu Cheng. Seeing a chief present today, Bayan Qiubao's heart also held some fear. But she'd grown accustomed to playing the tough in front of her sisters and was unwilling to lose face here. Steeling herself, she stood out. Glancing over, she saw that the young senator showed no anger. Instead, he was looking at her with immense interest. Her mischievous streak rose again. With a cheeky, smiling face, she approached Lu Cheng. "Look at yourself, truly shameless," Lu Cheng scolded loudly. "This isn't a brothel. Put away that whorish manner, someone," she called. "Take her down." Before the words had dropped, Bayan Qiubao laughed. "Don't trouble others. Isn't it just a rattan beating?" She finished speaking, then pulled down her pants, laid her body across the table, stuck out her rear and said, "Beat away." At this, the entire venue erupted. The students below roared with laughter. Lu Weijia, Mao Ziyu, and the others had probably seen such behavior before. They just turned their faces aside, pretending not to notice. Lu Cheng, seeing this woman so utterly shameless, making her lose face publicly in front of the chief, turned pale as paper. In her heart, she could have stabbed Bayan Qiubao to death with a knife. The female cadre supervising on-site reacted fastest. She rushed forward, grabbed a piece of cloth, and covered Bayan Qiubao's body while roaring, "Are you all dead? Hurry and help." Several student activists nearby woke as from a dream. They hurried over, jumping forward to press Bayan Qiubao down firmly. One student squatted and helped pull up her pants under the cloth cover. "Tie her up." Lu Cheng's face turned iron green. "Confine her for 10 days. End of chapter. Chapter 2005. The selected objects. Lu Cheng turned her head back and said to Lu Weijia, "Send a messenger to the City Political Security Bureau. Tell them there's a reactionary element conducting instigating propaganda here." Mao Ziyu, being retained personnel, didn't fully understand the weight of this statement. But Lu Weijia and Du Yibin, watching coldly from the side, knew this girl was prepared to lay down a heavy hand. Lu Weijia had the urge to offer a few words of persuasion. Being sent to the Political Security Bureau wasn't something that could be settled with a meal of rattan stripes. Even if the investigation ultimately found no evidence, the person would still be flayed alive. But Lu Cheng was the City Women's Federation director, only on assignment to the Jiliang Institute. In administrative rank, she was far above him. Moreover, he'd experienced Bayan Qiubao's spiteful energy himself. He thought, giving this woman a bit of a lesson might actually be good, so he didn't speak. Mao Ziyu, being retained personnel tucking his tail between his legs, naturally could only nod and say, "Correct, correct, correct. Good, good, good." He didn't dare voice any objection. 2 police from the institute came over. Each twisted one of Bayan Qiubao's arms back. The pain made her scream. Both police were former members of the Fast Squad. Tying people up was ancestral kung fu. In 3 moves, they had Bayan Qiubao trussed like a rice dumpling and dragged her out. The workshop fell instantly silent. Not even a cough could be heard. Du Yibin's brow furrowed. He felt things had gone too far. Bayan Qiubao's behavior certainly warranted severe punishment, but pinning an unwarranted big crime label on her to rectify her was inappropriate. He had the impulse to intervene. But upon further thought, he realized that at this moment he had to stand on Lu Cheng's side. He had to awe these female students whose thinking hadn't yet been transformed. If he stopped this now, these former prostitutes would become even more unbridled. Not only would they be unqualified to marry naturalized citizens, but even if they did marry, disabled or not, wouldn't they bully their husbands to death? Then the naturalized citizens would lodge complaints with senators and the Senate. This was a black pot he absolutely could not carry. Upon leaving the workshop, Du Yibin said, "You handled that very well, but this matter doesn't need to alarm the Political Security Bureau." Lu Cheng had originally intended to use this incident to make an example, to beat Bian Kuibao into a reactionary element, and ruthlessly stamp out the crooked winds and evil airs in the Jiliang Institute. But since the chief said so, she naturally shouldn't refute him. She went with the flow, saying, "I was just scaring them. Troubling the security comrades over such a small matter would be unjustified." "You're right," Du Yibin said. "We should still focus on curing the disease and saving the patient. No matter how shameless she is, she hasn't actually harmed society. Moreover, keeping her around is still useful. You can confine her, but you can't tie her up for 10 days. Half a day is about enough. Any longer and accidents might happen. We all know that." Lu Cheng found this senator due to be quite a nag. The police in the institute are all old hands at public affairs. Tying her up for a while gives her a taste of bitterness first. This way she won't think our humanitarianism is easy to bully. Du Yibin felt the atmosphere of this Jiliang Institute was quite poor. He involuntarily hesitated about the next step. But the obvious fact was that the students here represented the marriage resource most likely to be utilized currently. If he gave up here, all subsequent matters would have no way forward. "Do you feel like," Bian Kuibao types in the Jiliang Institute, female bachelors, Mao Ziyu, seeing him temporarily unable to think of the adjective, hurried to supplement. "Right, female bachelors. Are such types of students numerous?" "Actually not many," Lu Cheng said. "But the influence of these people among the students is very great. We've also established some fast-progressing pace-setters. But their influence is all inferior to people like Bian Kuibao. These female bachelors have prestige in the institute." Du Yibin asked again. "Then what's the situation of the ordinary masses?" "Most students are mainly worried about the future," Lu Cheng said. "Speaking of pitiable, they're truly a group of pitiable people. Almost all were sold here. Their parents and families either died or went whereabouts unknown. Mixed up in brothels for so many years, beaten, humiliated, no savings. So most are worrying. What do we do later about this matter?" Lu Cheng had always had opinions about the prostitutes' resettlement arrangements. Because until now, civil affairs had only very generally told the Jiliang Institute to transform body and mind, cultivate appropriate labor skills, and prepare for returning to normal society. They hadn't mentioned a word about specific settlement plans. This made Lu Cheng and the cadres working at the Jiliang Institute quite passive. The prostitute students were different from the chaste women. The chaste women had always lived in chastity halls, working and supporting themselves. As long as the chastity halls didn't close their doors, they'd always have a bowl of rice to eat. They didn't need to consider the future problem. But the students, since they were no longer prostitutes and had no families to rely on, would have to feed themselves later. Yet civil affairs hadn't mentioned a direction for their future. They couldn't even paint rosy pictures. This was also a reason why the atmosphere at the Jiliang Institute had consistently been poor. Lu Cheng told her thoughts to Du Yibin one by one, then said again, "Now we only tell them we want them to labor, yet we don't allow them free activity. It's just about the same as being prisoners. Those students are homeless and don't know what we want to do. Every one of them is very hesitant. Rumors fly all over. Some say we want to sell them to foreigners for money. Others say we want to send them to overseas desert islands to open wasteland and farm. Actually, even saying that later we'll send them to Lingao to be allocated to workers and soldiers as wives would be good. At least it would give them a hope." "Wait, you're saying they'd be willing to be wives for soldiers?" Du Yibin suddenly perked up and asked. Yes. Lu Cheng was somewhat puzzled. Actually, not only soldiers, also police and our cadre staff. They all feel they're quite good. They wear decently, are clean and neat, and can earn money. They all say being able to marry such a man would be good. That's right, Mao Ziyu chimed in. Just talking about our Senate people, everyone both imposing and able to earn money to support a family. Not to mention the pros, students, even the chaste women have been moved. Du Yibin had originally heard that the prostitute students loved leisure and hated labor, and had been somewhat distracted, thinking these people had very high standards and would be unwilling to marry naturalized citizens. Unexpectedly, their requirements were actually quite modest. He recalled Wang Jun's words about marrying a man means food and clothes, and couldn't help feeling dumbfounded. He'd substituted 21st century standards once again. Actually, coming today, I'm also here to solve this problem. Du Yibin's mood improved considerably. Come, let's go to the office to talk. In the office, Du Yibin roughly explained the solving naturalized citizen marriage plan. Only then did the three people understand why Chief Du, upon arriving at the shelter, hadn't looked at anything else and had only stared at the women. So there had been such a scheme all along. Lu Cheng and the others were naturally happy to discuss this separately. Mao Ziyu's heart warmed. The Australians are truly kind-hearted people. Even widowers, widows, and the disabled need to be catered to. He busily said, Chief, this is a heavenly great deed. Not to mention these students, even the single women would be endlessly grateful. I've already told everyone about the matter. But there are still some issues here, Du Yibin said. Because the purpose of this plan is mainly to solve the marriage problem of disabled naturalized citizen soldiers and staff, the candidates must be carefully selected. These are all people who sacrificed for the Senate. Their bodies are already inconvenienced. The Senate cannot wrong them, so we must find some women with kind hearts who are capable. Only such people are qualified to marry naturalized citizens. Yes, we'll definitely select carefully, Lu Cheng immediately promised. You select a batch from the former students and widows first. Make me a list. I'll give you 3 days. Specific conditions: under 40, healthy body, hardworking and capable. Only such people are qualified to marry naturalized citizens, Du Yibin said. As for people like Bian Kuibao, let her transform for a few more years. As for some other wavering elements, you can hold a meeting to decide for yourselves. Whether to add them or not, you decide. In any case, they must pass politically. We understand. We'll definitely complete the mission. After Du Yibin finished issuing instructions and left, Lu Cheng's group picked up this burden, each one somewhat worried. Selecting wives for naturalized citizens was naturally extremely good. But if they selected the wrong people and troubles arose after marriage, they, the ones responsible for drafting the list, would be blamed. The three pulled out all the lists, along with the reward and punishment archives and work logs of relevant personnel. Between students and single women, there were a full 800 people. No one had such a good memory as to remember every person's specific situation. I think selecting wives for disabled naturalized citizens shouldn't select from the students. They should all be selected from the widows. Mao Ziyu, reversing his past habit of not asking and not speaking during discussions, actively proposed a suggestion. Why? Didn't the chief just say, disabled naturalized citizens all suffered for the Senate? The Senate cannot wrong them. This statement carries weight. We can't make even the slightest mistake in selecting people. Mao Ziyu spoke unhurriedly. The students all have lower-class brothel prostitute backgrounds. You two probably don't realize, to be able to survive in such a place, they're not ordinary people. Lu Cheng and Lu Weijia both felt the same. Although these past months you two directors have wasted your hearts and efforts leading everyone and educating them to stand on their own feet and start being human again, they've mixed in those places for so many years. How easy is it to change bad habits? If it's an ordinary man, maybe he can control them. But a disabled person, won't he just be manipulated by them? Moreover, who'd be willing to marry a disabled person? When the time comes, they'll regret it in their hearts, act out terribly, maybe even cause deaths. You're right. Lu Weijia had a soldier background. He knew that among the injured and retired soldiers, quite a few had incomplete limbs and could barely care for themselves. We can't want such women. Furthermore, disabled naturalized citizens all established merit for the chief. Even though their bodies are disabled, they can't get wives from prostitute backgrounds. Even if such wives are virtuous, it doesn't sound good when spoken of. It would also make outsiders gossip, hurting the good reputation of the Senate. End of chapter. Chapter 2006. The list. Mao Ziyuyu's speech could be said to have entered both feeling and reason. Lu Cheng and Lu Weijia both nodded continuously. Usually they looked down on Mao Ziyuyu quite a bit, feeling that if not for him being familiar with the local situation, and thus somewhat useful, he'd be merely a decoration. They hadn't expected him to consider matters so thoroughly. Though he usually kept silent at meetings, just making up the numbers, at critical moments he spoke with clear logic. The two looked at him with newfound respect. Mao Ziyuyu wanted exactly this effect. He thought secretly, I've mixed in this world for over 20 years. Without some ability, how could I have lasted so long? After such a discussion, the thoughts of all three cleared. Disabled naturalized citizens would be matched from the single women. Students would be allocated to ordinary naturalized citizens with healthy bodies who urgently needed to marry. With consensus reached, the three immediately checked everyone's materials with their subordinates. Single women in one group, students in another. Then they screened out unsuitable people from within. All personnel in the shelter had population cards made. Though mechanical computers hadn't yet been assigned for their use, the card index system had been introduced. Lu Cheng had received training in this area. Using the exclusion method first, she filtered out attitude problems, stained history, disease, such unsuitable people. Then they conducted manual screening on the remainder. Picking and choosing, scribbling and crossing out for half a day, they prepared 2 lists. At this point they discovered another problem. Some widows were carrying children. They both hoped to marry and hoped their new husbands would accept their children. But with such a burden in tow, whether the naturalized citizens would be willing to accept them was another question entirely. As a matter concerning marital and family harmony, they hesitated again. I think there may be even more problems inside. If marrying a disabled naturalized citizen, their concerns will definitely be greater, because besides the child, they'll also have a man to care for. The family burden will be heavier. Whether the male side will have opinions because the family added another mouth to feed is also a worry. We still need to follow the voluntary principle. I think we should talk with these single women first, see what they're worried about, what their concerns are. What we can solve, we'll try to solve. What exceeds our authority, we'll pass to the chief. Lu Cheng said at the impromptu meeting. According to her experience working with chiefs for many years, the discovery of one problem meant at least 2 or 3 potential problems hadn't been found yet. The other 2 expressed no objection. The 3 took their subordinates to do the single women's work first. Then they concentrated on talking with THO students who'd been behaving well, asking their thoughts. That same afternoon, all conforming single women were gathered together. They weren't stupid. Since that chief's inspection and departure, the staff here had been busy. It definitely related to them. What the future held, they didn't know. Seeing everyone assembled, Lu Weijia roughly explained the reason for convening them, including the blind date for disabled naturalized citizens. This is the basic situation. Of course, we still uphold the voluntary principle. If you're willing to marry and start a new life, the Senate will do its best to help arrange your life and work well. If you're willing to marry disabled naturalized citizen staff, the Senate will also issue appropriate subsidies. If you don't want to marry, you can also stay here and wait for the Senate to arrange work for you later. After hearing this, they felt both joy and worry. The joy was that the chief had indeed considered their future. Their future lives, if not worry-free, would at least be much better than now. The worry was that their future husbands would be disabled personnel. If they were unable to move freely, caring for themselves wouldn't be a problem, but if their health was poor, they definitely couldn't earn much money. Would family expenses be enough? Those with children worried how their children would fare. Would the new husband be willing to be a stepfather? Those without children worried that if they later worked while pregnant, how would they care for the family? Some were afraid that if their disabled husband couldn't perform the marital way, then what? No heir. What would happen when they were old? Seeing the expressions of the group below, Lu Weijia knew he'd guessed their thoughts correctly. Everyone indeed had many concerns. Comparing heart to heart, if he were one of the widows below, he'd inevitably think the same. How many years of bitter water had washed over them? Not easy having some hope. They couldn't jump into another sea of suffering. Whatever concerns everyone has, speak openly. We know the policies. We'll try to give clear answers. What we're not clear on, after summarizing, we'll ask the chief for instructions. In any case, we'll give everyone clear explanations. With this assurance, the atmosphere below instantly heated up. Lu Cheng and concerned staff divided them into small groups, each person in a small group, recording their various problems and concerns one by one. Lu Cheng herself participated in one small group. Speaking in small meetings was much more open than in large meetings. The single women's problems were many, from housing and work to monthly income, also in-law problems. Because of their widow background, would they be looked down upon by the other side? Was the man's temper good or bad? I heard people with disabilities have especially bad tempers. Will they often beat us? Those with children inquired how the children would fare. Would the husband's family be willing to raise them? Lu Cheng listened, her face showing difficulty. Because these problems they truly couldn't answer one by one. Chief Du hadn't spoken so finely. Besides, many problems inside varied from person to person. No one could give blanket guarantees. The three rejoiced that they'd asked first. Otherwise, when the time came, if the atmosphere turned cold because of too many concerns and annoyed the chief, they'd be scolded, not to mention losing face. Being looked down on or beaten, you needn't fear. The Senate protects women's basic rights. Don't we still have the Women's Federation making decisions for everyone? Besides, this marriage is arranged by the Senate. Everyone is a Senate person. No matter how bad his temper, he'll still have to be courteous. Lu Cheng thought for a moment, then decided to say some comforting words that were 100% safe. As for work, there'll naturally be arrangements, definitely better than now. Legitimate naturalized staff. If you marry, your children will also enjoy staff children treatment. They can enter school with reduced fees. For the remaining problems, we'll ask the chief for instructions and give you a reply. To enhance her persuasive power and add some pressure to them, Lu Cheng added, everyone's concerns, we'll definitely try to give clear explanations. For some practical difficulties, we'll also ask the chief to help solve them. But everyone also needs to cherish this opportunity. Some sisters are not young anymore. Past this village, and there won't be this shop in the future. Currently the Senate rules a small population. But once the two Guangs are recovered, the Senate will rule several million people. I'm afraid there won't be such good conditions then. The next day, they specially gathered suitable candidates among the students again and announced the matter. Among the students, actually most were still willing to marry and return to normal life, but their health was far inferior to the single women. Single women mostly had nutritional problems. After several months of care, most had recovered fairly well. The students' side was much worse. Looking solely at nutrition status, prostitutes' daily diets were much better than chaste women's, but middle and lower-class prostitutes had suffered long-term destruction. Not only did many have venereal diseases, but they universally suffered gynecological diseases. Serious gynecological diseases. Forget about whether they could conceive and give birth. Even normal marital life would be difficult. So this portion could only be eliminated first. What made the management group struggle was another portion. Their health problems were acceptable, but because of long-term use of contraceptive cooling medicine or multiple abortions, they'd actually already lost fertility. If they excluded students who'd lost fertility, it would obviously be unfair to them. But if they included them, how would the male naturalized citizens consider it? When they discovered infertility, what problems would arise? Finally, Lu Cheng set the tone. As long as conditions were suitable, they'd still be put into the candidate list, but it needed to be clearly marked. This counted as both sides being voluntary. Neither could rely on the other. Doing so, actually fewer than 100 students were listed. Unlike the widow's half-joy, half-worry, the students' reactions were much more enthusiastic. They were more anxious about future survival problems and had no burden of children. If they married naturalized citizens, they'd finally not have to eat bitterness and suffer exhaustion here. Everyone knew what being a naturalized citizen meant. The chief said only you who have behaved well and studied actively have the qualification to become naturalized citizens' wives. After marriage, work will be arranged for you. You'll leave here and live better days. Lu Cheng said. These past months, the Senate has been watching your behavior. You were bullied in the old society and suffered bitterness. But you also picked up quite a few bad habits from the past. Some people haven't completely changed. Her gaze swept across the crowd. So you must remember, you must transform your thinking as soon as possible. Whether in thought or action, you must align yourself with being a qualified naturalized citizen. Wait for notification on specific situations. Less than half an hour after dismissal, this news spread among the students. Those not listed on the candidate list looked at them with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The sharp-tongued inevitably spoke some climbing the high branch, sarcastic remarks. Still others, angry in their hearts, said that those selected were all going to be official prostitutes, camp prostitutes, sent to various Australian yamen and camps to receive guests. Naturally, those rumor mongers that night enjoyed blooming buttocks plus solitary confinement treatment. But to most people, being selected was naturally a huge benefit. When they'd initially become prostitutes, most had wanted nothing more than for some patron to be willing to pay money to redeem them out to follow the good path and live cleanly. Now this opportunity was right before their eyes. If they'd missed it themselves, many felt quite regretful. If I'd been more active initially, I could have been an activist too. Couldn't I have left here and become a dignified, naturalized citizen like this? Still others, holding to their experience of being cheated throughout their lives, maintained a cold attitude toward this matter. Follow the good path. We'll wait until we've actually followed it before saying anything. End of chapter. Chapter 2007. The list, the list slowly took shape amidst the gossip swirling through the Jiliang Institute. The trio tried to fathom the chief's mind. The first batch must meet high standards to serve as a benchmark, so the selection was particularly strict. Mao Ziyu said it was better to have fewer people than to have any problems. In this way, the candidates were significantly reduced, and various rumors flew throughout the institute. Lu Cheng couldn't concern herself with all that, talking to candidates one by one day and night, ensuring everyone's situation was properly understood. Finally, only 50 people were selected at the Jiliang Institute. The list was posted on the bulletin board for public notice, as usual, inevitably triggering another round of private discussion, envy, blessings, and sour remarks flying everywhere. Just at this time, the workshop's work efficiency suddenly improved significantly. The matter of having hope was more effective than any amount of ideological work. In the past, cadres had only told them to work hard and transform your thinking, with no word on what came next. Naturally, everyone lacked enthusiasm. Now, suddenly having an outlet, even if they couldn't be selected in the first batch, as long as they worked hard, there'd always be a turn later. Thorns and brazen troublemakers like Bian Kuibao instantly found themselves isolated. Lu Cheng and the cadres constantly reminded everyone, explicitly or implicitly, being listed must consider one's ideological standing. Unqualified students will not be considered. But as long as everyone strove to progress, the superiors will definitely see it. Some people were confused in the past, following the jeering. As long as they draw a clear line, the superiors will let bygones be bygones and give opportunities. There are often such people among the masses who, for various reasons, become thorns resisting authority. Though their small acts of resistance might garner support and sympathy from the masses in the shadows, even applause under the principle of the law does not punish the multitude. Once the masses find that abandoning them yields greater benefits, the public will, supporting such thorns, collapses instantly. Several faces, who'd originally held sway at the Jiliang Institute, suddenly became discarded shoes no one cared about. Even their closest friends and sisters didn't dare speak to them publicly. Those with active minds simply drew a clear line outright. At the weekly democratic life meetings, Bian, this quarrel king, whom no one had dared provoke in the past, was actually criticized by several people and didn't dare make a sound. She was also frequently scolded by activists during work. After the chief proposed this plan, the face of the Jiliang Institute has completely changed. Lu Cheng was very happy. This transformation had been completely unexpected, leaving her both surprised and delighted. While the shelter was racking its brains over the list, Du Yibin didn't stay idle after returning. He immediately ran to the shipyard to see Wang Jun, discussing the specific naturalized citizen blind date list and the format of the blind date meeting. The matter still isn't quite easy to handle, Wang Jun sighed upon seeing him, pulling out a thick booklet. Many monks' little porridge. This booklet on the table was the comprehensive list and situation introduction of disabled naturalized citizens that Wang Jun had requested from Civil Affairs. The Senate's disability system referenced the old timeline, divided into 10 grades. This blind date activity would only solve the marriage problem for grade 7 and above, medium to severe disabled personnel. Du Yibin looked it over. The materials were quite complete. Not only were photos attached, but also detailed specific disability situations, sequelae and rehabilitation plans, and roughly estimated expenses. There were also detailed records of the disabled personnel's current work situations, income and welfare, housing and family circumstances. Civil Affairs had done their work quite thoroughly. Wang Jun said, "I'd originally thought there weren't many people. Now looking at this, it seems I estimated wrong. I'm afraid it's far from enough. Many men, few women, this will be hard to distribute." Du Yibin started scratching his head. Whether Wang Jun or Du Yibin, they'd both underestimated the number of single disabled naturalized citizens. Even counting all the activists at the Jiliang Institute, it probably wouldn't be enough. There's a second troublesome matter. Once our plan was reported up, various departments have been sending memorandums. People want to treat us to dinners too. If we were in Lingao now, I estimate places like Flying Cloud Club and Nanhai Coffee House would have us rushing to banquets, eating at least 4 or 5 meals a day. Treating dinners, Du Yibin was puzzled. Nothing more than wanting to tilt these single women toward their departments, Wang Jun said with a bitter smile. Du Yibin thought for a moment. This matter, offending no one, won't work. I think we should do this. Since we can't distribute enough to go around, whether disabled or ordinary naturalized citizens will just uphold 2 principles. First, the female side is voluntary. Second, the male side goes by seniority and merit. Whoever has longer service and greater merit gets priority on the candidate list. Disabled naturalized citizens with long histories and great merit also have some influence in their own units, can speak up, and their length of service, wages, and incomes are higher. To those widows, this can also count as compensation. As for the venue, naturally it would be Guangzhou. Transporting students and single women back to Lingao would cost far too much. Moreover, benefiting from the large influx of population, Lingao's own male-female ratio had already trended toward normal. Since the continental strategy began, cadres and soldiers dispatched from Lingao and other places had exceeded 10,000. Among them were large numbers of bachelors. They'd left Lingao, this little heaven on earth, to work in new areas with arduous conditions. An appropriate tilt in marriage matters was only natural. As for the blind date venue, Mayor Liu supports us very much. We can choose from various local halls and pavilions. However, there's a problem. Disabled naturalized citizens in Guangzhou are very few, Wang Jun said. I think they shouldn't attend the blind date meeting. Disabled naturalized personnel were mostly arranged to work in Lingao now. Various counties in Hainan also had partial settlements. Only a small number of grade 7 disabled naturalized citizens worked in Guangzhou. If they wanted to hold a blind date meeting, just gathering these people would be very troublesome, let alone having them take boats. Du Yibin thought this was also true. They move with difficulty. Better not to toss them about. Use photos for two-way selection. After selection, just send the female side there, just afraid the female side will regret it. If they regret it, there's no helping it. We can't use force in this kind of thing. At most, it counts as her earning a one-way boat ticket. Her lifelong major event still has to be arranged by the Senate. Calculating it out, she's not losing, Wang Jun said. Ordinary naturalized citizens will be collectively sent to the Jiliang Institute for face-to-face blind dates with them. This counts as on-site education, telling those backward elements that the Senate is trustworthy. It can also help transform the thinking of the remaining students. Du Yibin said. Wang Jun expressed no objection. Right then, the two divided the labor, sorting out relevant lists and materials. First was arranging the disabled naturalized citizen list according to seniority from top to bottom. Then Wang Jun's life secretary would copy and organize relevant materials. For the specific format of the blind date meeting, Wang Jun had already drafted a plan. Senator Du had consistently disliked worrying about this kind of thing. He read it hastily for a few glances and said, "For the next matters of the blind date grand meeting, you, Senator Wang, be the protagonist. I'll just play assistant." "You want me to be both planner and host?" Wang Jun asked, drinking his kvass. "Of course. I'm just responsible for the behind-the-scenes layout. I don't want to manage so much. It's decided. Anyway, this was your idea." Du Yibin drank his kvass. "Just don't turn it into a blind date show. Blind date shows are variety programs, not real blind dates. Fine, 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 hurry and arrange it. I think food and such isn't necessary. Get some sunflower seeds, tea, water. Money. The budget list still has to be approved by Director Wang again." The two discovered there were still many trivial matters. Wang Jun paid from his own pocket to pad things first, taking people to the tea and food shop to buy supplies. Meanwhile, Du Yibin went to find Director Wang to chat. This budget had already been changed quite a few times. If he disagreed again, Du would post on the BBS and ruthlessly blast him for having lordly airs. 3 days later, Du Yibin, having smoothly obtained the budget after it had been slashed 17 or 18 times, came to the shelter again. The 3 people reported the list and the problems they'd encountered to Du Yibin. Du Yibin wasn't interested in the list. He didn't know a single person, but he read through the various problem lists they'd raised several times. Among the items mentioned on this problem list, some he'd thought of, some civil affairs had arrangements for. Still quite a few had been anticipated by no one. No wonder Governor Ma said civil affairs work could best embody the 2 characters, troublesome and difficult. Indeed so. These problems were mostly trivial, but they genuinely related to people's lives. They couldn't be called insignificant. To solve them, theoretically with unlimited cost, they could all be solved. But the Senate's current financial situation couldn't permit splashing money around hand over fist. Although theoretically, this money was allocated from the General Office's special fund, Director Zio and the Finance Department big bosses had all euphemistically reminded him. Though the special fund was a separate line item, it essentially still came from the same pot. There was no second pot, so the actual assigned special funds were very limited. Prefect Liu had reminded him many times in memoranda that he wanted him to calculate costs. For non-disabled naturalized citizen marriages, in principle, no subsidies would be given. As for Mayor Liu's side, though he'd expressed strong support, he'd also set conditions. Guangzhou could only provide support in terms of venues and manpower. As for money, there wasn't a cent. So when he opened his mouth now, he could only be prudent. Their concerns are understandable. The commitments I can currently make are limited. First, the Regulation Civil Affairs has brought out now state that after marrying a disabled naturalized citizen, every family will be arranged independent housing. Housing area is calculated according to family population. There will also be certain discounts in purchasing and housing loans. Second, families with severe disabilities and many dependents will be issued different amounts of housekeeping subsidy coupons monthly according to disability situation, used for hiring housekeeping personnel to assist with housework, mainly heavy physical labor. Disability subsidy allowances needn't be mentioned. Disabled personnel all have them intrinsically. If they're grade 7 or below disabled personnel who can care for themselves, appropriate work will be arranged for them. Those unable to care for themselves won't be assigned work and will separately receive minimum living expenses. End of chapter. Chapter 2008. The choice in Du Yibin's personal view, this treatment was appallingly low. But for now, this was the most the Senate could provide. Even the domestic service vouchers had only been reluctantly agreed to by Civil Affairs after he'd fought for them several times. He'd already thought about it. Like volunteers in later generations, he could organize soldiers, Fangqiati students, and workplace colleagues to come help with housework weekly or bi-weekly, minimizing the burden on disabled families at low cost. As for the widespread concern about abuse by husbands and in-laws, we've said we'll institutionally protect their legitimate rights. Also, arranging work for them is precisely so they'll have their own income. So even those who can't go out to work, women marrying severely disabled naturalized citizens, will still give them a minimum living allowance. Having their own disposable income will make their position in the household different. Women's status is ultimately an economic issue. This refrain was something Lu Cheng had heard many times in Du Wen's classes. She nodded silently in agreement. With this income, neither husbands nor in-laws will dare look down on them. The probability of abuse will be much lower too. Also, when arranging housing, we'll try to group them in adjacent areas so they can help each other. Aren't people bolder in numbers? Lu Cheng couldn't help saying. The Senate has thought of everything. This was her heartfelt praise. For Du Yibin, it wasn't anything special. He'd pondered these matters for many days. As for those with children, it depends on whether the men are willing to accept them. If willing, the children will take their surnames. Du Yibin said. Actually, some disabled naturalized citizens have lost their fertility. We suggest women with children consider them. Acceptance would be higher. Senator, perhaps we should hold an on-site meeting where you speak directly. That would be more convincing, Lu Cheng said. Lu Cheng gathered all the candidates on the list. Before the crowd, she addressed each of their concerns one by one. Because Du Yibin was also present, essentially directly endorsing her words, everyone's worries were quickly dispelled. Finally, Lu Cheng asked them to register voluntarily. Over 200 were willing to marry, far exceeding Du Yibin's expectations. He was very pleased, nodding repeatedly and praising them, then delivered an enthusiastic speech encouraging everyone to bravely embrace new lives. After speaking, Du Yibin distributed the relevant materials to the single women willing to marry. These materials had been carefully prepared by Civil Affairs. One set per disabled naturalized citizen, including not just headshots but also full-body photos, to give the women an opportunity to actually assess the other party's physical disability. The information was very detailed. Everything a woman might care about was listed. The single women carefully examined them. There were over 200 candidates' materials. Just looking through everything once would take a long time, and they were almost all illiterate. Though they'd been through literacy training, reading the materials was still laborious, so most just looked at the photos. Those who found a match wrote the number on a slip of paper and put it in the basket. Those who didn't find anyone suitable could choose not to select. Soon the room filled with chattering voices, discussion, laughter, and exclamations. Du Yibin sat above, feeling quite satisfied. Clearly, they were all looking through those materials with expectations. He'd originally thought many would give up as soon as they opened the materials. Instead, quite a few people were repeatedly studying the photos, occasionally asking nearby cadres to read the materials and explain the terminology. Most didn't understand the Senate's currency units and wanted to know what the listed income figures meant in terms of how much money. Others didn't understand the nature of the work. In their view, men's occupations were just craftsmen, farmers, merchants, or clerks. But these materials listed a bewildering variety of job types that were incomprehensible without explanation. Though they knew the men they were choosing were all disabled, everyone still wanted to find someone better. Naturally, there would be picking and choosing, occasional critiquing with close friends, secretive giggling, and some would blush. Where was the look of haggard, chaste widows with dead hearts from not long ago? They looked more like young girls regaining their youth. This made the photo matchmaking activity quite lengthy. Du Yibin was young and couldn't sit still, so he quietly stepped out. He took a deep breath, thinking. Lu Cheng quickly followed. "Senator, it's nothing. I felt a bit stuffy, came out for some air." Du Yibin said. "How are things on the student side?" "All ready," Lu Cheng said. "Everyone's spirits are high. Those not on the candidate list are eagerly waiting for the next round. Who doesn't want a proper family, a husband and children to live a normal life? Of course there'll be more opportunities, but they also need to work hard themselves, don't they?" Du Yibin's own mood was also quite elevated. "In the future, we'll give more people opportunities. Let everyone live good lives." Indeed. Lu Cheng noticed this young senator seemed overly happy. There even seemed to be a gleam of tears in his eyes. She was secretly surprised. Whether widows or those disabled naturalized citizens, not a single household was his relative. Why was he so happy? She recalled something Mao Ziyu had mentioned. Senator Liu San had personally carried a sick child out from a pile of corpses here, then fed him food and medicine. Even parents couldn't do better, let alone strangers who are people above others, Mao Ziyu always added at this point. Only someone with great compassion could do this. This noble senator had traveled thousands of li to Guangzhou just for such a small matter. Truly, the old, weak, widowed, orphaned, disabled, and young, none are beyond the Senate's benevolence. Lu Cheng was deeply moved and said softly, "The senators are all people of great compassion. The common folk are nothing but grateful." Unlike other dispatched senators who'd grown accustomed to praise, Du Yibin felt his face warm slightly hearing this young woman's words. He said, "You flatter me." Just as the atmosphere grew slightly delicate, Lu Weijia walked in from outside and called out, "Senator Du, a shipment of goods has arrived. Please come and inspect." "I'll be right there." Du Yibin knew it was probably the supplies Wang Jun had gathered for the matchmaking conference. He immediately went to the gate, where several naturalized citizens were pushing windlass handcarts laden and strapped with standard boxes. To his surprise, Wang Jun had actually come too. "Why are you here? Isn't the matchmaking conference tomorrow?" "It's tomorrow, so I'm here today to set up the venue." Wang Jun pointed to the convoy. "I made another round of the various Guangzhou municipal offices soliciting donations. Got quite a lot. This is our first matchmaking event in Guangzhou. We should make it grand." He waved his hand. "Everyone hurry up and unload." The matchmaking conference venue was set up in the assembly hall, actually a former temple hall that had been preserved relatively well and was now used as an auditorium. Inside, there was nothing except 3 tables and several dozen long benches. Wang Jun directed the naturalized citizen workers to sweep the hall clean and decorated it with festive colors. Temporary tables were gathered from around the shelter and arranged in facing pairs. Each table was set with snacks and tea. Paper slips and pencils were prepared. Finally, there was a small sheepskin drum from who knows where. "Wang Jun, why arrange them in this face-to-face formation? It looks like everyone's sitting around a conference table for a meeting. Du Yibin didn't understand. In his concept, everyone should sit in the audience, then men and women would take turns going on stage to introduce themselves. Then everyone would make mutual selections, writing down numbers of people they fancied. Finally, matching would be done. Successful matches would be considered settled, unsuccessful ones would proceed to the next round. This is called the pass-the-flower style matchmaking, Wang Jun said. Efficiency is higher. In this matchmaking model, men and women sat facing each other. Each conversation lasted 5 minutes. If both agreed to match, they could stand up and leave together. If not interested when the drums sounded, they'd each move one seat in opposite directions to the next person. Civil Affairs has held several matchmaking events in Lingao. I've attended. This is roughly the format. The pairing success rate is quite good. The key is saving time. What can you talk about in 5 minutes? Not much foundation for emotional connection. Du Yibin thought of his own romantic history. His past relationships, short ones lasting 3 months, long ones over a year, and none had reached the point of discussing marriage. Looking at photos is even less reliable, Wang Jun laughed. Did you develop feelings when you bought your life secretary? True, Du Yibin nodded. Free love is still a luxury for this generation. Perhaps it'll be mainstream for the next generation. Everyone bustled about and quickly set up the venue. Du Yibin remembered the photo matchmaking session hadn't ended yet, so he pulled Wang Jun along to check on the situation. Quite a few people had already found suitable matches and registered with the cadres, but many were still flipping through the folders on the tables. The senators looked. At least half had already found suitable matches. Wang Jun picked up the files of those already claimed naturalized citizens and glanced through them. Moderately disabled naturalized citizens were the most popular, especially those missing one limb. This type of limb disability was relatively minor. They could mostly manage daily life independently. Because they still had labor capacity, most also had work, so they were especially sought after among the candidates. Next came those who had lost hearing on one or both sides, or vision on one side. Since limb function and daily self-care weren't affected, they were also quite popular. By comparison, severely disabled naturalized citizens, those who'd lost both lower limbs, were paraplegic, or had lost all vision, drew little interest. Only a few women with children had chosen them. End of chapter. Chapter 2009. Matchmaking Conference. Although Civil Affairs provided special nursing allowances for naturalized citizens with grade 4 disabilities or higher who couldn't care for themselves, which, combined with disability subsidies, ensured an income no lower than the average naturalized worker's wage, and even higher for those with meritorious service awards. The phrase "unable to care for themselves" was enough to deter most women. The cadres present repeatedly mobilized them, specifically emphasizing income levels and benefits. The couple wouldn't need to go out to work yet could enjoy a living standard comparable to most naturalized workers, plus extra welfare considerations. Finally, another batch of people chose these disabled workers. Most of these women had poorer conditions themselves, older age, children to support, or physical defects. In the end, quite a few in this group remained unselected. Du Yibin knew the actual capacity of this matchmaking effort had reached its limit. Fortunately, there weren't too many personnel with grade 4 disabilities or higher, so the problem wasn't glaring. The single women who'd selected suitable partners registered with the cadres and immediately packed their luggage to move into a separate dormitory. Within a few days, the Civil Affairs Department would arrange boat tickets for them to go to Lingao. Although Du Yibin and Wang Jun claimed that if they changed their minds they'd at most waste a one-way ticket, in reality, once they reached Lingao, they would absolutely never leave again, even if asked to. As for those who hadn't made a selection, they remained in the shelter awaiting the next matchmaking event. Although Mao Ziyu hinted that some means could be used to make them choose, Du Yibin felt it was too cruel. After consideration, he decided to let them choose later. The matchmaking conference is tomorrow. Should we talk to Senator Du about letting them participate too? Lu Cheng, seeing over 30 people remaining with disappointed faces, felt her heart soften. Lu Weijia was indifferent, but Mao Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. Can't do that, absolutely not. He explained. They remained because they were unwilling to choose disabled naturalized workers. If we let them participate in the matchmaking conference and they marry able-bodied naturalized workers, what will those who chose disabled men earlier think? How could we hold such events in the future? Both heard this and felt it made sense. Mao Ziyu then suggested it would be best to isolate these single women, whether those preparing to marry or those who hadn't found matches, far away, preventing even news from leaking, lest knowledge of the students' matchmaking activities agitate them. We have no choice then. Lu Weijia nodded. Let's split up and handle our tasks. Du Yibin and Wang Jun's matchmaking conference convened grandly at the shelter the next day. 100 naturalized workers attended the matchmaking, all dispatched to work in Guangzhou or there on business. Their occupations were diverse: cadres, workers, police, soldiers. Everything was represented. When selecting the men, Wang Jun and Du Yibin had put in considerable thought. Difficulty in finding wives was a perennial hard problem among naturalized workers. This was due not only to the disparate gender ratio, but also to the rise in women's economic status. After large numbers of female naturalized citizens gained their own incomes, marriage became less urgent and their requirements for mates changed. Consequently, in the Lingao marriage market, weaker male naturalized workers found it difficult to find partners. Firstly, they were generally older, old bachelors, lacking appeal to women. Secondly, due to literacy and ability, they occupied the bottom tier of the Senate's naturalized citizen hierarchy, engaged in simple physical labor. Not only was their income on the lower side, but they also lacked promotion prospects. Any female naturalized worker with a bit of vision looked down on them. Since they couldn't find anyone within the system, they had to turn their eyes to the non-naturalized masses. But the demonstration effect of Lingao's naturalized citizen community was too powerful, and single men were too numerous. The expectations of eligible local women, already limited in number, were also high. As a result, this batch of naturalized workers over 40 could only rely on buying prostitutes to solve their physiological needs. Spending a blissful moment with yellow ticket holders could solve physiological needs, but it offered no help for a person's need for emotional comfort. Having no family and no children, the shadow of a lonely old age hung constantly over their heads. During this mainland offensive, this batch of lower-tier old workers had also been dispatched successively. Although their abilities weren't up to leadership positions at various levels, Guangdong needed large numbers of basic administrative personnel and workers. At least they could read, calculate, and speak passable Mandarin. Incidentally, they'd come to Guangdong, where the gender ratio wasn't so skewed, to solve their personal problems. Wang Jun selected from this group naturalized workers with over 3 years of service to the Senate and aged 35 or older. He weeded out some who were clearly unsuitable, finally forming a list of 100 men. Early in the morning, these older leftover men, notified to go matchmaking, gathered at the City Hall government offices. To show support for this matter, Liu Xiang specially arranged several barbers to cut hair and shave faces on site, and issued a new set of clothes to every worker attending the matchmaking. Wang Sangu, deputy chief of the city government general affairs section, wearing a brand new uniform, bustled joyfully among the group of bachelors waiting for haircuts and shaves, occasionally teasing them happily. Shave that beard cleaner, look younger. Why haven't you washed this face properly? Look at those dark circles. What woman would look at you? Going matchmaking with a frown. Don't want a son. The bachelors were also beaming. Although they'd been told beforehand that the matchmaking candidates were rescued prostitutes, for old bachelors, getting a wife at all was an unexpected joy. They didn't mind the wife's background. They retorted to Wang Sangu's teasing. Section Chief Huang, you're an old bachelor too, why not go matchmake? Your virtue is high and prestige heavy, plus you're a section chief, matchmaking would be a piece of cake. Section Chief Huang, you're a senior veteran of our bachelor world. Why not find a wife and sire a son yourself? Spare Section Chief Huang. At his age, the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. Haven't you heard old but vigorous? King Wen of Zhou had a son at 80. Using an umbrella as a hunting rifle yet killing a fox, is that what you mean? Wang Sangu beamed, unbothered by the bachelor's banter, shaking his head. At my age, how many years do I have left? Even if I can hunt foxes, I won't do it, dragging down a good woman. You are all still young. Marry a wife, start a family, life will get better and better. This is all thanks to the Senate. Joy filled the courtyard. Wang Jun, preparing to host the matchmaking ceremony, was all smiles. After bustling about for so long, he finally had some results. Though he was doing this to pad his performance record, everyone's happiness infected him too. While enjoying the mood, he saw Du Yibin arriving, also beaming. Besides guards and a secretary, he brought an old man wearing an dampo scarf and a straight gown. His demeanor looked like an old pedant, face dark and expression unhappy. Wang Jun wondered, who is this? This is Mr. Song Yingsheng, Du Yibin said, and fearing Wang Jun wouldn't know who he was, added, Song Yingxing's older brother. Song Yingsheng looked indignant. Ever since being captured in Enping and repeatedly failing to seek death, he'd found this senator Du deeply affectionate toward him, trying desperately to persuade him to surrender to the Song. Upon arriving in Guangzhou, every time they met a senator, Du would specially mention, this is Song Yingxing's brother. He was truly puzzled. Judging from the attitude of Senator Du and other senators toward him, the Australians obviously attached great importance to his third brother Yingxing. But third brother was merely an unranked instructor at the Peony County School, and he himself was just a county magistrate. Second brother Song Yingding had already passed away. As for their father, he was an old licentiate who hadn't passed the imperial exam in 40 years and had also passed away a few years ago. Their grandfather had died young. The most prominent member of the family was great-grandfather Song Jing, who'd once entered the Grand Secretariat, but he'd been dead for nearly a century. Although his family could barely be considered a great clan in Jiangxi, they weren't wealthy or powerful. Song Yingsheng racked his brains but couldn't figure out why the hair thieves were so interested in his third brother. Persuading him to surrender in Enping wasn't enough. When this hair thief magistrate returned to Guangzhou this time, he'd insisted on bringing him along, saying he wanted him to broaden his horizons. Arriving in Guangzhou, though he hadn't seen the legendary Australian massive construction, or turning stone to gold, Guangzhou's streets indeed had a new look. Not only had illegal shops been demolished, but streets had been repaired, and ditches were being dredged everywhere. Song Yingsheng was a former county magistrate. Although Enping wasn't a big place, he knew that doing these things was labor-intensive, costly, and thankless, especially the illegal shops, which were a chronic illness. Since the Australians had entered the city, they'd actually done some concrete good deeds. This improved his perception of the Australians considerably. To be honest, he generally affirmed Du Yibin's governance in Enping, though there were many points he disapproved of, feeling the Australians were overly trivial and not talented for governing the world, only able to pass unimpeded thanks to guns and cannons. Arriving in Guangzhou, he'd realized this administrative meticulousness had immense benefits, especially in a great city like Guangzhou. In his days here, being dragged around by Senator Du to various places, he'd felt deeply that the market streets here were vastly different from the past. Not only were streets orderly and clean, but the appearance of pedestrians on the street was also different from before. So his attitude toward Senator Du had softened slightly. Being called to attend some matchmaking conference this time, Song Yingsheng refused inwardly. But having been reduced to a prisoner, he had to compromise. Attending such an event irrelevant to his integrity wouldn't hurt. Besides, Senator Du said he didn't need to do anything, help if willing, otherwise just stand aside and watch the spectacle. Since the chief had put it that way, Song Yingsheng acquiesced. End of chapter. Chapter 2010, Matchmaking Conference. Upon hearing the introduction, Wang Jun's initially indifferent expression instantly changed. He corrected himself. So it's Mr. Song. A pleasure to meet you, a pleasure. You honor me. Song Yingsheng witnessed a scene that had played out countless times already. Regardless of the senator's prior expression, upon hearing that sentence, they would break into a smile, then size him up repeatedly with curious eyes, usually praising Senator Du for having a good eye. Afterwards, whatever they discussed, the hair thief senators would be extraordinarily polite, and many would inquire about news of his third brother. What exactly had third brother done to benefit the hair thieves, making them so obsessive? While secretly puzzled, Song Yingsheng was quite worried. Sit and rest for a bit. Another senator is coming soon. Another senator is coming. Du Yibin was surprised. He thought his fussing about it made him a nuisance in Guangzhou. A senator from propaganda is coming. Wang Jun picked up his thermos cup and took a big gulp of tea. Think about it, such good material, propaganda has to report it fully right. True, why didn't I think of that? Qin Ruyu sent a messenger just now saying he'll attend in person. He's also preparing to take photos. In a few days it'll be in the papers, both Lingao and Sheep City. It'll also be in Kaiming Star. While the two talked, Song Yingsheng sat silently alone, observing this matchmaking auditorium. Collective matchmaking wasn't exactly novel to Song Yingsheng. Serving as an official in Guangdong, he traveled somewhat and seen scenes of minority men and women in the two Guangs gathering at markets, singing songs to matchmake. The Australians being overseas barbarians, presumably this practice was popular among them too. Arriving at the scene, he realized the arrangement was completely different from his imagination. Tables were set with tea bowls and cups, and people were placing fruit platters filled with various snacks on the tables. Are they opening a tea house? Song Yingsheng was quite puzzled. Looking up, he saw numerous colorful ropes strung crisscross across the beams like a spiderweb, hung with paper lanterns and various colorful rings and ornaments. Though simple, it was colorful and looked lively and festive. Although the building was old and the tables and chairs were tattered second-hand goods cobbled together, everything had been cleaned thoroughly and arranged neatly. It was completely the new life style. Having been in Guangzhou for a few days, Song Yingsheng had fully grasped the overwhelming propaganda of the new life movement in the city. Song Yingsheng had a favorable impression of this new life movement, feeling it had the flavor of governing as in ancient times. Although the management was inexplicably trivial, the results were significant, perhaps less so in Enping, but in Guangzhou there was a sense of a changed world. Today at the shelter, one could tell it was a converted ruined temple. In terms of architectural repair, the Australians actually hadn't spent too much manpower or material resources. Temporary patches were visible in many places. New buildings were humble huts of bamboo frames and reed mat walls, coated with yellow mud and topped with straw. Yet the grounds were swept clean and items organized neatly. There was no sense of making do amidst dilapidation. Instead, there was a vigorous air of flourishing growth. Master Song, your calligraphy is good. Come help out, Du Yibin said, bringing a stack of red square papers and the 4 treasures of the study. He didn't lack people who could write, but having said watching is fine today, he still wanted to educate him a bit. Unfortunately, this middle-aged man was very stubborn. Du Yibin knew that in the original timeline, Song Yingsheng had committed suicide after the southern Ming fell, so he didn't dare push too hard, only engaging in some subtle influence. Writing a few characters wasn't a big deal, and Song Yingsheng couldn't well refuse. In fact, this was an area where he could fully look down on the hair thieves. From what he'd seen, from senator chiefs down to naturalized cadres, every single hair thief wrote terrible characters. What should I write? He picked up the ink stick, knowing it was the coarsest soot ink, and felt rather unhappy. As for the ink, stone, and brush, one glance showed they were crude goods used by accountants and the like. Just these few characters, one per square, Du Yibin said. Song Yingsheng looked closely. The slip of paper read, Guangzhou City First Collective Matchmaking Conference. Leaving aside the quality of the calligraphy, this half-coherent phrasing made Song Yingsheng silently criticize it. However, the words contained nothing offensive. He immediately ground the ink, dipped the brush, and wrote them one by one on the red squares in a single breath. Du Yibin stood by repeatedly cheering, calling the writing exquisite. This embarrassed him. His brushwork could by no means be called exquisite among scholars. At best it was competent. Du Yibin was speaking from the heart. Never mind brush calligraphy, they couldn't even write decent characters with fountain pens or pencils. Once the ink was slightly dry, he called a naturalized citizen to pin these large square characters onto the beams one by one. While the squares were being pinned up, the men and women for the matchmaking arrived. The bachelors arrived first. In terms of age, the youngest was over 35, generally over 40. For ordinary poor commoners, this age already showed signs of premature aging. Some had stooped backs. But these men were veterans naturalized for over 3 years. Years of living and working under the Senate meant not only sufficient nutritional intake, but also much more scientifically reasonable arrangements for rest and labor compared to local commoners. Not only did they not look old, but they appeared vigorous. Having had haircuts, shaves, and changed into new clothes, they were all glowing with health. Because there were slightly too many people, the auditorium couldn't accommodate everyone matchmaking at once, so a 3-session model was adopted. The first session was for men and women with lottery numbers 1 to 50. The second session was for 51 to 100. The third session was a resurrection match for those who hadn't found suitable partners in the first 2 sessions. The venue had 20 tables and 100 chairs. The rule was female students sat still while male naturalized workers rotated in order, conversing for 5 minutes. If dissatisfied, moved to the next. After a full rotation, there would be free interaction time. A full circuit would take about 2 hours. This model was already maturely implemented in Lingao and other places, though Wang Jun wondered if it might be too advanced for the students. Hope it goes smoothly, Wang Jun thought. Estimating 3 sessions would take about a day, finishing before 5 p.m. This way naturalized citizens living in the city could return before dark. Security outside the city was poor. Curfew was enforced after nightfall, and no one except armed patrols was allowed on the roads. Come, come, everyone take your seats. Seeing the entering bachelors looking lost, Wang Jun called out with a tin megaphone. You all sit on the left side of the tables. Yes, leave the right side for the women. After the men were seated, the women arrived. Compared to the silent, sullen bachelors, the students were much livelier. They were veterans of the entertainment world. Seeing men, naturally they wouldn't be as shy as ordinary village women. They looked around, whispering and discussing the men in low voices. Hey, hey, stop the chatter, hurry and sit according to your numbers, Wang Jun directed. Once seated according to numbers, separated from the men by a table, the previously boisterous women suddenly became shy. Heads bowed, let alone discussing the men, even their eyes were cast down bashfully, only stealing glances at the men. Wang Jun thought these students' demeanor changed too quickly. Seeing the first 50 pairs of men and women seated facing each other, and seeing Propaganda's Senator Qin arriving on the scene with staff, he signaled Du Yibin, then walked slowly to the center of the venue. There were naturally no microphones here, but the matchmaking host holding a tin megaphone would be too comical and bad for photos. Wang Jun would just have to fully utilize his throat. He came to the front of the tables, scanning the men and women present. Ahem, Wang Jun cleared his throat. Comrades, students, I am the host for this event, Wang Jun. I represent the Senate in hosting Guangzhou Special City's first collective matchmaking activity. Although this is the first time in Guangdong, we've held it many times in Hainan with significant results. Your respective leaders have already discussed the details with you, so I won't repeat them. This matchmaking conference we're holding embodies the Senate's care for activists. I know some may think, why does the Senate manage everything, even marriage? Thinking this way is wrong. As the saying goes, revolutionary work is no small matter. Many of you are no longer young, yet still single. The persecution of the old society gave you no opportunity, no conditions to marry. It was inhumane. He paused deliberately. Now you live in the new society. The organization specifically organized this matchmaking conference to let you start families and settle down. Solving personal problems allows you to better serve revolutionary work. The Senate not only reforms the old society, but also initiates new forms of romance in the new society. This is the Senate's care for you. I hope that in this activity, both men and women can find a partner they like, build a new family, continue your own and Huaxia's bloodlines, serve the Senate and the people, and become fully qualified naturalized families. Pausing here, warm applause rang out from the men's group. The women's side reacted quickly too, also applauding. This satisfied Wang Jun. They were student activists after all. Good. I'll announce the next segment. Each of you has a number tag on your clothes. This is your matchmaking number. Wang Jun began explaining the rules. According to the rules, names wouldn't be used during the process. Address and confirmation would be by number tag. End of chapter. Chapter 2011, Matchmaking Conference. Qin Ruyu prowled the room with his camera, hunting for the perfect angles. The naturalized workers had grown accustomed to his photographic enthusiasm, but the shelter students still flinched at each sharp click of the shutter. At the back of the hall, Du Yibin sat beside Song Yingsheng, observing the proceedings while occasionally offering tea and refreshments. Song Yingsheng accepted in silence, his furrowed brow and pinched expression betraying his discomfort. Minutes later, Wang Jun concluded his opening remarks. The men and women settled into facing rows, separated by tables barely 20 centimeters wide. Despite the snacks and tea laid out before them, no one dared touch anything. "You're free to converse now," Wang Jun announced with practiced patience. "When you hear the drum, you must change seats. If someone catches your interest but you need more time to decide, note their number. We'll handle the matching afterward." He raised his voice. "Let the matchmaking begin." The small drum sounded. Silence descended, awkward and heavy. No one spoke. Wang Jun deployed every tool in his arsenal: gentle persuasion, hearty encouragement, self-deprecating jokes. He stopped just short of channeling a variety show host. Gradually, under his relentless coaxing, conversation began to trickle through the room. The contrast between the sexes was striking. Where the men sat tense and tongue-tied, the students radiated a blunt confidence. Their bearing lacked the demure grace of genteel ladies, possessing instead the forthright boldness of market women accustomed to hard bargaining. This gathering differed markedly from the naturalized citizen matchmaking events held in Lingao. At those functions, participants exchanged information cards before speaking, neat forms listing age, work unit, occupation, income, and other vital statistics. A quick glance provided the essential facts about one's potential partner, but Wang Jun had abandoned that system for this event. The shelter students were largely illiterate, and even if they could read, the bureaucratic terminology would prove meaningless. What could terms like administrative grade 3 or technician grade 1 possibly convey to women unfamiliar with the council's hierarchy? As for monthly wages in silver yuan circulation vouchers, the students had no frame of reference for such figures. Better to let the men explain their circumstances directly. Besides, the women themselves had little to document. Most were what Wang Jun privately called 3-no personnel: no family, no occupation, no assets. Their basic information, age and name, could be communicated easily enough in conversation. Following their coached script, couples opened with the essentials, exchanged names and ages, then described family circumstances. After that, the conversation could flow naturally toward more specific details. The students displayed no interest in occupational titles, administrative ranks, or educational credentials. What mattered to them was straightforward: a man's income and his family obligations. Work units remained an abstraction to them. Whether worker, cadre, police officer, or any other designation, it all meant the same thing in their eyes: serving the Australians, which meant drawing wages and having rice to eat. This lack of bureaucratic awareness proved surprisingly liberating for the nervous male participants. Based on their experiences at previous matchmaking events in Lingao and elsewhere, they had learned that young women with even a passing familiarity with the council system, insider knowledge wasn't necessary, would lose interest the moment they heard about humble positions or work units. But these students didn't care about such distinctions. Freed from that particular anxiety, the men began to speak more openly. I work in a factory, yes, one of the big workshops. My monthly wage is 5.5 yuan. That can buy about 500 caddies of brown rice, plenty to support a family. I've got no dependents, still a bachelor. Marry me and you'll live comfortably. I don't own a house yet, but once we marry, the council will allocate us an apartment. There's a 20-year mortgage. That means I borrow the money and pay it back over 20 years, a bit deducted from my wages each month. But after that, the property's mine. I work as service staff for one of the agencies. An agency is like the Ming Yamen, but no, I'm not an official, not a runner either, just odd jobs, really, neither official nor clerk. I don't mind that you have a child. I don't have any myself. We'll keep your child, he'll be my son. I'll treat you both well. My parents are still alive in decent health. Father does odd jobs, mother takes in piecework at home. I have one younger sister, she's already married. My income is 4 yuan, 4 jiao, and 25 fen monthly. I have a house with 15 years left on the mortgage. I'm from Shandong. Yes, came south on the chief's ship. I had a house and land back home, lost everything when the soldiers came through. My father, mother, wife, all gone, just me and 2 kids left. If you can't bear children, that's fine. I don't mind. Just be a mother to these 2. When they grow up, they'll be filial, care for you in your old age. The atmosphere warmed gradually. Wang Jun finally returned to his seat, quietly instructing the drummer to extend the interval by 5 minutes. Took me long enough to get them talking, he muttered. Let's give them a bit more time. Easy work for you as MC, Du Yibin teased. What else can I do? This isn't a variety show. I can't very well organize song and dance numbers. Wang Jun gulped some tea and reached for a snack. I actually wanted to arrange a few performances to liven things up, but there wasn't time, and we had no suitable artistic talent to help with rehearsals. 5 minutes later, the drums sounded. A dozen couples rose immediately and were escorted to a private side room where more refreshments awaited, and they could converse at leisure. After varying intervals, some proceeded to the registration desk while others drifted back to the main hall. Wang Jun surveyed the room. 5 or 6 couples from the first round had registered. Excellent progress. He seized his tin megaphone. 6 new couples have found each other. Keep at it, everyone. These matchmaking events don't happen every day, and even when they do, you might not get another chance. Though Wang Jun had never worked in sales, he understood the psychology of scarcity and urgency. He punctuated the proceedings with regular megaphone announcements, weaving in subtle reminders that opportunity was fleeting and might not knock twice. The strategy worked. Under this gentle pressure, the pace accelerated. By the time the final drum of the first session sounded, 30-some couples had completed their matching registration. After the structured rounds concluded, participants had one final opportunity. Both parties could submit the number of their preferred partner for a last round of matching. This final matching produced 5 more couples, bringing the total to 41 successful pairings. In the old timeline, such a success rate would have been miraculous, launching a satellite, as the saying went. But here, it felt entirely natural. Marriage meant partnership for living, not romantic destiny. People evaluated practical circumstances, not spiritual compatibility. 9 women remained unmatched, some too young and particular, hoping for better prospects, others unable to bear children. The remaining men uniformly bore difficult circumstances, crushing family obligations or inadequate incomes. Disappointment weighed more heavily on the unmatched men. They had heard that the matchmaking candidates were former prostitutes from Guangzhou, women seeking reformation. Surely, they'd reasoned, as long as a man wasn't disabled or grotesque and held down steady work, matching would be guaranteed. They had approached the event with confidence, anticipating success. To discover that even these women found them wanting, the blow left them visibly deflated. "It's regrettable that some of you haven't found suitable partners today," Wang Jun announced. "Don't worry, we'll have one more opportunity at the very end, and if you're still unsuccessful, don't be discouraged. There will be future matchmaking events. I hope you'll find your companion next time." Still, forced pairings made no sense in a matchmaking context. Wang Jun declared the first session concluded. The remaining participants filed out. The one more opportunity he mentioned would come after all 3 sessions, when the final unpaired individuals could try again. Du Yibin could barely contain his satisfaction. This exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin, an 80% success rate. He shot Song Yingsheng a sidelong glance, just a touch smug. Song Yingsheng's feelings remained in turmoil. On one level, he approved of the endeavor. Since ancient times, sage rulers ensured that the elderly, the young, the widowed, and the solitary all received care. That men should marry and women should wed was fundamental to proper governance. That the Australians would extend such concern even to reformed prostitutes, solving their matrimonial prospects. Such care for their subjects could indeed be called benevolent. Yet he also found the Australians' tendency to aggrandize trivial matters deeply vexing. In his view, such a minor affair could easily be handled by appointing 1 or 2 official matchmakers. Why must elders appear personally? Why stage such an elaborate spectacle for what amounted to pairing a few artisans with reformed prostitutes? He caught Elder Du's gaze, clearly angling for praise once again. The Australians had many genuinely commendable qualities, but this particular elder's obsession with extracting compliments had grown tiresome. Song Yingsheng cleared his throat deliberately. "This is indeed a benevolent act by the Council of Elders," he conceded, stroking his beard. "However," he paused for effect, "it does seem rather excessive." Lu Cheng and the other nearby staff members bristled. This sour old pedant had the audacity to criticize the council as excessive. They glared at him with barely restrained fury. Du Yibin, long accustomed to Song Yingsheng's contrarian commentary, merely raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "As this student observes, today's participants are merely artisans and laborers, while the women are reformed prostitutes. Send 1 official matchmaker and 1 clerk to pair them by name. The entire affair could be concluded in half a day. Everyone would have a spouse, and all would be grateful for the council's virtue. Instead, you've erected a special venue, orchestrated this grand production, allowed men and women to choose for themselves, expended considerable resources, and still 9 pairs remain unmatched. Is this not making a mountain from a molehill?" Chapter 2012, Matchmaking Conference, III. The Council of Elders routinely lambasted the Ming Dynasty for its inefficiency and resource waste. Now, to have a Ming official turn those very criticisms back upon them struck Du Yibin as deliciously ironic. Not that he was surprised. Song Yingsheng might be among the rarest breed at the dynasty's twilight, a conscientious, capable official, but he remained fundamentally an old-style scholar. Despite his farmer-scholar roots, his worldview placed him squarely among those who ruled the people, regarding commoners as mere laborers devoid of independent thought. This intellectual arrogance persisted even into the 21st century. But in that era, with advanced productivity and widespread education, many manual laborers had learned to think in the terms of intellectuals, constructing their own hierarchies of contempt. In the 17th century, however, farming-reading families like Song Yingsheng's, clans with examination degrees and histories of official service, viewed common people as inherently ignorant and obstinate. The Song brothers counted themselves among the more benevolent gentry. In the eyes of truly corrupt officials or cruel clerks, ordinary subjects ranked below insects. They knew the saying well enough: water can carry the boat but also overturn it. Yet in practice, they thought like King Yu taming the flood, never considering how the water felt, only how to extract benefit while preventing disaster. Despite days of travel together, could such entrenched thinking be uprooted overnight? Were the Song brothers not rare practical talents of this century, men of proven integrity and capability? Du Yibin wouldn't waste such effort on them. He cleared his throat and shot Lu Cheng and the others a warning glance. Calm down. He turned to Song Yingsheng with measured courtesy. Mr. Song, your remarks misapprehend the matter. Since ancient times, marriage between men and women has been a solemn affair. How can you dismiss it as trivial? The statement served as a shield, preemptively blocking Song's argument. After all, continuing the family line stood paramount among Chinese ethical imperatives. Song Yingsheng fell silent. Du Yibin pressed forward. We've held matchmaking conferences many times in Hainan. In scale, venue quality, and participant numbers, all exceeded what you see here in Guangzhou. Had Guangzhou not been so recently liberated, with countless urgent matters demanding attention, the city's inaugural matchmaking conference would never have been this modest and hurried. Du Yibin spoke truthfully. In terms of spectacle and grandeur, even Gaoxing surpassed Guangzhou, let alone the temporary capital of Lingao. Only financial constraints had made this event so austere. Marriage ranks among life's momentous occasions. Even in the Ming Dynasty, scholars celebrate two great triumphs: the day they pass the imperial examinations and their wedding night. Since this constitutes a momentous and joyous event for naturalized citizens, as their leaders we must help men and women choose suitable partners. We certainly wouldn't delegate such importance to a mere official matchmaker and clerk, letting them muddle through perfunctorily. People possess varied temperaments and preferences. The commoners under our council hail from all corners of the realm, speaking different dialects, observing different customs. To have a matchmaker and clerk pair them by name from a list, forgive my bluntness, how does that differ from breeding livestock? The ancients themselves declared that harmony between husband and wife represents a beautiful ideal. Since these people live under our great Song Council's governance, and we arrange their lifelong unions, naturally we must consider the matter thoroughly. Otherwise, wouldn't we be treating our subjects as less than human? We would be no better than those usurper Ming officials, versed in poetry yet conducting themselves like thieves and prostitutes, abandoning loyalty for profit, burning bridges after crossing. Of course, Mr. Song, you don't belong among that majority. Were that the case, I would never have encouraged you to join our great Song. The words carried concealed barbs that left Song Yingsheng momentarily winded. Though unconvinced, he recognized that his opponent had claimed the moral high ground of valuing the people. Rebuttal wouldn't come easily. Of course, if he truly wished to argue, invoking righteousness over trivial propriety wouldn't prove difficult. But as a prisoner, what purpose would winning a point serve? Besides, the latter half of Du's speech revealed something significant. The great Song Council valued him highly. Though he couldn't fathom why, the recognition stirred a measure of pride. The Song brothers had passed the provincial examinations simultaneously, becoming a celebrated story throughout Jiangxi. Yet in subsequent years, they had repeatedly failed the metropolitan examinations, never even achieving associate doctor status. They'd entered government service through the Juran selection process, not only limiting their official advancement, but placing them a rung lower in bureaucratic hierarchy. That Australians from thousands of miles distant would value the brothers so highly, Song Yingsheng felt the warm glow of being understood and appreciated. Furthermore, Mr. Song doesn't yet understand our great Song's customs. In the usurper Ming, as you described, artisans and reformed prostitutes can be matched by simple list pairing. Gentry children marry according to parental decrees and matchmakers' words. Men and women wed without ever meeting or knowing each other. We firmly oppose such practices that disregard mutual understanding. We emphasize free will and voluntary choice upon meeting. We must honor the preferences of both men and women. We may encourage and persuade, but we absolutely cannot impose matches by force. That's why we organize these matchmaking conferences. Success or failure rests upon their choice. Having chosen, they must bear the consequences. Forced assignment. We neither advocate nor support such methods. This doctrine of custom proved utterly unacceptable to Song Yingsheng. While parental orders and matchmakers' words might not constitute inviolable law, they represented prevailing social convention. For men and women to marry based on mutual affection, according to ritual propriety, that amounted to illicit elopement. He held his silence, listening as Elder Du expounded further. Moreover, under the council's governance, naturalized citizens differ only in rank and title. Whether county magistrate or factory worker, all are naturalized citizens without distinction between noble and base. This differs profoundly from the usurper Ming. Mr. Song will gradually comprehend this in time. Du Yibin's repeated references to the usurper Ming grated on Song Yingsheng considerably. If one spoke of usurpation, those two Zhao brothers represented the genuine article. Du Yibin continued his discourse, but Song Yingsheng's attention had wandered. From Elder Du's lengthy exposition, he'd grasped the fundamental reason the Australians spared no expense on this elaborate production. They sought a demonstration effect, to display the council's benevolence and righteousness, enticing impoverished commoners to submit to these cue-cutters. Reflecting on the journey from Enping to Guangzhou, observing the Australians' administration throughout, everything prioritized the people's interests, buying popular support, especially courting the poor. Though the region hadn't achieved complete pacification, their reputation among common folk remained surprisingly favorable. He could envision how such calculated favors would persuade many Guangdong natives to voluntarily shave their heads and become naturalized citizens. Perhaps within a few short years, most of Guangdong's residents would comply willingly. Without deploying soldiers or weapons, they could induce the people to change customs. The thought deepened his despair for the Ming's future. His face darkened considerably. While the two men conversed, Qin Ruiyu led propaganda personnel through random interviews with registered couples. The Sheep City Express planned a special issue on the event, not merely to trumpet the new administration's new atmosphere, but to discuss modern marriage and free love in conjunction with the New Life movement. Though this official matchmaking could hardly qualify as free love, it established precedent. Qin Ruiyu didn't conduct interviews personally, instead mentoring intern reporters on site. For most men, facing interviews represented an entirely novel experience. Predominantly low-level workers and clerks with minimal education, they possessed poor verbal skills and stammered uncertainly, managing only stock phrases. Thanking the Council of Elders, long live the Council, promising to serve the Council and people better henceforth. Yet their eyes and smiles expressed their inner excitement and joy with vivid eloquence. The women proved more voluble. Though their language didn't quite conform to the Council's preferred propaganda style, their simple, colloquial responses satisfied Elder Qin, grown weary of the rigid propaganda formulas currently employed by his department. Inevitably, toward the end of interviews, students would recite political slogans learned from Lu Cheng and other cadres. But this indirectly demonstrated their educational progress, which pleased Elder Qin. Lu Cheng naturally beamed with satisfaction. Now, everyone sit together in pairs. The reporters will photograph you. On your wedding day, these will be presented as commemorative gifts. Qin Ruiyu directed his subordinates to capture the images, privately lamenting that the council hadn't yet replicated color photography technology. Both students and naturalized citizens displayed pronounced shyness now. Yesterday they'd been strangers, today they were betrothed. This photograph represented their engagement, didn't it? The whole situation felt dreamlike. The residual awkwardness between men and women, mingled with the startling reality of their betrothal, made them bashful. Only under the coaxing and encouragement of naturalized reporters did they settle onto benches in pairs for their wedding portraits. Completely separate all successfully matched students. Don't let them intermingle with other students any longer, Du Yibin instructed Lu Cheng and the others. Next comes waiting for the wedding announcement. Monitor the students' emotional states closely. We also need to make preparations for housing. Otherwise, it'll prove embarrassing when we have no bridal chambers. He spoke plain truth. The naturalized staff and workers transferred to Guangzhou, aside from the few who owned property in Lingao, mostly resided in dormitories or rented rooms. In Guangzhou, they also occupied collective dormitories. Establishing families naturally required separate housing. This represented yet another headache for Du Yibin. Lu Cheng flushed crimson with excitement, nodding vigorously. I understand. I'll handle their emotional work diligently. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. I'm not upset, I'm happy, truly happy. Chapter 2013. Preparing the wedding, the matchmaking conference concluded triumphantly. 76 couples registered by the end, and the three elders congratulated the newly matched pairs with genuine warmth, embodying the ethos of modest means, spirited celebration. Du Yibin and Wang Jun felt thoroughly pleased. The affair had weathered its share of complications, but they'd pulled it off, and the results exceeded expectations. The propaganda machinery, for one, had secured exceptional material. Qin Ruyu fairly hummed with satisfaction, planning not merely a feature article and headline for the Sheep City Express, but an entire special edition to document the event in detail. It demonstrated the council's benevolence perfectly and would substantially aid civil affairs initiatives. More importantly, the event had genuinely resolved marriage problems for a significant group of naturalized citizens. For personnel at the lowest tiers of naturalization, though this solution barely scratched the surface, it offered hope, which helped stabilize social sentiment. Furthermore, the visible success had galvanized natives and newly naturalized citizens who'd maintained skeptical, wait-and-see attitudes toward the council. Since matchmaking activities began, the atmosphere among students at the Jiliang Institute had transformed dramatically. Give people hope, and their entire outlook shifts, far more effectively than any amount of ideological education. The next task: organize a magnificent collective wedding to crown the matchmaking event and bring the entire initiative to a triumphant close. The three elders gathered in the elders' dining room at the Great World, drinks in hand, celebrating while discussing follow-up arrangements. A collective wedding is entirely feasible, Qin Ruyu declared, seeing substantial propaganda value. His enthusiasm ignited. Even if finance lacks funds, we can solicit donations, persuade local wealthy families to contribute as a charitable deed. The real challenge comes afterward. What challenge? Du Yibin had imbibed a few extra cups of mulberry sweet wine. His face glowed pink. We've provided them wives and organized weddings. Surely we're not expected to raise their children too. Raising children isn't necessary, but what about bridal chambers? Damn, Wang Jun slammed his cup on the table. I completely forgot about that. Housing stands central to Chinese marriage, even in the 17th century, both for practical reasons and matters of propriety. If a newly married couple can't live together, what kind of marriage is it? The first batch of disabled naturalized citizens posed minimal difficulty. They enjoyed policy benefits. Upon marriage, civil affairs would allocate them apartments. But this current group represented harder cases. Don't they have houses in Lingao? Why resolve it here in Guangzhou? Du Yibin asked, puzzled. They do, but very few. Wang Jun, long stationed in the factories, understood naturalized citizens' living conditions far better than farm-focused Du Yibin. Most of these men are precisely those who couldn't afford houses in Lingao. They've been renting or living in dormitories. After transfer to Guangzhou, everyone was assigned to temporary dorms in various enterprises and agencies. You know those dormitories, bunk beds, 10 or 20 people crammed into one large room. Someone farts and the entire floor hears it. How can that serve as a bridal chamber? But I heard there are single-room family dormitories. Those are reserved for already married naturalized couples, plus some visiting family accommodations. We could borrow them temporarily as bridal chambers at best. Damn, this problem's harder than raising sons. Du Yibin began scratching his head vigorously. We can't solve this alone. Didn't they mention a new district under construction on Hainan Island? Will there be dormitories built there? Qin Ruiyu nodded. That's the plan, and I heard construction started on a batch of dormitories. But this collective wedding can't wait that long. Social news operates on momentum. Lose the moment and you lose the impact. Wang Jun and Du Yibin found themselves at an impasse. Houses couldn't materialize from thin air, and bridal chambers required privacy and domestic functionality, neither easily improvised. Qin Ruiyu mulled the problem over, then spoke. I actually have a notion. Not a long-term solution, but perhaps sufficient for a year or so while we wait for the new dormitories. With so many agencies flooding into Guangzhou, housing in the city's already strained. Where will we find over 100 rooms at once? Temple and monastery quarters. Du Yibin and Wang Jun's faces registered expressions that clearly communicated, you are beyond mortal comprehension. Though most elders professed atheism, they generally upheld principles of religious freedom and respecting religious customs. They knew temples and monasteries possessed abundant empty rooms, but installing newlywed couples in ascetic religious venues struck both Wang and Du as profoundly shocking. Don't look so scandalized, Qin Ruiyu laughed. First, renting out rooms is perfectly common for temples and monasteries in this era. Larger establishments routinely engage in such business. Monks in Beijing even operate inns. Hardly scandalous. Second, a batch of temple properties happens to be available for use right now. What temple properties? You've been in Guangzhou this long and haven't heard about Governor Liu's religious reforms. Oh, you mean that. Wang Jun's face lit with recognition. The corporatization reform under the three self-principles. Exactly that. I confess I didn't pay much attention, Wang Jun admitted sheepishly. Du Yibin had departed for Enping upon arriving in Guangdong, so his ignorance was excusable. But Wang Jun had been operating throughout Guangzhou. Setting aside the reform itself, did they confiscate many properties? Du Yibin leaned forward eagerly. Don't rush. Qin Ruiyu raised a hand. Let me explain from the beginning. Liu Xiang's administration in Guangzhou naturally hadn't spared temples and monasteries holding vast landholdings and properties. His religious reform strategy centered on separating venues from assets, thereby weakening their economic power. What Liu Xiang truly cared about were temple assets. Borrowing from later approaches like the Shaolin Temple's model, he'd reorganized Guangzhou's temples and monasteries into companies. Temples with licensed clergy registered as corporate legal entities, their assets including religious buildings, ritual implements, scriptures, and similar items, all subject to religious taxes and management fees. Non-religious temple assets like real estate, shops, and farmland were spun off as registered capital for identically named commercial companies, operating and paying taxes like ordinary enterprises. The Religious Affairs Office supervised these religious companies. Thus, the Religious Affairs Office effectively controlled substantial temple assets, including numerous rental properties, though that's actually the smaller portion. Most of those properties are already rented out, with few vacancies. More importantly, during the recent cleanup of illicit cults and rectification of Guandi temples, quite a few properties were confiscated alongside them. They're either serving as temporary dormitories or sitting empty. Honestly, most aren't in pristine condition, but with minor repairs, accommodating 100 couples temporarily presents no difficulty. Perfect solution, then. Du Yibin's excitement flared. Makeshift arrangements for a year or two. However, their optimistic calculations sparked considerable debate upon reaching City Hall. The primary contention involved wedding scale. Some elders felt one event sufficed, while others argued the numbers were insufficient and the scale should expand significantly. Fewer than 100 couples lacked newsworthiness, failing to warrant even front-page placement. For local women, the grander and larger this wedding, the more it will encourage them to actively choose marriage with naturalized citizens, Liu Xiang asserted. We should transform this collective wedding into a citywide celebration. The scale must be substantial. Male naturalized citizens eager for marriage number far beyond 100. Adding all Jiliang Institute students wouldn't satisfy demand, Wang Jun countered. The problem is, this marks our inaugural matchmaking activity. We should proceed cautiously, not merely chase scale. If hasty marriages lead to marital discord and incidents later, the consequences won't be favorable. Zhang Yumi interjected. Your matchmaking activity was equally hasty. People meet, chat for a few hours, then marry. What emotional foundation exists? Wang Jun found himself momentarily speechless. Lin Beiguang smoothed the waters. This collective matchmaking itself serves propaganda goals, encouraging more commoners to choose naturalization. The collective wedding even more so. It must be grand in scale to achieve proper effect. How about this? Quite a few naturalized employees are freely dating through workplace proximity. Under current conditions, organizing lavish weddings themselves proves difficult. We could offer them the opportunity to participate. After all, a collective wedding features elders attending with congratulations, creating a lively, grand spectacle. They'll surely agree. There are also couples who have only registered without holding ceremonies, at most treated friends and colleagues to a meal, Zhang Yikan added. Since the collective wedding would almost certainly be held at the Great World, he harbored particular enthusiasm. Deep down, they definitely desire grand weddings. We could retroactively provide ceremonies for them. He contributed various creative suggestions. Newlyweds cruising the Pearl River on flower boats at night, fireworks displays, inviting the plaid skirt club for performances. What about funding? Making it so elaborate, where does the money come from? Didn't they say it comes from the General Office Special Fund? The special fund isn't conjured by Zaya Ozishan. Ultimately, it's still finance and taxation money, isn't it? AI Jixin smiled wryly. There's only so much available. Changing the name doesn't multiply the total. Besides, the quota approved by the General Office won't accommodate such lavish spending. The funding issue is manageable, Liu Xiang said after a moment's thought. We can't assume total responsibility and raise a generation of council dependents. We'll naturally provide subsidies, but the council can't finance everything. Capable naturalized citizens should contribute portions themselves. Here's the approach. Except for couples from the matchmaking conference, other participating naturalized couples follow voluntary registration, no coercion. Participants will pay a portion of costs, specific amounts to be calculated by organizers. Chapter 2014, Doing More with Less. What percentage of total costs are we talking about? AI Jixin asked promptly. I don't think setting a percentage makes sense. It might prove too large or too small. Let's base it on income instead. Participants will pay the equivalent of 1 month's average salary for a naturalized worker, Liu Xiang proposed. Spending 1 month's wages on a wedding isn't excessive, is it? That's too little, AI Jixin countered. At least 3 months. These are all veteran naturalized citizens without wives. How much could they possibly spend? They must have accumulated 2 or 3 years of savings at minimum. Not just 2 or 3 years, Wang Jun quipped. I suspect some have 30 or 40 years of savings. Laughter rippled through the conference room. Even Zhang Yumi couldn't suppress a smile. Liu Xiang struggled to maintain composure but had to wave his hand with a grin. All right, enough joking. Let's return to business. Lin Beiguang smiled. I think 1 month's salary hits the right mark. Precisely because they're bachelors without family obligations, they probably spend freely. Their savings won't amount to much. Charge too much and you'll breed resentment. If someone genuinely can't afford even this amount, we'll deduct it monthly from their salary. the sum small enough that it won't affect their livelihood. Settled then. Seeing AI Jixin about to protest again, Liu Xiang cut him off decisively. Du Yibin interjected quickly. For the funding shortfall, I don't think we need fiscal appropriations. Here's my suggestion. Solicit donations from wealthy Guangzhou households. We'll list these merchants' names at the wedding as thanks, and award them purchase contracts for wedding supplies. For those merchants and wealthy families, this amounts to a small pledge of allegiance. The grain merchants, Gaoju, and others will definitely donate money and goods. They might even have family members participate. This way we can also gauge where the major households stand based on donor numbers and amounts, useful intelligence for future work. A sponsorship and advertisement approach. Clever, very clever, Zhang Yunmi said. This money's pocket change to them, plus they gain advertising returns. Before Liu Xiang could respond, Lin Beiguang shook his head. Even assuming many wealthy Guangzhou households would eagerly contribute if we hinted, and they'd be generous, frankly, proceeding that way would be inappropriate. First, it risks giving citizens and wealthy families the illusion that sponsorship creates special relationships with us. Second, it sets dangerous precedent. Donations should represent occasional charity. Frequent requests become indistinguishable from taxes. We might handle the degree competently, but what about future Guangzhou city governments? When extracting money becomes this easy, good intentions pave the road to poor outcomes. Having worked in county agencies during the 90s, Lin Beiguang had witnessed excessive grassroots governance firsthand. Frequent, forced donations consumed a regime's credibility and the people's goodwill. Regular occurrences not only burdened the masses but generated poor social perception. What should be benevolence gets perceived as exploitation and burden shifting. I also think it's inappropriate. Wang Qi, who'd remained silent thus far, voiced opposition. Such unconventional wealth extraction methods should be employed sparingly. When they held the Asian Games, I was a primary school student. The school required every student to donate at least 50 cents. They even ranked donations by class, school, and county, fostering competition. It looked impressive. Entire populace actively participating in the Asian Games, very spirited. But for students from struggling families, 50 cents or 1 yuan wasn't trivial. Imagine how those parents and students viewed such donations. Excitement and pride. I think Beijing's later refusal to accept public donations for the Olympic bid represented substantial improvement. So if they offer donations, we refuse, Du Yibin pressed anxiously. In yesterday's discussion, donations had represented the primary funding source. Correct. We can't accept this money, Liu Xiang stated. Especially now, as our New Life movement deepens and relations with wealthy households grow delicate. We must exercise particular care with boundaries to avoid sending the outside world wrong signals, or providing future pretexts. Du Yibin, Wang Jun, and others looked visibly deflated. Zhang Yikun spoke up promptly. Donations are naturally off the table, but we can solicit sponsorship and advertising, perfectly legitimate commercial behavior. For instance, wedding refreshments, banquet ingredients. Several enterprises in Guangzhou enjoy our specific support. Having them sponsor would be entirely appropriate. These enterprises shared common attributes. They'd prospered following Guangzhou's liberation, maintained council backing and investment, and crucially bore no connections to old wealthy households or gentry. Their histories were clean. Soliciting their sponsorship and advertising provided publicity while demonstrating the council's support for these new industrialists and merchants. Zhang Yikun's proposal won universal approval. What if they're unwilling? Anyone with a functional brain would fight for the opportunity, Zhang Yikun laughed. Would the council elevate a stupid enterprise as a benchmark? Policy thus settled, Zhang Yikun felt confident. He already had a draft sponsor roster mentally prepared. Zhang's food, backed by Elder Huang, topped the list. Since they produced snacks, relevant pastries could be entrusted to them. His own life secretary's small family industry naturally warranted attention. Then there was a new enterprise elder Liu San supported in pharmaceuticals, Chen Li Jai. This old timeline brand had operated barely 30 years in this timeline. As soon as the council entered the city, Liu San personally visited requesting cooperation, lavishing attention on this pharmacy that had languished in mediocrity for years. The move left Runchi Tang's proprietor feeling rather adrift. Since Liu San valued Chen Li Jai so highly, this shop had to receive a share. Runchi Tang was a council-affiliated enterprise Liu San had vigorously championed previously, so it couldn't be neglected either. While calculating selected sponsors, Zhang Yikun scribbled on paper, quickly compiling 12 merchant names. He passed the list around. Since Liu Xiang had elevated sponsor selection to a political consideration, the elders naturally had to review it, fully embodying collective leadership. I understand our connections with these two pharmacies, but what use are drugstores at a wedding? Zhang Yunmi asked, puzzled. Their wares obviously aren't wedding necessities. Useful, very useful. Du Yibin, who raised pangolins and possessed some traditional Chinese medicine knowledge, said, after marriage comes childbirth. To conceive, women need menstrual regulation and qi and blood tonification. I propose we gift each couple nourishing medicines at the wedding to help them conceive early. So it is about raising sons after all. Qin Ruyu laughed. Exactly as it should be, Wang Jun declared enthusiastically. Only with children does it become a family, and they'll all be children of the council, the more the better. Other projects found natural solutions through sponsorship. Dabo Shipping would provide flower boats for Pearl River night cruises. The Plaid Skirt Club would supply performances. Several club luminaries had lobbied the Guangzhou government extensively for permission to perform publicly and expand the influence of new arts. Now they'd finally secured a legitimate opportunity. Far from charging fees, they'd happily provide their own provisions. The bridal chamber issue also found resolution during the meeting. After coordination, they designated several temple properties for targeted rental to newlyweds, with provisional one-year leases. Kui Hantang, chairman of the Guangzhou Religious Association, patted his belly contentedly. I have plenty of older properties available, enough to accommodate at least a third. But temple properties are scattered and predominantly commercial. Many residential units are dilapidated, and repairs would cost substantially. Director AI probably wouldn't approve expenditure, so we can only manage temporary arrangements. Long-term won't work. He glanced toward AI Jixin. Kui Hantang had intended to borrow the east wind, using this opportunity in general office allocations to repair temple properties managed by the Religious Affairs Office. Hence his enthusiasm for Wang Jun's proposal to lend temple properties for naturalized citizens' marriages. However, AI Jixin didn't take the bait, refusing to allocate repair funds. He stated that temple properties managed by the Religious Affairs Office had undergone corporate reform, and property maintenance should follow the beneficiary pays for repairs principle, raising funds independently. No logic supported general office-funded repairs. AI Jixin effectively ignored Kui's hints. He harbored no interest in such money for prestige activities. As Director of Finance and Taxation, the current fiscal situation offered little optimism. They relied entirely on primitive fiscal maneuvering to barely maintain stability. Discussion continued, with others contributing ideas regarding venue decoration, procedures, and protocols. Enthusiasm mounted as they spoke, poised to transform the event into a grand ceremony, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Let's conclude here. We shouldn't consume excessive resources on this affair. Liu Xiang, observing AI Jixin's facial tics, curtailed everyone's boundless imagination. We're all amateurs at ceremonial planning. Assign specific event activities to Fang Fei. Old Zhang will handle sponsorship organization. He stretched. No rush on the wedding itself. Arranging housing first represents the urgent priority. Obtaining the certificate makes them husband and wife. No need to await the wedding for consummation. We'll transform customs while we're at it. He turned to Qin Ruyu. Your propaganda department needs to manage public opinion adeptly, not merely newspapers. The role of guides must be fully utilized. Chapter 2015. Send-off for the Newlyweds. The approaching celebration infused both the Qingji Institute and Jiliang Institute with palpable joy. The happiness proved contagious. Not only those preparing to marry felt it, but those remaining behind as well. Even the elderly, disabled, and widowed residents who would likely never form families again wore smiles. The single women preparing to depart for Lingao packed their belongings. Belongings amounted to little more than a few garments and bedding articles, all tied with officialish rope, with clothes and miscellaneous items stored in uniformly distributed rattan cases. The council also provided each woman with a bamboo water flask and a tin meal box for the journey. In truth, they'd originally possessed almost nothing. Most women entering the Qingji Institute had arrived destitute, beyond a change of clothes. Some lacked even bedding, relying entirely on charity from wealthy city ladies. That charity first had to pass through exploitation by the Institute's managers, and what reached their hands invariably proved the poorest quality. After the Guangzhou city government assumed control, it frankly lacked surplus energy to care for them extensively. It simply removed one layer of exploitation, ensuring everyone ate adequately and didn't wear rags. Later, a self-help production program commenced. Earning processing fees allowed them to eat better and acquire some household items. Though mostly trivial possessions, for them it marked the first time they'd owned anything at all. For this matchmaking marriage, perhaps from guilt or to buy favor, the elders had furnished every single woman marrying from the Qingji Institute with a respectable dowry. After all, their future married lives wouldn't follow easy paths. Appropriate material compensation seemed only reasonable. The dowry roughly equated to shopping vouchers worth 1 month's average naturalized worker salary, not substantial, but enough to purchase considerable goods in Lingao, serving as startup capital for establishing households. Additionally, each woman received new clothes, a dress, plus a glass mirror. The clothes were one matter. Many felt them too flashy to wear publicly. But the glass mirror represented a precious object unattainable for ordinary people. The women cradled them, unable to look away. All right, stop admiring them, everyone. If you break your mirrors, it'll be too late for tears. Xiaoyu, wearing a brand new cadre uniform, called out. Departure time approaches. Pack your belongings quickly. Since her rescue during the VIII industry rectification campaign, Xiaoyu had come to understand society's perils intimately. After residing in the shelter a while, she'd thought everything through completely. Her in-laws were garbage, her natal family had never treated her as human, and after her escape, men and women outside had only sought to profit from her body. Thinking it over, only the Australians had helped her without expecting anything in return. Whether Dr. Liu back then or the Australians cleaning up brothels later, they'd never plotted against her. Rescuing her again this time, treating her injuries, taking her in, providing food and clothing. The more she reflected, the more hateful the old society seemed, and the deeper the Australians' kindness. After staying in the shelter barely 5 or 6 days, she told Lu Cheng she was willing to join the group. A cultured woman like Xiaoyu naturally attracted council favor. Thus, she transformed into a civil affairs department staff member. Because she'd stayed in the Qingji Institute for several years and knew the chaste widows inside, after this matchmaking activity, she was assigned to accompany them to Lingao for their marriages. Peony, don't speak ominous words, a woman spat. Breaking a mirror brings bad luck, especially before marriage. Sister Zhen, you know breaking it's unlucky, yet you hold it like that. Put it away quickly, Xiaoyu urged. I haven't looked at myself properly in so many years. Now that I have this crystal mirror, how can I not look properly? Sister Zhen sighed, setting the mirror down. In the blink of an eye, I've been here 15 years. I'm old, truly old. When she'd entered the institute, she'd been a young woman in her prime. Now youth had fled, Middle age approached. Forced to come here to keep chastity for survival back then, she'd spent life's best years within this square courtyard, a living coffin. Now finally granted a chance to restart life, spiritual excitement went without saying, yet she harbored apprehension about the future. "Where are you, old? Your complexion's much ruddier now," Xiaoyu teased. "Don't know which lucky man gets to marry you as a wife." "I'm old nonetheless. How can I compare to a young girl like you? You're the fortunate one." Sister Zhen spoke wistfully, storing the mirror away. Xiaoyu knew she'd misspoken. Though being able to marry and have someone to depend upon for life represented a joyous event, they were marrying disabled men after all. Future life would likely prove harder than for ordinary couples. Recently, quite a few women had wanted to cancel their engagements. To prevent loss of results, the shelter's female cadres had gone all out with persuasion work. Xiaoyu primarily handled this duty. She didn't dare say much about these marriages, only commenting, "What fortune do I have? Widowed young, abducted and nearly sold to a brothel, suffered so much before the council of elders rescued me." Sister Zhen grasped her meaning, patted her arm and laughed. "Say no more. Since ancient times marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Even if my household head is disabled, I accept it, better than remaining here a lifetime. But you're young, though not too young. Why not hurry and find someone suitable? Unlike Sister Zhen, you could find someone better." These words made Xiaoyu's ears burn. She chided, "Everything's fine, why drag me into it? My mind's made up. Men are no good, I don't want to marry. Working for the Council of Elders a lifetime will be relaxed and happy. These few months have been more enjoyable than the past dozen years." Sister Zhen laughed. "You talk craziness. When you arrived here you were escorted under guard, plotting escape. Now asked not to keep chastity, you refuse to marry. Hey, can that be the same?" Xiaoyu protested. "Back then, keeping chastity here, we were just living dead." At this, Sister Zhen couldn't help nodding agreement. "Working for the Australians these few months, tired, yes, endless work every day, but my heart's never been so free, like a bird escaped from its cage." Indeed, these days she seemed to possess inexhaustible strength, willing to do whatever was asked. Even tasks she'd been unwilling to do previously, she now performed with joy. Sister Zhen laughed. "True, true. I also feel you're different from before, not only more talkative but loud-voiced too." At the Jiliang Institute, a different scene unfolded. Students successful in matchmaking were now concentrated in one dormitory, also packing belongings. Like the widows in the Qingji Institute, the students originally owned little. Low-class prostitutes couldn't compare to girls in high-class brothels who received countless tips and could stash away valuables. The clientele of low-class prostitutes were mostly poor. Even when clients occasionally gave gifts, the madam would seize them. According to Wang Jun and Du Yibin's vision, every marrying woman should receive a generous dowry as a demonstration. But their idea was jointly rejected by Lin Baiguang and Ai Jixin. No money, and no soliciting sponsorship. However, after arguing vigorously, they'd managed to secure a passable dowry for the single women. As for the students, it proved much shabbier. Just some bedsheets, towels, pillowcases, and similar textiles, uniformly printed with souvenir of Guangzhou's first matchmaking conference. Though the dowry was meager, for the students, marrying a decent man with stable income and starting a family already represented tremendous fortune. Compared to the somewhat delicate atmosphere in the Qingji Institute, laughter and joy filled this Jiliang Institute dormitory daily. Not only were they happy, but close friends who weren't selected rejoiced for them too, often visiting to exchange husband-managing techniques and fantasize about future new lives. While joy reigned here, other buildings inevitably felt somewhat desolate. Seeing sisters finding homes, everyone felt anxious. When would their turn come? The likes of Bai and Qiubao had become rats crossing the street. Beyond speaking to them, people cursed them merely for passing by, as if their failure to be selected was entirely Bai and Qiubao's fault. Though the activists weren't selected, they sat secure on their fishing platforms. Director Lu had said, "There will be opportunities next time, perhaps even better men than now." Before noon, belongings in both locations were ready. Lu Cheng checked each individually. She summoned the marrying women to gather in the cafeteria. To celebrate their new lives, a sumptuous meal had been specially prepared, and each person received a bottle of kombucha. Directors Lu and Mao, along with Lu Cheng and other female cadres, attended. Seeing this arrangement and the food on the tables, the women recognized this as a farewell meal. The time for departure had arrived. Mixed feelings arose. Many eyes reddened. Lu Cheng raised a wine cup, about to speak auspicious blessings, when sobbing emerged from below. Lu Cheng merely said, "Don't be sad," but feeling sourness rise in her own heart, she choked up and couldn't continue. The crowd below burst into tears. Director Lu stood at a loss, uncertain what to do. Mao Ziyu whispered, "Let me say a few words." He held his cup, walked to the front, and announced, "Women comrades, I am Mao Ziyu. Everyone knows me, yes. Today I'll rely on my age to speak briefly. First, a presumptuous statement. Among all seated here, probably no one has greater seniority here than me." He usually never boasted of seniority. Hearing this, Lu Cheng stared wide-eyed with curiosity. "Since I was introduced to this Huanghua temple in my 20s, I've worked as a handyman for 30 years, watching over 10 head officials come and go, performing every kind of work. I've witnessed every variety of worldly condition in this Huanghua temple." Chapter 2016, Beginning of a New Life. Take the Qingji Institute, for instance. In 30 years, I've lost count of how many chaste widows lived here. True, a handful endured until their children grew up and took them away for peaceful old age. But what of the rest? For 10, 20 years, all they saw upon opening their eyes each morning was the square patch of sky above the courtyard. Counting hours every day, waiting for darkness, suffering through years until they couldn't endure any more, then carried out and sent to the cremation ground. That was the end of a life. I went along every time to handle matters at the cremation ground, watching these perfectly fine women locked up here until they died. What was the point of it all? His voice wavered. Tears welled in his own eyes. Mao Ziyu wiped the corners of his eyes and laughed self-consciously. "Ashamed, ashamed." He continued, "This time everyone has a future. I see Director Lu and Comrade Lu here, their hearts filled with joy, as happy as if you were all their own family." At these words, Lu Cheng couldn't stop tears from rolling down her face. After expending such effort, enduring such hardship at the Jiliang Institute, hearing Mao Ziyu's words now filled her with overwhelming emotion and profound recognition. "So I say, everyone here is blessed." His voice strengthened. "Today is a joyous day. Don't cry. Your good days stretch long ahead. I toast you all." Sister Zhen picked up her belongings and followed the group through the Huanghua temple's main gate. The afternoon sun blazed brilliant, almost blinding, warming her body through. She looked up at the mountain gate with its replaced plaque. In 15 years, this was only her second time passing through here. The first time, she'd carried her 1-year-old son on her back, following the managing woman here, slipping with every step on muddy ground after rain, walking all the way from the city. She still remembered. The weather had been just as fair that day, but her heart was shrouded in gloom. Husband dead, family destitute, carrying a 1-year-old son. With no path forward, she'd listened to others' advice and come here to keep chastity. Once here, 15 full years had passed. In all that time, except for when she'd wept herself dry carrying her son's small body to the back for cremation, she'd never stepped beyond the Qingji Institute's main gate, let alone this Huanghua Temple mountain gate. Manager sister-in-law's son had once boasted proudly that a chaste widow in the Qingji Institute hadn't stepped outside for 50 years. Sister Zhen had never imagined she could leave here alive. Her son was dead, her last hope shattered. Only as a corpse sent to the Liuhua Bridge cremation ground would she be carried out from here. Days in the courtyard were endlessly long, every moment felt like suffering, yet also swift as lightning. In a blink, 15 years had passed. When the Australians fought their way in, more than half the widows present when she'd entered were no longer among the living. Bitterness, this was the word widows chanted year-round. Insufficient food, spinning yarn day and night, these were bitter but endurable. The true bitterness lay in the hopeless future, the unknowable destiny. Do I really have to live here until death? Sister Zhen had asked herself more than once before sleep. Many women had probably asked the same. Some couldn't endure the depression and went mad. Others simply hung a skirt sash on the tree behind the house to liberate themselves. Many believed in Buddha, chanted sutras, prayed for the next life. Sister Zhen had learned chanting from an old sister too, but it couldn't relieve the bitterness in her chest at all. How long would these boundless, dreary days last? Sometimes she felt death would be preferable. Only death could liberate her from this boundless sea of suffering. Unexpectedly, she truly escaped the sea of bitterness. She gazed greedily at the world beyond the mountain gate, feeling reborn. The sisters around her also stopped one by one before the gate, gazing bewilderedly at the outside world, afraid to take a step. They'd been away from this world too long. Don't space out, hurry up, the scheduled boat won't wait, watch your steps. Lu Cheng, responsible for escorting them to Lingao, urged upon seeing this. Another group of women carrying belongings emerged from the opposite side of the mountain gate, the students preparing to depart for Guangzhou city. Compared to the chaste widows, they proved much livelier, chattering nonstop along the way, faces full of cheerful smiles. Lu Cheng maintained order while urging everyone to walk faster. Suddenly she noticed two people in cadre uniforms by the mountain gate who looked very familiar. Looking closely, Wang Jun and Du Yibin, standing in the shadows of the corner, invisible unless specifically noticed. She felt surprised and about to speak when she saw Wang Jun press a finger to his lips in a shush gesture. Lu Cheng had to remain silent. They'd heard today was the women's departure day and come specially to see them off. However, at the mountain gate, Wang Jun changed his mind. Let's not go in. Du Yibin didn't understand. We're here already, why not enter? Going in means delivering another speech, then everyone shouting, "Long live the Council of Elders," getting rather tired of it. Wang Jun smiled. We don't covet those long lives. But how will this demonstrate the council cares for them? They'll definitely remember our care, Wang Jun said. Even long after we die, someone will remember. So we return. Since we're here, let's watch them leave. Consider it our final regard. So they stood silently in the corner, watching the women line up and depart. Compared to when they'd first arrived here, the spiritual outlook of both single women and students had undergone earth-shaking transformation. Wang Jun reflected. Prostitutes and chaste widows, two terms as incompatible as fire and water, groups with absolutely no intersection. Yet at this moment both were embarking on new lives under the counsel of Elders' grace and blessing. What a wondrous thing! Nothing made Wang Jun feel the era's absurdity more than this. Yet he secretly felt elated. How many people had they saved from fate's quagmire? Coming to this timeline, obtaining status and wealth unimaginable in the old timeline, yet this psychological satisfaction proved incomparable to any status or wealth. Perhaps precisely because of this, the Council of Elders could endure so many years of toil, loneliness, and danger, pushing history's wheel forward step by step. He suddenly noticed Du Yibin wiping his eyes and laughed. What? Happily got sand in your eyes? No, not that, don't talk nonsense. Du Yibin lowered his handkerchief. I'm happy. It's been almost 8 years since D-Day, and this is the first time I'm so happy. Never felt what I did was so meaningful. Actually, I started just wanting to find wives for workers. Now I understand, I know why I came here. Wang Jun thought, isn't it the same for me? Responding to Du Yibin's memo back then was merely to cultivate some presence within the council. Yet at this moment, what did that bit of presence matter? Neither Lu Cheng, nor Sister Zhen, nor any other woman heard their conversation or knew their inner thoughts. They walked briskly, stepping onto the road to a new life. Fang Fei held the document with a wry smile playing across his face. Since planning and hosting the public memorial ceremony last time, organizing the collective wedding had fallen to him this round. Generally, weddings beat funerals, At least they're celebratory. But this collective wedding represented a typical cook a meal without rice assignment. When Liu Xiang discussed the project with him, the core message was, must be excellent yet economical. He'd lectured on the collective wedding's significance to the New Life movement, benefits for women's liberation, various propaganda advantages. So it must be grand, giving Guangzhou citizens a fresh perspective. But later he'd repeatedly emphasized tight budget and frugal management. In veteran planner Fang Fei's eyes, holding events always meant results proportionate to expenditure. Wanting spectacular results with minimal money would eventually produce something nondescript. Moreover, available technical conditions in the 17th century were limited. Many common methods for domestic large-scale events couldn't be employed. They didn't even possess the most old-fashioned approach of hanging colored light bulbs. Guangzhou lacked electricity, nor did it have Lingao's public lighting system. Nighttime event lighting became a major problem. The wedding couldn't be held at night, forcing a daytime ceremony. As for the so-called Pearl River night cruise and fireworks, boats and fireworks were relatively simple to arrange. White Swan Pond harbored many luxury pleasure boats, mostly from brothels. Due to the vice industry cleanup, many brothels had closed and their boats were confiscated, transferred to the Zai Ming Lu Entertainment Company. Getting Zai Ming Lu to provide several boats for free use posed no difficulty. But 21st century Pearl River night cruises relied on coastal nightscape illumination. The 17th century White Swan Pond surroundings had no myriad lit homes. Past wealthy people cruising at night mostly drank and listened to music for pleasure. When it's pitch black, what could newlyweds see on the boat? Security issues would also prove difficult to resolve. Fang Fei wanted to cut this item, but director Liu had specifically mentioned the water cruise project when assigning the task, so he naturally couldn't eliminate it. After considerable thought, only daytime would work. Since the Plaid Skirt Club luminaries insisted on performing, why not hold a waterside public performance at the Great World Pier for the newlyweds to watch? It would count as propagating the new literary situation. As for refreshments on the cruise ships, Zhang's food could sponsor them, and beverage costs could also be covered. But what about the daytime wedding banquet? Although Liu Xiang had said, no gluttony, in the 17th century where most people didn't have enough to eat, a wedding focusing solely on ritual and atmosphere couldn't leave a deep impression on the masses. Instead, it would give commoners the perception that the Council of Elders is stingy with subordinates, unwilling even to host a banquet for weddings. Chapter 2017. Asking Hantang for help organizing such an event in the 21st century would have been simple for Fang Fei. Inform the partner unit of the per-guest budget, they submit a menu for verification, done. But now Liu Xiang had given him instructions that were ambiguously clear, even the exact budget amount. He'd been told to work it out with Wang Jun yourselves. Truly expecting the horse to run while refusing to let it eat grass. Celebrations without money invariably meant relying on sponsorships. Now Mayor Liu had blocked the sponsorship door tight. The 12 designated sponsors sounded like a decent number, representing various industries, all prominent establishments in Guangzhou. Having them pool such a sum wouldn't normally prove difficult. Once this sponsorship proposal went out, these 12 shops would fight to be first, afraid of being last to send money, practically emptying their coffers to demonstrate their determination to follow the dragon. But Liu and Lin insisted on being fastidious, saying things like sponsorship quotas can't be too large, easy to open, hard to close. And these shops are all in rapid development phases. Their cash flow is relatively tight. Sponsorship should be token amounts. Don't make their operations unsustainable. These ambiguous words made Fang Fei's task exceedingly difficult. Exactly how much money should he collect? After considerable thought, he decided to discuss it with Wang and Du. After all, this wedding had originated with them. See what opinions they held. The city government requested we not solicit sponsorship from major households. But those major households naturally won't pass up this excellent opportunity to build connections with us, Du Yibin said. I see it this way. Rather than letting them scramble around outside, throwing silver to plug rat holes, better we open a small aperture ourselves. Opening an aperture ourselves is easy enough. But what do we tell Mayor Liu? Fang Fei wasn't afraid Liu Xiang would hold him accountable for anything. But the specific principle had been established at the city government work meeting. Opening an aperture on his own initiative equaled disregarding Liu Xiang's leadership and the Guangzhou city government's authority, saving the nation by a devious route. Du Yibin labored for a while before producing this idiom. Find Daoist Kui. We're holding a wedding, not a funeral. What would we need him for? Fang Fei's perception of Kui Hantang wasn't favorable. The Daoist had repeatedly attacked mass activities and major ceremonies Fang Fei organized on Morning Star as chimeras combining the Third Reich and the Soviets, lacking any inheritance and development of traditional Chinese culture, representing foreign slave philosophy and dogmatism. Plus, in the old spacetime, monks and Daoists were always performing salvation rites at funerals. He couldn't fathom any connection to this collective wedding. While a wedding doesn't require a Daoist, don't forget, Executive Vice Director of the Guangzhou Red-White Council is Daoist Kui, Du Yibin reminded him. His participating in the wedding with the identity of Executive Vice Director of the Red-White Council makes perfect sense. Having him donate under the name of the Red-White Council, nominally saying it's sponsored by Guangzhou's Buddhist, Daoist, and Catholic communities, naturally, where those three communities pull their sponsorship from. Well, we can't control that. That's feasible. Fang Fei thought the idea quite clever. Of these three communities, only New Taoism carried any official coloration. The other groups bore no real connection to the council. Donating through their appearance, then using the local Red-White Council's name, all sides could manage the optics. I'll go find Fatty Kui to discuss it right now. Wang Jun volunteered, because he usually had relatively abundant leisure time. When entering the city, he mostly went to VIII Immortals Temple to chat with Kui Hantang. Kui Hantang reciprocated. Having ambitions to forge VIII Immortals Temple into New Taoism's base, he'd engaged in quite a few projects of his own, inevitably seeking Wang Jun's help, this miscellaneous expert who understood something about various fields in mechanics, electricity, and electronics. Relations between both sides ran smoothly. Entering evening, the small plaza before VIII Immortals Temple bustled lively as an amusement park. Since Kui Hantang had conducted the 18-day Luotian Grand Jiao following the public memorial grand meeting, he'd exhausted himself, losing a good 3 jin in weight. Mayor Liu took considerable care of Kui Hantang. Not only had he allowed New Taoism to feast well on the religious reform in Guangzhou, but he'd also provided substantial covert support for construction. This small plaza before VIII Immortals Temple had been cleared out for the Daoist temple after Mayor Liu's illegal construction demolition. Though not counted as Daoist property, it fell under VIII Immortals Temple's use and management. Though VIII Immortals Temple was Guangzhou's premier temple, with magnificent palace interiors, the actual occupied area wasn't particularly large. Successive dynasties of construction had long since exhausted the land within the temple completely. When Kui Hantang wanted to create an outdoor mass activity venue, he literally couldn't find space. The largest outdoor open area within the temple was that square pond where the immortal footprint was located. Expanding seemed necessary, yet VIII Immortals Temple happened to be located in a busy Guangzhou market district. Vacant land on all 4 sides, non-existent. Forget empty land. Even the main street was occupied by packed rows of makeshift shacks, leaving only a 2 or 3 meter passage. Thanks to Liu Xiang's illegal construction demolition project, the main street's old appearance could be restored, but expansion still had no avenue. To expand required demolition. Mentioning demolition to expand a Daoist temple, Kui Hantang dared not suggest it. Liu Xiang even less dared approve. Finally, utilizing the fact that quite a few buildings before VIII Immortals Temple lacked property deeds and thus counted as illegal construction. They demolished a patch of empty land. Hantang had paid money to compensate common people whose houses were demolished, hired workers to level and pave the ground, erected wooden fencing encircling the plaza, ostensibly for convenient management, added several flower beds, planted trees, arranged long benches. Truly expending both money and effort, he'd finally established this propaganda position. Having this position, Hantang naturally wanted to utilize it fully. Mornings organized Daoist students practicing Tai Chi. Daytime opened it to the masses for rest. Evening engaged in various propaganda activities here. These propaganda activities essentially constituted preaching. However, this plaza more or less counted as a public venue. Anti-religious sentiment within the council remained very strong. New Taoism, though being the biological son drummed up by the council itself, always attracted controversy. The previous period, because of Liu Xiang's affairs, Hantang had fully experienced the strength of various council trolls. Now he could only engage in relatively low-key activities. Today's activity was Australian shadow play. Hantang had originally wanted to present shadow play as his own magical art. But reconsidering, Lingao already had cinema, quite a few naturalized citizens had watched movies. This boast would easily be punctured. He had to abandon that tack. However, the film he chose still aligned as closely as possible with Daoist themes. News that Australian shadow play would be shown today had spread through major and minor streets. This shadow play, according to people who'd watched in Lingao and the Purple Ming building, was an Australian rarity, far superior to pulling Australian slides on the street. Everyone wanted to see this novelty. Before the sky had even darkened, the plaza before the temple was already packed with people. Nearby children rushed over in droves, shouting and calling, running and jumping. The entire plaza was a cacophony. Even the newly placed stone kiln before the temple and the surrounding wooden fencing were climbed full of people. Some wealthy households even had household servants occupy positions in advance, then arrived in cool sedan chairs to watch. Peddlers seized the opportunity to sell food, tea, and water. VIII Immortals Temple's entrance was packed impenetrably, easily several hundred people. Daoist students inside the temple all deployed to maintain order on the street and plaza. The plaza had already erected 2 vertical columns with rope tied across the top, from which hung a white cloth screen with black borders. Outside, voices boiled. Everyone anxiously awaited the opening. But inside the palace within the temple, Hantang lay sprawled on a bamboo couch chatting with Fu Ming in fits and starts. Time was still early. Until the sky darkened completely, the movie couldn't be shown. The conversation naturally concerned New Taoism's development in Guangzhou. Though these days New Taoism had gained considerable ground, both in image and materially, development still couldn't be called smooth. Guangzhou council members suppressed from time to time. The Greater Council shouted threats every few days, causing Daoist Kui to lose another half jin in weight. Though he'd established his reputation as a real person in Guangzhou through a repertoire of sleight of hand, magic tricks, and his silver tongue, and had succeeded in approaching and winning over quite a few scholar gentry, when it came to major progress, none whatsoever. His work to develop believers from among scholars, especially famous local literati, had proven unsuccessful. Hantang painfully discovered that regardless of how many divine skills he displayed or how much shocking worldly convention theory he expounded, this gang of scholars always maintained a barrier with him. Forget opening their hearts, even worship and belief remained very distant. Particularly several scholars he'd tried his utmost to win over, hoping they might convert. Nearly everyone possessed tenacious minds and wills, simply not susceptible to a few words of persuasion. Fortunately, activities among commoners and major households proceeded relatively smoothly. Many people came to join the Tao purely to build connections with Australians. Hantang had fished quite a few dedications from the heads of major household families joining the Dao, and as revenue generation had received great praise from Daoist master Zhang. Old Tang, this shadow play move of yours, though good, can't withstand consumption. Not to mention the controlled projector bulb, just your notebook alone. Lingao's already broken quite a few. Hantang curled his lips. That gang of kids playing games all day, watching AVs, not breaking would be strange. My little notebook is very precious. I usually cherish it. Using it another 10 or 8 years, no problem. Then what film are we showing? Founding ceremony or the parade? Fu Ming asked. I have to say, you science students all have short-circuited brains. Could this Daoist temple possibly show that? You just debug the machine properly and listen to me. My USB drive has quite a few good things copied. Hantang spoke proudly, completely disregarding Fu Ming's awkward expression. No problems, right? It won't leak our origins. Though Fu Ming felt slightly annoyed, he still cared for this straight-talking fellow villager. Compared to administrative officials full of schemes, he preferred chatting with this godstick Daoist. Felt very relaxed without any pressure. Relax, I edited everything. Head and tail all removed. Producer, studio, whatever, all removed too. Good, let's go out. The sky's already dark. While speaking with complete unconcern, Hantang stood up and beckoned him to walk outside. Chapter 2018, Meritorious Participation. Just as the crowd outside grew impatient, a stout Daoist suddenly emerged. Hantang, supervisor of the 5 Immortals temple. He held a tea bowl in his left hand while extending his right with 5 fingers flat, fingertips pointing upward, thumb pressing the ring finger to form a purification gesture. He dipped the ring fingertip into water, then flicked the holy water outward by snapping his thumb against the fingertip. He chanted, "Jade wheel brims with light, full and without defect. Dark visions clear and thorough, divine gates swing ajar. High sovereign dwells within, jade crown and feathered robes. Pray descend your spirit chi, come meet my returning date." Simultaneously, his hand formed a sword gesture while his feet tread the 7-star steps, chanting, "1 step heaven's light used, 2 steps earth's light appears, 3 steps human's light shines, 4 steps gods and spirits, 5 steps 5 elements light gathers at the north sun, 6 steps south dipper brilliant, 7 steps north dipper radiates perfection." The crowd watched with amusement. Suddenly the stout Daoist shouted, "Start the show." Fu Ming hurriedly connected the projector to the Zhang's number 5 mobile power pack, and a beam of light shot from the open door crack onto the large screen. According to Hantang's original plan, he would have also proclaimed, "Open the 5 directions, collect the sunlight, reveal the yin light and divine light." Then point his finger at the screen, perform a spell, and activate the projector. Fully demonstrating this was his magical power. However, after staging this magic once, he'd been summoned to city government. Someone had written to the Council of Elders accusing him of using the pretext of popularizing science and occupying controlled materials to actually promote feudal superstition, which not only embarrassed Hantang, but also humiliated Lord Zhang. After all, New Taoism's missionary tenet to promote science had been set by him personally. The Religious Affairs Office and Planning Commission wanted to reclaim the projector. After cursing countless obscenities in his heart, Hantang had to specifically seek out Liu Xiang and force a smile, guaranteeing he would never again link film technology with magic. Only then was the projector saved. Upon returning, he'd grumbled a few words but was chided by Fu Ming. Lingao already has cinemas, and many naturalized citizens have watched movies. Aren't you staging a rival show against the Council of Elders by doing this? If a cinema opens in Guangzhou later, will you perform this routine before every screening? Hantang realized this made sense. If a Guangzhou cinema truly opened, wouldn't he be publicly slapping his own face? So he'd canceled this segment for future screenings. However, unwilling to relinquish the powerful tool of film, he still performed some Daoist magic before starting the film, hinting at a connection. Seeing the Daoist finish his ritual, the crowd watched as figures and scenes materialized on the screen, and voices of people within reached their ears. Fortunately, this wasn't the inaugural screening, so there was no longer the sensational uproar of the entire audience. But people remained curious. Occasionally, someone would venture behind the screen to see who was performing such realistic shadow puppetry, discovering the same image on both sides. Puzzled, they all praised the stout Daoist's magical powers, but soon became absorbed in watching with rapt attention. Today's screening was an obscure old film, Legend of the Eight Immortals. It told the story of 7 Pinglai Pavilion immortals, Lu Dongbin, Iron Crutch Li, He Xianggu, Han Zhongli, Han Xiangzi, Lan Keihe, and Zhang Guolao, enlightening Cao Guoju. Expelled from the palace, Cao Guoju was successively enlightened by the 7 immortals but dismissed them, until he was banished again for admonishing a fatuous ruler, finally perceiving the truth. Disheartened with officialdom, Cao Guoju set his heart on seeking immortality. Experiencing countless trials during his wanderings, enlightened by the 7 immortals to view fame and fortune as dross and worldly affairs as fickle, he suddenly saw the light, ascended to immortality, and tread across the sea with the 7 immortals. The film was produced in the 80s. By modern standards, the special effects weren't worth 50 cents, the plot lacked drama, and costumes and art design appeared crude. Yet for commoners whose usual entertainment consisted of watching local opera in vernacular, this movie proved shocking. Though they couldn't quite comprehend the Mandarin spoken by characters, Fu Meng's subtitles created no obstacles to viewing. Instead, it helped promote Mandarin. Before 2 hours had passed, the 8 Immortals story concluded. Hantang walked beneath the screen, raised his sleeve to cover his face, and spoke through a microphone hidden within the fabric. Life in this world is fraught with 1,000 hardships. Worldly prosperity passes like clouds and smoke. Chasing fame and profit brings no peace of mind. High office and rich salary can't preserve the body. Better to turn to the Tao and be carefree for 100 years. With this declaration, he pinched a sword gesture, and the image transformed to another scene. A majestic temple hidden among green mountains and lush bamboo, stone paths weaving through forest, Daoists in blue robes carrying buckets and loads walking nimbly through bamboo groves with smiles. Beside an ancient mid-mountain temple, a middle-aged Daoist with flowing beard and ruddy complexion poured tea, played chess, read scriptures, and splashed ink to write the large character Dao. On the mountain peak amidst clouds, an old Daoist master with white hair and youthful face, light-bodied and vigorous, traversed mountains as if on flat ground, meditating on the Tao or practicing sword and fist techniques. The stout Daoist spoke again. Respected neighbors and elders, starting today, this temple will teach the way of fitness every morning following scripture lectures. We welcome all neighbors and Daoist practitioners to visit and participate in the Supreme Great Tao together. Please spread the word. After delivering this advertisement, Hantang retreated into the temple. Qing Yun and several young Daoist students hurriedly dismantled the screen and carried it back inside. Ma Yanchun, that smelly hairy creature, dares compete with Fat Lord for believers. Hantang felt triumphant. Ma Yanchun, newly promoted to Bishop of the Guangzhou Diocese, had obtained approval from the Religious Affairs Office to construct a new church outside the South Gate and was enthusiastic about missionary work. Friction with Daoist Kui had proved inevitable. Religious reform is beneficial, but letting this foreign religion profit from all the changes is highly inappropriate. Hantang changed clothes, reclining on the bamboo couch while drinking tea. Catholicism originally possessed no local property. We couldn't harvest from them. Instead, they seized the opportunity to purchase several properties, claiming they want to open some charity house. Bullshit, can't we operate charity houses ourselves? Isn't it merely to lure converts? Fu Meng disagreed. If he wants to operate charity, there's no problem. The Council of Elders can't manage everything. If he runs one, we run one too. Hearing this, Hantang slapped his thigh. Old Fu, you're absolutely right. We'll establish one too. They won't let us run primary schools. Operating a charity hall can't be objectionable. Fu Meng said, if we want to establish one, no one above or below will object. Only there's no space remaining in 5 Immortals Temple. We'll have to locate another venue. Venues can always be found. Our Daoist association possesses properties. Hantang reflected. But finding qualified people is difficult. He put away his usual playful, improper demeanor, resting his chin in his hand. Need responsible and compassionate individuals, otherwise better not to establish one. While he was deep in contemplation, a Daoist student suddenly entered to report that Elder Wang Jun had arrived. Invite him in immediately. Hantang felt surprised, because Wang Jun rarely visited 5 Immortals Temple. His workplace was in Huangpu, some distance from Guangzhou city. Usually he only came when specifically invited to repair computers and such. Inviting him inside to converse, he learned Wang Jun had come begging for alms. That's roughly the situation. We want to use the Wedding and Funeral Council's name to have the 3 religions step forward and solicit sponsorship for this collective wedding. Ideally, if we could also provide some dowry for the brides. That Liu Xiang just loves this taking off pants to fart nonsense, Hantang grunted. If Fat Lord had his way, requesting these gentry and wealthy households to pay would be honoring them. But no, he pushes the money away. We can't piss gold or shit silver. Being so high-minded, how can we accomplish anything? Hearing this, Wang Jun felt a profound sense of finding a kindred spirit. He nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Fat Lord will handle this. Hantang thumped his chest resoundingly. Roughly how much money? Just name a figure, I'll arrange it. 200 or 300 yuan would suffice, money for the banquet. Wang Jun wasn't entirely certain if this saving the nation by devious route approach was appropriate. Don't need excessive amounts, just adequate. I understand. You fellows are definitely afraid of Liu Xiang and the others gabbing. Hantang pondered momentarily. Actually, he comprehended Liu Xiang's logic in refusing strict major household sponsorship. Don't worry, I'll definitely accomplish this for you, and without getting you into trouble. Wang Jun interacted with him frequently. Though Hantang liked grand talk, he usually delivered on promises. With his declaration, the matter was considered settled. Wang Jun said immediately, then we rely entirely on you. Relax. If I can't even secure this modest sum, what am I doing as vice director of the Wedding and Funeral Council? Hantang laughed. Just await the good news. Wang Jun departed satisfied, but securing money required careful consideration. Though he'd gathered considerable incense money these days, that was capital for grand moves in Guangdong, he couldn't bear to spend it. Thinking it over, he needed another pretext. Going directly to believing gentry households to beg wouldn't do, too degrading. They had to rush to deliver money. Thinking repeatedly, it seemed holding a Daoist ritual, Jiao, was the only avenue. He had the ritual name prepared too. Since it was raising funds for a collective wedding, the title would be Marriage Jiao. Daoist rituals covered everything from praying for blessings, celebration, thanking gods, to salvation. Holding a marriage jiao wasn't excessive. As for the organizer, since Wang Jun and the others couldn't appear in official capacity, they'd simply find one of the 12 sponsors to step forward. Then invite other wealthy households to meritorious participation. These gentry and wealthy households were shrewd. They'd grasp the hint immediately. Raising several hundred yuan would prove more than sufficient. Fu Meng listened to his conception and cheered repeatedly, adding, for the person stepping forward to host the ritual, I think Zhang Yu from Zhang's food company would be ideal. His shop was supported and promoted single-handedly by us following Guangzhou's liberation. It bears the strongest council of elders affiliation. If his family steps forward, would other gentry not comprehend? Little Fu, you've made an excellent point. But we can't be the only ones exerting effort, correct? The monks and foreign priests have to contribute a little too. After all, they're also members of the Wedding and Funeral Council. Chapter 2019, Meritorious Participation. That's simple enough. I'll contact them. Fu Ming volunteered. He wasn't as much of a homebody as Hantang, who was content to remain in the temple working on infrastructure. You handle it then. Each one must contribute at least 100 yuan. 100 is already substantial, and you say at least. Though Fu Ming held little affection for the other two groups, he remained reluctant about this blatant extortion routine. The purchasing power of the silver yuan notes they issued proved quite substantial. A table at a Guangzhou restaurant with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, an 8-treasure feast that 8 men couldn't finish, cost merely 2 yuan. 100 yuan represented a small fortune. It is substantial, but the expenses are enormous. Hantang felt Fu Ming was good in every respect, except his occasional sense of justice sometimes left him helpless. Don't forget the house repairs also fall to us. Hantang had actively shouldered the temporary bridal chamber issue precisely to play the borrow chicken to lay eggs maneuver. Unexpectedly, AI Jixin had refused to pay for repairs, ruining his initial plan. Coincidentally, a new pretext had appeared, naturally not to be missed. Gathering money from the 3 religions to repair houses for my new Taoism. Isn't it wonderful? Thinking of this, Hantang felt quite pleased with himself. Fu Ming departed to conduct liaison work. Hantang estimated this alms-begging trip wouldn't prove difficult. Fu Ming was a dignified elder. Asking in the wedding and funeral council's name, neither Buddhism nor Catholicism would refuse him face. Especially the Buddhist Association chairman and abbot of Guangzhou Temple, Tangjiang, was a very sensible individual who cooperated well with the Religious Affairs Office. It was that malodorous new Guangzhou Bishop Ma Yanchun who often displayed expressions of disapproval in meetings. Hantang always felt this German harbored an inexplicable sense of superiority. Raising money from these two would be simple. Next came mobilizing wealthy households for meritorious participation. Though Daoist rituals possessed many designations, dispelling disaster, praying for blessings, seeking peace, salvation were all valid reasons. No one had ever conducted a marriage jiao, nor were there ready-made rituals or scriptures. Hantang scratched his head extensively without knowing how to perform this marriage jiao. Then he reflected, I'm the head of a temple. Why worry about this? He immediately instructed Qing Yun to summon Daoist Hu. Since returning to 5 Immortals Temple, Daoist Hu had been exceedingly diligent. His professional ability was supreme among the retained Daoists, so he handled most of the temple's traditional business. Matters like conducting rituals naturally fell to him. Hearing about holding a marriage jiao, Daoist Hu felt surprised, wondering what manner of ritual this was. No patriarch of any sect possessed such a ritual. Besides, what scriptures to chant? How to compose the memorial? He harbored full disapproval, but facing this stout Daoist master, Daoist Hu naturally dared not say don't know. But asking him to invent a marriage jiao ritual and scriptures from thin air, he lacked that capability. Daoist Hu considered repeatedly and said, Daoist master, regarding this marriage jiao, forgive this humble Daoist's ignorance, but I've never learned it. If such a ritual is required, in my humble opinion, better to conduct a blessing jiao. Write on the memorial that it is to pray for blessings for newlyweds. That would be appropriate. Hantang heard this made sense, nodded repeatedly, and said, In that case, you handle this matter. This is arranged by the Guangzhou municipal government to be conducted for 3 consecutive days. Many distinguished guests will be entertained for meritorious participation. You must arrange everything properly. I obey the Dharma decree. Daoist Hu hurriedly bowed. Under the new Taoism system, no such thing as Dharma decree existed. But flattery always succeeds. Daoist Hu's flattery was quite well received by Hantang. Daoist Hu withdrew to prepare. Hantang then summoned the temple's reception monk Zhaik. This Zhaik had originally been an old hand at 5 Immortals Temple. After the temple was taken over, Daoists scattered, and he'd fled to a Daoist courtyard outside the city. Being a Zhaik rather than an ordinary Daoist, the abbot there valued him highly. but a small temple inevitably felt like squandered talent. Later, hearing the great Song's new abbot summoned everyone back, he'd returned. Hantang was delighted to see the Jike return and immediately reinstated him. Responsible for receiving pilgrims, a Jike played a pivotal role in any temple. Donors were not only a main economic source, but having several influential patrons to rely on also saved considerable trouble. Thus, temples of any scale valued the selection of Jike highly, especially for a large and famous temple like VIII Immortals Temple. The Jike had to possess diplomatic skills and know the family situations of city gentry and wealthy households like the back of his hand. Hantang wanted the Jike to venture out these coming days, ostensibly to distribute blessings, visiting gentry and wealthy households associated with VIII Immortals Temple one by one, informing them the temple would soon conduct a marriage jiao for the collective wedding hosted by the Guangzhou municipal government. You needn't explicitly request their participation, merely mention the matter, Hantang instructed. If asked who is hosting the ritual, say it is Zhang Yu, boss of Zhang's food company. The Jike nodded. This humble Daoist understands. Some gentry and wealthy households need not be visited, Hantang instructed. You know which ones. Yes, this humble Daoist understands. The Jike comprehended perfectly. Shortly after his return, Hantang had given him a list, instructing him to reduce interactions with the wealthy households on it. Being a person with one more heart orifice than Bai Gan, he naturally understood this was the Council of Elders' roll call of doom. Households on it had worrying prospects. However, occasionally this list would be modified with households added or deleted. Good, proceed. Hantang reclined on the bamboo couch. If they wish to participate, register them and bring it back for me to review. Visiting one by one like this will require approximately 2 or 3 days. When is the ritual scheduled? Hantang avoided the question. The date isn't established yet. Just handle this first. Then this humble Daoist will depart tomorrow. Watching the Jike depart, Hantang reflected on how he'd arranged everything in merely an hour and could now sit back and enjoy the fruits. He felt smug. All abilities are illusory. Leadership skills are genuine. The following day, Hantang rose early. Though lazy, he didn't sleep in. Rising at 5 a.m. was an old habit from the old timeline. He didn't eat breakfast after washing, drinking a cup of warm water first, then changed into Daoist robes served by Zio Kian. Qing Yun came to report the audience had assembled. Good, let's go exercise. As soon as the sky brightened, people gathered before VIII Immortals Temple to watch this Australian spectacle. Seeing the temple gate open, a stir ran through the crowd. Coming, coming. A group of blue-robed Daoists emerged from the opening gate, led by the Australian stout abbot, filing out with approximately 30 individuals. Both men and women were present. They formed 6 rows on the small square before the temple, 5 per row. The stout abbot stood opposite the formation and called, "Center on Qing Yun, spread out in gymnastics formation." A young Daoist at the center raised his hand high, and other Daoists spread arms to space themselves out, 2 arm lengths apart, front, back, left, and right. The stout Daoist called again, "Warm up." Daoists interlaced fingers and rotated wrists in place, alternating ankle rotations, then stretching arms and pressing legs. After a set of warm-up exercises, the stout Daoist called again, 5-step fist, ready, begin. With this, the stout Daoist turned and led the practice, young Daoists following his commands and movements. Parallel stance fist hold, bow stance punch, snap kick punch, horse stance block strike, cross stance punch, knee raise palm pierce, drop stance palm pierce, empty stance palm strike, parallel stance fist hold. After completing 5-step fist 3 times, the stout Daoist changed commands. Tai Kai 13 forms, ready, begin. Immortal point sword, universe ball hold, beauty looks in mirror. By now the watching crowd was buzzing. What are these Daoists doing? Practicing martial arts for display. Not afraid of people stealing skills. Bold children were already imitating the punches and kicks. For regulars, this wasn't novel at all. They came daily partly with notions of stealing skills. Hantang had been practicing Tai Chi early every morning these days precisely to gather popularity. Seeing more people watching each morning, he felt the timing was ripe. After the final form, True Qi refines elixir. He didn't dismiss the group but walked around the small square with composure, declaring, "Respected neighbors, life lies in movement." This fifth set is named Tai Chi 13 Forms. Created by Patriarch Senfeng, the 13 postures consist of 13 groups of movements with potent offensive and defensive intent, including opening, ball holding, single push, probe, lift, pounce, carry, separate, cloud, dissolve, double push, lower, and closing. It contains 3 Daoist internal cultivation methods: Tu Na breathing, Daoyin guiding, and Kai Bu Hun Yuan Zhuang, gathering primordial stance. The movements are designed according to the needs of exercising the human body's 8 meridians, which connect internally to the 5 organs. The entire routine contains the 5 organs and 8 meridians internally, and 5 steps and 8 methods externally, combining defense and offense, fusing Taoist health-preserving alchemy, hence called Tai Chi 13 postures. It is truly the orthodox way of health preservation, the essence of Tai Chi. Frequent practice can strengthen the body and prolong life. Now teaching here freely. Every morning we Taoists practice outside the gate for half an hour. Those willing to learn can observe and practice independently. This health-preserving secret method is taught by fate. How much you learn depends on everyone's comprehension. Having finished speaking, Hantang led the young Taoists to practice independently to the music of cloud water Zen heart flowing from inside the temple. After completing this morning ritual, an hour had elapsed. The Taoists were starving with stars in their eyes and cold sweat on their backs, especially the retained old Taoists whose physical fitness proved inferior to the students. Practicing early without eating, they were nearly hypoglycemic. Fortunately, Hantang treated people generously, and the food was excellent. Upon returning to the dining hall, duty Taoists served bowls of thick rice porridge, with jars of brown sugar on the table to sweeten to taste. There were also fried dough sticks, Suiqiu. Chapter 2020. One's own turf. Besides fried dough sticks, various pickled vegetables from the Heaven's Kitchen food factory were also supplied. Originally, Hantang had wanted 1 egg per person, but after inquiring about market prices and purchasing spoiled eggs several times, he'd had to settle for soy milk as a safer and cheaper protein source. Hantang dined with the Taoists and students to demonstrate equality between high and low. He possessed a huge appetite. Breakfast always required 2 bowls of rice porridge and 4 thick fried dough sticks to fill his stomach, dipped in chili sauce from Heaven's Kitchen. Originally, the Taoists had been quite resistant to this red, fiery condiment, but after trying it under Taoist Qi's patient guidance, they'd slowly begun consuming it too. Breakfast concluded, everyone in the temple dispersed to their respective duties, working, studying, or attending rituals. Everything proceeded orderly. The most idle person was Hantang himself. Like Scrooge McDuck, inspecting his money bin, every morning he would stroll around 5 Immortals temple. Thanks to generous sponsorship from the Guangzhou Chamber of Commerce and support from local gentry, Hantang had hired Mei Lin from the construction company to comprehensively repair 5 Immortals temple, renovating the existing spirit wall, archway, mountain gate, middle hall, rear hall, east and west wings, Sanya hall, corridors, and other buildings. He'd also conducted some demolition work himself, tearing down some dilapidated old structures within the temple and adding dormitories and office rooms. Even the flowers and plants had been rearranged, with flower beds and potted plants added, and existing trees pruned and organized. Finally, according to his aesthetic taste, he'd commissioned statues of 5 Immortals riding 5 rams holding grain ears in their mouths, currently being processed in Lingao, expected to be placed in the square before the mountain gate. Hantang climbed the number 1 tower in Lingnan, and walked around the Great Bell several times. He'd visited 5 Immortals Temple and climbed the bell tower in the old timeline, but truly couldn't perceive how it was number 1 in Lingnan. Only upon reclimbing the tower in this timeline did he appreciate this number 1. In a 17th-century metropolis, where buildings were almost all single-story and two-story structures proved rare, climbing this bell tower indeed conveyed a sense of seeing all mountains as small. It often gave Hantang a feeling of ruling the world. The earth is beneath my feet. Who dares speak against me? The only unpleasant aspect was that a policeman was always stationed in the bell tower. Its commanding height made it an important security observation post for the Guangzhou Police Bureau, which greatly spoiled his classical illusion. Strolling down from the bell tower road, smelling flowers in the courtyard, watching goldfish in the Immortals footprint pond, occasionally humming a tune. Suddenly a burst of bell-like singing emerged. You clap 1, I clap 1. Wash hands often for a healthy body, you clap 2, I clap 2. Touch less garbage to stay healthy, you clap 3, I clap 3. Soap washing is very important, you clap 4, I clap 4. Never ever waste it, you clap 5, I clap 5. Dysentery and typhoid are contagious. Hantang didn't need to look to know it was Zaya Okayan leading several female Daoist students teaching children hygiene. The effect of this kindergarten exceeded his imagination. Since assuming charge of 5 Immortals Temple like all newly appointed leaders, he'd immediately implemented several innovations, preparing to earn some achievements. After all, in Lingao he'd only been assisting with work, not taking charge alone. On one hand, he'd held a graduation ceremony in the temple and formally ordained the students he'd brought, a ceremony invented by Daoist Fu, making them formal Daoists within the new Taoism system. These disciples of the Son of Heaven from Lingao were naturally objects of his heavy reliance, all assigned specific duties in the temple, helping handle various affairs while continuing to learn professional knowledge according to their specialties and interests. For the older ones among them, he planned to assign them as abbots to famous Daoist temples in Guangzhou or even Guangdong within a year or two. The others would follow the professional technical path. After the brought students graduated, he'd recruited a new batch of young students under Qing Yun's charge, starting a training class. This training class utilized the education department's ordinary 3-year junior primary school textbooks. Recruiting students from Fangqiati was impossible. He had to cultivate them himself. But in Lingao, the elders' hostility toward religion made expanding the team exceedingly difficult. Currently 2/3 of the Taoist class in Lingao were Li and Miao children from Hainan Island. The situation in the Baron Monastery's catechumen class was roughly the same. Arriving in Guangzhou, Hantang felt like he'd entered a gold mine. He'd merely mentioned to several old Daoists in the temple that he wanted to recruit some students, and the next day over a dozen families came to send their sons to learn the Tao. The 3rd day, 4th day, every day parents brought boys ranging from 7 or 8 to 15 or 16. It caught Hantang completely off guard. Such enthusiasm naturally wasn't due to Taoist devotion. Ultimately, it was merely for a place to eat. It wasn't uncommon in religious circles. Hantang had contacted many Daoists in the old timeline. Many had learned Taoism initially with the mindset of finding a way out. Here it proved even more practical, purely for survival. Some even sent somewhat mentally deficient children, annoying Hantang greatly. What disappointed him was that he'd clearly stated boys and girls both accepted. Yet not a single girl had appeared. It seemed changing social customs would require considerable time. Finally, Hantang recruited over 40 individuals, double the estimate. All were arranged in the study halls of the east and west wings of the rear hall. Because there were too many people, the originally arranged east wing wasn't sufficient, so he'd had to temporarily vacate the west wing for teaching rooms. This so-called Taoist student class was actually a primary school. Naturally, he couldn't say he was operating a primary school. The East Hall was given to several male disciples to manage, hanging a scripture library sign as a library open freely to surrounding scholars. The West Hall was assigned to Zio Qian and several female disciples as a kindergarten, helping believing neighbors care for children, teaching nursery rhymes and characters. Many believers treated this as elementary education, sending children daily. Hantang also imitated Daoist Fu's style, establishing a small pharmacy under the front hall corridor, managed by several medical students, distributing some pills. As for the retained Daoists, the talented followed Daoist Hu to undertake rituals. The clever followed the Zhaik to receive pilgrims. Those with good handwriting specialized in drawing talismans and composing memorials for sale. Inspired by tourism in Japan, Hantang had also established a similar sales model. Those who knew nothing did rough labor. As for himself, he'd become a hands-off boss, accompanying prominent pilgrims all day discussing lofty topics and persuading others to join the religion. Seeing everything orderly, grounds clean, birds singing and flowers fragrant, reading sounds ringing through the air, Hantang felt satisfied. A feeling that everything here was under control arose spontaneously. The current 5 Immortals Temple had become the veritable seat of Daoist temples in the Guangdong region. Local Daoists had to register at 5 Immortals Temple, otherwise they wouldn't be recognized. Holding both religious and administrative official positions, his status proved exalted. Not only did Daoist temples in Guangzhou need to accept his leadership, even temples and independent cultivators in surrounding counties fell under his control. In the future, they would come to 5 Immortals Temple annually for rotation training. It felt quite like the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain controlling all temples under heaven by imperial decree in former days. Hantang felt secretly pleased. It seemed Daoist Dai's instructions before departure to not only gain a foothold in Guangzhou but also strive for new Daoism's interests were thoroughly overfulfilled. Only the point of winning over Mayor Liu Xiang remained unaccomplished. It had been close to success. Hantang's breaking voodoo curses and catching spirit monkeys for Mayor Liu had warmed their relationship rapidly. But somehow the clues Hantang found implicated a maid beside Mayor Liu, leading to her quarantined investigation. This made Mayor Liu lose face, inevitably venting anger on Hantang, leaving him in an awkward position. Now, forget winning him over. Their relationship had thoroughly devolved into a mere working relationship. Old Liu, I was sincere towards you. Hantang sighed thinking of this. After completing the inspection, it was past 8, and pilgrims arrived one after another. Seeing him, they all addressed him as Daoist Master or Realized Man, and some, learning the Australian fashion, hurriedly called him Chief. Hantang returned greetings individually, exchanging pleasantries. 5 Immortals Temple had originally been a famous temple in Guangzhou with flourishing incense. After being occupied by Hantang, its status had soared even higher, attracting not only large numbers of pilgrims but also various figures intending to climb the social ladder. These figures were either local gentry and wealthy households or scholars. Their pilgrimage was truly not about the wine, but about Hantang's elder status. Whether they wanted to find a shortcut through him to ascend to the Council of Elders and open a new life path, or merely wanted to make friends and find a backer, Hantang welcomed them all. Whenever he had time, he would sit and discuss the Tao with them, incidentally promoting the Council of Elders' advanced nature. While performing closeness to the people, Hantang suddenly saw a young student signaling him with meaningful glances. Knowing something was afoot, he quickly brushed off the conversation and walked over. Daoist brother Qing Huan asks, several distinguished guests have come to offer incense. Should the abbot receive them? This Daoist brother Qing Huan was an old hand of the temple, assisting the Zhaik with reception work, very clever. Oh, Hantang wondered what manner of distinguished guests would require Qing Huan to specifically invite him for reception. Who are they? He asked casually. Heard it's the two masters of the Li family. What? Hantang felt startled. Li Suiqiu and Li Suiqi. Yes. The young student was a local and naturally knew the famous names of the Li brothers. Tell Qing Huan to receive them first. I'll be there immediately. Chapter 2021. Li Suiqiu returns to the city when local scholars came to call at the Five Immortals temple. Hantang invariably received them with warmth, despite Fu Meng's repeated warnings not to grow too close to such people. Saw the matter differently. Religion, he believed, should maintain a folk character rather than presenting an official face. Too much bureaucracy stripped away flexibility, making certain things impossible to do and certain words impossible to say. His current titles, Elder and Supervisor of the Five Immortals Temple, already carried sufficient official weight. If he cleaved too closely to policy, aping every directive from above, he would alienate the very moderates whose support new Taoism needed. Better to preserve a measure of independence, to exist as a gray channel between the public and private spheres. What fate awaited these scholars and gentry in the future, how the Council of Elders would ultimately deal with them, that was none of his concern. For now, their attitudes held considerable sway over New Taoism's expansion throughout Guangzhou. Though he had met with many local scholars recently, including several minor celebrities, none carried real weight in the city's intellectual hierarchy. Li Suiqiu was the first who truly mattered. In late Ming Guangdong, Li Suiqiu enjoyed considerable fame as a literatus, the celebrated Peony top scholar, accomplished in both poetry and painting. He embodied the ripe, brilliant urban culture that flourished in the dynasty's twilight years. Yet he was also a member of the Restoration Society, an anti-Qing patriot who would one day die defending Guangzhou for the Ming. But at this moment, Li Suiqiu was neither celebrated scholar nor future martyr, merely an examination candidate who had failed repeatedly and turned his talents to poetry and prose instead. Though he had participated in the Yinshan Assembly during Changzhen's second year and counted himself an early member of the Restoration Society, his political influence remained negligible. He could not have dreamed that the confidential directory of Guangzhou local celebrities, compiled by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, recorded his complete chronology from another timeline. His teacher Chen Zizhuang received the same treatment, as did 10 others from the yet-to-be-formed 12 Masters of the Southern Garden Poetry Society. These men, who had expressed such unwavering integrity and loyalty in that other world, now stood as key targets of the council's attention, not merely because they commanded great influence among Guangzhou's gentry and common folk, but also to prevent them from becoming anti-council martyrs. In the days since the city's occupation, the Political Security Bureau monitored them closely but left them undisturbed. Those who quietly slipped out of Guangzhou encountered no obstacles. For the council, their voluntary departure counted as a blessing. Li Suiqiu did not leave. His filial devotion was legendary. In the old timeline's history, he had refused imperial conscription during the Changzhen era, citing his mother's advanced age. Now Madame Su had passed 70 and could hardly endure the rigors of prolonged travel. So he gathered his wife and children and withdrew with his mother to the old family estate, Lia Ashui residence, in Bangqiao village, Panyu County. They remained there more than half a year. The Li clan had inhabited Bangqiao village for generations and wielded considerable local influence. Though social order beyond the city walls descended briefly into chaos after Guangzhou's fall, the village maintained its own militia and weathered the crisis unscathed. Soon the national army swept through the countryside, eradicating banditry, and peace returned to Guangzhou's suburbs. Li Suiqiu had contemplated returning to the city then, to assess the situation before choosing whether to stay or depart. But news arrived of a great plague ravaging Guangzhou, and rumors swirled that Governor Xiong would lead an army to retake the city. Li Suiqiu abandoned his plans. He simply remained in the countryside, studying and writing in tranquil seclusion. By the time the plague receded, Changzhen's 9th year had arrived. From that spring in Changzhen's 8th year when the Australians seized Guangzhou, a year and a half had elapsed. The city had endured one crisis after another: the sorcery accusations, the plague outbreak, the succession of tax cases triggered by the revenue cleanup, leaving gentry and wealthy households perpetually anxious. Yet Li Suiqiu's rural life remained remarkably peaceful. He even completed his treatise Zhaoyi Yewu Dangaming, accomplishing a work he had long contemplated. Though he dwelled in seclusion, concentrating on his writing and refusing callers, affecting the posture of one who ignored affairs beyond the window, reading only the sage books. In truth, he remained keenly aware of events within Guangzhou. Servants left to mind the family's city residents came periodically to Bangqiao village bearing letters and sundries. Sometimes they even delivered copies of the HairThieves Gazette, the Sheep City Express. Li Suiqiu was hardly ignorant of the Australians. Years earlier, when Australian goods from Purple New first appeared in Guangzhou's markets, he had purchased their mirrors for his mother and wife. He had stood among the crowds watching the great military parade before Reuben's expedition to Guangzhou. When the Australians besieged the city and set Wyang Post Station ablaze, he had fled hurriedly inward from his villa beyond the East Gate. Later, from the rockery at his teacher Chen Zizhuang's Dongao villa, he had witnessed with his own eyes the iron ladder, extending all the way from the Great World Complex, those self-moving carts running along it belching black smoke and white steam. His impression of the Australians had evolved through distinct phases, first as sea merchants of ingenious skill, then as pirates with powerful ships and devastating cannon, and finally as bandits harboring dangerous ambitions. Yet no matter how the HairThieves advanced, step by inexorable step, he had never imagined that these pirates, however skilled at commerce and industry, would dare raise the great Song banner and contend for mastery of the realm. To oppose the Ming Dynasty's 13 provincial administrations with the resources of a single prefecture in Guangzhou. These HairThieves harbored delusions of grandeur. Li Suiqiu refused to believe the Australians possessed any legitimate claim to compete for the Central Plains. They were pirates and merchants by origin. In Guangzhou, they recruited only destitute commoners to emigrate to Guangzhou, never extending invitations to scholars, though they showed considerable enthusiasm for merchants. Since ancient times, dynasties had been won on horseback, but never from the deck of a ship, and certainly not ruled from one. He had assumed the Australians, being pirates, would at most imitate Zhang Zhilong's old strategy, seizing Guangzhou to extort amnesty from the court. Once granted some nominal title like Lingao Defender or Guangzhou Guerrilla General, along with permission to act conveniently in Guangzhou, they would withdraw. Should the court refuse, they would inevitably extort contributions from wealthy rural households as they had during the siege, plunder what they could, and depart. He had retreated to the countryside precisely to avoid the worst of it. If the HairThieves truly brutalized the villages and slaughtered innocents indiscriminately, he would have no choice but to raise a militia and defend his ancestral home to the death. Instead, after entering the city, these HairThieves neither pillaged nor murdered, nor did they rush to conduct trade or extract protection money. They settled down to govern Sheep City in earnest. The Australian prefect Liu was said to have entered the city in grand style, borne aloft in an 8-man sedan chair. Thereafter came proclamations every 3 days, new policies every 5, all dutifully announced in their own gazette. The whole performance had the quality of a monkey wearing a scholar's cap, though Li Suiqiu could hardly fault them for that. Any bandit king occupying a mountain stronghold might drape himself in dragon robes and play at emperor, much less pirates who had seized the South's premier city through overwhelming force. Yet remarkably, the HairThieves charade proved strangely convincing. Their first initiatives upon entering the city, purging corrupt clerks, restoring public security, dredging sewers, repairing roads, stabilizing prices, improving hygiene, fostering commerce, suppressing banditry, addressed chronic afflictions that had plagued Guangzhou for years. The Great Plague at year's end particularly moved him. Though his family had sheltered in the countryside, insulated from direct experience of the epidemic, both the servants maintaining their city residents and friends trapped within the walls spoke of the Australians with genuine admiration, crediting them as gifted in the arts of governance. Nearly 2 years had passed since Guangzhou's fall, yet the city had not only escaped war damage but was visibly flourishing. Friends and teachers who had vanished resurfaced. Some, learning of his location, journeyed to Bangkok to call on him. He had worried that the Australians, having raised the banner of rebellion, would inevitably press local literati into service. But visiting friends assured him otherwise. The Australians showed no interest in recruiting worthies from Guangzhou. Far from making 3 visits to the thatched cottage, they had not even enacted the scenarios he had imagined, forced conscription at sword point. Instead, they had staged their civil service examination theater. The revelation left Suiqiu caught between laughter and chagrin. He had been flattering himself. With no threat of compelled service, and with the Australians firmly entrenched while Governor Xing's counteroffensive remained perpetually deferred, the family's rural seclusion grew increasingly inconvenient. His elderly mother particularly missed certain delicacies and tonics unavailable in Bangkok. Half a month ago, Suiqiu had gathered the entire household and returned from the old Bangkok estate to their Guangzhou residence. Entering the city felt like emerging into another lifetime. The streets stretched wide and immaculate, the streetscape tidier than before. Common folk plied their trades in peace. The ramshackle lean-tos that once cluttered shop fronts had all been cleared away. Commerce thrived everywhere. This Guangzhou seemed more prosperous than it had ever been under Ming administration. That sea pirates could govern with such competence, actually benefiting the populace, it was unprecedented in all of history. Suiqiu turned the paradox over in his mind 100 times without finding resolution. When he arrived home, the old servant maintaining the residence emerged to greet them. The house remained undisturbed, precisely as they had left it, save for a numbered plaque now affixed above the lintel. Though he had heard this from the servants' reports, witnessing it firsthand still filled him with wonder. Shortly after Suiqiu's return, the local pagia, the neighborhood headman, appeared at his door, announcing he had come to pay respects to Master Li. In former times, such functionaries would have been handled exclusively by the household steward. The master himself would never deign to meet them. Yet this pagia insisted that Suiqiu receive him in person. The breach of custom surprised him. What new protocols had emerged in Guangzhou during his 18 months of seclusion? He admitted the man and learned he had come regarding household registration. "Please forgive this intrusion, master," the pagia offered repeated bows. "I come on official business, acting under compulsion. I beg your understanding." He continued. Australian regulations now required every household to register anew and obtain official household documents. The Li residence had stood empty save for a few servant caretakers. Proper registration could not proceed without the family head present. Now that the master had returned, he must be asked to condescend to append his seal to the register. Otherwise, the Australian Police Bureau would conduct formal interrogations. Should the registration prove unclear, the pagia added, bowing ever lower, the family head and all family members will be summoned to the police bureau for questioning. "I beg your indulgence, master. Please register according to the book, so this humble one may report completion according to regulations." Chapter 2022. The HairThieves Art Suiqiu understood perfectly well that refusal would mean a summons, and that would constitute a complete loss of face. His servants had long reported the Australians' reputation for what they called iron-faced fairness, treating scholars and commoners alike. Anyone who presumed upon their status or showed the slightest defiance toward the new administration faced public humiliation. The recalcitrant either swallowed their pride and submitted, or encountered the Australians' iron fist of dictatorship, executed on fabricated charges, or exiled overseas, which in local eyes amounted to the same thing. This household re-registration posed no great obstacle. It neither compromised his integrity nor endangered his family. Very well. Report the household details. Have the steward accompany you, he knows the family situation best. I thank the master for his understanding. The page abode again but did not withdraw. There is one more matter. Out with it. If it can be done, I won't make difficulties for you. Li Suiqiu's patience was wearing thin. I merely convey the message, master. The page's smile remained apologetic. The Great Song Tax Bureau has issued notice. This year's general tax census has begun again. Since the master was absent previously, the matter was deferred. Now that you have returned, the tax declaration cannot be further delayed. Please have your accountant set an appointment. A commissioner from the Tax Bureau will provide on-site service. Li Suiqiu's displeasure erupted into open scorn. Since antiquity, imperial grain and national taxes have been fixed levies. How much my family owes stands clearly recorded in the household registry office. Why this redundant exercise? If the Council of Elders requires money, simply name the sum. I, Li Suiqiu, will bankrupt my household to comply. The pagia bent even lower, smile unwavering. Please do not anger yourself, master. These Australians follow Great Song tax laws quite different from the Great Ming Kingdom. I too act under orders. If you are unwilling to arrange an appointment, I shall simply report back to the Tax Bureau superiors. Li Suiqiu recalled the recent Sheep City Express exposé on cracking down on tax evasion and felt his resistance crumble. The whole family now resided in Guangzhou. He was the fish, they the chopping block. Even if he cared nothing for himself, above him stood his mother and concubine mother, beside him his wife and brothers, below him his children and nephews. What purpose could this petty defiance serve? Even were he to serve the court someday, that moment was not now. To waste lives on meaningless gestures of resistance. He swallowed both pride and resentment. I never involve myself in such trivial matters. Discuss it with the steward. Yes, I thank the master for his understanding. It is merely official business, you understand. The pagia backed toward the door, bowing continuously. Li Suiqiu seethed with displeasure, silently cursing the man as a despicable character. Half the joy of homecoming had soured. Small wonder his friends complained that Australian rule amounted to the collapse of rights and the corruption of music. He brooded at home for several days afterward, his heart unfit for classical studies or eight-legged essays, his mind too heavy for composing poetry. Most of his literary circle remained in Guangzhou, yet since the sorcery accusations had implicated so many gentry and wealthy households, they rarely convened poetry gatherings or literary salons, partly to avoid arousing the HairThieves' suspicion, partly to prevent careless words from bringing catastrophe. Small gatherings among friends, however, remained acceptable. Since returning to the city, Li Suiqiu had met with companions several times. For discretion's sake, no more than 5 or 6 gathered at once. They avoided restaurants and tea-houses, meeting instead in private residences or suburban villas. Beyond wine and reminiscence, conversation invariably turned to the Australian situation. His rural seclusion had provided general knowledge of conditions within the city, but lacked granular detail. Now, at banquet tables heavy with wine, companions volunteered accounts of all that had transpired since Guangzhou's fall. The most debated topic remained the so-called civil service examination. Few present regarded it as any genuine Australian equivalent of the imperial examinations. Though the format superficially resembled the Ming system, the sheer number admitted, and the paltry positions granted, rendered it farcical. These were mere clerical posts. Forget the high and pure offices of Hanlon academicians. Even county magistracies were nowhere to be found. The top scorer, rumor claimed, had been dispatched to the Tax Bureau to collect revenue, a position that in the Ming wouldn't qualify as clerk, scarcely even runner. The consensus held this as yet another instance of Australians playing monkeys in scholars' caps, using examination trappings to win hearts and conscript-destitute scholars into service, while simultaneously powdering their own faces in pursuit of legitimacy. The vast majority admitted were mere licentiates, one friend scoffed. Some not even that, just boys who studied a few years in community schools and know their characters. Shop assistants were admitted in droves. They say so long as one can write and manipulate an abacus, one qualifies as Australian talent. The top scorer of this civil service examination, another added, was supposedly the young manager of an incense and candle shop. At least these hair thieves possessed sufficient shame not to parade him through the streets, though that would have been fitting, sweeping Sheep City's dignity entirely into the gutter. The examination hall itself must weep. The litany of mockery continued. As though venting the accumulated bitterness of Guangzhou's loss, the assembled friends adopted a uniform tone of disparagement toward the Australians. Suiqiu found himself drawn into the chorus. Yet after 3 rounds of wine, reflection set in. If these Australians were truly so frivolous and unlearned, how had Guangzhou fallen with such ease? How did they administer the city with such apparent competence, surpassing even past Ming governance? All present were well-read men of broad experience, not pedantic scholars trapped in doctrine. Judging by results rather than prescriptions, comparing Australian administration directly with the Ming, the hair thieves clearly demonstrated superior capability. The company dismissed certain achievements, demolishing lean-tos, dredging sewers, suppressing the Guandi Temple gang, as requiring no particular ability. First, they borrowed the overwhelming military might of an occupying army. Second, as overseas barbarians, they had no need to navigate complex webs of interest and obligation, acting simply with decisive brutality. What truly demonstrated Australian competence in universal agreement was their handling of the plague. The response had been nearly flawless. Beyond halting the epidemic spread swiftly and at relatively modest cost, every decree issued throughout the crisis had been executed thoroughly and immediately, moving as smoothly as directing one's own arm. Those 4 characters, orders executed, prohibitions obeyed, far surpassed anything the Ming had achieved. The hair thieves possess methods for managing clerks, observed Huerui, one of the 12 masters of the Southern Garden. I've heard they govern clerks according to military law. Salaries are generous but discipline extraordinarily harsh. The slightest error means heads roll, with families implicated alongside. Now there's a clever method, someone remarked. If our dynasty could implement such measures, we too could break the plague of corrupt clerks. Though the assembled company represented Guangzhou's upper echelons, even they could not escape perfunctory dealings with yamen clerks. During festivals, when functionaries came to beat the autumn wind, demanding customary gifts, they inevitably parted with silver. The annoyance might be minor as a skin rash, but it festered nonetheless. You speak incorrectly, another countered. This method is mere legalist technique. What novelty does it possess? The violent Qin was mighty, yet collapsed within 2 generations. I view the Australians' actions as no different from the violent Qin's tyranny. The observation resonated widely. Australian measures upon entering the city, affixing house numbers, establishing the Bayagia system, rectifying household registration, organizing police patrols day and night. These anyone versed in history recognized as hallmarks of legalist rule. In my estimation, Suiqiu interjected, breaking his silence, the hair thieves' statecraft transcends simple legalism. Their governance philosophy might be captured in a single line: elevate the rights of commoners, protect the wealth of the middle classes, suppress the power of the mighty. The pronouncement fell like thunder, instantly clarifying what had seemed like viewing flowers through fog. Connecting Australian actions since entering the city with news gathered over months, everything aligned with these 3 principles. Brother Li speaks truth. The hair thieves operate precisely according to these three maxims. Remarkable, Brother Li secluded himself in the countryside, yet perceived city affairs with such clarity. Li Suiqiu waved away the compliments. Despite his prolonged residence in Bangkeo, he had in fact remained keenly informed of events both within and beyond the city walls. This included the Sheep City Express, delivered thrice monthly by the old servant. He read each issue meticulously, every news item, every report, even the advertisements, determined to decipher the Australians' art of bewitching hearts. In Li Suiqiu's assessment, the Australians' powerful ships and devastating cannon, their ingenious devices, these were all minor arts. What proved truly formidable was their talent for winning hearts. It approached sorcery. From their initial landing on Hainan to their occupation of Guangzhou, scarcely 10 years had elapsed. Yet Guangzhou was reportedly already greatly governed. Not merely destitute commoners clamored to cross the strait, but even prosperous merchants purchased land in Lingao, constructing mansions and pleasure estates. Li Suiqiu had initially failed to comprehend how a band of overseas barbarians could so bewitch hearts as to entice multitudes toward the desolate wastes of Guangzhou, willing to build roads and bridges, to labor in fields and workshops, to march into battle for the hair thieves. Not only creating an enviable small paradise of peace and prosperity, but transforming common folk who had followed bandits into formidable soldiers who charged fearlessly into combat. To attribute this solely to luring with profit proved far too simplistic. The Ming possessed forces rewarded with heavy gold as well, the Guaning official army in Liaodong, for whom the court annually expended millions in silver and grain. Yet these vast expenditures purchased no victories. Instead, the eastern barbarians drove them back step by relentless step, nearly to Shanghai Pass itself, repeatedly breaching the border wall to plunder at will. During his seclusion in Bangkeo, through rumor and through newspapers, Li Suiqiu had gradually penetrated the secret of how the Australians won hearts. Consider the sorcery case, police sparing no effort to trace the whereabouts of missing girls. In times past, the Yamen would not have bothered investigating such matters, would scarcely have deigned to listen. This exemplified elevating the rights of commoners. Common people, struggling daily for mere survival, powerless and without influence, found themselves only exploited and abused when misfortune struck. That the hair thieves stood willing to champion their cause, to let them raise their heads with dignity, this was elevating commoner rights. Protecting the wealth of the middle classes, the Guandi temple gang, Yamen clerks and their ilk habitually preyed upon the populace through extortion and protection rackets. Destitute commoners possessed no wealth worth extracting. Those truly vulnerable to harassment and exploitation were middle-class households, merchants and the moderately prosperous. By suppressing and eliminating these predators, the hair thieves won middle-class allegiance as well. Finally, suppressing the power of the mighty. The Australians pursued this objective methodically. The sorcery case had merely culled the most egregiously lawless among the bad gentry. The subsequent tax rectification represented a blade drawn explicitly against the scholar gentry class and wealthy households at large. Chapter 2023. Ruling the world with commoners. Li Suiqiu had already tasted the sensation of this soft knife slicing flesh. Ever since the tax commissioner had arrived days earlier to conduct filings, no peace had settled over the household. When the steward and accountant approached with the property declaration form, their expressions grim, Li Suiqiu's eyes nearly bulged from his skull. The declaration form might as well have been the king of hell's own ledger. Houses, land, shops, these one could anticipate. But it demanded itemization of annual rent collected measured in shi, income from leased residences, even proceeds from calligraphy commissions. Every conceivable source of revenue found enumeration on this inquisitorial document. How to declare? The accountant dared not decide independently. He could only request the master's instructions. Li Suiqiu found himself speechless, Tell the truth and the hair thieves would exploit him thoroughly, laying bare his family's complete circumstances. Lie, however. The lessons of recent months loomed all too near. Moreover, these accountants could not be relied upon. They spoke of requesting the master's instructions, yet during discussions days earlier they had already shown their cowardice, ceaselessly spouting discouraging platitudes, when under another's roof, advising him to report truthfully to avoid inviting trouble. Suiqiu could hardly fault them. These past months, during the hair thieves' tax rectification, countless accountants had been implicated and punished. Fines and dismissals counted as minor consequences. Many faced lawsuits and exile. These men shared no blood ties with the family, bore no bonds of deep household gratitude. Naturally, they would not risk their lives. Were he to manage it himself, these accounts, inscrutable as celestial texts, had reportedly been converted to Australian bookkeeping methods. Neither Suiqiu nor his brothers understood double entry or four-column accounting. Even had they wished to falsify records, they lacked the competence. Left with no alternative, Suiqiu could only instruct, report truthfully. This reporting is no trivial matter, Suiqiu added with a bitter smile. When my accountant paid taxes at the tax bureau, the receipt he brought back, my family's land taxes for 10 years past wouldn't sum to this amount. The observation struck a chord. My household faces the same predicament. My father said if we continue paying taxes at this rate, sooner or later we'll be selling land and property to meet the levy. These Australians have commoners shouting, "Long live the Council of Elders" daily. I say long live taxes would prove more accurate. I've heard this year's land tax collection will introduce new tricks. They speak of clarifying new counts before levying. Families who commended their land to us have been arriving these past days, begging me to devise some solution. What solution can I possibly devise? A heavy silence settled before someone spoke gloomily. The Australians treat gentry and scholar officials with such harshness. Surely they don't genuinely intend to share the realm with commoners. I see in Australian gazettes and documents the constant refrain, the Council of Elders and the people. Is not the people simply another name for commoners? Since antiquity, gentry and scholar officials have formed the foundation of governance. These Australians style themselves Great Song. Even if the claim be false, they should know the Great Song most revered its scholar officials. Minister Wen declared, "We rule the world with scholar officials, not with commoners." The council claims Song descent, surely they know this maxim. Yet now they persist in trampling upon scholars and gentry. Can they truly mean to rule the realm with commoners? Suiqiu spoke quietly. How many gentry and scholar officials exist? How many commoners? The hair thieves' strategy amounts to nothing beyond manipulating those two words, popular support. Though Mencius proclaimed, "The people are the most important, the state comes next, and the ruler is least," never in history has governance been shared with commoners. Administering a state, even we who are well-read would not lightly claim to comprehend, much less ordinary commoners who scarcely know their characters. Suiqiu thought privately. Since ancient times, those who win the popular heart win the realm. The Australians' actions amounted to nothing beyond this principle. Honestly, Suiqiu rather admired these three strategies. Properly employed, they would naturally bring national peace and popular security. Yet this, suppressing the power of the mighty, perhaps cast too broad a net. He himself, his teachers, his friends, none could reasonably be counted among the mighty. They merely possessed examination degrees and somewhat more property and land, respectable elder families who treated people well. Now they too had become targets of the hair thieves' campaign. His displeasure ran deep. Could it be that these hair thieves, as so many claimed, stood as enemies of the way, fundamentally intolerant of scholars? The thought stirred secret worry. Since Guangzhou's fall, the question of where to turn had lingered constantly in his mind. His convictions regarding loyalty and filial piety ran strong. He could not, like others, shut his door and inhabit a pot-sized world, escaping reality. The humiliation that Ming territory had been usurped by sea pirates weighed upon him perpetually. Many times the impulse had seized him to depart Guangzhou, journey to Guangxi or the capital, serve the court, and assist in recovering Guangdong. Leaving would present no difficulty. The HairThieves maintained a policy of go or stay as you please, even for Ming officials who had fallen into their hands locally. For ordinary scholars, still less obstacle existed, yet he bore responsibility for a large household. His mother had reached advanced age. To abandon his family, it proved truly unbearable. He collected his thoughts to find the room still immersed in taxation grievances. Taxing land and property is one matter, but requiring taxes simply for keeping servants, and progressive taxes at that, rising with numbers maintained. What manner of twisted logic is this? Yesterday I told my father, if they truly impose this, better to release them all, cancel their contracts and let them beg sustenance from the Australians. In this great song realm, even performing good deeds invites heavenly retribution. My household maintains over 300 servants, yet truly less than half prove useful. Once this tax begins, we'll have no choice but to return contracts and ask them to depart. What pains me are those household-born servants with generations of gratitude binding us. To truly cast them out to fend for themselves feels unbearable. My family faces identical circumstances. How many actually prove useful? We simply witnessed children from destitute families who could not survive, sent to seek livelihood, so we took them in. Now even charitable acts have become impossible. You still contemplate their livelihood. The HairThieves have already planned it for them. When entire families fall destitute onto the streets, they'll be gathered and dispatched to Guangzhou to farm and labor for the Australians. Naturally, they'll receive their bowl of rice, tearfully thanking the Council of Elders. How poisonous! The meal concluded rather unpleasantly. Though everyone had vented frustrations, no solutions emerged. Resisting taxation proved impossible. They could only respond by paying. As for the HairThieves, no sign of defeat appeared imminent. Walking from the garden, beyond the gates still stretched the HairThieves' world. Streets bustled with crowds, many arrogant fake Baldies, naturalized citizens among them. Black-clad police patrolled leisurely. Shops hung placards announcing newly arrived Australian goods. Rickshaws freshly imported from Lingao rang their bells, rushing past. The two-bearer sedan chairs of former times had grown rare. Walls bore enormous song-style slogans, glaring in their redness. Tax revenue is national policy. Paying taxes according to law is everyone's responsibility. New life, new days. Down with all reactionaries' plots and schemes. Environmental hygiene is everyone's responsibility. Guard against fire, theft, and spies. He lowered the sedan curtain, unwilling to witness these glaring proclamations. The Australians had expended great capital whitewashing countless street-facing walls with lime, only to smear these phrases across them. Truly wasteful. Complaining silently throughout the journey, his sedan returned to his residence on Haoxian Street. At home, an atmosphere of peace and quiet prevailed, as though the earth-shaking changes beyond had never occurred, sparing him those glaring slogans and false baldy men and women in Australian-style garments. If one could simply bar the door and while away the years, that too might prove acceptable, Suiqiu reflected. Proceeding inward, he encountered a Daoist being escorted out by the steward. Seeing Suiqiu, the Daoist hurriedly offered respectful greeting. Examining him closely, Suiqiu recognized Qing Jing, the reception Daoist from VIII Immortals Temple. Suiqiu normally paid little heed to monks and Daoists, but Qing Jing stood apart, serving as reception Daoist at VIII Immortals Temple, Guangzhou's premier Daoist institution. So he extended some courtesy, smiling. "What brings you?" "Come again to deliver blessings to the old madam." After a jiao ritual concluded, various offerings distributed among participating Daoists were termed scattering blessings. Temples would dispatch some to connected wealthy households, ostensibly sharing blessings. In reality, it secured gifts, another form of beating the autumn wind. Jing smiled. Our humble temple has held no jiao recently, no blessings to scatter at present. This humble Daoist comes to invite the old madam to participate in meritorious giving. Suiqiu thought. This Daoist remains unchanged, constant as ever. He remarked, "Is your establishment not now the Australians' Daoist registry? I've heard several Australian Daoists arrived, preaching Australian Daoism. Does this Australian Daoism also conduct jiao rituals?" Jing, as a reception Daoist, possessed quick wits. How could he fail to detect the mockery in Master Li's words? He smiled apologetically. "You jest, Master. What Australian Daoism or Ming Daoism? We worship the three pure ones, 4 emperors and celestial officials of Luotian all the same. Last year, by Prefect Liu's mandate, we conducted an 18-day salvation jiao. This time, a donor wishes to hold a blessing and peace jiao. The abbot declares this a rare auspicious occasion and wishes to invite all masters throughout Guangzhou to participate in meritorious giving." "Oh, which master sponsors this blessing and peace jiao?" Suiqiu inquired casually. "This time it is Master Zhang who wishes to hold the jiao." "Master Zhang? Which Master Zhang?" "The proprietor of Zhang's food company, Zhang Yu, Master Zhang." "What, Zhang Yu?" Suiqiu smiled wordlessly. Indeed, this young manager of a tea-snack shop, worthless 3 years past, had somehow latched onto the HairThieves' substantial patronage and suddenly prospered. Now he numbered among those openly addressed as Master, the hottest figure in the city. Forget a mere Daoist. Even Gao Ju, the Australian's former premier collaborator, now politely addressed him as Brother Zhang upon meeting. Not something ordinary people could aspire to. "Precisely, Master Zhang." Jing proceeded to explain the Australians' matchmaking event and collective wedding ceremony. "You see, is this not an auspicious occasion? Therefore Master Zhang has stepped forward, requesting our temple to conduct a 3-day blessing jiao, praying for blessings and offspring for the Newlyweds." Chapter 2024, Seeking the True Baldies. "I see." Suiqiu nodded. Inwardly he thought, these Australians possess no shortage of tricks. The collective wedding had already received extensive coverage, a full newspaper page. He rarely read articles where the HairThieves praised themselves, but he understood the general outline. The Australians were playing official matchmaker, pairing a cohort of chaste widows and reformed prostitutes with husbands. Widow remarriage had sparked debate throughout Guangzhou's scholarly circles, drawing both approval and condemnation. Suiqiu remained indifferent. Maintaining chastity had never been easy since ancient times. Those wishing to remarry simply lacked the fortitude to preserve it. Better to let nature take its course. He knew the Australians loved capitalizing on major social events to glorify themselves. This collective wedding doubtless served the same purpose. That the Zhang family stepped forward to sponsor this ritual merely represented joining the festivities, well within reason. Yet to participate and offer donations at a ritual, one normally required friendship or kinship with the host family. Zhang's establishment had been merely a small shop in years past, sharing no connection whatsoever with his household, much less friendship. Why would they suddenly extend invitations for his family to participate? Jing evidently perceived his puzzlement and smiled. "This isn't Master Zhang's initiative. Our abbot Kui dispatched this humble Daoist. This constitutes a joyous occasion for all the world to celebrate. We invite everyone to participate to share in the blessing." The meaning had grown unmistakable. This represented the Australians' idea. They simply refrained from stating it openly. Suiqiu cursed inwardly, truly skilled at amassing wealth. The calculation stood transparent. Given current circumstances, how many wealthy households throughout the city hungered for any opportunity to forge even the slightest connection with the HairThieves? Jing maintained wide social circles, acquainted with every gentry household and wealthy family in the city. By the time he completed one circuit of visits, forget mere hundreds of taels, even 10,000 could be readily collected. Thinking thus, he chuckled coldly. It seems this Daoist Kui proves quite adept at accumulating wealth. Since you've called at my residence, surely you haven't departed empty-handed. Qing Jing detected the unfriendly implication and hurriedly bowed with apologies. What does Master Li suggest? Participation in rituals follows fate. The amount represents karmic connection. This humble Daoist would absolutely never presume to haggle. Qing Jing dared not continue his evasions and hurriedly excused himself, rushing out. Li Suiqiu felt troubled within. After visiting his mother, he returned to the outer study where his personal servant already awaited him. Since returning to the city, Li Suiqiu had largely maintained a secluded existence, venturing out only for small gatherings with teachers and friends or social obligations with relatives. He rarely lingered on the streets. Yet he cared deeply about street news. Each day designated servants went forth to purchase newspapers, copy proclamations, and gather various market rumors and privately circulated flyers. Today the servant brought the usual abundance. Li Suiqiu first perused Sheep City Express, nothing particularly novel. Local news continued reporting on matchmaking and the collective wedding. Beyond that, our valiant Fubo army achieved great victory at such and such location, eliminating XXX bandits. The domestic news section proved more intriguing. From this newspaper, the Australians appeared to know Ming affairs like the backs of their hands. Not merely court matters in granular detail, but large and small events throughout the realm with remarkable precision. They could even quote verbatim from official communiques, court gazettes, memorials, and various documents. This most perplexed Li Suiqiu and his circle, even granting the Australians possessed numerous spies in Beijing and telegraph, capabilities for instantaneous transmission. How could they maintain informants throughout both capitals and all 13 provincial administrations? Particularly regarding bandit activity, their intelligence often exceeded the court's own knowledge. Though Li Suiqiu possessed no means of verifying every detail's accuracy, he instinctively sensed the HairThieves' information mastery approached formidable levels. Major national news reached them within a mere 3 to 5 days. After reading several domestic items, he could stomach no more. The entire page consisted of calamity. Floods, droughts, locusts, plagues, bandits swarming in every direction. He had never imagined the national situation had deteriorated to such extent. Li Suiqiu sighed inwardly. Previously, without access to Australian newspapers, he had maintained only vague impressions of the broader picture. He had traveled to the capital and many locations, witnessing conditions along the way, understanding that national strength declined. Yet he had never grasped how widespread and severe the Ming's crisis had grown. Now, with newspapers publishing disaster reports from all quarters, not merely detailed descriptions, but woodcut illustrations depicting misery with vivid immediacy, the daily accumulation of such images left him increasingly uncertain about the Ming's future. What fate awaited the Ming Dynasty? No answer existed. Li Suiqiu vaguely sensed he had already glimpsed the future, yet deep within his heart he utterly rejected that answer. In this melancholic mood, he set aside the newspaper and retrieved a pile of miscellaneous paper fragments. These comprised various tabloids sold privately on the streets, not Australian productions, but vendors' work using clay movable type and soot water on coarse paper to reprint court gazettes. The tabloids published mostly crudely written, vulgar vernacular novels and story collections. Li Suiqiu had previously observed servants reading such tales during leisure hours and paid them no mind. Recently, however, he had discovered these crude productions actually contained a different universe. This different universe commenced with a serialized novel titled Tales of Australian Heroes appearing in one tabloid. Days earlier he had accidentally glimpsed the opening passage while his servant read. Though characters proved blurry and language crude, the content immediately captured his attention. This Tales of Australian Heroes, though clearly alluding to the HairThieves through false history, imitated Water Margin's prologue in fabricating the Australians' origins, quite thought-provoking. At the Southern Song's conclusion, loyal ministers and righteous warriors defended Song against Yuan. When all efforts failed, they cast themselves into the sea to demonstrate their resolve. Immortals, moved by compassion, opened the celestial gates, dispatched iron ships for rescue, bore them to the earthly immortal realm, and placed them within the great ow of the eastern sea. There they taught immortal arts. After 9 generations, over 500 descendants emerged, all versed in immortal techniques. One day the immortals proclaimed, "You are originally mortals, rescued by our great iron ship during one apocalypse. Now another apocalypse approaches. Without completing karma, you cannot approach the great Tao. You should depart again aboard the great iron ship to rescue the people, complete this karmic debt, and attain the great Tao." Thus they reopened the celestial gates, and 500 souls departed aboard the great iron ship. The poem praised, "Loyal ministers and righteous warriors repay sovereign grace. When heaven's gates open, the song house endures. 500 exiled immortals rescue from great tribulation. Wherever iron ships arrive, sun and moon renew." As a Confucian disciple, Li Suiqiu naturally rejected any notion that Australians constituted immortals. Yet he grasped the story's underlying meaning. They were painting their usurpation of rivers and mountains with cosmetics of divine mandate and heavenly destiny. He recalled prophecies his servant had recently conveyed from the streets. A purple cloud rises from the South Sea. The first emperor frequently excavates at Man Mountain. The dragon energy of 1,000 ages cannot be dug to death. The great song opens again in southern Guangzhou. Exceedingly transparent, this had circulated for years, doubtless secretly fabricated and disseminated by the hair thieves. Solar eclipse, heaven collapses. Lunar eclipse, earth cracks. Eclipse of both sun and moon, extinction. This passage carried greater weight. Since Changzhen's first year, celestial phenomena had been shifting ominously. A solar eclipse during Changzhen's inaugural year, followed by eclipses in the 2nd, 4th, and 5th years. By the 7th year of Changzhen, continuous solar eclipses occurred in the 3rd, 7th, and 10th months. Though Li Suiqiu lacked astronomical expertise, he believed firmly in correspondence between heaven and man. These continuous abnormal phenomena had long stirred unease within him. He recalled a gathering at the Tianqi era's conclusion, when someone mysteriously mentioned an astronomical occurrence from Tianqi's 4th year, 7th month. 5 planets in conjunction. The Emperor star lost position. A guest star transited the sun. The imperial star dimmed. Previously they had interpreted this solely as portending Emperor Zizong's brief reign, which subsequent events confirmed. But recent street talk reframed it as heralding the Ming's imminent collapse and dynastic change. Even as a disciple of the sage's teachings, facing such prophecies, Li Suiqiu could not prevent inner wavering. Was the Ming truly destined to fall? He painfully bowed his head, unable to continue reading these distressing papers. He possessed broad historical knowledge. From the founding ancestor to the present spanned over 260 years. Since the first emperor unified the realm, only the glorious Hantang and the great song surviving on half its territory had endured so long. Like a person entering old age, the dynasty exhibited every symptom of decline. When a nation approaches its end, there must be monsters. The phrase flashed suddenly through his mind. Indeed, were not these Australians arriving aboard iron ships precisely the monsters? Even the Eastern barbarians possessed traceable origins. Only these hair thieves, beyond claiming Song lineage and possessing human appearance, resembled Chinese in no particular. Even their origins remained concealed, never clarified. You may deceive ignorant commoners, but you cannot deceive me. Thinking thus, Li Suiqiu suddenly felt filled with fighting spirit. He would properly contend with these hair thieves falsely claiming Song descent. Yet this excitement quickly gave way to emptiness. How to contend? Li Suiqiu was no feeble scholar. He had mastered the 6 arts and possessed considerable sword skill, a cultured and martial Confucian. In the old timeline's history, he would lead troops to rescue Guangzhou and perish fighting there. But at this moment, his thoughts turned not toward martial combat or assassination, but toward understanding the Australians' inner workings and discovering corresponding countermeasures. The Yuyuan Society, operated by young Master Liang, specialized in researching Baldy studies. Li Suiqiu possessed some knowledge of it. Yet he maintained minimal contact with the Liang household. Since the sorcery case had implicated the Liang family and they suffered punishment during the tax rectification, the Yuyuan Society had scattered. Though the Liang mansion escaped confiscation, it had become a deserted estate with few callers. This naturally represented somewhere he could not visit. Moreover, the method of merely collecting materials and hearing others recount experiences felt like scratching an itch through one's boot. If only he could interact directly with Australians. At minimum, he might obtain first-hand intelligence from them. Yet though numerous true Baldies occupied Guangzhou, he shared connections with none. Li Suiqiu racked his brain at length without identifying anyone capable of providing introduction. Chapter 2025. The Peony top scholar's first visit to VIII Immortals temple, then it struck him, was not a ready-made opportunity positioned directly before him. This young master Zhang wished to sponsor a ritual, and Qing Jing had called to invite his family's participation. Needless to say, his mother would enthusiastically support such enterprises. Why not employ the pretext of joining the ritual to visit VIII Immortals temple and meet the HairThieves Daoist? The thought energized him instantly. Someone, he called. Thus, on this particular morning, the brothers Li Suiqiu and Li Suiqi arrived at VIII Immortals temple to offer incense. As anticipated, the moment he crossed the threshold, Qing Huan received him while murmuring something to a young Daoist nearby. The youth glanced toward the Li brothers and scurried inward. Gone to report to the Australians, undoubtedly, Li Suiqiu thought. Qing Huan led the brothers on a guided tour. Though ostensibly they had come to offer incense, Li Suiqiu had in fact brought none. Presumably the temple maintained supplies. Only upon entering did he discover that new Taoism placed minimal emphasis on burning incense offerings. Though not forbidden, the practice received no encouragement. Only sincere worship and fresh flower offerings held value. Within the halls, incense burning was entirely prohibited. Large incense burners stood positioned only on the stone steps outside. Each worshipper received permission for merely 3 slender sticks. Tall incense, stick incense, gold and silver paper, none could be burned. Consequently, as they walked, the smoke-choked haze characteristic of major temples remained absent. Though numerous worshippers had gathered, order prevailed remarkably. In more crowded halls, Taoist students guided and dispersed the throngs, directing entry from one side and exit from another, genuinely orderly. No wonder everyone claims Australians value the word order above all. The reputation proves well-deserved, Li Suiqiu silently appraised. Proceeding to the middle hall, though the rear remained separated by doors, sounds of children reciting, playing, and singing drifted through. He started with surprise. Could the Australians be operating a community school here? Upon inquiring with Qing Huan, he found it precisely so. His heart stirred with grudging acknowledgement. Though an effortless undertaking, not everyone proved willing to attempt it. The highlight of any VIII Immortals temple tour involved ascending the number 1 tower of Lingnan. Li Suiqiu had climbed the bell tower more than once previously, even hosting poetry gatherings there with teachers and friends. Yet this marked his first ascent since the Australians entered the city. He felt considerable emotion. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered a portly Taoist already awaiting them, face beaming with welcome. "Supreme treasure of the Tao," the corpulent Taoist bowed. "Are you the Li brothers?" "Indeed, your students." Li Suiqiu thought. As expected, he has appeared. This was the Australian Taoist he had observed at several ritual activities, reportedly a genuine Baldy elder as well. In Guangzhou, he appeared to superintend both monks and Taoists alike. Li Suiqiu possessed complete confidence. The moment he materialized at VIII Immortals temple, that Australian Taoist would certainly emerge to meet him. He was, after all, a celebrated scholar renowned throughout the South. This humble Daoist serves as VIII Immortals Temple Abbot, supervisor of Guangzhou VIII Immortals Temple, Qi Hantang. I have long admired your illustrious name. Though Qi Hantang maintained a casual, fearless manner in most contexts, he exercised considerable care when engaging famous personages. This set him wholly apart from numerous elders who either disdained or actively viewed celebrated figures from this timeline as enemies. The distinction likely stemmed from his appreciation for traditional culture, naturally inclining him favorably toward traditional celebrities. Moreover, regarding a renowned scholar and future national hero like Suiqiu, fan admiration operated automatically. Qi Hantang studied the elegant, fair-complexioned, lightly bearded young gentleman before him, silently reflecting. According to the old timeline's history, within a dozen years this refined scholar would perish in battle at Guangzhou. Unimaginable that such a cultured gentleman could fearlessly abandon all comfort and die heroically. His admiration deepened, and his courtesy grew increasingly respectful. Had any elders witnessed Qi Hantang's demeanor at this moment, they would certainly have rebuked him for losing his position or bootlicking the Ming remnants. Yet Qi Hantang's martial capabilities were not negligible, and ordinary elders dared not openly mock him. "You are too kind, too kind." Suiqiu returned the greeting. Inwardly he wondered, what angle does this hair thief Daoist pursue? Why such deference toward me? Regarding fame, he indeed possessed some reputation throughout Guangdong for poetic talent. Beyond that, his moral essays proved unremarkable, merely an ordinary celebrity. He had long heard that Australians carried themselves with supreme arrogance, each claiming talent sufficient to govern heaven and earth. Forget contemporary great Confucians. Even the supreme sage himself frequently received the contemptuous nickname Old Kong No. 2 from them. "Come, this humble Daoist has prepared pure tea, please partake." Qi Hantang invited them to be seated upon the bell tower. The policeman manning the observation post had been dismissed. English garden-style rattan furniture now occupied the space, accompanied by a complete set of gongfu tea implements. Beside them sat a small wind stove, its iron kettle emitting rhythmic burbling as steam rose. A Daoist student tended the flames. The rattan furniture presented nothing novel. Zicheng's shop had long sold complete sets, reportedly woven from Qiangzhu's red and white rattan, some incorporating iron frames, each piece exhibiting exotic flair. Quite popular among the city's wealthy households. Suiqiu's own family possessed several sets, positioned in the garden, study, and other locations. As for the tea service and implements, he recognized them as gongfu tea, introduced by the Australians. The practice had first gained popularity at Ximing, gradually becoming fashionable among prosperous families. Though Suiqiu refrained from following such trends, he had sampled it numerous times. Gongfu tea itself posed no rarity, yet it required Australian Limu Mountain oolong tea, especially the supreme grade Frozen Peak, with its subtle orchid fragrance, commanded exorbitant prices. Tea merchants everywhere sought to penetrate the secret of Limu Mountain oolong tea, but the Australians guarded it fiercely. Even dispatching agents to Qiangzhou yielded no results. Suiqiu and his brother settled into their seats. Qi Hantang proceeded to rinse cups and scald vessels, brewing gongfu tea with practiced precision. The three maintained silence, first drinking a complete round. Truly exceptional tea. Suiqiu tasted and recognized that Qi Hantang had offered the finest available, superior even to what he had sampled previously at Ximing. Likely supplies reserved for the elders, the genuine Baldies. Flattery operates regardless of context. Though Suiqiu's daily existence exceeded ordinary standards, born to local gentry, long accustomed to life's pleasures and courtesies, being respectfully entertained by these pirate giants, rampaging through Guangdong and renowned throughout the realm still generated considerable satisfaction, irrespective of how thoroughly he inwardly resented their attempt to usurp the throne. Excellent tea, excellent tea. Suiqiu set down his cup. This represents tea specially supplied to the Council of Elders by the General Office, unavailable for purchase externally. Naturally, it ranks among the finest. Hantang reclined, his moon-round face wearing an ambiguous half-smile. Brother Li's visit to our humble temple for incense brings. Our humble temple, this, considerable radiance. Hantang intended to exploit this opportunity either to win Suiqiu over, or at minimum cultivate some positive sentiment toward New Taoism and himself, facilitating future endeavors. Within the Council of Elders, thoroughly divergent opinions existed regarding these historically famous Ming figures. Some advocated recruiting them for council service, absorbing them into the system. Others pressed for their prompt elimination. Most elders maintained indifference, neither advocating recruitment nor elimination, provided they remained home and refrained from causing disturbances. Hantang belonged firmly to the first faction. Naturally, he diverged somewhat from other like-minded elders. He harbored certain personal ambitions, hoping to convert Suiqiu, the Peony top scholar, to New Taoism, then gradually draw in his teacher Chen Zizhuang and the 12 masters of Southern Garden one by one, thereby strengthening New Taoism's influence. He had, of course, mentioned this scheme to no one, recognizing that voicing it would certainly provoke council criticism. Consorting with gentry, contaminating the ranks, and similar accusations. Yet today his opening gambit fell immediately flat, earning Suiqiu's disdain. HairThieves truly were crude barbarians incapable of even basic pleasantries. Though thinking thus, Suiqiu responded courteously, "Not at all, not at all." Having leisure at home, and hearing young Master Zhang intends to sponsor a blessing ritual at your esteemed temple, this student came to observe the proceedings. Hantang started, then grasped that Qing Jing must have visited the Li residence to solicit participation. Silently praising the initiative as well executed, he proceeded to describe the matchmaking and collective wedding at exhaustive, tedious length. Suiqiu listened to him boast, yet it differed not at all from coverage in Sheep City Express. Observing this corpulent Taoist spitting while speaking, his language vulgar, his expression radiating smug satisfaction, Suiqiu felt secret distaste rising. His cultivation proved excellent. He listened with impassive expression to this official announcement. Then inquired slowly, "What the Taoist master describes, this student has likewise read in the newspaper. This collective wedding certainly constitutes a worthy enterprise, providing widowers and widows with mutual support. It aligns well with the Council of Elders' professed mission to rescue all people from fire and water. Yet the realm currently writhes in turmoil. Countless commoners remain mired in fire and water. How does the Council of Elders propose to rescue them?" Hantang recognized that Suiqiu had arrived not merely prepared, but determined to proceed directly to substantive matters, dispensing with ornamental preliminaries. In Suiqiu's assessment, matters like caring for widowers and widows represented minor undertakings. Since the Australians had invaded Guangzhou, adopting a posture of contending for the 9 provinces, he wished to examine what substance their grand ambition actually possessed. For Hantang, formulating an adequate response proved challenging. Fortunately, he had anticipated encountering similar questions when engaging Guangzhou's Confucian scholars. The realm's great situation, surely Master Mizhu perceives it more clearly than this humble Taoist. Hantang spoke deliberately. Honestly, the Ming's present predicament amounts to nothing beyond reversed timing, geography, and popular support. What meaning does that convey? Suiqiu's interest quickened. Discussing national affairs and critiquing governance constituted intellectuals' favored pastime since antiquity. Hantang's novel perspective immediately engaged his interest. Master Mizhu possesses broad learning. You doubtless know that since ancient times, those accomplishing great enterprises require both capability and fortune. As the saying holds, man proposes, heaven disposes. Heavens will cannot be violated. Hantang commenced with mystification. What constitutes heaven's will? Discussing it appears abstruse. In reality, it largely results from human affairs, yet ordinary people accept it as given and pay no attention. Chapter 2026, Dialogue between Qiu and Li. This surprised Li Suiqiu slightly, not the viewpoint's novelty, but rather that he had anticipated this Daoist would certainly spout mystifying mandate of heaven theories to argue this counterfeit great song enjoyed heavenly ordination. He composed himself, thinking, "Let me hear what sophistry you offer. Please enlighten me, Daoist master." Hantang felt rather smug, interpreting Li Suiqiu's reaction as shock at his novel perspective. He posed a counter-question. "In your estimation, how many crises does the Ming nation currently face?" Li Suiqiu answered without hesitation, speaking clearly. Having traveled and studied in various locales, discussing matters with fellow students and teachers, I judge the Ming confronts 4 present crises: the Eastern barbarians, the roving bandits, the hair thieves, and natural disasters. Hantang thought him internally. You needn't have been quite so blunt, yet felt somewhat gratified, since inclusion among calamities represented no trivial distinction. The Eastern barbarians and let us not discuss that particular matter. Hantang experienced a moment of awkwardness. Those represent external threats. Even were Tang Taizong and Song Taizu reborn, external threats would persist. Regarding the roving bandits, they actually arose from natural disasters. Following natural calamity must come human upheaval, particularly in an era like late Ming when governmental relief proved feeble. Disaster victims could scarcely obtain money and grain to fill their bellies. The sole path to survival lay in revolt. This further expanded disaster's scope. The insight held no novelty. Li Suiqiu merely nodded slightly. Yet regarding natural disasters, they too constitute human calamities. Hantang pivoted dramatically, delivering his crucial contention. Yet Li Suiqiu across from him displayed no startled expression, instead wearing a look communicating, "I'll simply observe quietly while you perform." Perhaps concerned that his muted response might wound the Daoist's feelings and terminate the conversation, Li Suiqiu offered somewhat reluctantly. Since antiquity, floods, droughts, locusts, and plagues have all constituted heavenly fate, how can they simultaneously represent human calamity? Does Master Miju know how many commoners the Ming realm currently sustains? Now Li Suiqiu found himself stumped. Though the Ming maintain population statistics, ordinary citizens rarely access specific figures, not due to secrecy, merely that without media channels of the time, beyond a handful of scholars and Ministry of Revenue officials, common people remained unconcerned. Li Suiqiu could certainly produce poetry and prose and could discourse upon land taxes, salt administration, and grain transport, practical official matters. Population statistics, however, lay beyond his knowledge. "I confess this student knows not," Li Suiqiu admitted. "I would estimate tens of millions." Permit me to inform you. In Tianqi's 6th year, the Ministry of Revenue audited the realm's yellow registers, recording 983,546 households containing over 51,655,000 individuals. Li Suiqiu nodded silently, thinking, these hair thieves truly possess formidable intelligence, even accessing yellow register figures. Yet has the gentleman considered? In Hongwu's 14th year, when Ming Taizu compiled the National Yellow Register, the census recorded 59,870,000 people. From Hongwu's 14th year to Tianqi's 6th year spans over 230 years. Though intervening events included the Yongle Emperor's Jingnan campaign and various floods and droughts, the period overall represented a peaceful era. Why then did population decrease rather than increase? Remember, Zhu Yuanzhang founded the nation following decades of chaos, concluding the Yuan. The figures you cite, this student cannot verify. However, as you yourself acknowledged, these represent yellow register figures. Does the gentleman not recognize that yellow register statistics prove most unreliable? Though Li Suiqiu had never held office, he possessed considerable understanding of yamen affairs. Since the single whip reform consolidated all regular levies, assigned duties, capital treasury annual requirements and reserves, provisions, and local tribute goods into unified entries, all calculated by mu and remitted in silver, taxes and corvée derive entirely from land. Population growth and decline bear minimal relevance to major accounts. When yellow registers undergo compilation, occasionally individuals appear without registered adult males, occasionally adult males without associated individuals. Officials neither inquire nor need inquire. Well articulated, Hantang thought. This young Master Li possesses genuine knowledge. Since this stands as fact, clearly during prolonged peace population multiplies, yet official yellow registers fail to document it. Where have all these commoners vanished? The question posed no great difficulty. These unregistered individuals had either been overlooked by officials or had commended themselves under gentry and powerful families. Under the Li household alone, such people numbered quite substantially. Merchants lacking land who operated shops counted as his family's assistants. Those bringing land counted as tenant farmers. Li Suiqiu himself could not enumerate how many sheltered individuals existed under his family's protection, yet this represented an important income source. Surely Master Miju himself comprehends, whether overlooked or sheltered, these commoners' taxes fail to reach the court's coffers. At minimum, the majority does not. Li Suiqiu certainly grasped this logic. Numerous individuals sought to commend themselves to his family precisely because his jurin degree could reduce taxes and exempt grain obligations. Master Miju holds jurin rank, so naturally you know a jurin's grain exemption amounts to merely 6 shi. Hantang spoke softly. How much has actually been exempted? Likely only your steward could specify. The implication crystallized unmistakably. These vanished populations had largely commended themselves under powerful gentry, thereby evading taxation. Both parties profited, solely the court sustained losses. Li Suiqiu could not refute this, it constituted fact. Though he had long recognized this systemic corruption, it pervaded the entire realm universally. He could claim no exemption. Moreover, as head of a prominent household, he neither could nor would sever his own foundation by eliminating this substantial revenue stream. Even possessing extensive learning, unless willing to call dear horses, he genuinely could not argue. What the Daoist master states holds truth, Li Suiqiu conceded. However, this represents systemic corruption. What connection does it bear to natural and human calamities? Hantang, observing him confounded, felt considerably happier. He thought, this material truly proves effective. Otherwise, debating morality and literature with you, how could I possibly match you? Naturally, the wealthy households and gentry receiving commendations benefit, while the court sustains losses. Yet this court must support thousands of civil and military officials, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, 3,000 palace beauties, all requiring maintenance, many demanding excellent support, not subsisting on chaff and vegetables. Emperor Zhu and his officials cannot urinate gold or defecate silver. Whence derives all this money and grain, scraped from commoners' scalps? Originally 10 individuals paid 10 individuals' taxes. Now it transforms into 7, 6, even 5 individuals paying for 10. During peaceful times everyone muddles along. Yet encountering floods or droughts, officials possess no reserves, commoners maintain no stored grain, no relief can be distributed and commoners can only starve. Is this not human calamity? Were this a century past, even with land annexation and powerful protection, the court would not suffer excessively. The Ming's territory sprawls vast. Landless farmers could seek uncultivated land. Over time, wasteland transforms into mature fields. The court levies taxes, gaining both population and revenue. What's lost on swings is gained on roundabouts, thus they've patched matters along. yet now where remains wasteland to discover. Though late Ming land development had not reached the Qing era's extreme of nowhere unplowed, everywhere tilled, under contemporary productivity levels it approached the limit. From mid-Ming onward, massive numbers of landless farmers fleeing taxation had journeyed to Huang to cultivate mountain regions, forming substantial migrant populations. At one juncture this even sparked major rebellions. By late Ming, the mountains of Guangdong and Fujian harbored sizable migrant cultivation communities. Suiqiu possessed knowledge of land scarcity and migrants seeking cultivation opportunities everywhere. He sighed inwardly. Frankly, none of this represented fresh insight, yet teachers and friends rarely analyzed such matters. These hair thieves, however, perceived clearly. Impoverished people cultivating everywhere may resolve temporary crises, yet plants endless future troubles. Hantang finally arrived at the substantive core. Master Mizhu surely knows that Guangzhou once constituted fertile plains, 1,000 miles of abundant fields. What of the present situation? Beyond mentioning that outside the border walls extends endless sandy desert, even within the walls, land proves barren, 9 years of drought in 10. Why? Now Suiqiu found himself genuinely bewildered. Regarding Shanxi's circumstances, he had acquired some knowledge when discussing bandit conditions with others. Roughly understanding this region suffered chronic drought and disaster, 9 famines in 10 years, with commoners exceedingly impoverished and border garrison soldiers faring no better, compelled to rebel for survival. Hantang's words now awakened him. Guangzhou had once formed the foundation of imperial enterprise. From the first emperor through Han and Tang, all employed Guangzhou as their base, emerging from Hangu Pass to claim the realm. How had those 1,000 miles of fertile fields deteriorated into such impoverished, bitter cold terrain? This, the student had truly not contemplated. Please enlighten me, Daoist master. Not at all, not at all. Hantang exhibited a smug expression, then swiftly suppressed that vulgar smile. It results from cultivation. Cultivation. Suiqiu registered puzzlement, for since antiquity, cultivation had represented policy benefiting nation and populace alike, achieving mutual prosperity for public and private interests. Whether Han, Tang, or Ming, border armies largely sustained themselves through cultivation, reducing the court's burden while securing sufficient provisions. Yet to these hair thieves, it had become harmful policy impoverishing the land. Hantang discoursed eloquently. In truth, aside from climatic shifts, Guangzhou's natural environment destruction largely stemmed from human causes, with human devastation proving continuous. Guangzhou possessed the longest history, longest development period, largest population, and most severe environmental damage. By early Song, the Jiangnan Mountains forest had been entirely felled. The forests of Qishan and surrounding mountains were likewise essentially gone. Suiqiu, who once served in Fengxiang Prefecture, composed verses describing the Qishan region. Mountains bare as red clay, water murky as rice wash. Naturally, claiming Song descent, Hantang would not reference this, concentrating his criticism upon the Ming. Surely the gentleman knows that Ming border army provisions rely largely upon military colonization and merchant colonization. The moment Hantang opened his mouth, Suiqiu registered mild surprise. He knew military colonization posed no rarity. All dynasties had practiced it, continuing even presently. Yet merchant colonization not only stood unprecedented from previous dynasties, representing Ming innovation, but had also been discontinued for many years. Even contemporary dynasty scholars might well lack awareness of it. Cultivation constitutes sound policy, originally benefiting nation and populace. However, establishing one benefit inevitably creates one detriment, and this detriment proves substantial. Chapter 2027. Outrageous claims. May I inquire where this harm resides? Suiqiu, born in Guangdong and having traveled only to Jiangnan and the capital, understood little of northern environment and climate beyond fleeting observations. The harm lies in environmental devastation. Hantang spoke deliberately. Master Miju likely remains unaware that though Guangzhou once constituted fertile plains, 1,000 miles of abundant fields, it actually occupies a low rainfall zone, entirely dependent upon trees and grasslands for protection and nourishment. Once vegetation diminishes, neither water nor soil can be retained. Observing Suiqiu's expression growing increasingly puzzled, Hantang recognized that continuing this trajectory would prove futile, akin to performing music for cattle. After all, Suiqiu possessed no knowledge of the 400 rainfall zone, or the Little Ice Age. Someone inhabiting Guangdong's subtropical monsoon climate would scarcely comprehend water and soil conservation. Consequently, Hantang moderated his discourse, first elucidating basic technical concepts. Suiqiu had initially approached this exchange with an attitude of, "Let's hear what nonsense you offer," yet upon listening, discovered considerable reasonability. Though he had not traveled extensively, he had journeyed to the capital, experiencing scenery and environment from south to north, Lingnan's seasonless climate, Jiangnan's humid warmth, the north's drought and wind-borne sand. He had recognized these as distinct climates yet never contemplated why they differed. Hantang's exposition provided modest enlightenment. What the Daoist master articulates, this student roughly comprehends. A region's climate depends upon water and heat. Is this accurate? Precisely, Hantang exhaled with relief. Though the formulation remained somewhat crude, it proved far more efficient than instructing Daoist disciples back in Lingao. So weather cycles between cold and warm, resembling the rotation of 4 seasons, cold for a century, warm for another. Cold brings drought, warmth brings floods. And presently we inhabit another cold, arid period. Conversing with intelligent individuals truly proves effortless, Hantang thought privately. Shanxi and Guangzhou originally constitute arid, low-rainfall regions. Now they've encountered a cold season, yielding even less precipitation. Hence 9 droughts in 10 years. Water and soil conservation assumes paramount importance. Hantang discoursed eloquently. Nurturing water and soil depends entirely upon vegetation. Though the ancients possessed concepts of leveling mountains and controlling waters, and administrative mandates for forest reserves, their environmental consciousness largely remained confined to agricultural requirements. Most management emphasized irrigation and soil improvement, with insufficient comprehension of maintaining vegetation and conserving water. Combined with enormous governmental and civilian timber demands, they felt compelled to promote cultivation for feeding expanding populations and increasing tax revenue. Since Han and Tang times, forests have been felled, grasslands plowed, day after day, year after year, until forests and grasslands approached near total destruction. When Ming Dynasty established the nation, he promoted Guangzhou cultivation totaling 30 million mu. Though it delivered temporary benefit, vegetation suffered complete devastation, inflicting endless harm upon subsequent generations. Following vegetation destruction in arid and semi-arid regions, land forfeited its water retention capacity, and the localized humid microclimate forests created ceased existing. This further aggravated climatic and soil deterioration. In areas lacking irrigation infrastructure, agriculture became utterly dependent upon heaven's mercy. Agricultural yields per mu plummeted catastrophically. In North China and the Northwest prior to 1949, wheat yields of mere dozens of jin per mu represented normalcy. With diminished output, commoners could only cultivate additional land for survival, yet the more land cultivated, the less it produced. Thus the cycle perpetuated. 1,000 miles of fertile plains transformed into barren wasteland of wind-borne sand and denuded mountains. Now as Ming's national fortunes wane, gentry and officials demonstrate no concern for the populace. How can commoners refrain from rebellion? Having completed this extensive circuit, they finally returned to the thesis that natural disasters equally constitute human calamities. Suiqiu silently contemplated the implications, discovering some novelty. Since antiquity, critiques of dynastic governance failures had revolved around neglecting the people and dim rulers with treacherous ministers. People of that era, after all, could not comprehend natural disaster causation. After pondering momentarily, Suiqiu inquired, "Since the Daoist master frames matters thus, presumably the Council of Elders possesses extraordinarily ingenious methods for avoiding these human calamities." Hantang responded with evident pride. Naturally. Suiqiu assessed this Daoist as not merely corpulent but a supreme-grade boaster. Having proceeded this far, however, he wished to hear more. "Then please enlighten me." The ancients proclaimed, "Brute force overcomes all stratagems." This pronouncement elicited Suiqiu's puzzled expression, whereupon Hantang suddenly recalled this phrase originated only from the Qing dynasty, swiftly correcting himself. Those possessing genuine capability disregard petty tricks. Resolving the root of natural and human disasters resides in productive forces. What constitutes productive forces? Well, consider 1 acre of land as example. Should our Council of Elders Heaven and Earth Society cultivate it, growing identical rice, they can harvest several hundred jin more than local commoners. If every acre throughout the realm could yield 50 jin additional output, without requiring cultivation everywhere, commoners could achieve adequate sustenance and clothing. Even confronting disasters, they would not become starving corpses. Suiqiu thought privately, what grandiose claims from this fellow. Though he did not directly manage farmland, he had lived rurally and thoroughly understood rent collection circumstances. Farming depended entirely upon heaven's favor. Propitious weather meant a great harvest. Yet such years might not arrive once per decade. Even during bumper years, each mu could yield merely an extra 100-odd jin of rice. What agricultural secret could increase yields by several hundred jin per mu? Genuinely unprecedented. Yet he did not doubt Hantang's veracity, for news of the HairThieves' secret methods for agriculture and manufacturing had long circulated. Those who had visited Guangzhou Prefecture and Lingao enthusiastically recounted the HairThieves' fields they had witnessed. Were the HairThieves to serve the Ming, current crises could achieve resolution. Suiqiu could not suppress secret regret. Setting aside their formidable ships and cannons, merely their capabilities in agriculture, manufacturing, commerce, and governance proved rare throughout the world. What tragedy! This unworthy student presumes productive forces represent methods for enhancing land yields. Precisely. All trades and industries operate thus. Everything prioritizes developing productive forces. Ming has reached its current predicament because, fundamentally, productive forces prove insufficient. Population growth constitutes benefit, yet also signifies countless additional mouths requiring sustenance. Previously, 100 mu fed 100 individuals. Everyone ate well and dressed warmly, with meat and wine during festivals and occasional new garments. Now, even cultivating all available land yields merely 300 mu, yet population has expanded to 1,000. Yet yields per mu remain unchanged. Hantang spoke with animation. Moreover, among these 1,000 individuals, several dozen remain unsatisfied with merely consuming rice. They demand meat and wine daily, exchanging grain for fish and meat, silks and satins. Naturally, many must starve. So if these 1,000 individuals' productive forces increase, even possessing only 300 mu, provided yields increase, even should some desire meat and silk, none need starve. Perhaps a handful of unfortunate souls might starve or experience hunger, yet not like presently where everyone must starve, compelled either to rebel and seize sustenance or simply perish and require no food. Consider our Council of Elders Guangzhou. Though I dare not claim universal warmth and satiation, at minimum none starve. Hantang sighed profoundly. Since antiquity, commoners' desires have remained minimal. seeking solely sustenance and security. If even that cannot be provided, what legitimacy exists for occupying the throne? Though Li Suiqiu could not immediately fully grasp this productive force's supremacy, he comprehended the final sentence, transparently criticizing the current emperor. Honestly, though the current emperor had demonstrated some severity toward his tutors, arguably obstructing remonstrance channels, they had likewise heard from capital acquaintances. His Majesty governed diligently, laboring from dawn until deep night, unprecedented in recent decades. Consequently, many individuals, Li Suiqiu included, though harboring various opinions and dissatisfactions regarding Changzhen's governance, still maintained considerable hope. My teacher proclaimed, "The current emperor neither loves wealth nor women, governs diligently and cherishes the people, a sage ruler of his generation. Yet why does warfare rage everywhere with rebellions boiling over? Beyond insufficient productive forces exist other reasons. Diligent governance, he. Qi Hantang could not suppress laughter. Though Ming's predicament originated not from his actions, not only has improvement failed to materialize, but circumstances worsen daily, more than half attributable to his diligent governance. The more diligently he labors, the more rapidly Ming perishes. How so? He demonstrates excessive eagerness for results. The so-called good intentions paving hell's road, lacking capability, the more one attempts beneficence, the worse outcomes become. Examining his governance across these years, I would characterize him thus: suspicious by nature and fond of micromanagement, preferring severity and prone to fury. Micromanagement breeds harshness and ingratitude. Proneness to rage generates hasty errors. With such an inconsistent individual as emperor, in my assessment his diligent governance constitutes merely reckless interference. Initially he executed eunuch Wei, then suppressed the Donglin, acceptable enough, remnants from previous reigns. Yet what explains changing chief ministers annually? National policies transform from morning to evening, leaving local officials bewildered. Someone of this character as emperor, lacking discernment in evaluating people, represents tragedy for Ming, for commoners, and for himself. Qi Hantang, speaking with mounting excitement, seized his teapot and unleashed torrential criticism with flying spittle. As the maxim states, victory and defeat constitute military commonplaces. Yet this sovereign, when employing generals, urgently presses for battle. When they fail, thoroughly investigates. During Changzhen's second year, he executed Vice Minister of War Yang Hao. Year 3 witnessed execution of Jiliao Governor Liu Si. Year 3 witnessed execution of Jiliao Supreme Commander Yuan Changhuan. Year 5 brought execution of Governor Shen Qi. Year 7 saw execution of Grand Canal Transport Commissioner Yang Yaipeng. He exiled Minister of War Yan Mingtai, removed Xing Minjiu from office, imprisoned Sun Chuanting, and demoted Sun Chengzong homeward to await death. Though these men all suffered defeat, they possessed genuine capability. Granted trust and authority, they might have achieved greatness. Merely due to singular failure, they faced execution. Those fortunate enough to survive grew so terrified that many committed suicide. An emperor who executes with such abandon will certainly eliminate all capable ministers and generals. Regardless of talent, everyone descends into panic, and none dare assume responsibility. Chapter 2028, Modest Results. Daoist Qi spoke with spittle flying, and Li Suiqiu felt profoundly vexed, particularly as he characterized the emperor in such unflattering terms, shocking to witness. Yet within his heart, he discovered considerable resonance with these assertions. He too harbored numerous private criticisms of the current emperor, particularly regarding several ministers' punishments. Among his circle of teachers and friends, many expressed sympathy. Not to mention his own teacher, punished without justification, subjected to court beatings and imprisonment, enduring considerable torment. Had it not been for former classmates and the Empress Dowager interceding, he would have met his end long since. Li Suiqiu suddenly perceived. Though this corpulent man's words proved crude and frequently disjointed, his arguments penetrated to the core of matters, especially the four phrases evaluating the emperor. Suspicious by nature and fond of micromanagement, preferring severity and prone to fury. Micromanagement breeds harshness and ingratitude. Proneness to rage generates hasty errors. Possessed precision and brilliance, certainly not compositions this crude-speaking fat Daoist could have authored, nor insights ordinary contemporary scholars could possess. Some great scholar must have already defected to the HairThieves. This individual not only possessed exceptional learning but must have served at court. Contemplating this, he could not suppress rising concern. Naturally, given the HairThieves' supreme wealth, having purchased Guangzhou's garrison to surrender the city, purchasing several high officials would present no difficulty. Outmatched in capability, even popular sentiment gradually drifted away. Suiqiu could not prevent secret grief. Originally intending to debate further with Daoist Qi, he now completely forfeited interest. Besides, they represented enemy nations. This could not be resolved through empty rhetoric. Even could he refute this Daoist into submissive acknowledgement, what benefit would it confer upon current circumstances? He might well implicate himself and his entire household first. Unexpectedly, Hantang grew even more animated, continuing his outrageous pronouncements. Ming's realm originally stood in imminent peril. Like an individual with illness reaching vital organs, though complete recovery proves impossible, careful treatment could still purchase time, extending life by several years. Yet observing the court's governance these years, it precisely resembles panicked medical malpractice, recklessly employing harsh medicines. As the saying goes, pouring boiling water to halt boiling, adding fuel to extinguish flames, the path to destruction is well trodden. Hantang spoke bluntly. Within 10 years, roving bandits will certainly enter the capital. At that moment, the three armies will open gates and surrender to bandits. Civil and military officials throughout the city will flee. Striking the Jiliang bell will summon no ministers. Nothing will remain but death, with solely a eunuch by his side. Nonsense! Suiqiu could no longer tolerate this Daoist's wild discourse. Claiming Ming would fall represented one matter, yet describing the destruction day so vividly, as though he had personally witnessed it, he could not restrain refutation. Though Ming suffers from warfare and national affairs descend into chaos, Taizu's grace in recreating Chinese civilization endures, and popular sentiment retains utility. Though the Daoist master represents Australia, an enemy nation of Ming, you need not voice such alarmist declarations. Hantang laughed heartily. Do not grow agitated, Master Miju. If you claim I speak nonsense, then let it be nonsense. However, facts speak more eloquently than words. In less than 10 years, we shall witness whose words constituted nonsense. This fellow proves utterly discourteous. Suiqiu fumed silently. Nevertheless, this visit had proven quite educational, particularly hearing discourse on productive forces supremacy, fundamentally grasping the HairThieves' core governing philosophy. Simply stated, pursuing profit. No wonder those who had visited Guangzhou reported that Australians maintained no separation between men and women and decadent, extravagant customs. However, he possessed no appetite for wrangling with this Daoist regarding such matters. After all, they represented enemy nations, and this could not be adjudicated right or wrong through empty words. Even could he refute this Daoist into bowing acknowledgement, what advantage would it confer upon present circumstances? It might well implicate himself and his entire household first. Hantang had originally anticipated his brilliant discourse would certainly shock this Peony top scholar's worldview. Even lacking immediate reverential submission, there should manifest at minimum some admiration. Unexpectedly, despite all his expended spittle, Suiqiu displayed no expression whatsoever, maintaining that distant, indifferent deportment, rendering himself rather anxious by comparison. He could not suppress annoyance. Yet for his grand design, he possessed no alternative but to patiently continue expounding Australian institutional superiority and Ming systemic pathologies. Suiqiu actually listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. Yet precisely like an infatuated youth conversing with his dream companion on QQ, transmitting lengthy passages only to receive several emoticons and hee-hee responses, Hantang could no longer persevere. He had to lower his banner and cease hostilities. Damn it, these pedants should all face execution. No, all should be dispatched to excavate sand. Observing the Li brothers' departing figures, Hantang cursed internally. What slightly consoled his spirit was that Qingjing had performed admirably this occasion. Donations had already exceeded 500 yuan, and numerous wealthy households, having received intelligence, were proactively approaching the temple to donate. Adding funds Fu Ming had gathered from Buddhist and Catholic sources, at minimum 1,000 yuan could be collected. With this 1,000 yuan secured, after hosting banquets for Fang Fei, decorating the venue, renovating the new residences, at least half would remain. He could employ it to renovate antiquated structures everywhere. If circumstances proceeded favorably, startup funding for his planned Daoist elementary school could likewise derive from this. The Education Bureau personnel were already surveying Guangzhou, preparing to establish local schools. He had to accelerate completion while momentum persisted, ensuring perpetual access to backup talent resources henceforth. Abbot, the preaching session approaches commencement, a Daoist disciple reported. Have them wait momentarily. I shall arrive presently. Several new individuals attended today brought by Master Li Qiushui. Regardless who brought them, simply serve tea and demonstrate no negligence. Yes. Fortunately, not all scholars prove so obstinate, Hantang muttered. He suddenly recognized. His united front endeavors with Guangzhou celebrities had achieved largely unsuccessful outcomes. The local young talents he originally planned recruiting, including the Li brothers painter Zhao Xiangfu, Chen Zizhuang's eldest son Chen Shangyang, O Biyuan's eldest son O Jiaxian, second son O Sixian, Nanhai scholars Dai Zhu, Lu Feixiang, Tao Bio. Most of these individuals, under his deliberate cultivation, maintained some contact with the temple. Given his status as Australian elder, provided one still planned residing in Guangzhou, they generally would not refuse his invitations. Moreover, his invitations proceeded mostly through religious forms, and he represented a Daoist, semi-civilian. Therefore these scholars harbored fewer concerns about associating with him. Yet regardless how he cultivated them or conducted ideological work, progress proved minimal. Superficially, they demonstrated considerable politeness, listening to his Daoist principle preaching and various popular science expositions, even participating in discussions, seemingly harmonious and pleasant. Yet when touching substantive issues, they invariably gazed elsewhere and changed subjects, manifesting absolutely no intention of joining the light. By contrast, impoverished Tengsheng and Ziyukai demonstrated far greater enthusiasm, actively studying and consistently expressing willingness to progress across all dimensions. Hantang likewise organized special discussion sessions for them, lecturing and preaching every several days with respectable results. Yet Hantang felt somewhat dissatisfied. He still possessed an addiction to collecting celebrities and lacked substantial interest in those obscure destitute scholars. Presently it appeared, regardless how much effort he invested in these celebrities, at maximum they would merely perform perfunctory gestures. After all, these talents mostly originated from prosperous families possessing property, held conservative perspectives, and lacked motivation to rebel alongside the Australians. At this juncture, fine drizzle commenced falling from the heavens, wind blowing cold. He swiftly composed himself, adopting the demeanor of an otherworldly master. The preaching location occupied the rear hall. Naturally, attending scholars differed from Daoist disciples studying here. It resembled more a loose discussion assembly. His preaching here served not entirely for cultivating new Taoism talents, more importantly, winning hearts for the Council of Elders and hosting cultural salons. Hantang invited everyone to be seated in the east chamber of the rear hall. After Daoist attendants served tea, he smiled inquiringly. For everyone to arrive amid rain today, surely you possess matters to inquire. Li Qiushui represented a destitute Ziyukai. Possessing greatest seniority, he stood and spoke. Immortal Master Kui, following our previous pleasant discussion, I returned home and contemplated extensively, discovering considerable reasonability in your statements. Recently, while discussing with villagers, certain confusing points emerged. Consequently, I have come specifically to inquire. These gentlemen represent local talents from nearby villages who, hearing of your profound teachings, came expressly to learn. Hantang thought. Previous criticism of Confucianism likely shocked them excessively. Oh well, several promising prospects exist here. Though their examination credentials prove deficient and they lack complete recognition, they possess reasonable cleverness and capability. I must rally my spirits and impress them, accepting several additional direct disciples. He immediately rallied his faculties and commenced expounding the profound mysteries of the great Tao. The Tao constitutes the fundamental principle by which the universe operates, and all phenomena are born and perish, containing dual layers of meaning. First, the Tao represents the realm of our thoughts, namely, dialectical analytical thinking teaches us problem-solving methodology. This cannot confer immortality. It teaches us how to elevate our thoughts from the material world of desires toward the spiritual realm, thereby liberating our thinking from burdens of greed for power and profit. Cultivation means maintaining an aware heart. If one comprehends cultivation's meaning, possessing a pure heart amid the mortal world constitutes the highest realm. Naturally, meditation, reading, and contemplation can accelerate progress. Wearing robes and chanting Buddha's name represents affinity cultivation, employing external environment to reinforce our mental focus. If one comprehends, everything becomes a cultivation tool. Cultivation's purpose involves brightening our eyes, purifying our hearts, not vegetarianism and chanting, not eliminating 7 emotions and 6 desires, but learning to control cravings, understanding our desires, acquiring wisdom, certainly not abandoning life. Most cultivation time transpires in the ordinary, accumulating life, understanding bit by bit in daily existence, perceiving life's greatness in trivial details. True hardship constitutes not suffering during meditation, but constantly maintaining truth-seeking pursuit. Behind every worry and suffering, still maintaining pursuit of ideals and life's truth, that represents optimal cultivation. Chapter 2029, Daoist Kui discusses Tao. Secondly, Tao is employed by Laozi to explicate the origin, ontology, laws, principles, realm, and ultimate truth of the universe. The Tao follows nature, signifies the Tao models itself after or follows nature, meaning the operational principles of all phenomena follow natural laws. The word optimally expressing Tao constitutes natural law. Similarly, conversely, the term closest to the natural laws we reference here is Tao. This encompasses the Tao of nature, the Tao of society, and the Tao of humanity. The Tao represents the law by which heaven, earth, and all phenomena operate. Virtue, de, constitutes the worldly rule human society should commonly follow as projection of heaven's Tao. This constitutes so-called Daoist morality. Hantang spoke extravagantly, celestial blossoms descending. Unfortunately, beyond Li Qiushui and several others listening with keen interest, several Tongsheng origin attendees comprehended nothing whatsoever, capable only of casual echoing. The superior master speaks brilliantly. Following this extravagant preaching, Daoist disciples served tea and refreshments, and everyone rested and conversed. The tea and refreshments here possessed considerable renown. Initially, some scholars actually attended solely for these. After all, for them, the Zhang family's Australian-style tea and refreshments proved not particularly affordable. Nominally resting, it actually constituted a current affairs lecture. As the ancient maxim holds, women in politics represent topics men most love discussing. For these scholars, discussing women proved somewhat unbecoming of refinement. Consequently, current affairs became the most common topic during intervals. Hantang likewise intentionally steered toward this, partly to broaden these actively seeking progress scholars' horizons, partly as brainwashing. Recently, primary discussion focused on roving bandits within the nation. Honestly, since roving bandits originated in Shanxi at Tianqi's conclusion, their influence had expanded across 7 or 8 years. Recently, they even directly captured Fengyang and incinerated the Ming imperial ancestral tomb, shocking the realm. Yet for these lower stratum scholars who had inhabited Guangdong throughout their lives, never traveling extensively, it represented another world's affair. Some, like Zheng Huan and others previously, had perused Australian magazines and possessed modest knowledge, yet most knew nothing regarding these roving bandit sequence of events. Hantang commenced from Wang Er's rebellion in Chengcheng, Shanxi during Tianqi's 7th year, 3rd month, proceeding to the famine rebellions of Wang Jiayan, Wang Daliang, Gao Yingxiang, Zhang Xianzhong and others in Tianqi's 8th year, continuing to appeasement as primary, suppression as secondary, under 3 borders Governor-General Yang He, achieving temporary pacification through flexible tactics. Then to the union of various camp leaders, commencing Changzhen's 4th year, forming the 36 battalions. Encompassing everything meticulously, he discoursed daily. Fortunately, Hantang represented a storytelling enthusiast. He could actually narrate this chaotic accumulation of events with meticulous detail and lucid logic, attracting everyone to listen as though attending storytelling sessions, experiencing discomfort if missing a single day. On this particular day, Hantang discoursed broadly again. Naturally, he did not entirely narrate tales. He more precisely guided scholars to contemplate problems. And this contemplation could not prove excessively shallow. One could not simply analyze with dualism like dim rulers and corrupt officials. It required greater depth. Naturally, this requirement proved somewhat elevated for them, yet Hantang believed it presented no excessive difficulty. Provided they perused additional background materials, they would naturally cultivate material analysis capability. As for background materials, abundant supplies existed in the library he operated here. Based upon his elevated discourse, everyone commenced enthusiastic discussion. Discussion content ranged from court administration gains and losses, peasant army strategic movements, to considerations and specific actions across the court's several suppression and appeasement campaigns. Nothing remained off-limits. Hantang had satiated himself on papers and monographs. Casually retrieving various viewpoints and data, he could effortlessly produce numerous structured arguments, naturally causing scholars to regard him with renewed eyes. Waiting until spittle had been sprayed and tea refilled repeatedly, Li Qiushui finally could not restrain interjecting to inquire. Last occasion the Daoist master proclaimed, "The Ming Changzhen emperor will sooner or later suffer harm from roving bandits," constituted that casual utterance or words divined from heavenly secrets. At these words, scholars all manifested expressions of concern. Actually, that pronouncement represented something Hantang had accidentally revealed previously. Such heavenly secrets, he generally deigned revealing only to individuals of Li Suiqiu's caliber. Li Qiushui and others genuinely could not enjoy it. Yet since uttered, no necessity existed for concealment. As commoners who until recently existed under Ming governance, concern for this issue represented natural course. Moreover, many constituted Ziyukai who had passed Ming examinations. Though now intending defection to the HairThieves, they still harbored some affection for this former dynasty and homeland in their hearts, unwilling to witness its destruction thus. Hantang recognized these Confucian scholars still oriented their hearts toward Ming, considering he might as well administer potent medicine to sever their longings. Consequently, he closed his eyes and remained silent, solely counting upon his fingers. After prolonged interval, he pronounced, "In the year of Jiaxu, blood rained in Heifeng, earth quaked in Yingshan, and a star fell in Datung. The intent of Ming's fortune has already gradually collapsed. On the 25th day of the 9th month this year, Mars shall trespass upon Teiwei, a sign of the sovereign forfeiting his throne. The Changzhen emperor has issued a penitential edict to calm popular hearts, yet the great Ming already lingers upon its final breath. If my prediction errs not, within 10 years maximum, the great Ming and the Changzhen emperor will certainly encounter unspeakable events." "What?" At these words, everyone paled with shock. One lost his voice. "Impossible. Our emperor has reigned 8 years, abstaining from music and women, diligent and apprehensive, exhausting his heart in governance. How could such an ending transpire?" Before finishing, his mouth was covered by the adjacent person. Someone groaned internally. "This constitutes seeking death. Where exists our emperor? Your emperor represents the great Song's emperor." Li Qiushui's complexion transformed drastically, and he cupped hands toward Hantang. Brother Yang's words proved unintentional. "Daoist master, please refrain from blame." The others, reacting, likewise broke into cold perspiration, apologizing successively. The Australians proved equally unhesitating regarding execution. Hantang waved his hand indicating no harm sustained, recognizing reversing their faith in brief duration would prove quite challenging. A mocking expression appeared at his mouth's corner as he laughed. "Our emperor! Ha! Contemporary Guangzhou indeed constitutes my great Song's territory. Fine, let us refrain from discussing that." Speaking of when Changzhen succeeded to the throne, official factionalism had already formed, wilderness resources consumed, state laws broken, frontier chaos extreme. Though Changzhen determined to commence anew and verify names and realities regarding talent worthiness, argument rights and wrongs, policy merits and military strategy successes, he could neither perceive them clearly within, nor remain unswayed without. Moreover, his nature proved suspicious, and he relied upon scrutiny. He preferred severity and valued spirit. Relying upon scrutiny generates harshness and grace deficiency. Valuing spirit generates haste and error. When bandits filled mountains and 4 directions boiled over, those entrusted with governmental authority proved either mediocre or sycophantic, vacillating between suppression and appeasement without fixed planning. Ministers inside and outside could not even preserve themselves from blame. Everyone harbored heart-seeking profit and self-preservation. Those whose speech proved honest and direct, addressing matters' ills, were all broken and expelled. Those appointed as commanders had their authority checked from the center. Merits could not compensate for faults. Defeat in one region meant executing a general. One city's fall meant killing an official. Rewards and punishments proved so excessive that punishment became impossible. Control proved so strict that control became impossible. Added to this were prevailing natural disasters, repeated famines, complex administration and heavy taxation, internal strife and external rebellion. Like a human body, vital energy exhausted, ulcers and poisons erupting simultaneously, the disease already critical, yet physicians haphazardly administered medicine, mixing cold and heat indiscriminately. The disease entered vital organs, incurable. What could await but destruction? Hantang recited the history of Ming's final Changzhen verdict in single breath. Observing everyone dumbfounded and speechless, he recognized excessive stimulation proved unwise. Consequently, he immediately consoled them. "Gentlemen all constitute heroes of the age. You should comprehend the principle that good birds select wood to roost, wise ministers choose masters to serve. The Ming state acts perversely. The world's living souls plunge into misery. The current situation's transformation constitutes not one individual's fault. Generally, in worldly affairs, participants prove confused, while observers remain clear. The northern barbarians have usurped and stolen the central plains for numerous years. Their evil accumulates and disaster overflows, reaching scorching corruption. Moreover, the Ming state proves benighted and deceitful, abandoned by blue heaven. The populace is displaced. Roving bandits cause calamity, governmental troops harm people, starving corpses fill the wilderness. Generals defending against bandits receive blame at every juncture, suffering lynch execution, their heads suspended in gaiaji. Scholar selection must traverse the eight-legged essay, and officials must peruse the 4 books. Consequently, ministers holding power must advance through the eight-legged essay. Yet their national governance talent actually proves mediocre. The court's clear stream must originate from Donglin. Donglin's affairs handling relies entirely upon mouth cannons. That Ming state has reached today's destruction certainly constitutes not the sovereign and minister's crime alone. It results from adherence to established regulations without comprehending flexibility. At this juncture, my great song receives mandate from heaven's Tao, rising again in the South Sea, removing antiquated governance, adapting to the times, instituting new policies, governing diligently with worldly ambition. All laborers possess remuneration for their toil, and people harbor no concern of freezing or starvation. Who proves superior, and who inferior stands transparently evident. Gentlemen possessing hearts to establish meritorious careers and intentions to benefit your native localities should forsake darkness and join illumination, encouraging excellent planning promptly, upwards to protect your households, downwards to preserve your lives, resolving popular hanging distress, leaving commendable reputation for 100 generations. I have spoken my fill today. I hope you gentlemen ponder it carefully. Hantang's barrage of empty discourse transparently awed these scholars, each gesturing solemn instruction. It substantially satisfied Hantang's vanity. He had again painted a layer of heavenly will onto the council of elders and himself. The sole regret was that identical empty discourse had not generated substantial effect before Suiqiu. Following the rest's conclusion, he continued his Daoist magical lecture. Hantang performed exceptionally today. He first articulated theory regarding exploring heaven and earth's great Tao, declaring that Taoism must not merely cultivate body and nature to discover the original heart's true thusness, termed cultivating truth, Zhejian, but likewise study supreme principles of heaven and earth's operation, exploring all phenomena's generation truth, termed seeking the Tao. Hantang declared the all-knowing prove all-powerful. The more supreme principles of heaven and earth a mortal comprehends, the greater capability they master. Should one master heaven and earth's supreme principles, one could relocate mountains and fill seas, pluck stars and seize the moon. The reason the Council of Elders possessed such strength relied upon their grasp of heavenly Tao. As the maxim proclaims, heaven's Tao proves constant. It exists not for Yao, nor perishes for Jai. Respond with order and auspiciousness follows. Respond with disorder and ominousness follows. All our Australian learning constitutes heaven's Tao study and induction. This likewise represents where our new Taoism's Tao resides. Hantang concluded. Observing everyone's half-believing, half-doubting appearance, Hantang simply performed several magical demonstrations like igniting fire with a finger, combusting ice, and transforming sunlight into rainbows. Everyone registered some astonishment, praising Daoist priest Qi's profound magical prowess successively. Were this a wandering Daoist from elsewhere, he would inevitably claim this represents his elevated magical power, yet actually that constitutes absurdity. Hantang spoke with assurance. These actually represent heavenly Tao. I have merely glimpsed into it, capable of learning and employing it. It constitutes no theory of deities and spirits. Chapter 2030. The microscope. Though Li Qiushui constituted merely a tengsheng, His family possessed some property, and his forebears had collected books during prosperous times. Following maturity, he traveled extensively conducting business to support the household. He had witnessed more than most. He inquired hesitantly, "Master's demonstrations prove indeed exquisite. This student stands impressed." However, those possessing Daoist arts have existed across every dynasty, yet I've never witnessed anyone stabilize a nation through Daoist arts. Masters claim that Australia strengthened its nation through Daoist arts. I have never encountered such assertion. Hantang responded with evident pride. The formless great Tao gives birth to heaven and earth. The emotionless great Tao propels sun and moon. The nameless great Tao nurtures all phenomena. Below heavenly Tao exist 48,000 gates, some for crafts, some for agriculture, some for commerce, some for governance. Even chess, calligraphy, painting, and daily necessities can all enter the Tao. Mastering one gate suffices for a lifetime. What you've witnessed constitute merely superficial demonstrations like my performance. They fail to count as genuinely attaining the Tao. Hearing this, Li Qiushui inquired curiously, "According to the Taoist master, could it be that all Australian elders constitute those who have attained the Tao? May I inquire what Tao the master cultivates, and have you attained it?" Hantang responded bashfully, "This poor Taoist proves unworthy. I cultivate the Tao of instruction. The authentic great Tao proves profound and subtle. For mortals to gain even modest insight across a lifetime already constitutes great fortune. I have merely just entered the gate. How would I dare claim attaining the Tao?" A scholar beside them swiftly interjected, "May I inquire, Taoist master, this student likewise admires the Tao yet cannot locate the entrance. Can the Taoist master provide instruction?" Hantang smiled. "The great Tao proves impartial. How can it be hoarded as personal treasure? However, to seek the authentic Tao, one must first comprehend one's original heart, that is, the heart determining one's life attitude while inhabiting this world. From this original heart, traversing the world generates impulses, through which one determines which gate of heavenly Tao to pursue. Once determined to cultivate this Tao, one must possess determination to break through worldly constraints, release material interests, advance bravely and diligently, observe carefully, hypothesize boldly, verify cautiously, and summarize earnestly. With such great determination and perseverance, one can achieve accomplishment. Naturally, determination and perseverance alone prove insufficient to genuinely enter the Tao. One likewise requires teacher, method, resources, companions, place, and instruments. Then commences the slow grinding labor. Li Qiushui stated, "I've heard that studying the Tao requires method, resources, companions, and place." Teacher likewise proves understandable. After all, the master leads the path, yet cultivation depends upon oneself. "But what signifies instruments?" Hantang answered. "The great Tao proves profound and subtle. Its depth sometimes exceeds human capability. Its subtlety remains invisible to mortal eyes. At such junctures one must employ instruments to aid cultivation. Without them, Tao progress proves difficult." Just as they conversed, someone reported that Shitang'an had arrived. This Shitang'an represented a disciple of Venerable Master Hanshan, the former abbot of Guangzhou's famous temple Guangxiao Temple. Guangxiao Temple's monks all constituted Venerable Hanshan followers. During his lifetime, Hanshan advocated active worldly engagement, broadly befriending secular officials and celebrities, from royal princes and nobility down to county gentry. He preached Buddhist Dharma while discussing poetry and governance, interpreted Confucianism through Buddhism while employing Confucianism to promote Buddhism. Hence later generations termed him a political monk. Hanshan encouraged Buddhist disciples to actively participate in worldly affairs, to follow Confucian ethics and morality. Hanshan proclaimed, "What constitutes called the human way represents the way of ruler and minister." Academically, Hanshan proposed the thesis that emptiness is not absolute nothingness, believing that all is empty lacks existence. The Buddhist concept of emptiness should serve reality in a detached yet engaged manner. Though criticisms existed of his faction's preoccupation with worldly affairs, from both within Buddhism and externally, clearly this proved quite beneficial for Buddhism's survival and development, and such philosophy proved particularly suitable for the Council of Elders. Shortly following city entry, the Guangzhou temple abbot actively approached the Council of Elders, effectively becoming spokesperson for Guangzhou's Buddhist community. Such activists Q.E. Hantang naturally cultivated assiduously. Following trustee appointment, guided by Taoism's principle of the superior individual doesn't contend, govern through non-action, he proposed the policy of 3 teachings as 1 family, common development, shelving disputes, advancing and retreating together. He united Guangzhou's religious communities into a considerable force, satisfying the Council of Elders' objective that religious communities cannot own production means, while stripping away industries, yet protecting some small and medium temples' religious lineage and properties, thereby earning considerable prestige among local religions. Hantang likewise frequently visited. This occasion, Fu Meng approaching Guangzhou temple to squeeze funding, having the Buddhist community donate as wished, puzzled the abbot. Q.E. Hantang rarely solicited money so directly. The abbot suspected this Daoist Q.E. might harbor some personal expenses, consequently dispatching Hantang, who frequently visited, to pay respects and probe circumstances. If genuine need existed, they might as well offer something privately. As for why Guangzhou temple demonstrated such deference toward Q.E. Hantang, even wishing to proactively transmit money, it truly resulted from forced circumstances. Because following this Daoist Q.E.'s Guangzhou arrival, he discoursed extensively about old and new integration and religious reform. Employing this pretext, he had actually brought Guangzhou's Daoist community completely under his control. Though numerous temples' lineages still existed and abbots remained in office, they had effectively become new Taoism appendages. Within several generations of abbots, they would likely transform completely. The abbot feared the Australians might likewise impose new Buddhism, consequently fawning over Q.E. Hantang, precisely so that someday an elder could speak for Guangzhou's Buddhist community, providing some maneuvering room. Hantang had just entered and, observing this lively scene, recognized Daoist Q.E. was deceiving scholars again. He had visited 5 Immortals temple numerous times and knew this elder Daoist possessed great ambitions, not merely operating a school in the temple to train Daoists, but likewise actively recruiting scholars. Not only frequently meeting with famous local Confucian scholars, but even cultivating this group of poor pedants with sincere engagement. Bald Head arrived opportunely. Q.E. Hantang sought opportunity to demonstrate, and observing Hantang's arrival, considered this perfect. 1 sheep to herd, 2 sheep to tend. An excellent chance to enlighten this monk too, showing him the Council of Elders' Daoist arts. I was precisely about to display a treasure for everyone. This object, cultivated to the extreme, can glimpse creation's secrets. Though this one constitutes only the most basic and elementary, it can still show everyone phenomena invisible to mortal eyes. His mysterious words naturally aroused everyone's interest, and all requested viewing. Hantang had originally intended to probe why Daoist Q.E. recently solicited money, yet presently it proved inconvenient to inquire. Consequently, he could only smile and state he likewise wished to observe. Q.E. Hantang then ordered disciples to bring a mysterious treasure from the rear hall. They observed an object with a stand, between which stood a round tube somewhat resembling a Western telescope. None recognized what it was. Q.E. Hantang smiled. This is termed a microscope. I've recently been instructing Taoist disciples to recognize phenomena's microscopic structure. This object can not only perceive all things composition clearly but likewise observe tiny creatures. Please examine. This microscope was manufactured by Lingao's optical instrument factory. Those brought from the old timeline constituted Grade 1 controlled items, unavailable to non-scientific research and production organizations like New Taoism, even for elders like Kui. Consequently, he had to make do with this special supply, personally manufactured by Lin Hanlong. Regarding performance, this microscope could not even match the level of the most inferior student microscope from the old timeline. Strictly speaking, it could only be termed a toy. Yet its performance already proved substantially superior to what Liu Wenhoek invented historically. Kui Hantang produced a box of biological specimens and fetched some water, stating, "Come, come, everyone examine one by one." Though none comprehended what microscopic structure signified, they all crowded around curiously to observe. Kui Hantang adjusted the focus and reflector, positioned the glass slides, and guided several individuals to observe plant leaf cells, mosquitoes, mites, paramecia, and other phenomena. Everyone registered amazement, gaining more intuitive comprehension of Australian learning and this art of instruments. Hantang bowed deeply with palms together. Amitabha, gratitude, benefactor, for allowing me to view this divine instrument. The Buddha proclaimed infinitely small within, infinitely large without. A drop of water contains 84,000 creatures, 3,000 great thousand worlds, and likewise proclaimed, the human body is like a house, with countless beings dwelling within. Previously, with mortal eyes, I even doubted the Dharma. Today, observing this, I know the Buddha spoke truth. It constituted only my own insufficient cultivation. My Dharma understanding has deepened another layer. Excellent indeed, excellent. Kui Hantang had not anticipated his science lesson could be twisted to cite Buddhist scriptures. He could not suppress simultaneous laughter and tears. Though Kui Hantang explicated the microscope's principles, none proved interested in listening, only gathering around the microscope to observe and marvel. They did not reluctantly depart until nearly dusk. Yet Hantang did not depart. He still wished to probe Kui Hantang's genuine purpose for holding rituals to collect money. After pondering momentarily, he stated, "Chief Fu approached our humble temple several days past, mentioning benefactor Zhang's matter of holding rituals." "I know regarding that," Kui Hantang responded casually, wondering if this monk regretted the money and wished to bargain. If so, negotiations should transpire before payment. Who approaches to haggle after paying? This collective wedding constitutes a blessed affair benefiting human relationships. Benefactor Zhang holding rituals for it likewise plants good karma. Hantang observed Kui Hantang's expression. Though we constitute Buddhist disciples, Taoism and Buddhism represent one family. Being capable of participating in this occasion proves fortunate. Taoist Kui's merit proves immeasurable. Our humble temple from top to bottom all admire you. These words confused Kui Hantang, wondering why this specific visit to express loyalty. Hantang, observing Kui Hantang appearing puzzled and not grasping his meaning, grew anxious. Finally, he spoke plainly. "I wonder if, beyond this matter, Taoist Kui possesses anywhere else our humble temple could assist. Whether public or private, our humble temple will serve with all our might." Now Kui Hantang finally comprehended, so that constituted the monk's meaning. These monks certainly know their place. Kui Hantang could not suppress developing additional fondness for Hantang and his ilk. Naturally, as an elder, he harbored no interest in such offerings. Yet people rarely possess resistance to flattery. He laughed. "You bald head, so obsequious. What could I possibly require money for? Wine and mistresses." Hantang smiled along. "The Taoist master jests. It's simply that I observe since the Taoist master entered the city, there's been no day when you haven't labored for both our Taoist and Buddhist communities. Your merit proves truly immeasurable. Even if you wished for some enjoyment, that would only prove appropriate." Chapter 2031 Collective Wedding. "Oh, this Taoist needs no flattery, he has pleasures enough of his own," Kui Hantang laughed. "But you, bald head, you're a sharp one indeed." Hantang knew the epithet masked genuine approval. Pleased, he smiled along. "The Taoist master has attained the way in Australia and risen above such earthly concerns. Still, should you require anything, you need only instruct this poor monk. Hantang's laughter rang out. Fine, fine. When I have need, you'll be the first I call upon. After she Tongan departed, the sting of Li Suiqiu's refusal faded from Hantang's mind. Just a Li Suiqiu, what was he in the grand scheme? When the tax bureau ground him down to the marrow, they'd see how arrogant he remained. Still, among Li Qiushui's circle, several showed promise. Worth considering for recruitment, perhaps. After all, Li Suiqiu enjoyed comfortable circumstances, but these scholars were universally poor. The fundraising campaign flourished under Hantang's stewardship. Though he skimmed liberally from the proceeds, collective efforts secured sufficient funds for both the wedding ceremony and renovations to the newlyweds' housing. All parties departed satisfied. According to standard procedure, collective weddings traditionally featured a city parade. But Guangzhou's cramped streets made this impractical, too narrow for carriages, and rickshaws would appear shabby. Instead, they would cruise the Pearl River. Typically, couples photographed themselves at churches, city halls, or other landmark sites during such parades. Local conditions prohibited this, so Fang Fei eliminated the step entirely. After the boats docked, the newlyweds would assemble for group photographs at Great World Plaza, where the wedding itself would commence. The ceremony would take place at Great World's outer plaza. The city proper remained too congested for large-scale public gatherings, but this venue could accommodate several thousand spectators and offered straightforward security and evacuation protocols. Most importantly, it possessed the sound amplification and lighting equipment essential for mass events and performances. For the ceremony itself, they rejected the Chinese style, advocated by the Huaxia Society, declined the Western style proposed by Wu Ximeng and others, and vetoed the revolutionary style championed by the Spartacus Society. They settled at last on the so-called Australian style, in truth, a simplified iteration of commercial wedding practices from the old timeline. The Plaid Skirt Club would self-fund the cultural performances. Wu Siren had traveled to Guangzhou specifically for the occasion, ostensibly to inspect Guangdong's transportation and public safety infrastructure. Several leaders would naturally deliver speeches and serve as officiants. Liu Xiang expressed willingness to preside, but Fang Fei ultimately requested Wen Daisy instead, not for his official rank, but for his auspicious name. Daisy could be interpreted as gaining heirs, and even its literal meaning conveyed excellence, a tremendous omen for newlyweds. The ceremony would culminate in a wedding banquet. 76 couples, plus congratulatory relatives, friends, and guests from all sectors totaled roughly 500 attendees. At 8 per table, that required 60 tables. Neither the Ximing restaurant nor local establishments could manage such scale. They'd need to hire specialized catering cooks, erect tents, build stoves, recruit waiters. Tremendously troublesome, with hygiene concerns and myriad complications. Fang Fei rendered his judgment, buffet service. The buffet's greatest advantage lay in minimal staffing requirements. Mu Min harbored considerable anxiety about managing so many guests. Traditional table arrangements would demand 100 to 200 cooks, assistants, and servers. Maintaining order would prove enormously challenging. Fang Fei worked himself ragged, while Liu Yikun, head of Great World, fared no better. For a time, Guangzhou's entire municipal apparatus seemed to orbit the collective wedding. Even common citizens in streets and alleys felt the festive atmosphere. Newspapers and posters had broadcast the news citywide. Those merchants and wealthy households who had donated or rendered meritorious service through various channels now strutted with chests puffed, boasting of inside information they didn't actually possess, merely hearsay embellished by imagination. Within this joyous atmosphere, the day of the collective wedding finally dawned. September 1st, 1636. Liu Xiang joked it marked the start of school. Precisely, Fang Fei smiled. Marriage is also education. The family is a school. We've come not only to transform the old marriage system, but to revolutionize family life itself. That morning, The women gathered at the Guangdong province temporary shelter rose early. They had bathed the previous night and changed into completely new undergarments and outer clothing. Their wedding attire had been custom-tailored in Lingao, sponsored by the Huaxia Society. Red dresses incorporating Hanfu elements, following the traditional style of upper jacket and lower skirt, but employing modern tailoring techniques for superior fit and mobility. Their hair had been trimmed beforehand. To reduce styling time while promoting the new woman ideal, all wore simple modern cuts without traditional buns. Each bride had a specially crafted red velvet flower tucked beside her temple, simultaneously gorgeous and elegantly restrained. When the bridal garments emerged, the brides gasped in wonder. When had they ever encountered such beautiful clothes? The cutting and ornamentation dazzled, but the fabric itself was premium silk. In their former lives selling smiles at doorways, their finest garments had been crude cocoon silk at best. So beautiful. These must be Australian. I've never seen anything like them. I never imagined I'd wear a red skirt. I could dye content now. Don't speak of dying on such a happy occasion. How inauspicious. The brides clustered around the garments, laughing and comparing. Though the styles were identical save for sizing, they continued lifting and examining each piece, holding them against their bodies. Several mirrors circulated frantically. Gasps of amazement punctuated bursts of laughter. Everyone, stop comparing, they're all the same design. Hurry and dress. We're running short on time. Xiaoyu urged the brides forward. She too wore new clothes today, though still the standard female cadre uniform, naturally pale beside the bride's splendor. As usual, she carried a bag containing the day's schedule and procedural documents. Xiaoyu bore heavy responsibility today. Though not prettily dressed, she served effectively as bridesmaid to all 76 brides, accompanying and guiding them throughout. This marked her first independent assignment, and nervousness ran high. Because of the numbers involved, professional makeup artists from Ximing restaurant couldn't accommodate them all. Each bride received a small personal pouch containing a simple cosmetics kit for self-application, though cosmetics meant merely powder, rouge, and lipstick. Yet even such rudimentary makeup rendered the brides radiant. After all, smiles born of genuine joy are the most beautiful cosmetic of all. Under Xiaoyu's prodding, the brides finally finished dressing and departed the shelter, escorted by staff and police. The area before the gate had been swept immaculate. As they emerged, strings of 10,000-character firecrackers ignited on both sides while musicians hired from the city played ceaselessly. The few residents near this desolate, dilapidated temple emerged to investigate the commotion, watching the grand procession with curiosity. So many brides, whose wedding is this? Marrying so many at once, wives or concubines. This era possessed no concept of collective weddings. Even when taking concubines, one never took two simultaneously. The elegantly dressed bride streaming endlessly from the gate bewildered many onlookers. Nonsense, this is the collective wedding the Australians are hosting. A collective wedding, dozens of couples marrying together, explained someone who had read newspapers or heard announcements at the tea house. I see. These Australians certainly love spectacle, always inventing novelties. Not even wearing veils, and those clothes are far too immodest. Australians favor this style. Haven't you seen their female cadres? Those trousers are so tight you can discern their buttocks. Vulgar laughter rippled through the crowd. I heard many used to be prostitutes. SHH, do you want to die? The police will arrest you. Prostitutes or not, if the Australians don't mind, why should you worry? Prostitutes are excellent, experienced, haha. Though considerable crude and indecent commentary arose from the onlookers, Xiaoyu paid it no mind. She held her head high and called out, "Everyone stay calm, watch your footing, ignore the outsiders' talk." In the canal before Huanghua Temple, 5 newly decorated dragon speedboats lay moored. The brides boarded one by one, bound for the cruise ship, waiting on the Pearl River. The cruise ship was the Octopus. Originally assigned as a joint logistics transport vessel for personnel and materiel between Guangzhou and Huazhou, It had been specially allocated for this cruise. After simple repairs and modifications, it had been festooned entirely with fresh flowers. Guangzhou had long been famous for its flower markets. Since the Ming Dynasty, Henan district had served as the primary flower farmers' quarter. Fang Fei had commissioned vast quantities of fresh flowers and plants from Henan's farmers, all deployed to decorate both venue and vessels. The octopus gleamed with fresh paint, its formerly removed decorations reinstalled, restoring its former glory as Gui's yacht. Today, further adorned with flowers, it rested at Tianzi Wharf, drawing countless citizens to spectate. Tianzi Wharf itself had been freshly decorated with flowers. Police maintained order while National Army troops stood guard in formation. Folk music troops assembled from throughout Guangzhou Prefecture played their instruments. The atmosphere at the wharf was nothing short of magnificent. End of chapter. Chapter 2032, Collective Wedding, Part 2. As Commander-in-Chief, Fang Fei arrived at the wharf in the early morning hours. The sea of humanity before him, onlookers forming a veritable wall, exceeded all expectations. Zhang Heigu had long counseled, never underestimate humanity's appetite for spectacle, yet Fang Fei had scarcely anticipated such numbers descending at once. His sedan chair pressed forward with considerable difficulty through a passage cleared by National Army soldiers to the signal tower beside the wharf. From the tower's elevation, Fang Fei surveyed the entirety of Tianzi Wharf below. Though the exterior teemed with people at every vantage, inside the security cordon order prevailed. The octopus and the flower-tailed barge it towed resembled vessels prepared for a beauty pageant parade, festooned not only with flowers but draped liberally in silk and satin. Local craftsmen had assembled the decorations according to Fang Fei's designs. Though the overall effect approximated his vision, material limitations created a certain dissonance. Traditional flower farmers cultivated and sold primarily flowering trees and shrubs, rarely maintaining large quantities of fresh-cut flowers as in the old timeline. Naturally, no large-scale cultivation of garden roses existed here either. The flower boat's artistic conception fell somewhat short of the ideal. What lacked refinement wasn't merely the passable flower boat. The cacophonous band vibrated his skull at an unusually sharp frequency, distinct even against the general tumult, inducing a splitting headache. Nothing like the folk music he'd imagined. Awnings sheltered the anxiously waiting grooms on the wharf. All wore formal hair clothing. The standard navy blue, national suit, most commonly donned by male naturalized employee cadres during peacetime. However, today's formal iterations employed not soft cotton but thickened hemp fabric, lending them a crisp appearance while remaining cheaper and cooler than wool, admirably suited to the current weather. To distinguish their status as grooms, each wore a boutonniere. Compared to the chattering brides surveying their surroundings from the dragon boats, the grooms beneath the awning appeared somewhat bashful, holding their breath and feigning composure as they awaited their wives' arrival. Opposite them stood another awning housing couples attired identically in today's wedding garments. These dozens of pairs were naturalized citizen couples who had married earlier through free courtship. Because their previous weddings had been relatively simple or altogether omitted, they'd registered to participate this time as a supplementary ceremony. As seasoned spouses, they displayed none of the newcomers' shyness, glancing about with barely suppressed delight and periodically gesturing toward the flower boats moored at the wharf. The atmosphere proved far more enthusiastic than anticipated, and the festive spirit infected Fang Fei as well. Yet as the wedding's chief planner, his nerves remained taut. Greater scale meant more components, and more components multiplied potential failures, an axiom gleaned from years navigating cultural exhibition companies and orchestrating countless exhibitions, conferences, large-scale events, and weddings. "Chief, the 5 dragons are coming," his secretary whispered. Fang Fei immediately pivoted toward the indicated direction. Even without binoculars, he discerned 5 lantern-bedecked dragon sampans approaching. For verification's sake, he raised his field glasses, then issued swift orders. Pause the music. Ready the firecrackers. Dragon and lion dance teams stand by. A cascade of commands flowed downward. As his instructions reached the signal platform, semaphore operators transmitted each directive to every position. Within moments, all stations acknowledged receipt. When the drum music ceased, onlookers seemed to sense something momentous approaching and fell silent. The previously tumultuous wharf quieted abruptly, leaving only the sharp flutter of colorful flags snapping in the breeze. The dragons gradually neared the shore. Tianzi Wharf had specially cleared several hundred meters of berthing space so the 5 dragons could dock simultaneously alongside. The sailors, carefully selected from Dabo shipping, guaranteed first attempt docking. Under expert manipulation, the 5 dragons turned in unison, rotating their broadsides shoreward. At a signal from the tower, the silent wharf erupted with piercing Suona notes. Following this eardrum-threatening opening, all wind and percussion instruments commenced simultaneously. Though the melody proved somewhat nondescript, the elders could roughly identify today is a good day. Immediately followed the thunderous detonation of dozens of 10,000-character firecracker strings suspended on both sides, punctuated by the deeper percussion of muskets. All firecrackers were specially procured, floor full red. Varieties using red paper interiors that, upon explosion, carpeted the ground with crimson fragments. Beautiful and festive, these were luxury goods reserved for wealthy families' wedding celebrations. Lion and dragon teams on both flanks commenced their dances amid the firecracker barrage. Dragon and lion dancing constituted traditional sports and entertainment for Guangzhou's urban and suburban populace. All 8 teams present had volunteered their services, explicitly requesting only meals without monetary compensation. Their purpose was transparent: to display their skill before the Australians and all Guangzhou. Gangplanks bridged the boats to shore. Xiaoyu disembarked first. Though not formally a professional bridesmaid today, she functioned precisely as one, directing a dozen female employees to assist the brides down the gangplanks. The crowd surged like ocean waves, boiling instantaneously. The new brides approached. These former outcasts had entered the shelter appearing dark and wan, emaciated by years of degradation and disease. These past months had cured their ailments while regular, orderly living restored their health. Now, adorned in brand-new garments, fine fabric tailored to accentuate graceful figures, red velvet flowers at their temples, every face radiated luminous vitality. Beautiful. Australians truly understand women's transformation. They've made every one resemble immortals. Isn't that girl the one who used to work at the bamboo basket brothel? Everyone knows what they used to do. What they did matters not. The key is the Australians favor them. Once favored, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. These discordant notes quickly drowned beneath the thunderous music. The common people scrambled to observe these brides. What extraordinary fortune, women once dirty and lowly as mud now elevated so high by Australians, dressed purely and beautifully. That pleated red silk skirt alone, only wealthy families' daughters wore when marrying. Jealousy, envy, anger, varied emotions spread among onlookers. Yet what bearing did their perceptions have on this scene? All brides disembarked and the grooms emerged from beneath their awning, each seeking his partner. In truth, the pairing felt somewhat strange. From blind date to present constituted merely their second encounter. The women's meticulous preparation dazzled the groom's eyes amid the profusion of beauty. Many could scarcely identify their wives, relying instead on matching numbers affixed to the boutonnieres on their chests. Husband and wife clasped hands, wordless before one another. Though about to become closest kin and spend life together, though possessing bellies full of words, the person before them seemed so unfamiliar they knew not where to begin. Fortunately, naturalized cadres like Xiaoyu circulated constantly, shouting organizational instructions that diluted the awkwardness of this chaotic moment. Everyone line up by number, prepare for photographs. Flower beds and colorful arches adorn Tianzi Wharf, potted flowers spelling Guangzhou City's first collective wedding. Wooden steps stood before the flower beds as naturalized cadres rushed about directing, positioning grooms and brides numerically. This arrangement consumed over 10 minutes. Everyone watch my hand. Ready now, everyone smile. Following the elder photographer's count of 1, 2, 3, the camera clicked, capturing this unprecedented first collective wedding on film. The photograph employed a professional-grade digital camera with wide-angle lens. However, limited by the Council of Elders' chemical industry capabilities, this historically significant image, whether displayed in museums, printed in books, or treasured at home by that year's newlywed couples, remained entirely monochrome for decades. Only many years hence were colored prints produced, by which time the couples depicted had mostly entered their 80s. The wharf music shifted again, transitioning to a discordant rendition of Everything Goes Well. Fortunately, none save the elders could distinguish the tune. They simply felt it lively and festive. Staff commenced throwing candies toward onlookers, attracting scrambling children. Voices surged. Tianzi Wharf achieved indescribable joy and festivity. After photography concluded, couples boarded the octopus and the flower-tailed barge sequentially under guidance. With a blast from the octopus' whistle, paired paddle wheels churned, water splashing, slowly weighing anchor and steering toward White Swan Pool. The flower boat cruise route proved manageable, sailing strictly west from Tianzi Wharf along the Pearl River to White Swan Pool, circling the pool, then returning via the original route to Great World Wharf. The octopus, towing its heavy flower-tailed barge, proceeded westward at less than 3 kilometers per hour. They didn't sail alone. Over 10 painted pleasure boats accompanied them, vessels provided by the Ximing Building Company, originally confiscated from Guangzhou brothels. Freshly redecorated, they brimmed with staff and sponsors with families, all having paid to rejoice along, naturally desiring to share the joyous energy. Beyond these vessels, over 10 steam patrol boats, Da Fa and Zhang Fa class, provided escort protection. Though billowing black smoke, they cut majestic figures. For this grand cruise, the Coast Guard implemented traffic control on Pearl River waters from White Swan Pool to Great World Wharf, prohibiting outside vessels from entering. Yet this couldn't stump spectacle-loving citizens. Many leisured Guangzhou residents, commanding their own pleasure boats or hiring tonka craft, sailed alongside the fleet, witnessing this once-in-a-millennium event. End of chapter. Chapter 2033, Collective Wedding, Part 3. In the September of the Little Ice Age, the weather had turned cool. Though direct sunlight remained oppressive, the open river surface carried refreshing bursts of breeze. The mighty fleet sailed upon the broad Pearl River against late summer's wind. Colorful flags and ribbons fluttered, fresh flowers swayed, and drum music arrived on the breeze, truly conveying the sensation of floating like immortals. The wealthy landlords observing the spectacle found themselves in high spirits. They produced food boxes and laid out wine and delicacies one after another. Those who had hired flower boats enjoyed even greater convenience. Boatmen had long prepared banquets allowing them to drink and make merry while admiring this rare Australian scene. White Swan Pool had traditionally served as a pleasure ground for wealthy and powerful families. Upon hearing the Australians would conduct a flower boat cruise here, prosperous households had reserved riverside restaurants, tea houses, and flower boats far in advance, arranging banquets and bringing concubines and beautiful servants. Accompanied by dancing girls and singing boys, they drank and reveled while awaiting the flower boat's arrival. Those who hadn't capsized during the tax storm had gradually adapted to Australian rule. Merchants particularly, though taxes had multiplied several-fold, after deducting filial respect, formerly rendered to officials and protection money paid to local gangs and corrupt clerks, the total proved substantially less than before. Since when Daisy had repeatedly proclaimed the slogan, founding the nation on industry and commerce, in newspapers, merchant status had risen sharply while social pressure plummeted. No longer did they maintain the low profile of former days, fearful of attracting high officials or street rascals' attention and suffering financial loss. Thus, even those not numbered among the 12 sponsors treated this as a prime opportunity for their businesses to establish reputation and prestige. The main venue at Great World naturally featured only the 12 sponsors' names. But here at White Swan Pool, no such restriction applied. Along the riverbank, various major businesses hired craftsmen and laborers to erect colorful floral arches in succession. Some imitated the Australians by constructing flower beds. Flower farmers in the Henan area sold out their entire stock of flowers and trees virtually overnight, reaping considerable profit. At present, along White Swan Pool stood fully 100 to 200 arches and flower beds of all dimensions, competing in beauty and clustered with blossoms. Various auspicious phrases adorned them: centennial harmony, phoenixes flying together, holding the tray to the eyebrows, all manner of brain-racking expressions. Those more astute hired writers to compose billboard-sized slogans like "Long live the Council of Elders," "Long live the sage son of heaven of great song," "Serve the Council of Elders and the people," and similar declarations. Naturally, each business's name remained indispensable. After all, these conspicuous gestures required witnesses. The Guangzhou family naturally numbered among the 12 sponsors. As president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Council of Elders' premier, old friend, how could he abstain from such an occasion? Though sponsorship amounts were limited to 300 yuan per family, he played freely with flower beds and colorful arches by White Swan Pool. He proved generous, instructing Yan Xiaomao to hire the city's finest craft decorators and florists at premium rates, erecting 2 leading arches at White Swan Pool. One bore the Guangzhou Chamber of Commerce and Industry's name, the other, slightly smaller, Gaozhou's own firm. Both arches ranked among the finest in size and luxury. Beneath them rose a flower bed nearly 2 people in height. Atop this, a skilled carpenter had fashioned a model based on the holy ship propaganda images from magazines, floating above a floral sea against a background of red sun tide with red tonkao flowers. Most gentry and wealthy households had suffered grievous losses during the tax investigation. Fearing that excessive action or speech during these turbulent times might violate Australian taboos, most avoided attendance. However, various families' young scions had always loved spectacle and took family troubles lightly. They still summoned friends to witness the Australian scene, expressing satisfaction vocally. Such magnificent wonders proved rare even among well-traveled high officials. Amid admiring sighs, all faintly sensed the Australians were mad. Supporting a few lowborn prostitutes' rehabilitation at such expense suggested either money to burn or dubious mental faculties. In a restaurant's private room, several figures resembling wealthy young masters overlooked the fleet sailing amid drums and music, conversing as they watched. Such extravagance and waste, what do the Australians rely upon to generate wealth? What do they rely upon? Everyone's family property and fields, the speaker replied sourly. There you're mistaken. This truly cost the Australians minimal expense. It's all the city's various major households spending money to participate. Isn't it merely Gaozhou's 12 families? More than that, the speaker smiled faintly. If you visit the Temple of the 5 Immortals presently, a Luo Tian de Jiao is underway. There's scarcely space remaining for tablets recording joyous contributions. How many major households citywide are rushing to deliver money to Daoist QE, and if Daoist QE declines, household heads nearly weep with anxiety. Isn't that a wonder of the world? This Australian art of wealth accumulation is truly invincible beneath heaven. To devise such methods, laughter erupted from the private room. The fleet's passengers naturally remained ignorant of shoreline discussions. The entire armada sailed slowly along the riverbank. The grooms and brides bathed in cool river breezes. Whatever their initial mood, their hearts now opened. Such life experience exceeded even dreams. Several women wept joyfully, washing away their makeup, requiring hasty touch-ups. Du Yibin currently occupied a painted pleasure boat within the fleet. Originally, he needn't have participated in this cruise. Most elders attending the wedding awaited at Great World, but he couldn't abandon his precious burden, Song Yingsheng. Since organizing the matchmaking event, Song Yingsheng's attitude had softened considerably, yet he refused concession on key matters. Helpless, Du Yibin seized every opportunity to let him experience the new life. Thus Song Yingsheng was again dragged by Du Yibin to participate in this collective wedding. Moreover, Du Yibin specifically reserved Song Yingsheng a seat within the fleet and accompanied him personally. "I wasn't this enthusiastic pursuing my girlfriend back then," Du Yibin couldn't help complaining. However, Song Yingsheng didn't appreciate his kindness, claiming slight indisposition preventing departure, then alleging seasickness. Only after Du Yibin exposed all pretexts did he explicitly state he preferred avoiding such large events. Yet Du Yibin countered that Song had contributed to this collective effort. The characters for Guangzhou City's first matchmaking assembly bore his calligraphy. These characters were beautifully rendered. Du planned a special article in the Yangcheng Evening News collective wedding edition detailing Song Yingsheng's inscription, including appreciation. Song Yingsheng wanted to weep. Truly, one misstep created eternal regret. He'd written a few characters, and now the HairThieves wielded this leverage to coerce him. Thus he came to participate in this unprecedented grand ceremony with great difficulty. At present, he sat upright in the painted pleasure boat's first-class seat, the vessel's second-floor pavilion, open on all sides with excellent views. The seat proved not only comfortable but accompanied by tea and snacks. Ordinary major households, unless their joyous contribution proved sufficiently substantial, couldn't occupy this position. Song Yingsheng's shabby dress contrasted starkly with the elder accompanying him to first-class seating. From the outset, he attracted fellow passengers' attention and discussion. When Song observed these wealthy passengers regarding him with varied expressions, he immediately grasped Du Yibin's intention. This ensured that jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't cleanse him. If anyone recognized him, wouldn't the charge of submitting to the hair be firmly established? Seeing him sitting on pins and needles, Du Yibin understood his thoughts. Not wishing excessive provocation, he comforted, "Mr. Song need not worry excessively. These major households are mostly locals unfamiliar with you, sir." Song Yingsheng snorted proudly, indicating he didn't accept Du Yibin's nonsense. Then he sat upright in silence. Though silent, the beautiful scenery remained visible along the route. The landscape and arrangements proved certainly grand and magnificent, too beautiful to fully absorb. Yet in Song Yingsheng's mind, this appeared truly excessive and wasteful. If the matchmaking event warranted suspicion of making mountains from molehills, this collective wedding constituted making giant mountains from molehills and executing it extravagantly. Even with Du Yibin's human relations theory as framework, he truly couldn't bear it. Too luxurious, too luxurious. Song Yingsheng shook his head involuntarily. This was originally a beautiful endeavor. Why render it so ostentatious? These represent the people's fat and marrow. Though Guangzhou now enjoys stability, all Guangdong remains mired in endless strife, the people still in deep water and scorching fire. Even within this Guangzhou city, I fear many poor souls lack sufficient food and face uncertain next meals. Why spend this money on such vain displays? Du Yibin felt no anger hearing these words. In his view, this old man's simple moral framework fit his values admirably. This compassion for the poor originated from genuine sentiment, not affectation. Crucially, his concern for Guangzhou and Guangdong affairs demonstrated considerable identification with the Council of Elders regime. "Mr. Song, don't worry. This money was entirely donated by merchant households in the city, not derived from tax revenue or grain reserves," he comforted. "This remains inappropriate," Song Yingsheng shook his head. "Though not from taxes, isn't it still ultimately extracted from the common people? Those merchant households neither farm nor manufacture. They profit from circulating goods. Isn't what they earn the people's money? They donate here, then turn around to extract it from the people over there." Du Yibin thought, isn't Song Yingsheng's thinking somewhat outdated? Not a trace of his third brother's advanced nature. Convincing this old man to serve their purposes would still require considerable effort. He contemplated briefly, then said, "Sir's words are incorrect. Merchants travel in all directions, circulating goods and exchanging what one has for what one lacks. This constitutes beneficial activity. Taking profit from such endeavors proves only natural." End of chapter. Chapter 2034, Perseverance. Furthermore, when they spend money building these arches and flower platforms, sponsoring the wedding, where does all this spent money ultimately flow? This stumped Song Yingsheng. He had never considered the question. Doesn't the money spent still end up in the hands of poor commoners and ordinary folk? Du Yibin knew that concepts like stimulating consumption remained rarely understood in 17th century China. Most people clung to agriculture as the foundation, thinking and valuing agriculture while despising commerce. For them, currency's primary function was storing value. Silver should be hidden in jars and buried underground. Building all these flower platforms and arches first allows Henan district's flower farmers to profit. Constructing platforms and arches also requires numerous decorative craftsmen, carpenters, laborers. Thus money flows into craftsmen's hands. Doesn't everyone benefit from this collective wedding? Sir surely knows it's far easier for the rich to make money than the poor. Wealthy merchants shift beads on abacuses, flip through ledgers, and white silver flows in daily. Even rural landlords with no regular income simply collect rent when the season arrives, gaining money and grain from their land for nothing. The poor rise before dawn to labor, cannot sleep until after dark, toil endlessly yet earn merely a few copper coins, barely enough to maintain food and clothing. No matter how frugal, they cannot save much. If any trouble arrives, they must borrow to survive. Now the rich spend money for face while craftsmen and flower farmers gain benefits. Everyone profits. Why not? Song Yingsheng nodded unconsciously. If these wealthy men practiced extreme frugality, spending nothing beyond their own sustenance and clothing, hiding everything underground, today these decorative craftsmen, carpenters, laborers, florists, and Henan district flower farmers would all earn nothing. Unable to purchase grain, unable to feed their wives and families. So you're saying wasteful spending is actually beneficial? Though Song Yingsheng somewhat accepted his words, deep conviction eluded him. In his view, flowers and decorations couldn't satisfy hunger when starving or warm you when cold. Once demolished, they became useless waste. He particularly couldn't abide such waste. Du Yibin thought, "You're shifting the goalposts." But he could only respond pleasantly. Spending money and wasteful spending are not equivalent, please note, sir. In Song Yingsheng's view, they were identical. The Song family in Jiangxi constituted a typical landowner household combining farming with scholarly pursuits. Such families held moderate landholdings with stable income, had degree-holding members or those who had served as officials, yet weren't particularly prominent. Economically, they occupied roughly middle strata. Therefore, family rules and traditions emphasized frugality, with extremely strict consumption controls. Song Yingsheng, raised in such an environment, naturally couldn't abide the counsel of elders' extravagance. Even wasteful spending sometimes isn't detrimental. Everything has two sides. Du Yibin abandoned observing shoreline scenery, continuing his debate with this old pedant. I have a small story. A scholar traveling to capital examinations arrived at an inn and produced one tael of silver, wishing to inspect the best room. If satisfied, he'd stay. If not, he'd depart. The scholar went to examine the room. The innkeeper immediately used the silver to pay his debt at the neighboring rice shop. The rice shop owner went straight to the butcher to pay his meat bill. The butcher used the money to pay the pig farmer. The pig farmer immediately settled his bean cake credit. The bean cake merchant rushed to the inn to pay his room debt. Just so, the one tael of silver returned to the innkeeper's hands. At this point, the scholar declared the room unsuitable and departed with his silver. You see, the innkeeper earned not a single coin, yet everyone cleared their debts and everyone benefited. Money circulating continuously, used countless times, creates wealth from thin air, supporting countless common people. If everyone practiced frugality, merely hiding silver at home, burying it underground, what benefit would result? Nothing but a lump of metal. This was a small story Ma Yinchu had told about economics, simply and clearly expressing currency's liquidity. But this concept proved too novel for Song Yingsheng. He found himself somewhat confused. He pondered a long while, attempting to find its secret but couldn't untangle any thread. Du Yibin, having finally gained the upper hand, felt rather pleased. He quickly added several more points. Our council of elders holding this collective wedding, having the rich sponsor it, this also redistributes wealth from rich to poor. Everyone's satisfied, society harmonizes, truly everyone's happy. There are so many poor people in the world. Can the council of elders truly save them all? Good, that's an excellent question. Du Yibin thought. According to traditional time travel novel formulas, this proved the other party's heart was wavering. There are millions upon millions of poor people in the world. To claim the council of elders can save everyone would be a lie. But since our council of elders returned to China, we've been determined to let the realm's poor people live like humans, not remain two-legged sheep generation after generation. Du Yibin spoke with heroic spirit, feeling quite satisfied with himself. Yet Song Yingsheng didn't display the expected excitement or bow in submission. He merely lowered his head, sighing softly, seeming not to believe his words. Du Yibin had to continue. Take this collective wedding. Though not many people benefit directly, it expresses the council of elders' attitude. As long as common people are willing to bid farewell to the old society, live according to the new society's order, and work diligently, regardless of their background, age, or gender, the council of elders will look after their welfare, not only ensuring they have food and clothing, but letting them live good lives, have their own families and children, with lineage unbroken. He had originally wanted to add, those who still cling to the decadent, backward notion that starving to death is a small matter while losing chastity is great, those stubborn suicidal types who don't choose purification, can just hurry up and die. But on second thought, the threatening component proved too strong. Song Yingsheng, who in the old timeline could have died for the Ming Dynasty, possessed a very firm heart. Such threats would instead provoke his resistance. So he swallowed the words. Song Yingsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that Du's constant praise of the Council of Elders was merely to make him surrender. He had to speak frankly. Chief Du, you once kept me here claiming you needed to govern Enping well. Though it wasn't my wish, I could barely accept it. But now the bandits in various parts of Zheyaking have been pacified. This student is merely a scholar, can't carry loads on my shoulders or lift with my hands, ignorant of the seasons and crops, knowing neither astronomy nor calendars, unskilled in crafts or commerce. At most, I can write a few 8-legged examination essays. What benefit exists in forcing this student to remain? Du Yibin thought. Finally some progress. Who told the textbooks to call your third brother the great Eastern scientist of the 17th century, and the Tiangong Kaiwu the encyclopedia of Chinese 17th century crafts? Though quite a few elders dismissed Song Yingxing and his writings, after all, from their knowledge perspective, these achievements appeared insignificant. Most elders believed. In medieval China, intellectuals like Song Yingxing who could achieve unity of knowledge and action with scientific consciousness proved very rare. Though his knowledge was insignificant to people from the old timeline, Such talent possessed great symbolic value and might still harbor considerable untapped potential. Du Yiban thought, "Fine then, let's speak frankly." He considered and said, "First, you served as an official with integrity and ability, contributing to the locality. You're a qualified administrative talent, and our great song needs people. Naturally, we hope talented individuals like you will remain to benefit the people. Second, before long, our Council of Elders will recover Jiangxi. The Song family has prestige and reputation there, which would help us stabilize Jiangxi's situation. Third, there's your third brother Song Yingxing." The first 2 points weren't surprising. Song Yingxing had guessed most of it. But this matter of his third brother, he remained puzzled. Why were these Australians so interested in his third brother that they would detain him through extended association, spending such effort to persuade him to surrender? "We've seen the book your third brother Song Yingxing wrote while teaching at Peony County School. Your brother Song Yingxing's talent is truly remarkable, so I very much hope both you brothers will serve our Council of Elders, rather than letting your talents be buried in Ming's hands." These words made Song Yingxing feel bewildered. Though he and his third brother had stood out in the Jiangxi provincial examination in the 43rd year of Wanli, his brother ranking 3rd provincially, himself ranking 6th, with only the two of them passing from all of Fengxin, a sensation at the time called the 2 Songs of Fengxin. Afterwards they had achieved no further examination success. They hardly counted as talent. As for his brother's usual writings, they were merely about farming methods and crafts, nothing extraordinary. He smiled bitterly. What could the Australians possibly see in him and his brother? Yet vaguely, he felt somewhat proud of this. Speaking of which, since his capture, he had observed the Australians' governance along the way. Everywhere they went, things took on a new aspect. Arriving in Guangzhou, this feeling intensified. Though he often privately grumbled when encountering new things, especially those related to women, the common people's lives were indeed better than before. Walking the streets, even the commoners' complexions appeared healthier than before. Calling them both benevolent and capable wasn't an exaggeration. Unlike some elders within the council, Song Yingxing, as a traditional official, didn't view the Australians' hangings along the way and later mass arrests and executions as cruel, because these were normal in medieval society. Moreover, the Australians killed and arrested based on evidence, didn't kill innocents indiscriminately, and didn't cast a wide net of persecution. Calling them benevolent wasn't wrong at all. As for capable, setting aside their orderly governance of Guangzhou, merely this collective wedding that satisfied all parties possessed incalculable impact. Probably many poor commoners would now make up their minds to shave their heads and join the hair thieves. End of chapter. Chapter 2035, Collective Wedding, Part 4. Song Yingxing suddenly understood why the Australians proved so keen on painting slogans, singing songs, and holding assemblies. They called it propaganda, which meant showing the good deeds they performed to common people, making the people feel they were good, the so-called winning hearts and minds. Thinking in reverse, what was spending this bit of money on today's grand display to them? Not to mention most of the funds weren't even theirs. Even if they were, spending tens of thousands of taels of silver to purchase the people's hearts and favorable reputation was something no amount of silver could ordinarily exchange for. Song Yingxing sighed inwardly. He suddenly realized that for many years the court and public had always pinned their hopes on using moral essays to enlighten the people, yet forgot that the master had long said, "The mean man understands profit," and the people were truly suffering too much. He gazed at the white Swan Pool's river surface, so lively and joyous here. Even compared to his hometown, which could still be called peaceful, this was no less than paradise on earth. No wonder the Australians had landed in Guangzhou less than a decade ago, yet could win people's hearts wherever they went, earning this corner of the southern frontier with a starting force of merely hundreds, eyeing the central plains like tigers. They truly possessed the audacity to contend with the great Ming. In his silence, one side of the octopus paddle wheels began to decelerate while the other accelerated. The paddles struck the river surface, churning turbulent waves, and the octopus commenced turning slowly, heading southeast. With the octopus' turn, the flower-tailed barge behind it also clumsily rotated its hull. Sailors shouted and yelled, gripping boat poles tensely, awaiting orders. This vessel type possessed a high center of gravity and ungainly hull, extremely prone to capsizing. Great care was required when turning. The surrounding fleet also reversed course. After circling White Swan Pool once, the entire armada sailed toward Great World Wharf. Great World Wharf had been decorated anew. Flower beds and colorful towers stood in profusion. Upon Great World Plaza, an expansive red carpet stretched. Along this carpeted aisle, 12 arches rose, all adorned with fresh flowers and vines. The arches were connected by iron wires hung full of flower baskets, flower balls, colorful lanterns, and other decorations, brimming with the creativity and aesthetic taste of a 21st-century wedding company. On the plaza, a stage had been constructed using the steps as foundation, with the main Great World department store building as backdrop. At this moment, a group of VIPs sat upright upon it, awaiting the newcomer's arrival. To maintain order, only wedding guests and select naturalized citizens and indigenous representatives chosen to observe the ceremony could enter the plaza. Onlookers were intercepted outside the colonnades flanking the plaza. Hundreds of National Army soldiers bearing bayonet-fixed rifles formed a cordon. Though voices surged, order prevailed. The onlookers all eagerly anticipated witnessing this Australian-style collective marriage, so people had come to claim position since dawn. By now, it constituted a sea of humanity. Actually, those squeezed in the rear couldn't see anything at all, only sensing the scene's tumultuous atmosphere. Dacey currently sat upright in the central folding chair, wearing a white U.S. Navy uniform decorated with gold braiding but devoid of insignia. Though some felt his wearing a white military dress uniform at a wedding constituted shocking the world and appalling customs, they were finally silenced by the forewords changing customs and habits. In my view, the bride should wear a pure white wedding dress, and the groom a black military service uniform that creates an imposing manner, Dacey had declared. Only thus can we highlight our boldness in establishing a new society, new culture, and new customs. Of course, his proposal was ultimately rejected. Though customs warranted changing too much at once would prove too shocking to the countrymen indeed. However, regarding his wearing the white naval dress uniform, no one nagged him about it. Besides Dacey, several other elders sat upright in the reception area preparing to receive the ceremony. Liu Xiang naturally wouldn't miss this grand opportunity to be close to the people. Though with Dacey present, he could only settle for the second seat. Wang Jun and Du Yibin, as initiators and handlers of this event, naturally merited 2 seats beside Dacey. These gentlemen all wore stiff, cadre suits. Occupying the last seat was Hantang. As the wedding's primary fundraiser, naturally he couldn't be forgotten. Though Australian-style marriage constituted the first time since creation, his Daoist robe proved indeed eye-catching. For a time, he and Dacey became focal points of heated discussion among onlookers. Because it was a wedding, having only men would appear too severe and also prove unfavorable for raising women's status, so Zhang Yunmi was specially invited to the rostrum as embellishment. Zhang Yunmi was young and wore a red dress custom-made for this occasion, provoking widespread discussion among onlookers below. Many were politically incorrect remarks like a fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung, or the Australian little lady's waist is so slender. Since taking this seat, Dacey couldn't help yawning. This was too boring. Yet he truly couldn't work up interest to chat with the adjacent elders. Because everyone wanted to report work to him, hoping to transfer a pile of problems upward or see if they could ask him to help advocate in the central committee. As for Hantang, Every meeting provoked talks about the harm of monotheism. Taoism is the orthodox native religion of China, and New Taoism can and completely should become the pillar of the Council of Elder State founding. When Daisy was annoyed to death, so this time he specially arranged him in the position furthest from himself. "This damn place can't even scroll through a phone," when Daisy cursed secretly. Just as boredom peaked, deafening firecracker sounds suddenly erupted from the wharf's direction. The people on the rostrum who had grown drowsy instantly regained spirit, finally started. Several hundred meters separated the wharf from Great World's main gate. This distance had not only been specially leveled and cleaned, but also paved with red carpet. Underfoot was red carpet. On both sides stood heavily armed soldiers and police on guard. Ground full of spring firecrackers crackled endlessly, and drums and music roared in ears. Accompanying staff threw candies into the crowd periodically, setting off waves among spectators. The grooms and brides flushed at this moment, entranced. Seemingly completely unaware of their location, they followed people forward dizzily. This red carpet was soft beneath their feet. They wore brand new clothes. Living so long, they had never been so glorious and happy. Recalling the past, it seemed as if they were now reincarnated and became human again. If their parents were still alive and could see their daughter marrying so gloriously, how wonderful that would be. Far ahead, they saw the bell tower. They had heard others say this was the bell tower built by the Council of Elders. Grand and imposing, every time it chimed the hour, half of Guangzhou city could hear it. The main gate beneath the bell tower was never opened. It was said it would only open to welcome important dignitaries. At this moment the main gate stood wide open, and the red carpet paved the way through. Wearing a red skirt, walking through the main gate, things they hadn't dared imagine when leaning on doors selling smiles in the past. Being able to leave the profession was already extremely fortunate. How could they dare hope for these? Firecrackers rang continuously, people seemed to float upward, the sun shone so bright. "Captain someone fainted." A commotion suddenly erupted in the queue. You followed the crowd and hurried several steps over, seeing a bride in the team lying limp on the ground, the groom beside her appearing helpless. The nearby queue also grew disordered with many people watching. "Don't look, hurry and follow the team, don't miss the auspicious time." While dispersing the crowd, You touched her nose and chest, sensing nothing serious. Just as she was about to extract a bottle of marching powder from her satchel, the bride opened her eyes. Where am I?" The bride widened her eyes and asked somewhat confusedly. "Where else could you be? Today is your great joyful day. Get up quickly." Seeing the newcomer's queue was almost passing, You hurriedly helped her up and incidentally rolled her eyes at the clumsy groom. "No sense at all." "This is your wife, give a hand quickly." The groom hurried over to help support. You asked, "How is your body? Can you still walk?" "It doesn't matter." The bride stared at her with wide eyes. "You are, Captain, it's me." Now it was Yu's turn to be confused. Was this mental derangement? She hurriedly said, "Today is your great joyful day, get up quickly and keep up with the team." This remark didn't matter, but the bride actually covered her face and started crying. Yuyu was frantic. Crying at a wedding was extremely inauspicious. However, no matter how she comforted and persuaded, the bride cried more fiercely, and the groom was also helpless. It made her quite wretched. It was the policeman beside them who had experience, saying, "This bride is overcome with joy. A mouthful of phlegm blocked it and couldn't come up. Give her some marching powder." Hearing the reminder, Yuyu hurriedly extracted the marching powder, sprayed some into her nose, and comforted her with kind words. It took considerable time to soothe this bride. Only with this commotion, her hair and facial makeup were ruined. Yuyu had a comb and powder in her satchel, so she had to temporarily escort this couple to the roadside rest tent to groom and retouch makeup. The rostrum naturally didn't witness this small interlude. Everyone looked forward with anticipation when Du Yibin rushed over hurriedly. He had run all the way after disembarking the boat, just to reach the rostrum before the brides and grooms entered. Wang Jun hurriedly made room for him, saying, "Told you not to go on the flower boat cruise, rushing so urgently." "No, no, no choice," Du Yibin gasped for breath. "I'm always unreconciled if I don't educate Song Yingsheng well." Educated well. Wang Jun knew he had spent countless efforts on this old man, actually holding no hope for a long time. There's great progress today." Du Yibin beamed with joy like an otaku who finally obtained the WeChat ID of a goddess. This old man's tone has loosened. Looks like he was greatly touched by today's wedding. In addition, I have an unexpected harvest. End of chapter. Chapter 2036, Collective Wedding Part 5. What harvest? Wang Jun asked curiously. This harvest means nothing to you but Daoist Kui. He pouted toward Kui Hantang. He's going to be overjoyed. This piqued Wang Jun's interest. Just as he wanted to inquire further, the firecracker sounds grew increasingly dense. The observation post at the gate sent a signal. The new couples were entering. Seeing this signal, when Daisy was first to stand and began applauding. This action caught everyone off guard. The group of elders hurriedly stood and applauded along. The naturalized citizens and indigenous representatives in the venue all followed suit, and thunderous applause rang out momentarily. The loudspeakers commenced playing the Unity and Friendship March. Staff arranged long beforehand threw large bags of colored paper, confetti into the wind from the bell tower and the Great World's roof. The colored confetti danced like snowflakes, mixed with candies. Children jumped joyfully, grabbing at the drifting colored paper and sweets. Inside and outside the venue constituted a scene of jubilation. The new couples entered under thousands of gazes. This was probably the most glorious moment of their lives. The onlookers were boiling over. When had they ever witnessed such a dreamlike scene? Even the well-traveled gentry and wealthy households were awed by the spectacular scene this wedding company created. More than one person sighed secretly. Too extravagant. For Fang Fei, this bit of spectacle truly wasn't enough worth observing. He still despised the great world's facade for being too rustic, insufficiently magnificent, or gorgeous. Suiqiu was currently observing the wedding scene silently from nearby. The great world actually wasn't far from his family's villa outside the Great East Gate. Moreover, there was now a small train. Last night he stayed at the villa, then dispatched several servants to occupy a viewing spot outside the Great World. He naturally knew that merely opening his mouth to Kui Hantang would secure him a seat in the VIP area inside. Those local bigshots who had thrown in their lot with the Australians were now sitting upright on hard wooden benches, beaming one by one as if sitting among clouds. Among these were quite a few old acquaintances, also old families of Guangzhou. Some families still had relatives serving as officials in the Ming state, yet at this moment they all wore the faces of new nobility following the dragon. Indeed, the words fame and profit were the most erosive to human hearts in this world. Since meeting with Kui Hantang, Suiqiu had grown even more hesitant and uneasy. Kui Hantang's words had actually moved him considerably. The strife and unrest in this world were nothing more than common people being too poor and bitter. He had read history books thoroughly and knew that dynastic changes mostly stemmed from land accumulation. The Great Ming today was likewise. The people were in dire straits and could only take risks. Even without the HairThieves, the Great Ming now faced imminent danger. If the Australians truly possessed the ability to increase productive forces, as this Daoist Kui claimed, wouldn't this millennia-old cycle of destruction, establishment be broken? Living and working in peace and contentment would no longer be merely a dream. However, reconsidering, he felt what Daoist Kui said appeared somewhat too mysterious. Where in the world existed such things as touching stone to turn it into gold? Even if they possessed some secret methods to increase land yields, that would be very limited. How could it benefit the entire world? Let alone that land was something natural. It couldn't be created from thin air, right? Suiqiu had been distressed about this matter for a long time. He realized he had walked into a dilemma. Loyalty to the great Ming originally warranted no doubt. However, the Australians' performance after arriving in Guangzhou and their reputation in Guangzhou in the past made him realize that perhaps the Australians had various faults, and perhaps they liked to brag and deceive. But at least presently the common people were receiving their benefits, happily serving as obedient subjects of the great Song. And the great Ming he wanted to remain loyal to held no attraction for common people. Come to think of it, he, Li Suiqiu, had received national grace, but what benefits had the common people received? Just as he was hesitating over these matters, news of the collective wedding reached his eyes through newspapers again. He had to admire the Australians' idea of running newspapers. Whether you were willing or not, whether you approved or not, as long as you didn't want to remain uninformed, you had to endure the endless tide of news. And this information would modify a person's views silently. Li Suiqiu had already experienced this. From the initial Han and thieves cannot coexist when they entered the city, to the HairThieves governance also has redeemable points, and then to the recent Australians winning the hearts of the people. Li Suiqiu himself realized this transformation was far more powerful than Daoist Qi's chatter and piling up of nouns. The collective wedding before his eyes was the same. Li Suiqiu's perception of this differed not at all from Song Yingsheng's. A good thing, but making a mountain out of a molehill. But reading the special reports for several days, he also developed quite a few feelings. In the end, he actually decided to emerge and watch the spectacle. Once watching this spectacle, he secretly regretted it. This was too noisy and unbearable. The position he occupied was very close to the Great World Plaza, an excellent location, but the Australians didn't allow major households to build sheds, nor could they set up tables and chairs. Li Suiqiu could only stand and watch. This was fine, but since sheds couldn't be built, naturally outsiders couldn't be excluded. There were extremely many onlookers around, squeezing him so he couldn't move. Though 7 or 8 servants protected him from the side to avoid the suffering of being squeezed, and someone shaded him and fanned him, this fullness of sweat, stench, and heat still steamed him unbearably. Finally persisting until the newcomers entered, this spectacle made Li Suiqiu shake his head secretly, truly holding the Tai sword by the blade. Treating such pawns, hundred-craft workers, prostitutes, and actors with such preferential treatment was truly not the bearing a new dynasty should possess. The Australians treating status and hierarchy so lightly, fear it would be hard to achieve great deeds. Amidst his random thoughts, he suddenly saw an acquaintance. It was Zhang Jiayu. Just about to call him, he saw the figure flash and disappear again. Just wanting to look again, suddenly music played loudly in the venue. A high-pitched male voice echoed over the plaza, inviting the elder district chief of Guangdong region, Wen Daisy, to bear witness to the wedding for the new couples. Under Fang Fei's hosting, Wen Daisy descended from the rostrum, standing beamingly behind the witness stand. A simple witness ceremony was already prepared here. The Morning Star flag and the Senate flag shone together. On the large red woolen tablecloth embroidered with the golden gear, wheat, holy ship, iron fist emblem, besides fresh flowers, a thick leather-bound civil code was placed, of course, merely a hollow model. The Council of Elders acting as witness, issuing marriage certificates. This was a system implemented since the Red and White Council in Lingao. Its purpose was nothing more than promoting the modern marriage system and establishing the concept that marriage is a legal relationship. Naturally, except for the early period, few elders had time to witness weddings for naturalized citizens or indigenous people. Most of the time, the witness was merely a petty clerk, but the solemnity of the witness ceremony had always been repeatedly emphasized by the Civil Affairs Department. Sometimes there would be surprise inspections, when Daisy had witnessed quite a few times. For one, he had always been the head of the Council of Elders. His attendance not only showed importance, but also gave the newcomers and families face. Secondly, his name had a good omen. This time could be considered familiar usage. Wen Daisy wore a smile, waving frequently to pay respects to the newcomers, guests, and onlookers. When the music paused slightly, he leaned into the microphone. "Comrades, friends, broad citizens, hello." The ancient said, "Life has four great joys: sweet rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and seeing one's name on the golden list. Today, the new couples here are tying the knot of Qin and Jin forever. As the witness, I want to say a few words from the bottom of my heart to the new couples. New couples who can come to this great world plaza today to tie the knot. I wish you hearts united forever. Love each other at the beginning of marriage. Respect each other like guests after marriage. Teach children together after having them, and moisten each other with foam when old. On this day of great joy, I also ask you never to forget the past." The newcomers who came to the collective wedding site today, each probably has endless bitterness and endless sorrow in their hearts. Today's good times did not come easily. I think the relatives you miss, whether they are still in this world or not, if they could see your appearance today, they would definitely feel gratified and sincerely happy for you. Low sobbing sounds arose from the newcomer's queue. Fang Fei grew somewhat anxious. The propaganda effect of Chief Wen's speech was naturally not bad, but these newcomers each carried a painfully tragic history in their hearts. A few sentences could trigger immense resonance. If Chief Wen truly made the newcomers howl and cry collectively, it would inevitably spoil the scene, and perhaps be used by ulteriorly motivated people. He hurriedly winked at Wen Daisy repeatedly. Wen Daisy smiled and nodded, continuing, "The hardships and destitution of the first half of life, struggling in the dark quagmire, finally welcomed today's dawn, living a happy life. The more in these beautiful times, the more you cannot forget the hardships of the past, cannot forget how you walked here step by step. Forgetting the past is equivalent to betraying the future. The Council of Elders and I personally sincerely wish you a happy life and a perfect marriage. Serve the Council of Elders and the people." As soon as Wen Daisy's voice fell, warm applause rang throughout the entire arena. This applause was like waves, quickly transmitting outward from the Great World Plaza's center, wave after wave. The entire surrounding area rippled. As someone shouted slogans like "Serve the Council of Elders and the people," and "Long live the Council of Elders," the applause was like thunder, unable to stop for a long time. Fang Fei held the host script, wanting to speak several times, yet every time he approached the microphone, he was blocked by this enthusiastic applause. He smiled somewhat helplessly and also clapped his hands along. After considerable time, the applause gradually subsided. Only then did he lean close to the microphone and proclaim loudly, "Two surnames allied, a contract in one hall, a good union forever tied, a match of equal claim. Seeing the peach blossoms burning bright this day, suitable for chamber and home, predicting melons and vines growing endlessly in other years, prosperous and flourishing. Respectfully with the pledge of white heads, written on scarlet paper, good to place the alliance of red leaves, clearly recorded in the Mandarin Duck Registry. Inviting the elder district chief of Guangdong region, Comrade Wen Daisy, to issue marriage certificates to the new couples." End of chapter. Chapter 2037 Collective Wedding, VI. With his half-literary, half-vernacular congratulatory speech delivered with varied intonation, the music through the speakers resumed, transitioning from the earlier march of unity and friendship to "Summer Blown by the Wind." The light, gentle melody transformed the originally solemn ceremony into something warm and joyful. The newly married couples queued up and, under the master of ceremonies' guidance, came forward one by one to receive their marriage certificates. The grooms were all veteran naturalized citizens, accustomed to new-style etiquette, each making a 45-degree bow. The brides proved much more varied. The nimble ones imitated the men, making stiff-backed bows. Those with their own ideas lowered their heads in deep traditional curtsies. The clumsy ones appeared flustered and uncertain. Some were so nervous they didn't know what to do with their hands, while others simply fell into the country folk meeting the Lord mode, plopping down to kneel and kowtow, drawing laughter from everyone. The master of ceremonies beside them quickly helped them up, whispering, "Bo, bo." When Daisy smiled, first shaking hands with the newlyweds before presenting the marriage certificate, then offering a few auspicious words of congratulation. Though most of the new brides came from prostitute backgrounds, clasping hands with another man before their husbands, and the public still made them uncomfortable. Some didn't dare extend their hands, requiring the MC's urging. Some extended hands but watched their husbands' expressions like startled rabbits. Fortunately, veteran naturalized citizens were already accustomed to such things. Only thus could the ceremony proceed smoothly. The bright red marriage certificates had been custom-made in Guangzhou, with silk-covered exteriors and gold-embossed iron fist and gear emblems. The paper inside was also extremely fine, completely conveying a limited edition feeling. Though when Daisy was momentarily in the spotlight, this solo handshake session was no picnic. Before long, his back was numb and his arms ached. The elders beside him, however, didn't need to shake hands, just clap occasionally and say a few auspicious words to be done. Finally, after distributing over 100 marriage certificates, when Daisy's bottom had barely touched the chair when he heard Fang Fei's voice, "Please welcome the groom and bride representatives to speak." Another round of enthusiastic applause filled the venue, and the elders on the main stage all rose. When Daisy thought expletives internally, but could only struggle to stand on his numb legs, smiling while repeatedly nodding, waving and clapping, greeting wave after wave of cheers. Being in the spotlight at these mass meetings truly wasn't easy. When Daisy struggled with his aching legs and back, waving his powerless arms, Fang Fei announced that the groom and bride representatives would now speak. The representatives were naturally activists, selected from among the grooms and brides, good-looking and relatively quick-witted. Though the bride representative couldn't speak new-style language, only Cantonese, this wasn't truly a disadvantage since the local crowd could all understand. These two speeches had naturally been ghostwritten by the publicity department's wordsmiths, thoroughly polished. Not only conceptually elevated, but also made colloquial so everyone could understand. The groom representative's speech was conventional, nothing more than thanking the Council of Elders and envisioning the new life. The bride representative's speech, due to her past background, emphasized old-new comparisons and reflecting on past bitterness and present sweetness. Less than halfway through, it touched the bride representative's sore spots. As she spoke, she began weeping, originally just reading from the script. As she continued, her suffering mounted until she simply spoke from the heart, going on for over half an hour. The entire venue fell silent. Grooms, brides, and even watching commoners were in tears. Fang Fei looked awkward, not knowing whether to stop her or let her continue. Just as the bride representative's speech dissolved into sobs and she couldn't proceed, Zhang Yunmi quickly emerged from behind the table, put her arm around the bride representative's shoulders, handed her a handkerchief while softly consoling her, and slowly drew her away from the microphone. Fang Fei quickly stepped up and shouted, "Long live the Council of Elders!" The naturalized citizens below snapped to attention, raising their arms together and shouting in unison, "Long live the Council of Elders!" Then several MCs quickly led the applause. A round of slogans and applause helped salvage the slightly out-of-control situation. When Daisy nodded secretly, Liu Xiang approached. "How about it, Chief Wen? Little Zhang's been training well under me, hasn't she?" "Excellent, excellent. A promising talent." "Young people are impressive," Wen Daisy praised generously. "I think not just you, our entire Guangdong greater region should give her more opportunities and space to develop. Can't always remain in administration and education." Liu Xiang had originally been taking credit, but when Daisy's words clearly meant to promote Zhang Yunmi. Though little Zhang was the ace of the plaid skirt club and quite famous among the elders, old Zhang was a thoroughly marginalized elder, not only lacking resources but even having negative reputation. Now Chief Wen's words clearly meant focused cultivation. Liu Xiang's brain turned several times, thinking of the recent General Office document about the comprehensive social reform pilot to be conducted in Fashion, with young elders including Qian Duoju and Zhu Xiam and all participating, taking posts at the grassroots level. He suddenly understood, so that's what he meant. He immediately said, "Chief Wen, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." The Guangzhou Cadre Training School has been performing very well, training many grassroots cadres, but the school's level remains somewhat low. As a future cadre training base for expanding to the entire mainland and even all of East Asia, I think we should raise its level appropriately. As you know, resources follow level. What you're suggesting can be considered, Wen Dynasty said. Submit a report and I'll co-sign it. But whether it gets approved is another matter. I'm not at headquarters anymore. On this, I can only make recommendations. Liu Xiang thought, keep pretending. But he knew that though Wen Dynasty spoke non-committally, he had actually agreed. He continued, I also think the training school's teachers and students shouldn't just study governance in classrooms. They should conduct more rural research trips, grassroots postings, and participate more in practical affairs. On this point, we think alike. Wen Dynasty nodded. Practice yields true knowledge. Before their small meeting ended, Du Yibin and Hantang started chatting. The bonus he'd mentioned to Wang Jun was actually that he'd met Zhang Jiayu on the boat, and they'd even talked. Du Yibin wasn't interested in Zhang Jiayu. If the pre-departure training on Guangdong hadn't mentioned the 3 martyrs of Lingnan, he wouldn't have known who Zhang Jiayu was. But during his time mooching food at Hantang's, he'd heard old Qiu talk about these people many times. Speaking of which, Hantang always appeared deeply moved when mentioning them. You mean he approached you first? Hantang was somewhat surprised. Yes, I was originally chatting with Song Yingsheng and didn't even notice there was such a person on the boat. Damn, what's with the security work? This Zhang Jiayu historically loved swordplay, was chivalrous, and often mingled with knights errant from the wilds. He could be called a swordsman. If he'd given you a stab, you'd be done for. Though Hantang said this, his face was full of joy with no sign of worrying about Du Yibin. That's serious. Du Yibin was somewhat frightened. He'd thought the boat was very safe. I don't know how he got onto the cruise. Why would he need to sneak onto the cruise? That boat wasn't for elders anyway. You insisted on squeezing on to grab a seat. Hantang laughed. But don't worry, Zhang Jiayu values chivalry and wouldn't stoop to such lowly assassination tactics. What did he say to you? Nothing much, just greeted me and asked if I was an elder. I said yes, of course. Du Yibin immediately forgot about possibly being assassinated. He said he had questions to ask. How would I have time for that? So I told him I was busy right now. Oh no, how could you do that? Hantang slapped his thigh in complaint. You let him slip away. Don't worry, I knew you wanted him, so I told him I'd be busy these few days and invited him to your 5 Immortals temple in 2 days for tea and conversation. What did he say? He said, I'll definitely come to visit. Good, good, Hantang beamed, vigorously patting Du Yibin's shoulder. Well done. Du Yibin couldn't withstand this 200 jin fat man's slaps and grimaced. Hey, 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 keep slapping like that and you'll kill someone. Just as they were talking, another round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the venue, interrupting their chatter. Seeing everyone else sitting properly, they felt embarrassed to continue talking. Here Fang Fei was saying, I think many in the crowd envy them for having such a grand wedding and wish they could be part of it too. On this point, everyone can rest assured. Starting today, every September 1st, Guangzhou will hold a collective wedding. It will become a citywide festival. As long as unmarried couples are willing to register, everyone will have the opportunity to participate, receive the Council of Elders' blessing, and start a new life. As his words fell, naturally came enthusiastic applause. Since occupying Guangzhou, the municipal government's heavily promoted New Life movement had emphasized changing customs. But Liu Xiang felt it wasn't enough. He thought they should artificially create festivals to compete with traditions and win over the masses. So he proposed making the collective wedding permanent, with the municipal government hosting one annually. Through this collective wedding day, promoting new wedding customs, subtly advocating gender equality and free love, and shaping an entirely new concept of marriage. The wedding ceremony hereby concludes. Now please enter the banquet hall for the newlyweds and guests. Please enjoy the food while watching the cultural performance. As his words fell, the long-waiting staff guided the newlyweds and guests into Great World's temporary banquet hall while directing the commoners outside the colonnade to leave. But for most of the watching crowd, they hadn't seen enough of the spectacle. The Australians' main show hadn't even started yet. End of chapter. Chapter 2038 Collective Wedding, VIII. Following Fang Fei's instructions, the security perimeter began contracting, allowing observing commoners to approach all the way to the bottom of Great World's main entrance steps. The purpose, of course, was to let everyone witness the song and dance performance and observe the people eating in the restaurant, thereby demonstrating the new lifestyle. The banquet was set in Great World's main hall, facing the plaza. The weather was hot, so all doors and windows stood open, with only mosquito screens installed. This allowed guests in the hall to view the performance on the plaza stage without suffering from flies and mosquitoes. The entire hall was festooned with lanterns and decorations, completely renovated. On the screen wall in the center hung an enormous red velvet double happiness character, flanked by red and gold velvet flower decorations depicting dragons and phoenixes in harmony. Under the open eaves on both sides of the steps hung countless congratulatory banners and flower baskets of all varieties. The largest and most prominent among them belonged to the 12 sponsors. Among these, the congratulatory banners from the Gao and Zhang families' businesses were displayed most prominently. Gao Ju had been grinning from ear to ear since arriving at the venue, because though he and the Zhang family's banners occupied the double C positions, his family's name was on the left while the Zhang family's was on the right. In his view, this was the Australians explicitly confirming his status as Guangzhou's #1 merchant. At this moment, he was happily seated in the hall drinking tea and waiting. Since Guangzhou's recovery, Gao Ju had already attended several receptions hosted by the municipal government that featured this buffet format, so he roughly understood the rules and etiquette. Thus he wasn't like the other guests, full of bewilderment. The tables with name cards had nothing but tableware and tea sets, while the long tables on both sides were already covered with large and small pots and plates of silver, copper, pewter, and porcelain. Though all covered with lids, they couldn't hide the wafting delicious aromas. He encountered many acquaintances at the venue. Actually, there weren't many guests on the newlyweds side. Most grooms and brides came from dire poverty. Their relatives were either dead or their whereabouts unknown. Those they could invite were mostly friends and colleagues. Thus the banquet was mostly filled with sponsors. This included not just the 12 sponsors, but also those wealthy households who had made meritorious offerings at the ritual. Though their purposes for donating varied, once the invitations were sent, not one dared abstain. At minimum, they'd send a nephew from the clan to show up. Though these acquaintances all came from gentry and wealthy backgrounds, some even from families of scholarly and literary tradition, this Australian-style etiquette was a first encounter. The tables covered with tablecloths had no appetizer plates or display fruits. Table seating charts made finding one's place convenient, but there was no distinction of precedence. As long as you were at the same table, everyone just sat anywhere. They'd thought this would save time, but instead it caused them trouble, requiring another round of polite yielding. After quite a while, they still hadn't all taken their seats. Gao Ju greeted acquaintances while instructing them on Australian etiquette, all while praising royal grace and virtue, describing the Council of Elders, Chief Wen, and Liu Xiang as if they were Yao and Shun reborn, like bodhisattvas descended from heaven. making more than a few acquaintances secretly despise him. Though amid the disdain, there was also envy. Such shameless flattery wasn't something everyone was qualified to deliver. Gaoju naturally didn't care about others' opinions. He just felt wonderful, grinning unstoppably. Back when he had gotten in with eunuch Yang, made his fortune in Guangzhou, and leapt to become one of Guangzhou's leading foreign trade magnates, he thought that was the pinnacle of his life. Who would have thought that he, Gaoju, would see such a day? The Council of Elders was truly his lucky star. The more he thought, the more pleased he became. Seated in his chair, he watched the somewhat chaotic wedding venue. Suddenly he spotted Zhang Yu arriving. This young Master Zhang was also in high spirits today. He had the shaved, baldy hairstyle of the Australians and wore a buttoned wool jacket. This type of jacket was made of imported Florentine wool, worn only by senior cadres among the naturalized citizens and elders. From his chest pocket protruded a section of shiny silver watch chain looking thoroughly Australian style. Wearing wool in this weather, aren't you afraid of stewing yourself to death? Gaoju disdained secretly, but his face was all smiles as he rose to greet him. Young Master Zhang, you're here too. Indeed. Hello, Master Gao. Zhang Yu now possessed a thoroughly Australian-style manner, no bowing with folded hands or cupped fists, just directly extending his hand for a handshake. Good. I never thought I'd be fortunate enough to attend such an event. Truly my Gao family ancestors were virtuous. Gaoju smiled brilliantly, gripping Zhang Yu's hand tightly. The two exchanged pleasantries and took seats together. Though Gaoju thoroughly disdained Zhang Yu in his heart, thinking he was merely lucky to be chosen by the Australians as an example, really having no worth whatsoever, the Zhang family was currently red-hot, the favored son supported by the Australians, so he fawned over Zhang Yu to the utmost of his ability. Zhang Yu had Chen Shixin on his mind, who had come to decorate the wedding venue, and was anxious to talk with him. He brushed off Gaoju with a few words and left. Gaoju sneered coldly inside but didn't show it on his face. He smiled broadly, watching Zhang Yu leave, then returned to his seat. The table was already set with cups, plates, and utensils, all fine porcelain. The appearance wasn't entirely new, probably borrowed from somewhere. After all, with so many tables, the porcelain patterns and marks all seemed different. Gaoju turned his head to look at the neighboring table and was startled. The porcelain patterns and styles on the adjacent table gave him a strange sense of familiarity. A name suddenly jumped into Gaoju's mind. Then, afraid he was mistaken, he used the pretext of pouring tea to lean closer for a better look. Now he could see clearly. Wasn't this Zhu Girong's Jiangxi fine porcelain set? Gaoju knew this porcelain set had been custom-ordered by Zhu Girong from Jiangxi for his son's wedding. The marks, patterns, and colors were all exclusive, absolutely unlike common porcelain. There couldn't be a second set in the market. Master Zhu had now become dried bones in a tomb, and his family didn't know where they'd ended up. He'd heard it was property confiscated, family exiled to Taiwan. Presumably, even if alive now, they were living a fate worse than death. He had once attended young Master Zhu's wedding banquet and used this porcelain set. Never imagined it would now be placed on the Australians' collective wedding tables. For a moment, his spine went cold. Just as he was feeling uneasy, someone suddenly patted his shoulder, startling him. Looking up, it was Zhang Yikun, the general manager of Great World. Zhang Yikun was one of the elders managing Guangzhou's commercial trade, so Gaoju naturally knew him well. He quickly rose and bowed. Chief Zhang. What, you came alone today? Because of running Great World, Zhang Yikun was quite familiar with Guangzhou's merchants large and small with a somewhat casual manner. Why didn't third concubine come? I invited her too. She's nobody of standing. How could she appear at such an occasion? Gaoju said modestly. He could accept everything about the Australians except for the etiquette concerning women. This, Gaoju absolutely could not accept. Not just appearing in public at such occasions, but eating at the same table with a bunch of unrelated men. He might not be able to control other women, but he could still control his own concubine. That's not the right attitude. Zhang Yikun shook his head. Today is the Council of Elders' wedding celebration. Though third concubine isn't your principal wife, she should still make an appearance on such a day. Yes, yes, the chief's instruction is correct, Gao Ju replied respectfully. Zhang Yikun saw his usual attitude of surface compliance but inner refusal to change, and knew this wouldn't be easy. When he'd sent invitations to guests, they all stated couple, but less than 1 in 100 brought their wives. Plenty brought sons and nephews to see the world and make connections, though. It seemed changing customs truly wasn't an easy thing. Zhang Yikun shook his head. Actually, he had originally wanted his own wife to come today, but this daughter of a Guangzhou merchant family considered herself a lady and refused to show her face in public, firmly declining to attend. If he couldn't even educate his own wife, what hope did he have with Gao Ju? Thinking of this, he could only shake his head helplessly and went off to supervise and coordinate the banquet's proceedings. In the hall's center stood the Australian specialty, an ice sculpture. First, it could cool down the somewhat sultry weather. Second, it demonstrated the Council of Elders' luxury. To suit the theme, today's ice sculpture was a pair of mandarin ducks. Surrounding the ice sculpture were fruits and fresh flowers. Approaching it, one could feel a stream of cool, crisp air mixed with the sweet fragrance of fruit and flowers. Just this ice sculpture attracted many guests and newlyweds to gather around and watch. Thus it was melting faster than Zhang Yikun had anticipated. He quickly ordered more ice blocks to be brought and piled around the sculpture to lower the surrounding temperature, and also to prevent onlookers from getting too close. Because too many people were looking at Australian spectacles everywhere, the newlyweds had been in the hall for nearly half an hour without everyone being seated. An anxious Zhang Yikun called, "Please be seated," through the speakers again and again. After calling more than 10 times, everyone was finally more or less settled, and the banquet could officially begin. At Fang Fei's command, the temporarily assembled servers removed the large and small pot lids and white napkins from the long tables on both sides. A rich aroma immediately filled the air, making the guests' nostrils involuntarily twitch and their mouths reflexively water. The banquet officially begins. Please help yourselves to the food. But the guests were bewildered. They said the banquet was beginning, but they only saw servers walking around with pot lids, no one serving food. What kind of protocol was this? The guests looked at each other, completely uncertain of this Australian etiquette. Gao Ju saw his table mates also looking at each other. He smiled at Zhang Yu. "Young Master Zhang, let's go get some first and show everyone how it's done." End of chapter. Chapter 2039, Collective Wedding. VIII continued. Having said this, he rose and headed toward the long dining table. Zhang Yu stood momentarily stunned, then quickly followed. This buffet, according to the organizers' wishes, was meant to fully demonstrate the superiority of the Australian-style lifestyle. The tycoons didn't lack money, and being in this #1 city of the South, they naturally demanded the finest in food and drink. This differed from the buffet dinners held in Lingao and other places before. From their personal experience, Ming Dynasty cuisine remained relatively simple and plain. Whether in variety or seasoning, it couldn't compare to the Qing Dynasty salt merchants who exhausted every trick for eating and entertainment in the old timeline. However, most guests were wealthy, and Ximing Restaurant had operated in Guangzhou for many years. Most had already tasted various Australian dishes. Mere scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fried chicken obviously couldn't impress them anymore. If they wanted to prepare some high-end dishes from the old timeline, that wouldn't be difficult, but such dishes mostly required exquisite knife work and heat control, couldn't be mass-produced, and weren't suited for the long hours of warming needed at large banquets. So when Fang Fei discussed the menu with the elder in charge of the main kitchen, the priority was to emphasize abundance rather than refinement. It's like when everyone goes to America. American food, is certainly better than British food. Otherwise, there's not much to say, but anyone who's been to America is definitely impressed by America's abundance and cheapness of food. That's the effect we want. Under the guidance of several elder cooking enthusiasts, great world chefs studied many buffet menus from the old timeline and drafted the wedding buffet menu. Because this was the 17th century and commoners generally lacked fats in their diet, hearty dishes were essential. Just the meat dishes numbered nearly 10 varieties: mountains of golden crispy pork, ribs coated with spices and honey, kept warm on grills, deep-fried drumsticks and wings, crispy fried chicken tenders, lion's head meatballs stacked in pyramid formation, sprinkled with emerald green scallions. Even red braised pork was stewed in 2 large pots. The red, quivering chunks of pork belly steamed in large ceramic pots. One pot was garnished with potatoes, the other with dried bamboo shoots, effectively reducing the amount of pork belly needed. To emphasize abundance, naturally there couldn't be limited portions, but the budget was finite. So there were many cost-saving measures similar to the red braised pork. The lion's head meatballs contained not just water chestnuts but also minced fried dough sticks. The batter on the fried tenders and crispy pork was as thick as possible, comparable to popcorn chicken. Since meat costs had to be controlled, the relatively abundant seafood was extensively used. 2 large pots, Odin-style, simmered various fish paste products, including both modern-produced fish cakes and bamboo wheels, as well as Fujian-style fish skin dumplings, fish swallow dumplings, and fish balls. One was traditional clear broth flavor, the other curry flavor. The centerpiece was fresh seafood. In this timeline without cold chain logistics, seafood that died upon leaving water proved difficult to bring to market in time. Even coastal cities like Guangzhou rarely had fresh seafood to eat. Most was dried or preserved before sale. Even wealthy families seldom ate dishes made from fresh seafood. Catch brought from Hong Kong was also prepared in various ways: fish, crabs, shrimp, and shellfish, whether salt and pepper, pan-fried, steamed, grilled, braised, or boiled, in countless variations, exhausting every cooking method and seasoning, even including exotic flavors like curry and sauté. Once displayed, even seasoned wealthy folks were amazed. Among them, those who frequented Ximing restaurant had seen the Australian skills in cooking fresh seafood, but so many varieties and cooking methods concentrated together, with over a dozen large pots and grill pans filling the long tables and emitting various aromas, made anyone's mouth water upon approach. Young Master Zhang, this is indeed a rare delicacy. Gao Ju, wanting to establish a connection, deliberately made conversation while getting food. Though Zhang Yu had read many Australian books and Australian magazines, when it came to Australian matters, most of it remained theoretical. Take this buffet, for instance. This was his first time experiencing it. Not showing his inexperience was thanks to snippets of articles he'd seen before. Now standing before the dining table, he felt somewhat dizzy, suffering from decision paralysis. Too many things before him he didn't recognize. When Master Gao suddenly spoke, he couldn't help feeling panicked. Following Gao Ju's gaze, he saw a large metal tray. The bottom was mixed with crushed ice and water, covered with small, crystal-clear glass cups containing cream-like substances of various colors, topped with slices of fruit. Zhang Yu knew what this was, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This is ice cream. To show he had actually tasted it rather than just heard about it, he added, Ximing restaurant has this. Ximing restaurant's ice cream is truly marvelous. Though I know it's made of nothing more than sugar, milk, and such, I don't know what Australian secret method makes it so dense, soft, rich, and smooth. Dairy products also existed in the Ming Dynasty, and the cheese brought by the Mongols wasn't too rare. Some claim ice cream was invented in the Yuan Dynasty and later transmitted to Europe by Marco Polo. However, similar practices of adding milk, cream, and spices to shaved or crushed ice existed since ancient Egyptian times. But these primitive ice creams were not the same as modern ice cream. Modern ice cream's flavor comes from whipped sweet cream being frozen but not completely solidified, maintaining a semi-melted texture. The large amount of air mixed in during whipping adds fluffiness to the soft, creamy mouthfeel. Making ice cream requires very low temperatures. The texture of modern Italian and American ice cream couldn't be achieved in the 17th century using natural ice cooling methods. Ximing Restaurant could only make it because they had cold storage. Naturally, production wasn't high, making it a genuine luxury in Guangzhou. Zhang Yu had read articles about ice cream in magazines. Now wanting to show off, he said, "The ingredients and preparation for ice cream aren't difficult. What's hard is not having the refrigeration machines the Australians use. I've read in magazines that making ice cream requires extremely cold temperatures that even piling countless ice blocks can't achieve." Young Master Zhang truly has deep Australian learning, Gao Ju praised. "I hear the several businesses your family has opened all use Australian machines for production. There must be many similar Australian secrets." At this, Zhang Yu immediately became animated, talking non-stop about the machines he'd purchased on loan, about how these machines were so useful, about their extremely high production efficiency. "Take this mixer. One batch can mix over 100 gin of powder, mixing thousands of gin a day. If you hired a master to mix by hand, mixing 100 gin a day would be considered good. It takes much effort and they eat a lot. Setting aside wages, just the food is an enormous expense. Now the factory just needs laborers to load and unload on schedule. Otherwise, hire one boy to watch over things. One person can monitor 3 or 4 mixers. His wages are less than a fifth of a master's." Zhang Yu spoke animatedly. He rarely had the chance to tell anyone these things. After all, he was no longer the idle second-generation pastry shop heir who passed time reading newspapers in tea-houses, but the general manager of a food company with factories and stores. Though affairs were managed by hired managers, he still had to handle things personally. The days of idle boasting were gone forever. He genuinely believed in the Australians' new machines and methods and was quite pleased with his luck. But he rarely had the opportunity to express this pleased feeling. With just a little prompting from Gao Ju, he couldn't help pouring it all out to this unfamiliar outsider. Gao Ju nodded along while secretly calculating. He wasn't saying these things just to flatter Zhang Yu and get close to him. He was also trying to understand the actual situation of this light industry model the Australians had set up. The Zhang family was currently the only private enterprise in Guangzhou using Australian machines and technology on a large scale. Supposedly, they were making money hand over fist. Gao Ju was also considering following suit, investing the capital accumulated from years of trade into industrial production. However, after inquiring around, he found that the chiefs greatly welcomed industrial investment with various support policies. But upon preliminary investigation, the industrial investment was staggeringly high. Just the Zhang Company's factory, supposedly buying the land, building the factory and purchasing equipment alone cost over 10,000 yuan, all made possible only by Australian loans. Moreover, he learned that though the Zhang family had secured large Australian orders, especially military orders, and the factory was running 3 shifts with money flowing in like a river, the enormous production scale also brought cash flow pressure. Supposedly, the Zhang Food Company's production and operation could only be maintained through bank loans. If loans were cut off, it would immediately fall into difficulty. This situation made Gao Ju hesitate. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yu was a model set up by the chiefs. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, no matter what happened, the Council of Elders would definitely protect him. But whether his own family had such a relationship with the Council of Elders was uncertain. Zhang Yu's humble origins were actually an advantage now. What Gao Ju had his eye on was Australian-style silk weaving workshops. The chiefs had recently been promoting this project to the association, with few takers. After looking into it, Gao Ju also found it daunting. Initial investment was at least 100,000 yuan, with some machines costing over 1,000 yuan each, plus supporting steam engines, boilers, and such, each costing hundreds or thousands. Once running, monthly production and operating costs were staggering, not to mention the enormous capital needed during cocoon buying season. Such a business, one misstep could mean total ruin. End of chapter. Chapter 2040, Collective Wedding, VIII. To fully utilize Guangzhou's wealth, the Council of Elders had recently dispatched people to Guangzhou specifically to prepare a project promotion conference. Gao Ju and other core members of the Industry and Commerce Association had already met with the elder and examined some projects. Commercial trade in medieval times was mostly extremely profitable, and maritime trade especially so. But maritime trade carried enormous uncertainties. Even an experienced foreign trade merchant like Gao Ju couldn't guarantee profits every year. The arrival dates of Portuguese ships and the demand for various goods differed annually, all predicted by experience. It was another form of depending on the heavens. Years of overflowing profits were common enough, but years of total loss had occurred too. To hedge risk, merchants typically bought land and collected rent once they accumulated capital. Not just Gao Ju, even the Zhang Zhilong family, formerly the greatest maritime trading power in the South China Sea, did the same. But now, the model of buying land and collecting rent was obviously no longer viable. By comparison, the projects offered by the Council of Elders, though with lower profit margins than his maritime trade and requiring particularly large investments, had quite stable returns. Whether textiles, food, or building materials, the Council of Elders' own demand was immense. Just selling to the Council of Elders could yield stable income. This was very attractive to merchants who sought stability at heart. How could Zhang Yu know what this old fox was plotting? He was young and came from humble origins. After becoming successful, he felt a strong need for others' recognition. Gao Ju was both a senior merchant and now the association chairman. Who would have thought he'd be so pleasant and easy to talk to? Thus he not only spoke freely about his company's situation, but also shared all the problems encountered in operations. Gao Ju nodded repeatedly, thinking that the Australians really possessed something special. Though the machines were expensive, they were truly the philosopher's stone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. Little brother truly is a young talent. Managing such a large business at such a young age. This old Gao really can't compare to you youngsters. No wonder the chiefs value your family so highly. With this flattery, Zhang Yu also felt somewhat embarrassed and said modestly, "This is all thanks to the chief's support. What ability could your little brother have? Before, I was just a muddle-headed person. Couldn't focus on studying, just liked reading Australian miscellaneous books. It was just fate, I suppose." "Not at all, not at all. Young Master Zhang is too modest." Gao Ju warmly patted his shoulder, thinking, "I wonder if he's married. If not, my family does have girls of similar age. If I could become his in-law through this, it would be a great help in the future." His eyes turned, and he deliberately said while selecting dishes, "Today's collective wedding is really grand. It makes me itch inside, thinking if only I could be 20 or 30 years younger I could join in the fun." Zhang Yu didn't know Gao Ju was testing him and laughed. "This is all because the Council of Elders shows compassion for the poor and weak and cares for the people. Being able to attend this wedding banquet is our great fortune. Is young Master Zhang married? If not, there's still a chance." Now Zhang Yu's face reddened. He wasn't actually that young anymore. Previously, his family circumstances had been poor, and they couldn't find a suitable family to arrange a betrothal. As the saying goes, too high to reach, too low to accept. There was the tofu shop owner's daughter who made eyes at him, a good match in status. But the tofu shop owner had some money and looked down on his family. Now that his family had prospered, the tofu shop owner's daughter naturally no longer met his father's standards. Though the girl harbored deep feelings, Zhang Yu didn't dare make his own decision. His father was busy trying to arrange a match with upper-class families. Gao Ju, seeing his expression, knew he almost certainly wasn't married and laughed. Never mind, never mind. Little brother is thin-skinned. Let's not discuss it. Zhang Yu, afraid of being looked down upon, quickly said, "To be honest, in the past my family was poor and making a living wasn't easy. Though my parents wanted to arrange a betrothal for me, it never materialized. After Guangzhou's recovery, I was busy with company affairs and this matter got delayed." "I see." Now Gao Ju was even more certain. "Young Master Zhang is in his prime. Don't delay your life's great matter." Zhang Yu didn't know what Gao Ju meant by this and responded vaguely. The two returned to the table with plates full of dishes and sat down. The guests had all been puzzled. Watching several Australia experts walk over and pick through the long tables with plates, they now returned with plates full of hot, fragrant food. Everyone's eyes widened. Getting your own food. Wasn't this like a porridge kitchen handing out gruel? These Australian customs were truly unprecedented, but sitting any longer risked going hungry, so those with slightly thicker skin rose with embarrassed smiles, imitating the Australia experts to select dishes. The abundance of dishes far exceeded the guests' expectations. Though for the wealthy, many dishes were somewhat simple. Both cooking and seasoning were no worse than what their own family cooks carefully prepared, especially the large quantity of dishes made from fresh seafood, which even they couldn't normally feast on freely. The fresh, rich flavor far surpassed ordinary preserved products. As for the abundant fried foods and meat dishes, they created a feeling of pools of wine and forests of meat. For ordinary commoners and naturalized citizens, the impact of the food before them was even greater. Though naturalized citizens were familiar with the buffet format, such variety and abundance was unprecedented in their memory. In an era when even carbohydrate intake was insufficient, with so much fat and protein piled before their eyes, dining etiquette was thrown out the window. Instantly, the dining tables were mobbed by guests getting food. In just over 10 minutes, several hearty dishes were completely emptied. Fortunately, the banquet had anticipated this. Once pots emptied, people came to replenish them, keeping pots constantly full. No matter what dish, everything was served without limit. Eat as much as you wanted. The Australians are truly famous for their extravagance, more than one person secretly praised. The newlyweds naturally couldn't enjoy the food. Following old timeline custom, they each carried a glass of low-alcohol fruit wine to toast the guests and elders. In traditional wedding banquets, new brides only had the custom of serving tea to close relatives, never appearing in public to toast guests. So this too was a new custom. However, guests from wealthy families felt quite awkward when the bride came to toast. Most wouldn't make eye contact, quickly drinking their wine and being done with it. The naturalized citizen guests' tables were much livelier. Some grabbed the groom and bride to drink more. Others deliberately shook their cups to prevent the bride from pouring properly. Waves of laughter and teasing added much festive cheer to the venue. So many people outside. Zhu Yame lifted the curtain at the stage entrance and peeked outside. A sea of people, all waiting to watch the spectacle. Lin Ailey carefully touched the bangs she'd spent hours getting permed. "How annoying. I've never performed in front of so many people." The girls whispered among themselves behind the curtain. The members of the Plaid Skirt Club were now waiting in the dressing room on the side of the stage. 15 members were performing this time, all from Lingao to maintain the team's training and cohesion. All club members were arranged to work in various departments in Lingao. Though based in Lingao, in the years since the Plaid Skirt Club was established, they had also performed many shows in Hainan, Taiwan, and Jeju Island. This was the result of the club's several bigwigs, especially Elder Wu Siren, constantly promoting them. Because within the Council of Elders, a considerable voice believed that such girl idol groups were meaningless in this timeline. There was no soil for their existence. The society under council rule wasn't wealthy, and for quite some time, there would be no audience for consuming idol groups. Some even suspected the plaid skirts were created just to satisfy a few elders' hobbies, a pure waste of resources. Others strongly opposed idol groups, believing they purely objectified and commodified women, peddling soft pornography. Wu Siren and others firmly refuted this, arguing that idol groups could unite hearts and minds and serve as new cultural propaganda even in the current social environment. They could exist like ordinary performing arts groups and play a role in cultural propaganda. For this, he and several other elders not only paid all the Plaid Skirt Club's expenses out of pocket, but also brought their own provisions to have the group perform at the grassroots everywhere, building goodwill and name recognition. Naturally, wherever the club went, it caused a sensation. However, talk of corrupting public morals and offending decency was once the talk of the town. According to informants within the Lingao puppet troupe, several creative staff members had said, "How can wooden legs compare to women's legs?" This put enormous pressure on the naturalized citizen members of the troupe. Once recognized when going out, people would point and whisper. In their departments, too, they were often gossiped about, called selling their looks and shameless. Many members wanted to quit. Finally, the Plaid Skirt Club had to ask several bigwigs to come out and show support. After Wang Liubin and others discussed it, they concluded that though the plaid skirts performance format was controversial within the Council of Elders, their form constituted a challenge to the old order, old culture, and old ideas. If they retreated on this, the new fashion being promoted among women, especially leg-and-arm-bearing dresses, would also inevitably be criticized. Therefore, it had to be supported. For this reason, at a public cultural evening, the ministers of various provinces, led by Wang Liubin, specially attended the club's public performance. Wang Liubin even gave a clear-cut speech, denouncing that feudal morality hasn't been fully eradicated and that those who think dirty thoughts upon seeing women's legs need a good cleansing. This finally suppressed the controversy. The publicity department even issued a special order. At all public cultural performances, the Plaid Skirt Club must appear. End of chapter. Chapter 2041, a performance across time. Do you think Yumi will come today? One of the girls asked suddenly. Since the founding of the Plaid Skirt Club, Zhang Yumi had occupied the center position in every performance, the coveted center spot reserved for the troupe's star. That had continued until 2 years ago when she departed Lingao for Guangzhou and Lin Ailey inherited her place. She's been off stage for 2 years. Why would she? The time away doesn't matter, but Yumi's a senior official now. Would she really dance with us? Why not? She was already an elder before, wasn't she? That was different. Back then she was an idle elder without portfolio. Her status was high, but few people recognized her. Now she's a senior cadre in Guangzhou, the principal of the cadre training school. Half the naturalized officials here today are probably her students. You're right. Dancing in front of her own students in a skirt like this. The speaker glanced down. The performance costumes could barely be called skirts. They didn't even reach the knee. Though all of them had received modern-style education from childhood, and most were orphans unburdened by parental strictures, the relatively conservative social atmosphere still weighed on them. Even in Lingao, the most progressive city in the realm, naturalized citizens still pointed and whispered behind their backs. No matter how much the elders affirmed them, no matter how many honors they bestowed or how many female elders set examples, the girls still carried an inexplicable sense of shame about their performances. The curtain lifted abruptly. Everyone looked up to see Zhang Yumi herself, radiant in a newly tailored performance costume. Yumi, the girls swarmed around her. You look beautiful. Are you performing with us? But we haven't rehearsed together. We've danced Journey of Love 100 times. We don't need rehearsal. After 2 years apart, Zhang Yumi's mindset had evolved considerably. She'd had no intention of performing originally. This appearance was half at the behest of the Plaid Skirt Club's elder sponsors, half at the suggestion of several municipal government elders who believed she should lend her prestige to the campaign for cultural reform. How has everyone been? Zhang Yumi asked with a smile. 2 years of experience had sharpened her social polish. Good, everyone's been good. Lin Ali had always been the troop's deputy, only ascending to center after Zhang Yumi left. Now she clutched Zhang Yumi's hand tightly, unwilling to release it. "We've been hoping you'd come back." "Coming back permanently is impossible," Zhang Yumi laughed. "But a guest appearance, no problem." "With you as center, we all feel more confident," another girl said. "Ali's voice is too soft, it doesn't carry the same authority." "Where am I soft? Where?" Lin Ali pretended indignation. "So you're saying my dancing is stiff then?" Zhang Yumi joined the teasing. The girl's face flushed. "No, no, not at all. Your dancing is beautiful." The stage crew called from beyond the curtain. "Countdown 3 minutes, prepare to go on." Outside, dusk was falling, the sky deepening to twilight blue. Cloud shadows drifted overhead. Against the gathering darkness, the great world's hall blazed with light, a beacon of brilliance. Beyond the security cordon, the crowd, having stood hungry all day, remained electric with excitement, debating the banquet scene inside. Vendors threaded through the throng, hawking snacks and thirst-quenching fruit. Suddenly, the stage lights flared to life on the platform built atop the great world's steps. Shadowy figures moved behind the glare. Everyone had heard that this wedding would feature an Australian performing troupe, or as some claimed, not a theatrical troupe at all, but the Council of Elders Song and Dance Company. Supposedly, it was utterly licentious and morally corrupting. Young women displaying bare legs and arms, swaying hips and bottoms in ways that drove hot-blooded young men to distraction. The troupe was said to perform so rarely, reserved almost exclusively for elder audiences, that only a privileged few naturalized citizens had ever witnessed it. The idlers traded gossip continuously, and their listeners ached with curiosity, all desperate to witness this rarest of Australian spectacles. Now, as the stage lights blazed, the crowd instantly surged forward. Fortunately, preparations had been thorough. The National Army had established a security cordon reinforced with special barriers designed to withstand the press of bodies. 5 metallic chimes rang through the speakers. Journey of Love commenced. With the opening notes, the stage lights flared to full brilliance, illuminating the dancers in dazzling radiance. Their performance costumes were blue, woven from genuine silk interlaced with silver thread. By varying the ratios of silk to silver, different lustrous shades emerged. To enhance the shimmering effect, fragments of crystal glass served as decorative accents. What appeared a simple costume was in truth extraordinarily labor-intensive and material costly. Because silver oxidized readily, losing its luster, such a garment could endure only a handful of performances before requiring replacement, a stunning extravagance. But its effect under the spotlights was without precedent. The shimmering costumes sparkled beneath the glare, captivating even the loafers who had come specifically to ogle white legs. With the opening beat, Zhang Yumi, who had been facing away from the audience, spun gracefully, blew an adorable kiss to the crowd, and swayed her hips as she glided from the back row to center stage. The plaza erupted. The crowd surged like a tidal wave, bodies undulating and crashing against the security cordon in an explosion of shouts and exclamations. The cries came not only from natives witnessing such a performance for the first time, but also from many naturalized citizens, because they recognized the radiant figure commanding center stage, singing and dancing in a miniskirt, as none other than the municipal government secretary-general and principal of the cadre training school, Zhang Yumi herself, a high-ranking female elder performing on stage. The news rippled through the venue like wildfire, inside and out. The crowd roared. Spectators outside pressed forward desperately. Even the dignified guests within the hall forgot propriety, swarming out to witness this unprecedented marvel at the closest possible distance. The dancers' skirts swayed in unison with the beat, swishing first one direction, then the other. The rhythmically synchronized choreography entranced countless onlookers, drawing wave after wave of exclamations. Such perfect unison, like a single person. Look at the elder lady's legs, an official's daughter playing courtesan, truly unprecedented. Those legs, so long and straight, You've got drool on your chest. Stop pretending to be proper, you're pushing just as hard. The crowd's roar nearly drowned out the music from the speakers. The National Army was forced to draw bayonets to prevent the audience from breaching the cordon. Reserve forces began dispersing people at the rear to prevent further pressure. Liu Xiang observed the spectacle before him with measured contemplation. The shock of cultural forms transcending time was unprecedented, but whether this shock would be accepted by people of this era remained unknown. He recalled reading about the Moscow Bolshoi Ballet's tour of Chinese communes in the 1950s, which had been dismissed as naked women dancing. Such a waste, Hantang muttered beside him, patting his belly. These speakers, these amplifiers, these costumes. And these girls, why not deploy them for something productive? Liu Xiang nodded. The impact is certainly powerful. The effect, however, remains uncertain. Exactly. Hantang seized the agreement. My Daoist ritual dancing, my Daoking performances, 8 trigram sword, Tai Kai, any of them would harmonize better with the social environment than this. Yet this bunch still manages to commandeer so many resources. He'd long coveted the speakers, mixing equipment and amplifiers, having to plead each time he borrowed them. The Plaid Skirt Club, by contrast, could requisition them with a simple request. Moreover, Qiu had perpetual grievances with the club, denouncing it as decadent culture, a stance that had created considerable friction with the club's powerful backers. Liu Xiang chuckled when he heard this. You're still fixated on that. Self-funding for religious organizations is national policy. The Plaid Skirt Club self-funds as well. How many resources can they truly consume? Besides, the Council of Elders doesn't consider these decadent songs particularly problematic. I know the truth. You simply can't stand it. Right? I can't stand this nonsense. Good Chinese people engaging in such frivolity. Ah, that's where you're mistaken. Liu Xiang felt it necessary to offer Daoist Qiu a gentle correction. Why do you think we risked our lives crossing to this timeline? For our ideals. Precisely. Those grand visions, stars and seas, communism, imperialism. Let's set those aside, they're too lofty. Many elders simply want a human zoo or to become governor of Tahiti. Those Plaid Skirt Club fellows just want to experience being idle managers. If they wish to indulge behind closed doors, no one's stopping them. The problem is that indulging requires resources. What benefit does it provide our cause? Liu Xiang smiled wryly. That kind of talk isn't conducive to unity. Chief Wen said it well. Don't constantly try to control heaven, earth, and reproductive organs, attempting to micromanage everything. Look, these few elders running their idle group consume modest resources. They're harmless to man and beast, saving everyone considerable aggravation. Otherwise, if they were all like certain individuals in the Council of Elders, wouldn't that create more headaches? Now Hantang understood. These seemingly casual words carried substantial weight. Old Liu, you're right. I'll turn a blind eye and let them proceed. Once he thought it through, Hantang became magnanimous. Besides, little Zhang enjoys this as well, might as well let her be happy. End of chapter. Chapter 2042, the DuSong debate. Master Song, what's the matter? Du Yibin noticed Song Yingsheng standing with eyes tightly shut, the very picture of see no evil, and couldn't suppress an inward smile. A man of Song's convictions naturally couldn't tolerate witnessing white legs. Moreover, dancing had been intimately connected with sexuality since ancient times. Song Yingsheng shook his head. Though he opened his eyes, he directed his gaze deep into the hall's interior, studiously avoiding the stage. Though he had been following Du Yibin for over half a year, witnessing countless innovations and novel ideas, and though Australian women's revealing attire no longer shocked him, seeing Zhang Yunmi take the stage to dance exceeded the boundaries of his comprehension. He understood that Australian elders occupied the highest social echelon, their status far more complex than the Ming's imperial clan. Given Zhang Yunmi's position, in the Ming Dynasty she would rank comparable to a princess royal, perhaps higher, since Ming princesses could neither hold office nor wield power. For such a noble and powerful young woman to casually don what he considered practically half-naked clothing and dance on stage, with expressions and movements more seductive than any woman he had ever witnessed. In Song Yingsheng's mind, the Plaid Skirt Club corresponded to the Ming's Music Bureau, its performers equivalent to courtesan musicians. For a female elder to mingle with a troupe of courtesan musicians was nothing short of self-debasement. Yet the Australians seemed utterly accustomed to it, thinking nothing of such behavior, truly licentious to an unprecedented degree. Since his capture, Song Yingsheng's impression of the Australians had never been unfavorable, yet he could never reconcile himself to the Australians' frivolity regarding gender relations and dress. Today's dance performance only reinforced this assessment. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Shameless. He'd intended to remain silent, but his inner tumult made restraint impossible. Du Yibin found the old scholar's conservative attitudes most exasperating. He responded, "Master Song, this is our women's performing troupe and arts organization, not the Ming's Music Bureau, nor are these courtesan musicians. They are the Council of Elders Cultural Workers, all legitimate naturalized citizens. Elder Zhang was once this troupe's star performer. Her appearance at this collective wedding is a blessing from the Council of Elders to the Newlyweds, demonstrating that we are of one heart and body with the masses, treating all as equals, never displaying arrogance based on status. This dance is certainly different from Ming musical performances. Though it may appear somewhat shocking to common people, it embodies the thriving, vigorous spirit under the Council of Elders' governance." Song Yingsheng thought sourly. If wearing less demonstrates spirit, wouldn't dancing naked demonstrate even greater spirit? He said slowly, "Chief Du, I've been treated with such courtesy these past months that this student is embarrassed to receive it. I have some heartfelt words as well." Du Yibin's spirits lifted. There's an opening. The Council of Elders now pushes northward. Its ambitions require no elaboration. Now that the Council's forces are formidable, heroes and talented individuals throughout the realm will surely flock to join. But this tendency towards seductive appearance and licentiousness must not be allowed to proliferate. Not only does it sap martial vigor, it also earns the contempt of worthy men throughout the realm. Having spoken, Song Yingsheng's face flushed slightly. He felt he was abandoning pure loyalty, yet he couldn't restrain himself from speaking his mind. Du Yibin prepared to respond but was interrupted. "Chief Du, you needn't explain. This student understands. The Council of Elders intends to transform customs. Therefore they don't hesitate to have female elders, despite their exalted status, lower themselves to employ song and dance as instruments, appearing publicly to promote this trend. This is the most inferior strategy." As he spoke, Song Yingsheng's agitation mounted. Since ancient times, licentiousness and depravity have been the greatest corrupters of hearts. Elders occupy the nation's highest positions, serving as models for the people. One cannot take pride in this, much less lead by example. Not only is it disgraceful, but it corrupts the pure hearts of the common folk. Hearing him still entangled in this matter, Du Yibin felt his patience fraying. But then he reconsidered. Though these words might displease the Council of Elders, they constituted remonstrance, entirely from a perspective of considering the Council's interests. This represented the most significant shift thus far. He collected his thoughts and spoke mildly. "Master Song, I fully understand your good intentions. Since our arrival in Lingao, those who condemn the Council of Elders as licentious, shameless, and depraved are as numerous as carp in a river. No, you needn't explain. By Ming customs, such accusations aren't unfounded. But surely you know that today's newlyweds were all former prostitutes of the lowest class." Song Yingsheng nodded silently. "When the Guangzhou municipal government regulated the vice trade, I cannot recall precisely how many prostitutes were registered, but the total approached 3,000. In a city of merely 500,000 souls like Guangzhou, 3,000 courtesans operated openly. The women plying their trade on tanka boats along the river numbered beyond counting. What does that reveal about the Ming's moral atmosphere? Would you characterize that as observing proper conduct? Song Yingsheng startled. Guangzhou occupies southern barbarian territory with foreign merchants converging from across the seas. Very well, let's discuss the capital instead. Du Yibin's tone sharpened. The northern and southern capitals beneath the emperor's very throne supposedly exemplify virtuous governance. Yet Ming scholars themselves declare, in Yanjing, prostitutes outnumber respectable families. To say nothing of the male brothels, inverting the natural order of yin and yang for officials and gentry's pleasure. What of that? At this, Song Yingsheng's face registered embarrassment. Regarding social atmosphere, he had never visited Lingao and couldn't judge, but it was undeniable that Australian-ruled Guangzhou's social climate was vastly superior to either capital. If someone possesses a natural inclination toward men and prefers them to women, that's one matter. But in these male brothels, both purchaser and purchased are men alike. The sellers do so from necessity, but the buyers, they seek only gratification of desires. How does that compare to women dancing here? Song Yingsheng considered that consorting with courtesans was a private affair, at most a dozen men gathering to drink and carouse. Even if someone proved especially dissolute, creating scandals, it still wasn't conducted before the general public. Being conducted publicly is indeed somewhat unseemly. Song Yingsheng recognized the futility of debating moral philosophy. His opponent grasped Ming officials and gentry's moral standards thoroughly. Further defense would only invite rebuke. He had no desire to pursue this thread further. He'd long understood. There were many matters Elder Du couldn't persuade him of, just as he couldn't persuade Elder Du. Moreover, he had begun to perceive the Australians' approach to imperial statecraft. Further discourse would serve no purpose. Ignoring the cheers rising in waves outside and the thunderous music, he asked quietly, "So the elders crossed the ocean not merely to contest the Central Plains, but also to transform the established customs of a millennium?" "Ha ha, excellently stated," Du Yibin nodded. "Precisely so." "Then, wouldn't that constitute overturning the natural order?" Song Yingsheng's voice carried a tremor of apprehension. "Overturning the natural order, something like that." Du Yibin observed the performance unfolding outside. Zhang Yunmi had changed into a different costume, her hairstyle subtly altered, face glistening with perspiration beneath the lights, makeup somewhat smudged. Yet her eyes sparkled with electric intensity, every smile charged with vitality, rendering the audience intoxicated with admiration, cheering in rhythm. Even he, transplanted from the old timeline, found himself deeply captivated. If we cannot fundamentally transform this world, lacking both boldness and ideals, we were doing perfectly well in Australia. Why venture here? Du Yibin said. Actually, I just want to prevent extinct animals from perishing due to human causes, though of course, that requires a great nation to accomplish. These established customs were instituted by sages and have endured a millennium. How can they be altered so casually? Song Yingsheng was shaken by this young man's audacity. "Master Song, I'm no classical scholar and don't comprehend the various philosophical schools. The sage's teachings naturally possess merit, but can the sage's words resolve China's current crisis?" Du Yibin's tone grew serious. In the Ming court and countryside, from the emperor down to unenlightened Juran and Ziyukai, who hasn't studied extensively and spoken on behalf of the sages? Yet observe the Ming's present condition. Moreover, since the Han Dynasty established Confucianism's supremacy, nearly 2 millennia have elapsed. Dynasties rise and fall, chaos and order alternate. Has there been the slightest fundamental change? Our Council of Elders seeks not merely to conquer the realm but to shatter this cycle of rise and fall, allowing millions of common people to live as humans should. Dynastic rise and fall reflects heaven's mandate, not the sage's failure. Song Yingsheng felt, there's no explaining this to you. In his estimation, current moral decline stemmed precisely from court and countryside, failing to follow the sage's teachings, and lacking proper education. He paused briefly, Chief Du, you once declared the Council of Elders is determined to prevent the realms impoverished from serving as two-legged sheep generation after generation, to break the unchanging pattern of a millennium, to terminate this cycle of rise and fall. This student is elderly and may not witness it, but elders also possess finite lifespans. Even if you sustain it while living, what transpires after you're gone? Since antiquity, conquering an empire has proven easier than preserving it. Teizu was once meticulous in suppressing powerful families' land annexation and severely punishing official corruption. His efforts were not lacking, and the atmosphere was renewed temporarily. What of the present? That's precisely why we must proceed differently, Du Yibin smiled. The old methods no longer suffice. If we followed the traditional path, we could seize the throne within 3 to 5 years. But as the saying goes, his rise was sudden, his fall will be equally sudden. Unthinkable. Song Yingsheng's mind reeled. How can governing a nation operate through trial and error? How can we distinguish right from wrong without experimentation? Du Yibin sighed. Taking a mistaken path doesn't matter, provided we acknowledge errors and can rectify them. What's truly perilous is recognizing you're on the wrong path yet insisting on traversing it to the bitter end. Then sooner or later you'll plummet to destruction. As for our enterprise, successors will naturally inherit our legacy and continue it. Perhaps one day they too will stray, will stumble, but by then I believe the people won't accept reverting to their status as two-legged sheep. They'll understand how to forge their own path. End of chapter. Chapter 2043, 3 Rules of Agreement. So, Song Yingsheng has agreed to surrender. When Daisy asked with mild surprise regarding Du Yibin, who had entered beaming to discuss the Song Yingsheng matter. In a manner of speaking, though not entirely, Du Yibin, who had come specifically to report, replied. He says he's willing to serve me personally, but he has 3 conditions. Let's hear them. First, he will accept no title or reward from the Council of Elders. Free labor works for me, agreed. Second, the council may not invoke his name for public appeals. Acceptable. Is he particularly renowned? Somewhat. The 2 songs of Fengsen, Liu Xiang added. Ah, that's of little consequence. His family wields some influence in Jiangxi, Qi Hantang interjected. His great-grandfather served as prime minister. A prominent local lineage then, but still of limited consequence. Third, he will undertake nothing detrimental to the great Ming. When Daisy remained silent, but several other elders looked ready to explode. This was practically a humiliating surrender treaty, Du Yibin hastily added. However, he also stated that provided it benefits the common people and the locality, he will act. When Daisy considered briefly and said, accept his terms. Given these circumstances, he'll be counted as your personal aide. I'll approve this as a special case. Thank you, Chief Wen, but since he's unwilling to formally surrender, we cannot provide him a salary. I'll cover all his expenses myself. Very well, Wen Daisy nodded. Draft an application, secure the regent's signature and file it for the record. Watching Du Yibin's departing figure, Liu Xiang grumbled. Little Du invested more effort in this than when he was courting his girlfriend. Just short of groveling. Come now, don't be so harsh. We're all comrades, Liu Xiang said. Didn't he expend all this energy for the Council of Elders? Precisely. Qi Hantang, sated with food and drink, patted his belly. Song Yingsheng is at least a scientist of our great Han. Superior to those rushing to grovel before foreigners like Newton and Descartes. Since when is Song Yingsheng a scientist? That's his brother. Song Yingxing is at most a popular science writer. What sort of scientist is he? Did he discover any natural laws? Speaking of which, it's genuinely pathetic. 17th century European science already brims with luminaries, while here we treat Song Yingxing and Su Ziyek as treasures. Nonsense. When our great Han dominated East Asia, Europeans were still barbaric fur-clad savages in the forests. That's entirely the Manchus' fault. Observing the elders about to quarrel, when Daisy frowned, Liu Xiang quickly interjected. Let's avoid discussing the other timeline. Mind the optics. Little Du is sincere, but that old fellow Song Yingsheng, he committed suicide for the Ming historically. Du Yibin's efforts better not end with empty-handed water fetching from a bamboo basket. Wang Jun deflected the conversation back on track. When Daisy nodded, 90 miles is only halfway to 100. Little Du wants to use this wedding to secure Song Yingsheng's complete surrender. These celebrity chasers have it tough. He stretched, and his living secretary promptly served him black tea. Wang Jun said, "The celebrities Du Yibin targets are at least technical specialists. Song Yingxing, Wu Yuing, Fu Qingshu, Bai Maokeng. Such technical figures can leverage their expertise under the Council of Elders' governance, perhaps even unleashing potential the Ming era couldn't accommodate. But some celebrities the Council delights in recruiting. I consider them all reactionaries." This remark practically named Qi Hantang directly. When Daisy smiled faintly, such debates were hackneyed within the Council of Elders, dating back to the Molik Xuan work days. Can't say that entirely. These celebrities of the old era possess influence. If we can win them to our cause, it benefits our rule, Liu Xiang said. We could establish a united front department. No, the council lacks sufficient personnel for full-time work on this, and most comrades remain deeply wary of united front activities. Can't fault them, too many precedents exist, when Daisy smiled. This work can only proceed semi-officially, not as a specialized agency. I think Daoist Qi and Little Du's approach suffices. Anyway, it's their personal initiative. If circumstances shift later, they can't claim we violated our word. Just then, Zhang Yumi returned from the stage. She had removed her makeup and changed clothes, wiping perspiration with a towel. "You were dazzling on stage just now." Liu Xiang rose to greet her. "No wonder you're the plaid skirt's pillar. Apologies, I haven't danced in ages, a bit rusty." "Not at all, your participation alone is commendable," when Daisy laughed. "Come. Let's toast little Zhang," congratulating her and the Plaid Skirt Club for firing the opening salvo on the Council of Elders' new cultural front. The elders responded enthusiastically. Only Qi Hantang appeared disgruntled, though he raised his glass as well. Gao Ju reflected, "This Australian woman truly possesses no shame, not only shameless but drinking openly with everyone." Even the most uninhibited celebrated courtesans he'd encountered hadn't behaved thus. If the Australians don't hasten to conquer the realm, merely engaging in such activities daily. Gao Ju suddenly felt profound concern for the Council of Elders' future. Young Master Zhang, regarding this Australian song and dance, this old brother truly cannot comprehend it, Gao Ju whispered to Zhang Yu. "You're young and intimate with the elders. Do you perceive the deeper meaning?" Zhang Yu didn't understand either, but he read numerous Australian periodicals and grasped the term new culture somewhat. In his dealings with elders, he'd overheard casual conversation and vaguely understood the Australians' intentions. However, he dared not openly articulate his thoughts. Presumptuously divining heaven's will constituted a grave offense. He considered briefly and said, "Master Gao, in my humble assessment, the Council of Elders' governance has always been commanding and far-sighted, vastly surpassing our comprehension. Matters that appear strange or even absurd to us, we only realize afterwards how correct their decisions were. If we cannot fathom the reasoning, we should simply follow their lead." Gao Ju was struck by this insight. "Why should I scrutinize the Australians' every word and action? Just follow and support. After all, since the Australians established themselves in his territory, provided he acted according to their requirements, everything proceeded smoothly, he never suffered losses." "Young brother speaks wisely." Gao Ju raised his glass to Zhang Yu. The two drank together. Yet Gao Ju calculated internally, does my household possess a suitable daughter? While the collective wedding was celebrated with jubilation at the Great World, and Wang Qi remained awake late into the night anxiously reconciling Tianrui Garden's account books, whispers emanated from the side chamber of an ordinary modest courtyard near Guangzhou's South City Gate. Upon closer inspection, one would discover the windows had been meticulously sealed with cloth, evidently to prevent light from escaping. "Second brother, this debacle resulted from my negligence, trusting that hair thief. What according to law, it's all deception. Oh, then explain how this hair thief deceives people. The middle-aged man addressed as second brother lightly waved a folding fan, stroking his beard while regarding the person across the table with a faint smile. Seated opposite was none other than advisor Liao from the Luo family's Guyern residence. The so-called, according to law, the hair thieves proclaim it loudly, but in my assessment, it merely means the necessary tribute wasn't delivered. The Luo family must have offended that running dog Zhang somewhere and became his target. If that were truly the case, could a fine of merely over 100 taels of silver resolve it so easily? Second brother, the hair thieves haven't yet established firm footing in Guangzhou. You know, the wealthy families in this city often maintain cross-shareholdings and are deeply interconnected. Though the Luo family isn't large, disturbing one hair moves the entire body. The hair thieves naturally must weigh their options. Over 100 taels isn't substantial. It appears the hair thief officials still wish to preserve some leeway for future interaction. I understand to be more flexible going forward. Foolish. The middle-aged man called second brother snapped his fan shut and pointed it at advisor Liao's nose. The hair thieves' laws are all published in newspapers and posted outside the government office and salt tax bureau. You didn't even examine them, yet you still prattle about tribute here. Advisor Liao appeared shocked. His sworn brother had always treated him with consideration, rarely losing his temper over the past decade. Today he was complaining about the universally detested hair thieves, yet his sworn brother not only scolded him as foolish but defended the hair thieves. Second brother's rebuke is justified. Though unconvinced, advisor Liao could only acquiesce. Without his sworn brother's patronage, he would likely still be a lowly, unranked accountant in the Liang mansion. Tomorrow I'll dispatch someone to copy a set for careful study. No need. The middle-aged man extracted a booklet from his sleeve and handed it to advisor Liao. Take this and read it. Advisor Liao accepted the booklet with both hands. It bore simplified characters. 1636 Australian Song Tax Policy Compilation. Opening it beneath the Australian candle's glow on the table, he saw tax regulations followed by explanations, listed item by item, clear and straightforward. Aside from the hair thieves' left-to-right horizontal text proving difficult to read, it was genuinely excellent. Recalling the clerk's secretive attitudes toward fish scale ledgers in the past, the Liang family must have expended considerable effort obtaining this booklet. Presenting it to him now clearly indicated he was being entrusted with weighty responsibility. This realization made advisor Liao beam with delight. Many thanks, second brother. I shall study this precious tome thoroughly and execute the assignment. Precious tome. The middle-aged man observed advisor Liao's expression and recognized he was overthinking, laughing despite himself. Third brother, you're literate. I won't deceive you. This booklet costs merely 1 mace of silver at the street book market. Seeing advisor Liao's eyelids droop, the middle-aged man swiftly returned to the primary topic. Third brother, are you aware of the Lin family's matter? End of chapter. Chapter 2044, Talent Shi Masai Smith. I heard street rumors claiming the house is to be confiscated. As you instructed, I didn't investigate. Correct. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. These hair thieves appear crude, but they're actually deep thinkers with comprehensive plans, everything interlocked. You must have realized what they intend for the city's gentry. Remember, particularly at this juncture, you and I must remain composed and act with extreme caution. One misstep means eternal ruin. I understand, but the Lin family. Don't fret excessively. Young Master Liang has his own arrangements. But young Master Lin contributed substantial funds and effort. Proceeding thus might dispirit our allies. You think the hair thieves are easily managed. Days ago, genuine hair thieves led a team to the Liang mansion. Making such a spectacle, would they depart without extracting their pound of flesh? Achieving great enterprises requires disregarding trifles. Besides, young Master Lin was oblivious anyway. The hair thieves are ruthless but don't aim to destroy morale. The Lin family offended the new dynasty, spending silver to avert disaster won't impede the greater plan. Seeing Advisor Liao about to speak again, the middle-aged man waved dismissively. The account clearing early this year was executed admirably. That false hair thief petty officer at the Liang mansion discovered nothing these past days. Tomorrow I'll expose a few minor discrepancies to let him complete his task and depart. But on your end, are the account books documenting the monetary transactions for that matter still retained? As second brother commanded, all burned. Truly, speaking privately as brothers, if you haven't burned them, hurry and transcribe a set while memory serves. The middle-aged man's voice dropped meaningfully. One cannot depend entirely upon others. Beware of being discarded after serving your purpose. These private accounts constitute your ultimate life-preserving talisman. Understood, understood. Advisor Liao nodded while glancing sidelong at the middle-aged man. Is second brother returning tonight? At this hour, the streets swarm with police and foreigners. Are you attempting to implicate me? Ha ha, then lodge at my residence, second brother. Advisor Liao removed the cloth from the window, stepped out, and clapped twice. Manager Zhou, summon those two girls to help Master Mai relax. There's nothing worse than dreaming about a man except remembering it upon waking. Wang Qi reflected with irritation. Yesterday his wife had finally reached Guangzhou, and after several joyful rounds of intimate exchange through the night, he should have slept contentedly. Instead, he dreamed of Misi. Curse it all. The more Wang Qi pondered, the more awkward he felt, regretting his insistence on summoning this talent to the office yesterday for a tax enterprise consultation. The man's appearance was genuinely unfortunate, corpulent, and apparently somewhat lame. Initially, Wang Qi worried he would feign ignorance, so he deliberately attempted to entrap him verbally. But he soon discovered his concerns unnecessary. This second master she didn't shy from demonstrating his comprehension of the Council of Elders' various policies and technologies. He even grasped the newspaper's significance, discerning the meaning embedded within articles. This revelation impressed Wang Qi. Clever natives existed previously, but conversations with them proved tedious. Either chief speaks reasonably, or I hadn't considered thoroughly, mere teaching fish to swim. Unlike this Misi, who possessed genuine confidence and articulated logically why his business operated as it did, without that servile demeanor of natives who kowtow and confess guilt, the instant an elder poses a question. Near the conversation's conclusion, Wang Qi mentioned the Lin family. Misi candidly stated the Lin family still conducted affairs according to tradition. He had counseled Lin Zongxiu, but not being household head, his words carried no weight. His own family had terminated monetary dealings with the Lin family after remitting taxes in the first quarter and was currently reconciling accounts. A shrewd individual, but he sold out his associates remarkably swiftly. Weren't they all members of that Yuyuan society? Truly disloyal. While admiring his acumen, Wang Qi profoundly despised these gentry scions internally. But ultimately, family interest always reigned supreme, let alone such allies. Second Master Shi's expression of forthright candor made Wang Qi profoundly uncomfortable. After all, he was merely exploiting legal loopholes, not violating law. This person is genuinely talented, but employing him likely won't prove as reassuring as other native collaborators. Native collaborators like Gao Ju and Zhang Yu, though harboring their own calculations, actually depended on certain personal relationships with the Council of Elders. They valued their personal connection with their contact elder highly, employing every method to maintain this bond. Though they studied the Council of Elders' laws and policies, they didn't comprehend them thoroughly, relying more heavily on the elders' private interpretation. They might question regulations but executed them vigorously. In essence, their relationship rested on trust blending profit, personal affection, and long-term partnership. Second Master Shi's approach differed completely. They understood they couldn't attach themselves to the Council of Elders swiftly, much less gain trust. But they grasped the secrets of the Council of Elders' governance faster than other traditional merchants, fully exploiting the Council of Elders' rule of law to profit themselves. Such individuals, compared to merchants supported by the Council of Elders, though suspected of savage growth, were undeniably the most vigorous and thoughtful cohort. If such people could be controlled, they would benefit the Council of Elders' great enterprise. But should they stumble, they would become oversized ticking bombs, causing tremendous trouble. Wang Qi had witnessed numerous such cases in the old timeline. Truly a dilemma. Wang Qi examined Misi's dossier on the table, worrying secretly. That wasn't the sole vexation. At breakfast, Wang Qi received confirmation from AI Jixin that the application for Selena to transfer to the Economic Crimes Investigation Division had been rejected. Since obtaining preliminary approval from Cheng Dong over 2 weeks prior, AI Jixin and he had been preparing systems, personnel, positions, and office space, hoping to make Selena feel valued so she could work steadily in her new post. After all, in this political monstrosity that was the Council of Elders, having one additional elder in the department meant more than merely another worker. It also signified subtly strengthening the department's voice within the council. Now this vacillation gave both of them profound frustration. Even stranger was the Administration Council's rationale for rejection. Selena's current post was critical and unsuitable for transfer or concurrent appointment. If Wang Qi hadn't learned from his wife's letter what had actually transpired within the council, he would have suspected the Administration Council leadership was too indifferent to fabricate a proper excuse. This transfer, which appeared eminently appropriate to the Administration Council leadership, inevitably triggered factional disputes during implementation. Their application encountered resistance from the outset. First, the Han supremacists questioned whether the Zhu Ziliang and Selena pair, both ABCs and new immigrants, occupied excessively important positions. The Special Reconnaissance Team and Elder Security Bureau, commonly termed Secret Service, were conspicuous enough. Now they desired more. Many others perceived Selena must belong to the North American Gang, or Otaku Party. And since the Otaku Party already had Cayenne Shuiding at the center, Zhu Ziliang and Cayenne Shuixi in the military, Panpen in propaganda, and Zhang Shangji in commerce, Selena assuming control of the Economic Crimes Investigation Division would mean occupying a core position in finance as well. If the Otaku Party successfully extended their influence this time, they would lack nothing in power, silver, firearms, and public voice. Their ascendancy to dominance would be predetermined. This prospect displeased many. Such clamor didn't initially affect the Administration Council's judgment. The transfer application passed preliminary review. But an unexpected incident later sparked a tempest within the council, directly demolishing the finance department's calculations. At the Council of Elders Navy's inception, the naval faction aspired to construct an imperial navy vastly surpassing the old timeline's British Empire, sailing the 7 seas. Naturally, as a target to emulate and transcend, the British Navy's engage the enemy upon sight regulation was enshrined as sacred doctrine. The principle of engaging enemies upon sight witnessed and guided the British Empire Navy from weakness to strength, from the North Atlantic to dominating the 7 seas. Now, we must engrave it into our own Imperial Navy's essence. Let our warriors charge forward courageously. The crown of maritime hegemony can only be forged by naval guns, so proclaimed Elder Wang, then a staff officer in Navy Command, when expounding this operational principle at the Elder Assembly. At that time, the Council Navy had just eliminated Zhang Zhilong with overwhelming force, and Liu Xiang had surrendered with his entire organization. Everyone felt like monarchs sweeping the world. Hearing Staff Officer Wang's impassioned exposition, some emotional elders even leaped onto their seats, pumping fists and chanting slogans supporting the Navy. The naval matter passed easily without objection, except for the somewhat darkened countenances of young officers' club members like Wei Awen and Zhang Bailin. However, impassioned emotions cannot provide sustenance, nor resolve practical problems. Just over a month ago, a certain peripheral elder, while returning to Hainan from official duties with Eunuch Zhao in Hangzhou, was aboard a Navy warship conducting night navigation when the lookout spotted an unidentified vessel. The duty officer immediately rang the assembly bell per regulations. Unable to visually identify friend or foe, and receiving no response to the initial light signal query, the captain followed the engage upon sight principle and immediately commanded the ship to assume attack position, preparing to engage. At this juncture, the awakened passenger elder approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning the warship he occupied was about to enter combat, and particularly hearing the opposing ship probably wasn't as swift, he immediately refused, demanding the captain prioritize his safety, abandon combat, and turn away immediately, threatening to relieve the captain of command. During the altercation, the opposing vessel entered range. The naturalized captain disregarded the elder's threat and ordered fire. After a broadside salvo, the opponent halted immediately. Naval inspection revealed it was a smuggler ship that hadn't purchased a sailing flag. End of chapter. Chapter 2045, making a fuss about a minor issue ordinarily. The incident should have passed unremarked. Neither was the peripheral elder's personal safety genuinely threatened, nor was his itinerary delayed. But upon returning to Lingao, he refused to let it rest. And after hearing his embellished account, the other peripheral elders likewise refused to let it rest. They demanded the Administration Council Standing Committee convene an expanded meeting to thoroughly interrogate the Navy. Is this Navy the Council of Elders' military force or certain individuals' private army? How dare they elevate regulations above an elder's safety? A battle clearly avoidable, yet they insisted on dragging an uninvolved non-military elder into peril merely to satisfy their belligerence. Where had the principle of elder supremacy vanished? As the matter fermented, increasing numbers of non-peripheral elders joined the chorus. After all, given the Council of Elders' current configuration, long-distance travel inevitably involved maritime transport, and Navy vessels, being armed with superior personnel, had always constituted the preferred choice for elder travel. But if engage upon sight was genuine policy, wouldn't they become sacrificial lambs aboard ship, their lives entirely at a naturalized captain's discretion? The Navy argued vehemently that naval warfare differed fundamentally from land combat. In maritime encounters, attacking proved superior to fleeing. This drew mockery from Army elders, particularly the young officers. They noted that with the Council of Elders' technological superiority, medium and large vessels could ensure detecting enemies first, and ship speeds exceeded native craft. This differed fundamentally from the circumstances the British Navy confronted in the old timeline. The Navy's mechanical imitation served merely to establish pretensions, making them appear superior to the Army, like wearing white gloves, driven by impure motives. The Navy then declared that an elder aboard ship represented the Council of Elders, displaying cowardice upon encountering enemies and fleeing at the mere sight of danger, amounted to disregarding both the Council's and the Elders' own dignity, rendering naturalized citizens' trust impossible to sustain. But this infuriated many elders further. What did we cross timelines to endure suffering for? If we perish, we lose everything. What the hell does dignity matter? If you desire glory, fight yourselves, Navy. What manner of heroes are you, dragging us along, using non-military elders' blood to dye your Navy cap buttons crimson? The Navy's advisor, pillar, and patron, when Daoist was distant in Liangguang. Lacking robust upper echelon support, the Navy found the situation increasingly untenable, losing ground in this grand debate. Naturally, this also resulted from accumulated resentment various factions harbored toward the Navy over years. The Navy, this gold-devouring beast, consumed innumerable resources. Various departments inevitably nursed grievances, now presented the perfect opportunity to seize upon and magnify them. During the recent Shandong inspection, critical documents were damaged due to combat while being transported to Lingao. You understand, current ledgers are ruined if they get wet and aren't cleaned immediately. Cheka's Yifan raised his hand at some juncture. Evidently, the Wujiaku cohort stood in solidarity. His tone remained mild, not accusing the Navy like previous speakers, but anyone perceptive could discern his words expanded the accountability the Navy must shoulder. Several batches of parts transported to the Hangzhou filature were also lost en route due to combat. This contribution came from Han supremacists in the industrial sector, adding fuel to the conflagration. Honestly, these losses were negligible, merely making mountains from molehills. They'd always advocated for the army to campaign north against the Manchus rather than the Navy venturing south to fight monkeys, so they naturally wouldn't forego this opportunity to create difficulties for the Navy. Observing the Navy about to be overwhelmed by the crowd, Zaya Ozishan, who had been restraining himself with concentrated focus, suddenly spoke. "Everyone, please quiet for a moment. Can you hear me out? I've been listening to all opinions and they're all valid. These are indeed urgent problems requiring resolution. Why do I wish to speak? Because the core issue concerns everyone's personal safety, which is a problem our general office must address. We cannot have everyone conducting arduous business trips while fearing for their lives. I believe we can resolve this from two perspectives. Can you listen and evaluate whether this works?" Seeing Zaya Ozishan confidently and deliberately extending two plump fingers, the hall's clamor immediately dropped by dozens of decibels. Is Director Zio going to smooth things over again? SHH. Hear him out before criticizing. First, we must affirm the Navy's operational principles. An army sufficiently brave and daring to fight constitutes a good army. Before his voice faded, a wave of boo swept the venue, and the sparse applause from a few Navy personnel seemed profoundly awkward. However, Zaya Ozishan remained unperturbed, sipped tea, expelled a tea leaf with a soft FFT, then slowly continued. But, we must recognize the principal contradiction. It's neither the Navy's fault nor yours, but that when the Navy engages in combat, they bring you along, correct? Here, as General Office Head, I must first apologize to everyone. We didn't consider elders' travel and official trips thoroughly. In the past, we possessed limited resources and heavy burdens, with expansion as our primary objective. Many matters were handled expediently. Who among you seated here doesn't perform multiple roles? Many facilities and equipment, including Navy ships, are identical. They must fight, patrol, and transport. This was genuinely unavoidable, and I request everyone's understanding. Director Zio, don't shoulder all responsibility. We all comprehend what conditions were previously. Complaints over the years amounted at most to grumbling among brothers privately. Precisely. Director Zio, continue. Observing his delaying tactics succeed, Zio Zishan suppressed his emotions and assumed a heartbroken expression, but someone below began creating disturbance. Today's matter differs. In the future, not merely business trips, perhaps I'll desire to take wives and children to Nha Trang or the Maldives for vacation. Good heavens, if you Navy insist on dragging an entire family of elderly and young into life-and-death combat regardless, how can that function? I don't care about other matters. The Navy vessel carrying me must heed my commands. Safety first. Who is that, playing the supporting role so adeptly? Zio Zishan rapidly surveyed the room. It was actually him. This constitutes the second aspect I intended to mention. Director Zio beamed radiantly. We need to strengthen the Elder Security Bureau. Every elder is supremely precious. Nothing surpasses elder safety in importance. We cannot afford to lose a single individual seated here. I propose we select one or several suitable warships from the Navy as elder-exclusive vessels responsible for everyone's maritime travel. He glanced at Wei Awen, who was preparing to stand and speak, and hastily added, "Naturally, these ships will no longer belong to the Navy but be exclusively deployed by the General Office. Thus, there are dedicated vessels at sea and dedicated carriages on land. Regarding sailors and soldiers aboard, they'll be selected from the Navy according to General Bodyguard Bureau standards. Following selection, their establishment will transfer to the General Bodyguard Bureau and no longer belong to the Navy. This arrangement guarantees the Navy's engage upon sight, while vastly improving everyone's travel safety and comfort. Changing to different Navy ships each trip, even occupying the captain's cabin, cannot compare to an elder-exclusive vessel with dedicated service personnel. Henceforth, whether on land or sea, whether for official or private purposes, elder travel will be uniformly scheduled and managed by Elder Selena of the Security Bureau. What does everyone think?" Xiao Zishan's proposal received his anticipated response. Just as accolades of Director Xiao is truly our intimate confidant, circulated, Cheng Dong, predictably, spoke after conferring with Wu De briefly, very perceptively. "I've taken Navy warships several times. Honestly, they are warships ultimately uncomfortable, transport ships, excessively slow." Cheng Dong scanned his surroundings, observing Elder's revealing expressions of "I feel precisely the same," and continued, "I suggest constructing 1 or 2 Elder-exclusive ships with appropriate armament, superior speed, and elevated comfort standards, rather than directly receiving and modifying obsolete Navy vessels." He deliberately emphasized obsolete. "Regarding funding, I've communicated with Wu De. We can list it as extra budgetary expenditure for this year. Preliminary estimates indicate it won't compromise overall fiscal security. Besides, everyone's safety constitutes genuine security. How long from design to launch for such a vessel? Moreover, the shipyard is already at capacity. Your idea is distant water incapable of quenching present thirst." Someone penetrated Cheng Dong's empty promise instantly. "Why list it in the budget? It's been 7 or 8 years since crossing. Where are my shares and dividends? Except for showing me a slip with numbers semi-annually, what has your finance ministry accomplished with the funds? Everyone's funds are in dedicated accounts. We absolutely won't touch a single cent. Don't you utilize this money when purchasing special supplies?" Under the Transmigrator's special supply policy, various taken-for-granted income schemes formulated at crossing time became the finance ministry's most troublesome burden. Transmigrators' daily expenditure on special goods and services wasn't substantial, so most of their income currently existed as paper assets. To the beleaguered finance personnel, this money accumulating on the ledgers was an enormous monetary explosive. But Cheng Dong dared not articulate this explicitly. Expending a portion to construct ships now was an excellent solution. If you wish to build private vessels, naturally, we possess no authority to prevent anyone from spending their own funds. However, as soon as this was uttered, faces in the industrial sector elongated. Constructing a ship constitutes a lengthy cycle project. Even a modest yacht requires months. Considering elder safety and comfort, this yacht would minimally approach the Haitian-class scout ship level. This would occupy formal slipways and require specialized equipment, particularly steam engines and boilers, which current production capacity couldn't accommodate, let alone dozens of elders building them. Even constructing 1 or 2 proved difficult. But stating no directly would redirect the Navy's fire toward themselves. "I don't care how your finance ministry handles it. Regardless, I've decided to utilize my own funds to construct a private yacht." "Correct, we'll build our own. I desire the same model as the VIII. That's fabricated from fiberglass. We cannot construct it at all. Don't provide us a Xiaoqing class to placate us." "I recall Landu's vessel was excellent." "SHH, that matter should remain confidential." "Confidential my ass, it's been years. Even the Spanish in Manila know about it, yet you're keeping it secret from us." "Director Xiao, don't worry. If required in the future, we can lend our private ships for public use. What do you think?" End of chapter. Chapter 2046. The person eating empty rations observing the situation which had just stabilized, about to dissolve into chaos again. Xiao Zishan rapidly stood. What everyone states makes sense. I didn't consider matters thoroughly previously. Then, how about this? Xiao Zishan composed himself, waited for the surrounding clamor to subside somewhat and continued. First, we still need to construct dedicated official vessels. Second, everyone's private yachts naturally shouldn't be delayed. But regarding the shipyard situation, everyone just heard, it's operating at full capacity. Besides, ships require design, which consumes time. So the expedient solution for now remains utilizing Great Waves ships, which everyone has taken previously. We can reserve a VIP cabin or charter the entire vessel for you. At that time, key positions aboard will be replaced by security bureau personnel. As for hazardous waters, if Great Wave proves inconvenient, you can take Navy non-combat vessels. Xiao Zishan glanced toward the Navy elders, thinking, I've provided you a ladder. If you insist on obstinacy and provoking collective anger, don't blame others. Excluding transport ships, Navy non-combat sequence vessels also include dispatch ships, survey ships, and so forth. Speed is adequate, though the environment is average. If you take them, we will specifically instruct the captain to prioritize elder safety and mission completion as primary objectives, but the accompanying elder must also obey the captain's arrangements. At that time, our Navy will also dispatch combat vessels for escort. If enemies are encountered, your vessel retreats first, letting the warships engage. As for those willing to board warships, they must unconditionally obey the captain and refrain from interfering with combat. The Navy contingent's half-step retreat provoked another buzz, but this time it proved relatively reasonable, so no one rose to challenge them. Why differentiate between reserving a cabin and chartering the ship when taking Great Waves liner? If merely reserving a cabin, what if Great Ming death squads infiltrate aboard? Not all Great Wave crew members have passed the Political Security Bureau's rigorous investigation. Killing someone at sea is considerably easier than on land. Someone redirected to the initial concern. No need to charter a vessel every instance, too wasteful. I likewise believe chartering a ship at every opportunity is excessively wasteful. If transporting cargo and personnel together, acceptable. But to charter an entire vessel for a single elder is truly. Obviously, some preferred adhering to revolutionary frugality. I think it's preferable this way. Borrow from the original maid subsidy practice. For official business trips utilizing private commercial ships, the General Office will provide travel subsidies comparable to charter costs. How about that? Per individual or per trip? Per individual, naturally. What about non-official business? For instance, if I wish to take my child to Guangzhou for leisure. Self-funded. Just as everyone presumed this wrangling concluded, Wu Nanhai, who had been silent, suddenly indicated he wished to speak. I believe Director Xiao's principle is excellent. If not taking public vehicles or ships for official business, the General Office pays. For private matters, the General Office helps arrange and coordinate, with the General Bodyguard Bureau responsible for safety. These costs are self-funded. Otherwise, wouldn't busy individuals unable to depart suffer loss? Wu Nanhai's words provoked another buzz. Everyone spoke simultaneously, but obviously all were indicating they belonged to the busy individuals unable to depart category, so they naturally praised the Minister of Agriculture's proposal. Wu Nanhai continued. Also, regarding the self-built private yachts mentioned earlier, I believe the General Office can pay to lease everyone's idle yachts when travel vessels are needed, naturally, entirely voluntary. This would benefit both public and private interests. We can design and manufacture several sets of modular elder standard cabin kits, easily installed and dismantled, sparing everyone the concern about cabin issues when selecting ships. We will prioritize listing this portion of expenses in this year's extra budgetary expenditure and disperse it promptly. The meeting concluded quite successfully. The Navy preserved the engage-upon-sight doctrine. The peripheral elders satisfied their self-esteem and security concerns. The finance sector avoided disbursing substantial dividends. Everyone was content. The sole dissatisfied parties were the tax department. Selena's matter was inexplicably sabotaged by this unrelated affair. Though sabotaged, AI Jixin believed opportunity still existed. After all, the opposition wasn't as vociferous as he anticipated. However, Zhang Zioki stated in her letter that she remained like a Daoist cultivator. Aside from executing her duties well, she didn't appear to care about such matters, nor did she care where she worked. Perhaps she hasn't genuinely planned to accept us people in her heart, Zhang Zioki wrote at the conclusion. If she hasn't accepted us, so be it, Wang Qi reflected. But Chief Cheng's calculation is truly shrewd, winning both ways. As for the Navy bunch, carrying the sedan chair for others aside, they were sold yet still happily counting currency. Naturally, perceiving through it without articulation, Wang Qi muttered internally while redirecting his attention back, turning his gaze to the Lin family report delivered by Yao Yulan and the others last night on the table. Wang Qi retrieved the report from the desk and perused it again. This marked his third reading. Overall, the composition was somewhat awkward, with numerous typographical and grammatical errors. But fortunately, the logic proved clear and straightforward, and the event description was detailed, particularly lacking the boots and hats, prologue and epilogue formalities of old timeline report materials. Reading it felt refreshing. The Lin family's principal businesses were basically fronted by Guyern residents, but whether purchasing or supplying, the actual transaction parties were those wine shops and tea houses in which the Lin family held substantial shares. The parties employed handwritten notes stamped with Luo Jixiang's private seal for transactions, with absurdly chaotic pricing. Inputs and outputs were recorded in ledgers, but typically large input and small output. Situations where a dan of rice cost 10 or 20 taels of silver were commonplace. When questioned, the response was poor management, purchased expensively. The Lin family pursued this simply because the bulk of their business profits didn't derive from these commodity transactions whatsoever. Large input, small output could effectively inflate operating costs, so even if revenues from various businesses were recorded normally, the calculated profit was negligible or even operating at a loss. As for the Lin family, naturally there were no dividends to collect, naturally poor as church mice. Taxes, impossible. Operating in debt, concept quite advanced. Wang Qi examined the Lin family balance sheet transcribed on the attached page, thinking they genuinely didn't take the counsel of elders seriously. We are hair thieves. Are we easier to manage than Ming clerks? It appears for the catering service industry, levying based on turnover is more appropriate. Little Hu, here. Summon team leader Yao and the others to my office. Wang Qi's office wasn't spacious. Once Yao Yulan and the other two were seated, it seemed full. I've read your report. Excellent, written clearly and logically. So how do you believe we should proceed with this task next? Wang Qi dispensed with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Reporting to Director Wang, we. Team leader Yao, sit down and speak. Understood. Observing Wang Qi gesture for her to sit, Yao Yulan adjusted her clothing somewhat awkwardly and settled back on the sofa. After discussion, the three of us concur we can approach from two aspects. Which two aspects? Briefly explain. Wang Qi appeared attentive, all ears. First, make tax adjustments to current accounts, particularly cost categories, to re-verify profits. The objective is determining precisely how much dividend the Lin family extracted, but the workload is relatively substantial, requiring temporary deployment of personnel with accounting foundations to assist. That poses no problem. I can arrange verifiers and transfer some personnel from accounting undergoing rotation to the front lines to review. Thank you, Director Wang. The second aspect is expanding the investigation scope to verify long-term large accounts receivable. This is to accurately grasp their operating income and determine how much business tax was evaded. We employ the cash basis. This method of maintaining accounts on credit should be suppressed. Expand the scope to where, based on the payers of substantial receivables. Removing those not under council governance, approximately 20 households remain, but some of these individuals aren't on our inspection roster and some are out of town. That's no concern. Ignore those in Ming territory. For anyone under council governance requiring investigation, you possess inspection authority. For those out of town, compile a roster later, and I'll authorize external investigation letters for you. Anything else? Director Huang, Yao Yulan hesitated and said, just now downstairs, Comrade Chu and Comrade Su also mentioned a matter. I didn't hear very clearly. Let them report to you. Then let me speak first. Observing Wang Qi redirect his gaze to her, Chu Zioran didn't demur. Actually, there's another relatively reasonable and legal method to transfer funds, which is eating empty rations, ghost employees. Eating empty rations. Wang Qi realized he genuinely hadn't considered this dimension, habitually assuming this corruption exclusively occurred in military and government agencies. Some establishments have 10 or more individuals on the ledgers than actually employed. Because most shop assistants in the Ming don't receive monthly salaries, the numbers are impossible to verify. This situation was actually reflected in the Basic Situation Report of Industry and Commerce. In this timeline's catering business employees, waiters, tea servers, generally weren't paid wages by proprietors, relying on tip sharing and other in-store earnings for income. Naturally, the proprietor wouldn't issue payroll records. But on current tax registration forms, these shop assistants and waiters who previously received no wages suddenly all possessed wages, and not insignificant ones. These individuals generally receive higher profit shares than those who actually labor, and most change designations annually. Some establishments simply fabricate a few elderly masters therein, paying absurdly elevated monthly wages, 3 festival bonuses, and year-end profit shares. The shop's profit distribution to others is simply openly transferred through these fabricated name rosters, Suiqiu added. Obviously, the establishment where he served as accountant was considerably larger than Chu Zioran's family's, and he comprehended the stratagems better. Wang Qi nodded. Nothing new under the sun. 17th century tricks are executed identically in the 21st century. Then what's your recommendation? We suggest coordinating with the police bureau to verify employee numbers in several larger wine shops and tea houses. The basic data registered during Guangzhou's liberation transferred from the police bureau only contains aggregate numbers, but examining the remarks, the police bureau possesses the count of hired workers and family members for each establishment. I believe this can serve as a foundation. End of chapter. Chapter 2047, Nothing New Under the Sun. Your reasoning is sound. I'll coordinate with the police bureau on this, Wang Qi said, though his mind calculated how long copying materials from the police bureau would require. This timeline possessed no photocopiers. The various foundational social information gathered through the Guangzhou Police Bureau's household surveys had already been dispatched to the municipal government printing office for typesetting and printing under Liu Xiang's orders. He wondered how progress proceeded. One had to acknowledge these naturalized cadres had performed admirably, and their suggestions were astute. But Wang Qi understood that the genuine prize couldn't be captured this way. The reason was straightforward. Even in the old timeline, people evaded supervision through verbal agreements, for instance, not exercising matured debts, but having the counterparty repay through alternative means via oral arrangements. And in 17th century Ming, an era where verbal agreements might carry no less weight than written contracts, such situations proved even more prevalent. According to his deduction, the Lin family's shares in various industries could all demonstrate losses with no dividends for major shareholders, but whenever the Lin family genuinely required funds, A single note would suffice for these taverns and tea-houses to disperse on their behalf, or perhaps even more directly, clandestinely delivering currency to the Lin family, maintaining it exclusively in private ledgers, off official books. Wang Qi had been contemplating this problem for considerable time. When he discussed it with his wife last night, she'd offered several suggestions. Today, after examining Yao Yulan and the others' report, he felt even more certain of his approach. He retrieved his brush, pondered momentarily, then wrote rapidly in the blank space on the first page. Approve expanding the investigation scope and seconding personnel from the Accounting Verification Office to assist. Consider focusing the investigation on industries where the Lin family holds significant stakes, particularly taverns. How many strokes on the left side of tavern? Pausing his brush, Wang Qi glanced up and noticed the three naturalized cadres seated across from him, backs rigid, expressions solemn, staring at him unblinkingly. He couldn't help but tug awkwardly at his mouth's corner, hurriedly crossing out the character tavern he'd inscribed. Particularly businesses where concrete evidence exists that the actual operator is Lin Zongxiu. Yao Yulan, this should align with your expertise, Wang Qi reflected internally, rotating his brush. Report Director Wang, Team Leader Zheng and Investigator Huang are here. They state they have work to report. Admit them. Wang Qi set down the report he just authorized and called to the three individuals in the room. Everyone remain and listen together. Suiqiu, borrow a stool from Director Zhang's office next door. Zheng Huan pushed open the door and discovered only one vacant chair in the chamber. Yao Yulan and Chu Zioran were seated on the three-person sofa, with an empty space beside them, though it didn't seem entirely appropriate to sit there. Besides, who knew if colleague Su would be returning? Just as Zheng Huan was enacting this minor drama in his head, Huang Ping casually settled down next to Yao Yulan. Sit for now, Team Leader Zheng. Suiqiu went to retrieve a stool so there'll be seats for everyone. As Wang Qi spoke, he reached into his right drawer and extracted a white box special issue Sacred Ship cigarette, tapped one out and tossed it to Huang Ping. Little Huang, catch. Hey, thank you, Director Wang. Huang Ping rapidly stood and caught the airborne cigarette with both hands. But knowing no one else in the room smoked, he casually tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Little Huang, let me inquire, where did you acquire this habit of tucking cigarettes behind your ear? Director Wang, I learned it when studying smoking from my upper bunkmate at vocational school. He claimed it was the style of superior individuals, very fashionable, and everyone believed it projected an Australian aura. Actually, I'm uncertain if it's accurate. You know Fang Qiati prohibits smoking. Just then, Suiqiu entered carrying a chair. Now that everyone's assembled, let's commence. Team Leader Zheng, tell us about your Hong Kong trip. Yes, Director Wang. Zheng Huan stood and presented his report with both hands, then returned to his seat and began his briefing. After colleague Huang and I arrived in Hong Kong the day before yesterday, we immediately conducted an inspection of the warehouses the Shi family leases in Hong Kong according to protocol. Due to time and manpower constraints, after obtaining cooperation from local customs, we selected several of the larger transit warehouses for spot checks. Overall, we discovered no issues. The inventories filed by the Shi family matched the warehouse spot check results completely. We also reviewed customs shipping records and vessel manifests. According to Deputy Director Wei, he believes the vessels, shipping volumes and voyage frequencies are all essentially consistent. His signed attestation appears on my report's final page. So the Shi family can basically be deemed clean. Wang Qi considered this within expectations, otherwise that Smith fellow probably wouldn't have been so confident. From an operational standpoint, there shouldn't be problems. Zheng Huan paused thoughtfully, seemingly considering how to phrase his words. But Director Wang, both colleague Huang and I perceive something anomalous about the warehouse they lease. How so? They've leased a total of 11 warehouses, all owned by the Luo family's Guyern residents. But according to the quay manager responsible for transporting goods at the dock, 2 of them appear never to have been utilized. They've never transported goods out of or into those locations. One in particular is extremely diminutive. When Guangzhou Residence was initially constructing it, the dock's warehousing management division had suggested modifications, but the Luo family didn't accept them. Heh, now that's intriguing, Wang Qi mused. Should he transfer this to Wu Mu's people for examination? The Luo family was finished anyway. If something additional got uncovered, that would constitute pure profit. But no need to mention this to Zheng Huan and the others. He glanced at Yao Yulan. Damn, that dead fish expression again. I refuse to believe someone from political security wouldn't react to this. She's probably going to rush off to report to that Yang Cao tonight. Contemplating this, Wang Qi suddenly felt resentful. Whose troops were these anyway? There's one more matter. Zheng Huan's suddenly elevated voice startled Wang Qi, who had been absorbed in thought. We discovered there's a significant problem with the rent Tianrui Garden pays to Guangzhou residents. Logically speaking, there should exist a well-established long-term contract between producers like Tianrui Garden, who manage large quantities of goods requiring transit, and landlords like Guangzhou residents, who own substantial dock warehouse space. Otherwise, whether Tianrui Garden switches to a different warehouse or Guangzhou residents refuses to lease to Tianrui Garden, both parties would face unnecessary trouble and losses. Zheng Huan steadied himself, then regarded Wang Qi again. The director's approving gaze gave him confidence to continue. But strangely, the rental contract between Tianrui Garden and Guangzhou residents is signed for merely half a year at a time. Each signing requires a substantial brokerage fee, which Tianrui Garden also counts as rental expenses, listed under transit warehouse account details. If we hadn't journeyed to Hong Kong, we never would have observed this reviewing the Sanya books. Add to this the fact that since the executive committee recovered Hong Kong, increasing numbers are employing the island as a transit point, and Hong Kong warehouse rents have been ascending steadily, especially those near the docks, which command a significant premium, so this expense doesn't appear particularly anomalous. Although executing this is completely legal and doesn't violate our regulations, something still feels irregular. We questioned the person responsible for the transit warehouse about this broker's situation, and he stated he didn't know either, plus he only manages the ledgers, not the payments. What does he base his accounting on without vouchers? Wang Qi wondered. This was a commonplace tax evasion tactic, fabricating expenses to inflate costs, nothing remarkable, but there was more forthcoming. He possesses vouchers, but he can only manage accounts, not currency. The cashier is dispatched from Tianrui Garden, arrives from Sanya quarterly with tax receipts, handles the payment and collection of ongoing business transactions, then takes the tax receipts to customs to offset the taxes due before returning to Sanya. Ordinarily, no currency flows through his location. Wang Qi was stumped. This was genuinely encountering a worthy adversary. Young master, she was truly talented. Did you track down that broker? No, we don't possess that capability. Zheng Huan shook his head regretfully. Director Wang, for someone where we only possess a physical description but incomplete social identity information, if we wish to investigate, we'd require police cooperation to commence checking through Hong Kong's incoming ship manifests and hotel registries. We didn't have sufficient time. Huang Ping, having received law enforcement training in Lingao, clearly comprehended such matters better. If only we had computers and networks, Wang Qi reflected. Big data would be magnificent. But as matters stood, they had to search through archived documents. He'd witnessed the card-style mechanical calculators that Director AI treasured like precious jewels. They were cumbersome to operate. Just punching holes in the cards for input required numerous people, and you had to queue extensively to query a single item. The critical limitation was you could only search by preset fields, not perform fuzzy keyword searches. You mentioned substantial brokerage fees earlier. How substantial exactly? It varies, different each instance, but always at minimum several hundred yuan. One payment last year even exceeded 1,000. HSSS, over 1,000 yuan. Wang Qi drew in a breath. Unlike those who imagined ancients dispersed thousands or tens of thousands of taels like trivial sums, Wang Qi's work had given him lucid comprehension of Ming society's actual economic conditions. Not only was it distant from what appeared in films and dramas, but even compared to the later Qing dynasty, Ming silver possessed vastly greater purchasing power. Although they had now abolished taels favoring yuan, the new currency remained essentially silver-backed. Its purchasing power was substantial. Land prices in the area surrounding Guangzhou's Great World were ascending, yet Zhang Yu had paid merely around 300 yuan for 80 mu of land. Miss Dong's establishment, despite being so popular, would only generate approximately 100 yuan in total annual revenue. That 1,000 yuan would suffice to purchase several hundred mu of prime farmland in the countryside and become a landlord. But failing to track down the broker posed no problem. Wang Qi considered pivoting. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. Tomorrow, you two proceed to the Shi family. Ring, ring, ring. The telephone rang. Yes, this is Wang Qi. Oh, Director Wu, hold on. Before Wang Qi could even glance up to speak, Huang Ping inquired, Director Wang, should we step out and wait? Yes. Once he confirmed that all the naturalized cadres had departed the room, Wang Qi removed his hand from the mouthpiece and continued, Director Wu, we can converse now. What? End of chapter. Chapter 2048 Reunion. I see. You need us to dispatch someone. No problem. Oh, the police bureau is sending personnel too. Director Wu, you're orchestrating quite a move here. Haha, all right, no problem. I'll ensure they arrive within 15 minutes. Although Wu Mu's voice on the phone maintained its customary stiff coldness, Wang Qi still detected a hint of excitement. It was comprehensible. This was someone who'd been exiled as an external official. Now, with such an excellent opportunity to distinguish himself, heightened emotions were perfectly natural. Moreover, this fellow didn't hoard the achievement for himself. Even at such a tense juncture, he hadn't forgotten to notify other departments to dispatch personnel. He appeared someone worth cultivating, Wang Qi reflected as he scribbled a note. His distaste for Yao Yulan also diminished somewhat. Everyone come in, he called at the doorway, summoning them all inside. Time was critical, circumstances were pressing now, and Wang Qi dispensed with explanations. After briefly assigning the new task, he directed them immediately. Second teams Yao Yulan and Huang Ping, along with team leader Zheng, proceed to the assembly point immediately. Take this note, it specifies the meeting location. Go downstairs to requisition weapons and protective gear. Move swiftly, you must arrive within 30 minutes. Yes, service to the executive committee and the people. The three naturalized cadres clicked their heels together in unison and responded. All right, hurry along. Remain safe, and allow the police and political security to lead in dangerous situations. We're not the American IRS. Wang Qi waved them off and called to his guard outside the door. Little Hu, go downstairs and prepare a carriage. Accompany them fully armed. After Yao Yulan and the others departed, Wang Qi addressed Su Zhu and Chu Zioran. We'll suspend the Shi family line for now. Return the account books we retrieved from the Shi family's old establishment and don't articulate anything else. Wang Qi paused to deliberate. Also, ensure you encounter young Master Shi, that Smith fellow, and inquire if he'd be interested in attending the next batch of taxpayer training sessions. I or Director Zhang will serve as lead instructor. Yes. After acknowledging the order, Chu Zioran asked somewhat hesitantly, is the Bureau planning leniency toward the Shi family? If so, it would help us understand what latitude to employ in our investigation. Shame on you for scoring excellent on every tax training examination, Wang Qi laughed. Investigation and disposition constitute two different matters. Investigation addresses only objective facts. Disposition is where you calibrate latitude. The Shi family situation is somewhat complicated. It'll probably require reporting up to the city and ministry levels. There are more pressing matters presently, so we cannot attend to them. For now, organize the Shi family materials and execute as I instructed. By the time Yao Yulan and the others reached the assembly point, the squad led by Lion Nisheng from the police bureau's public order section had also just arrived. The Political Security Bureau cadre waiting there verified everyone's credentials and notes wordlessly, then led them down a narrow path. Zheng Huan, from habit, attempted small talk. "Comrade, thanks for your hard work. May I inquire your name?" He'd barely commenced when he observed Yao Yulan press a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture, and he hastily swallowed the remainder of his sentence. The group proceeded in this wordless silence. Fortunately, the destination wasn't distant. Before long, they spotted a tall, graceful female cadre positioned at a small alley's entrance. The political security cadre guiding them approached, stood at attention, and saluted. After the female cadre returned the salute, he pivoted and jogged into the alley. Throughout the exchange, neither uttered a word, leaving Huang Ping and Zheng Huan secretly amazed, wondering if everyone at political security was mute. The female cadre stepped forward to shake hands separately with team leaders Lion Nisheng and Yao Yulan before finally speaking. "I'm Yang Cao from Political Security Bureau. Over recent days, priority targets have been arriving at the courtyard behind us, including some connected to the current stamp tax case. Leadership has ordered immediate apprehension and expedited interrogation. Follow me." With that, she pivoted and walked deeper into the alley, her sharp aura making Zheng Huan wince. In Yang Cao's assessment, this arrest operation was extraordinarily simple. Political security could execute it entirely independently without assistance. But since Director Wu had arranged it thus and specifically emphasized cooperation, there must be rationale. Her duty was to execute flawlessly. Don't inquire what shouldn't be asked. Don't contemplate what shouldn't be considered. That was the habit Yang Cao had cultivated throughout her political security tenure. The riot squad from the police bureau was already positioned. Unlike regular police, they were equipped with full-body armor and helmets, though their weapons were predominantly non-lethal. Mostly shield and baton teams coordinated with long-pronged forks, plus gunners armed with shotguns and Hall-pattern rifles for suppressive fire. In national police operations, the riot squad handled not merely riot control, but also portions of the SWAT team's responsibilities. The riot squad leader was currently conferring with Yang Cao, while two members had the battering ram prepared. Behind them, a line of officers were ready to assault. Huang Ping studied the small courtyard before him, an utterly ordinary Guangzhou residence, the variety commonly observed throughout the city. Yet its location was truly well selected, concealed in the outer suburbs beyond the east gate. The front 2 rows were entirely residential, with the city wall behind. Without a guide, this location would be nearly impossible to locate. Now he crouched beside Yao Yulan, his 6-shot revolver already loaded. He could sense himself trembling slightly with excitement, and perspiration was beginning to bead on his skin. The faint body fragrance emanating from Yao Yulan beside him made his thoughts wander. The previous time they'd been this proximate was during training in Lingao. Huang Ping's marksmanship with the revolver had been abysmal, a strapping young man who simply couldn't steady the small firearm. His team leader Yao Yulan had no alternative but to provide him extra practice at the range after instruction. Once, apparently driven to exasperation, she dispensed with propriety and embraced him from behind, gripping his wildly swinging arms and bellowing at him to hold steady. That time, Huang Ping genuinely did hold steady, and also committed to memory the soft, resilient sensation pressing against his back. He stole another glance at Yao Yulan before him. She wasn't wearing protective gear. The tax bureau had borrowed several simplified riot suits from the police bureau, consisting of steel-reinforced rattan helmets, hardened leather chest protectors, and gloves. According to regulations, the Economic Major Cases Investigation Division could elect to wear them during field operations, but clearly Yao Yulan hadn't even considered them. Inspector Lion across the way had also brought only her revolver. Meanwhile here he was, a grown man. Huang Ping pushed at his helmet, feeling somewhat embarrassed before the women. But he rapidly relaxed. That fellow Zheng Huan possessed the complete kit, helmet, chest protector, gloves, and was posted at the alley entrance awaiting news. Wasn't that even more embarrassing? Report. A shadow silently approached Yang Cao. All the lookouts have been neutralized. What about the dogs in the courtyard? Dealt with. Good, move out. At her command, 2 riot squad officers coordinated their movements and rapidly scaled the wall. Moments later, the courtyard gate quietly opened from inside. We're advancing. Inspector Lion, have your personnel secure the side buildings. Yang Cao issued the low command, then led the group directly to the main hall. Huang Ping rushed in alongside the riot squad. Once inside the courtyard, he observed 2 dead dogs lying in the yard, presumably dealt with beforehand. Perhaps something outside had alerted those within. The main hall suddenly erupted in commotion, sounds of dragging and objects crashing. Someone was calling in a suppressed voice. Hurry! National Police! Everyone inside, listen carefully. You're surrounded. Resistance is futile. Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. The police bureau was well practiced in such procedures. Observing the door and windows barricaded, someone immediately commenced the persuasion. Naturally, Yang Cao and her personnel possessed no patience for lengthy negotiations with those inside. The shouting was merely a distraction. The riot squad had already crept beneath the windows with pepper tear gas grenades prepared, the breach team poised for action. Yang Cao and Lion Nisheng locked eyes, nodded 3 times in unison, then swept their hands simultaneously. Violent coughing erupted from within as the door was demolished by the battering ram. Donning their masks beforehand, the team poured in and efficiently subdued the occupants, who were already doubled over with tears and mucus streaming. Hands behind your heads, face the wall, squat, one at a time now. Lion Nisheng was well practiced in managing such situations. Confronted with the short-hair 6-shot revolvers pointing at their heads, this group of criminals displayed no inclination toward martyrdom, obediently squatting on the ground. A few who were already squatting didn't dare stand back up, waddling like ducks as they shuffled toward the wall, drawing quiet laughter from some of the young officers. What are you doing? No moving. Remain still. Crack. You damned short hair. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Just as the smoke in the room was dissipating and Huang Ping and the others were removing their masks, a burly man who had been squatting obediently suddenly exploded into motion. In his estimation, there were only 2 female short hairs behind him. With his strength, knocking them down should prove child's play. Then he'd seize their revolvers and the situation might still be salvageable. But he'd barely moved when one of the female short hairs locked his joint. Through sheer brute force he managed to persist, only to hear the whistle of a club. A heavy blow landed on his waist, sending him stumbling back to the ground. They beat him with 17 or 18 strokes until he was utterly prostrate. His hands were pinned behind his back and a rag from God knows where was stuffed into his mouth, its stench shooting directly to his brain. Yang Cao approached, slowly squatted before the man, grabbed his topknot and lifted his head. Then she extracted a photograph from her pocket and began studying him carefully. You're the one. Yang Cao released his topknot, stood up, dusted off her hands, and addressed the political security cadre beside her. Watch him carefully. Don't allow him to kill himself. Huang Ping, guarding the doorway, heard Yang Cao speak and turned to observe what manner of person this man was. Someone significant enough to make political security's roster. And why had that voice sounded so familiar? But when his gaze fell upon the man's face, he froze completely. End of chapter. Chapter 2049, "The past is too painful to recall, second master," Huang Ping blurted out. "MMPH, MMPH, MMPH." The man on the ground clearly recognized him too, struggling desperately to respond. But with his mouth gagged, his face flushed crimson and veins bulged on his forehead. Huang Ping regretted calling out the instant he did. Everyone in the room was staring at him now. Yao Yulan's perpetually frigid countenance actually displayed a hint of amused interest, and that political security woman Yang Cao was observing him with raised eyebrows, her gaze unwavering. He'd heard of political security. Rumor claimed they possessed the mystical powers of the leaders, specializing in hunting down criminals and rebels. Even if you conducted a private conversation with only one other person, political security would somehow learn of it. Legend stated that once you were apprehended, you went in wearing clothes and came out under a white sheet. Now Yang Cao's unfriendly expression. What if she suspected him of some unspeakable dealings? One word of "seize him," and he'd be spending tonight in political security cells. What was he going to do? Report, team leader. This person is Huang Ping, native of Huangjia Village, Lingao County, Hainan Region. Formerly a household servant of the Huang family. Enrolled in Fangqiati in 1631, later transferred to the tax vocational school. Graduated in 1635 and joined the Economic Major Cases Investigation Division of Guangzhou Special Municipalities Tax Bureau, where I currently serve as investigator. Something misfired in Huang Ping's brain. He didn't know which circuit crossed, but he snapped to attention and recited his entire resume in a booming voice. In truth, he'd only been absent from Huangjia Village for 4 or 5 years of study and employment, yet that village where he'd spent more than a decade felt increasingly distant. Each time he passed by, he noticed it resembled less and less the place in his memories. Initially, he'd eagerly anticipated his weekly leave, knowing that if he simply reported to the second young master about anything from school, even matters he himself didn't comprehend, he'd receive delicious treats and words of praise. Gradually, circumstances changed. The simple principles from textbooks that second young master simply couldn't grasp regardless of how he explained them, and sometimes when he unconsciously slipped into the school's manner of speaking, he'd earn a scolding for being disrespectful and improper. Second master's control over him grew ever tighter and more detailed. Each visit home inevitably meant enduring increasingly lengthy admonishments. Huang Ping comprehended second master's concerns. He feared that he'd been poisoned by the Australians. That's precisely how second master had earnestly counseled him when he first departed for Fangqiati. This rendered him so nervous during his initial months at school that he spent the time convinced the short hairs mean to harm us, guarding against everything. His classmates considered him peculiar, and he was marginalized for an entire semester. Gradually, he discovered that Fangqiati wasn't remotely what second master had described. Teachers and classmates alike were genuinely good people. Though the academic workload was heavy enough to leave him gasping for breath, human relationships here were remarkably pure. He slowly integrated into the collective, increasingly appreciating the school's charm. Particularly after he took up rugby and became a rising star on campus, he became something of a celebrity at Fangqiati. He grew less and less willing to return home, preferring not to see his parents rather than go back. Approximately a year after enrollment, second master suddenly announced he wouldn't pay the tuition anymore and demanded he drop out to return to the village as his personal attendant. Though Huang Ping harbored 1,000 objections, as a self-funded student he had no choice but to tearfully prepare to depart. And with that, his budding romance with the grain merchant's daughter came to an end. But when he arrived home, his father Huang Shaokai entertained different ideas about continuing his education. Since village chief Huang Xiaodong joined the Lingao County Consultative Assembly, the Huang family had proactively disbanded their militia and demolished their defensive walls. Huang Xiaodong himself attended every county meeting without fail and diligently implemented every directive from the executive committee, earning praise from numerous elders. As a distant relative of Huang Xiaotong beyond the 5 degrees of mourning, Huang Shaokai naturally followed suit, though his land holdings were so minimal that, when the Tiandehui reorganized Huangjia village's land through redistribution, he simply surrendered it all. With his background of having once tended a few horses for Huang Xiaodong, the Tiandehui recommended him to Nick, and he became a horse farm employee. The Huang Shaokai household circumstances actually improved considerably. Neither Huang Shaokai nor his wife could read a single character, but their minds were sharp enough. Early on, they'd recognized that of Huang Xiaodong's 3 sons, though the eldest managed the family business, and the third commanded the militia, both cutting imposing figures. Only the second son held a Ziyukai degree. So they'd swallowed their pride and scraped together what meager silver they'd saved to get their son placed as second master's personal attendant. Their hope was that someday their son might have superior prospects. Being a manager-level servant still surpassed scratching a living from the soil. After the short hairs landed, though the couple didn't quite comprehend how short-hair bandits had become short hairs, then Australians, then the executive committee, in merely a few years, the changes since the Australians arrived were sufficiently clear. Hearing that their son's schooling taught Australian skills, the old couple was even more pleased, thinking their son's future would extend far beyond being a mere attendant. Now forced to drop out, Huang Shaokai's heart sank. At the horse farm, he listened to newspapers read aloud daily, and had even learned a few characters himself. He understood the executive committee's ambitions extended far beyond carving out a small kingdom. Particularly when news arrived of the great victory at Chiang Mai and the burning of Guangzhou's VIII, he, like everyone else, felt the stirrings of following the dragon's rise. Unfortunately, he was too aged. Though he now worked for the Australian lords, there wasn't much future in it. His sole hope resided in his son. He immediately gritted his teeth and informed Huang Ping that the family would sell the clothes off their backs if that's what it required to keep him in school. Given the Huang Ping household's economic situation, selling all their clothes still wouldn't cover tuition. Ultimately, Huang Shaokai approached Nick for assistance. Through his mediation, DuSong issued its inaugural small personal loan to a local native, the Fangqiati student loan. Maximum term of 5 years, renewed annually. Funds were paid directly to the school by DuSong, 10% annual interest, no compounding. The borrower was Huang Ping's guardian, Huang Shaokai, with the family's horse farm wages and their house in Huangjia village as collateral. Guarantor, Nick. News of this loan caused a sensation throughout Huangjia village. Borrowing funds for education wasn't unheard of. There were charity schools and clan endowments, or assistance from local gentry. But no one had ever heard of borrowing Yinzi Kayan, high-interest loans for schooling. Lingao had never been renowned for scholarly achievement. Since the county was established in the Tang Dynasty, there had been only one Jinchi Liu Dailin, and merely a handful of Juren. A poor, remote locale with impoverished people meant crushing interest rates on private loans. Borrowing in famine years for survival and replanting made some sense, but borrowing for education was a losing proposition. Besides, under Australian governance, whether farming or working, everyone could benefit from their prosperity and easily remain fed. If anything, people borrowed from the Tiandehui for chicks and piglets. Amid this chorus of criticism, Huang Ping returned to school. He relinquished the rugby he loved and began emulating the high-achieving students, adding extra study hours. But his academic potential was limited, and the pressure of his father's debt kept his grades from improving. When graduation neared and he learned that vocational school offered departmental subsidies, Huang Ping unhesitatingly accepted the assignment. The family scrimped and saved, and with Huang Ping's expenses dropping by more than half at vocational school, they'd only just finished repaying the loan earlier this year. His family had long since relocated from Huangjia village to settle at the horse farm. The second young master he'd served for 5 or 6 years had gradually faded from memory. He hadn't even thought of him in the past 2 years. For Huang Ping, those days in Huangjia village felt less like experiences than a dream. His current self and his family were utterly different from before. The gratitude he'd once felt for second master teaching him to read and helping him enroll had eroded during those nights of desperate studying beneath the weight of debt. The leader's teachings and the knowledge from textbooks had shown him how laughable it was to take pride in being someone's attendant. But now, meeting again under these circumstances, Huang Ping was completely taken aback. Understood, Investigator Huang. The executive committee knows you well and trusts you. No need to be nervous. Yang Cao's expression shifted to amiable warmth. Huang Ping steadied himself, glanced at his team leader Yao Yulan beside him, and observed her smile had grown even wider. He figured he was probably safe and released a long breath of relief. Service to the executive committee and the people. However, you should recuse yourself from this case. Go wait outside. Yang Cao added, just wait outside for now. The muffled sounds from the man on the ground grew quieter. He thought he must have been mistaken. That strapping young man proclaiming service to the executive committee and the people couldn't possibly be his former personal attendant, could it? Surely not, surely not. Yet he'd observed Huang Ping's face from childhood to now, for 10 years since he'd first become his attendant. If not Huang Ping, then who? Huang Bingkun sighed internally, still remembering that timid little boy behind Huang Shaokai who, at his father's urging, had softly called him second master. Huang Ping had been clever and endearing. In his leisure time, Huang Bingkun had enjoyed teaching him to read, and during those years, master and servant got along splendidly. Huang Ping